Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
Welcome along, friends, to live coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Great view of the Sphere here as well in town this weekend. We have well over 300 players getting ready to do battle in draft and standard here this weekend, as well as 25,000 people here joining us for MagicCon Las Vegas at the Las Vegas Convention Center. There you can see everyone so excited this morning in the entry line. I'm so excited as well, here to celebrate the best game of all time. There is a live look at the Pro Tour area where the best of the best are going to battle it out for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Hey everybody, welcome to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, joined by Monty DeBooty and Tannen Grace. So much to be excited about. But Monty, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Maria, never thought I'd say this, but I'm excited to go back to school. The original Strixhaven was one of my favorite draft formats of all time. So getting to revisit it here in Secrets of Strixhaven, I cannot wait.
Yes, it's an awesome draft format too. How about you, Tannen? What are you looking forward to?
One of my favorite subjects, constructed. You know, we've got a couple of decks that are really leading the way for the metagame here. They're taking up a lot of that percentage, but I'm more interested in the decks that are taking up a little bit less percentage. We're going to see one of those decks come up and really overperform this weekend. I'm looking at you, Blue-White Tempo. Are you going to be the one that stops these Is-It decks? We'll have to find out.
All right, well, we will indeed find out, but how will we do that? Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do things here this weekend, starting with today, Friday. We're going to kick things off with Secrets of Strixhaven draft here this morning. It is a sweet draft format. You do not want to miss it. Then we're going to kick things over to Standard for rounds 4 through 8. 4 wins gets you back to do battle here on day number 2.
Back to school we go. 3 more rounds of draft to start off Saturday morning. And then it's all standard for the rest of the weekend. 36 match points, that's 12 wins or more. Before round 16 will automatically advance you to the top 8.
And don't forget, we're going to be coming back Sunday to play that top 8. It's going to be standard. Those games are going to be best 3 out of 5 for the match, and sideboarding begins after game 2. This is where it all comes down to, and we're going to crown a champion.
And what does that champion go home with? Well, glory, of course, and a whole lot of cash. $50,000 to our first place finisher, $30,000 for second place. Third through fourth go home with $15K, $9,000 for making our top 8. Well, like I said, we have more than 300 players battling it out here today, and plenty of them on big testing teams, getting them ready for this weekend. So we're going to walk you through some of those big testing teams who are going to be watching the whole tournament long, find out how they're doing this weekend, starting with their results at Richmond, the first Pro Tour of the season, and leading into their rosters of their team members this weekend. Monty, where do you want to start?
All right, we're going to start by taking a look at Team TCG player, one of the biggest names in the field. They had one of their worst tournaments in recent memory here at Richmond. You can see about a third of the team completely missed day 2, and as for their best result, it was Matthew Wright at only 11-5. Here's a look at their roster for this weekend. 16 players doing battle for Team TCG player, and this is a look at their faces.
Up next, we got Team Moxfield Handshake now. This is a tale of the good and the bad. They had a bunch of top finishes. You got Loopy with the top 8, Husenbeth, Nielsen, and Cassis all made top 32, but then when you get past that, you're kind of running into a little bit of a problem. You know, 5 players missed day 2. That's not great for a team of this size and this talent. We're going to look to improve on that. And you can see this is their roster now that we've got representing here this weekend, and we're going to be taking a look at those players here as well.
That's a look at Handshake Moxfield, but what about Team Moriyama Japan? Ken Yukihiro leading the field here in Richmond. Some good results overall for Moriyama Japan, but a far cry from Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction, where they put 4 members of their team into the top 8. So they want to do that again. Here's a look at their roster here for this weekend. You can see Petr Sochurek joining the team, actually speaks fluent Japanese. That's really awesome. Playing with Team Moriyama Japan here this weekend.
All right, over to the biggest team in the field. It's It's Cosmos Heavy Play, and they had a wonderful time at Richmond, putting 2 players into the top 8, including eventual champion Christopher Larson, and they remain a large team here coming into this weekend. 21 players for this team, meaning we need 2 whole pages to capture them all, and they're hoping that they can really make up those numbers and put up great results back to back.
And that leads us into the Boulder Merlion. This was the team of the tournament for me at the last one. This was the best story. They were the best performing team overall at the last Pro Tour, and they all played the exact same deck, and that deck was the best performing deck at that Pro Tour. Great story for them there. A little bit different story this time. Not the same deck. They're playing about 3 different ones. Will that change their results? We're going to have to find out. As you see, there's their current roster, and we can take a look at those players as well.
And one more thing I want to focus on here is during the offseason, normally some players move around teams, but this offseason there were some big hiccups. We see Team Cosmos already coming off a fantastic result, picking up 4 huge names in Ely Cassis, Nathan Stoyer, Michael Plummer, and Jake Beardsley. They're looking to continue their dominant run. Now, the inverse of that story is Team TCG Player. As I said, they came off one of their worst weekends in recent memory at the last Pro Tour, and they've been struggling a bit in Limited, so picking up players like Michael Sigris and David Rude, in addition to Pro Tour champion Alan Wu and Andrew Cuneo, means that hopefully they can turn things around this weekend.
All right, well, we will see. And draft is so important, everybody. Do not count it out. You need an excellent draft record to do well in this tournament. But how do you do that specifically in Secrets of Strixhaven? It's a sweet format. Monty, talk to me about the archetypes of players are going to be looking at.
Okay, Maria, since we're in Strixhaven, we are going to be looking at 5 primary archetypes representing the 5 colleges of Strixhaven. So we see Repartee Aggro, Opus Spellcasting, Life Gain, Swarm, Flashback, Excavation, and Incremental Value. What's really sweet about Strixhaven is that they came up with a very balanced format, so every archetype feels well represented and very competitive. So let's take a closer look at what these decks are really trying to do, starting with the Silver Quill College. Now, it's all about casting spells and targeting whether your creatures or your opponents in order to get those repeat repartee effects. So you can see a card like Practice Offense, one of the absolute best cards in the set, fantastic in this deck. Next up, we are going to take a look at Prismari. And for Prismari, Opus is the name of the game. Excuse me. Let's go to Witherbloom. So, life gain is what we're trying to do here. And you see that tacked onto various cards like the removal effects with Grapple with Death. And Witherbloom is trying to be sticky. Now, here we go. Prismari time. So, casting spells is the name of the game, triggering Opus, and that means you can get away with some very low creature count, high spell count, high removal count decks, and that means a card like Exhibition Tidecaller in the right deck can be an absolute powerhouse. Moving right along to Lorehold College, where Lorehold is trying to continue their excavating ways. They're trying to make use of the graveyard, and they're trying to use it whether it's with Flashback or a card like Rumble Rouser, allowing you to exile cards from the graveyard and trigger those abilities. Lorehold College, a bit slower and less aggro than you might be used to, but very, very powerful. And finally, Quandrix of the 5 main colleges. Quandrix is about going big, whether that's ramping your mana or ramping your features and using X-Spells. So call it like Studious First here to ramp you, or Environmental Scientist to fix your mana. They go a long way when drafting Quandrix strategies. Now, I do want to shine a spotlight on one more theme of the format, which is Converge. Whether you are splashing or whether you're building a dedicated Converge deck, these cards are so well supported and extremely powerful. A normally mediocre card like Potioner's Trove, very strong in this format, allowing you to splash and make the most use of a card like Snarl Song, which is an absolute bomb on common.
And there is a look at Limited. Monty, have you got to cast Ancestral Recall yet in this format?
I have not, but I am looking forward to doing it this weekend.
It is so awesome, everybody. Well, one player we're, of course, keeping our eyes on is Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion Christopher Larson. He is a top 8 in almost every single tournament type you can imagine and has been a mainstay on the Pro Tour for so very long. In fact, could we call him the greatest Dane?
And I'm joined here by defending Pro Tour champion Chris Larson. Chris, does it ever get old hearing that?
It's always good to hear. I'll give you that.
Absolutely. All right, look, let's talk about your whole Magic career here. I want to take it back to when you were a kid. You grew up in the Danish community playing Magic. What was that like for you?
It was a little rough, I will give you that, but also like formative. Back in the days, people were more cutthroat than this now. Magic is supposed to be a game of fun and it's for the kids and stuff like that. But back in the days, people were more cutthroat and we got dubbed in fire, to be essentially.
You're not wrong. So let's talk about how, that kind of progressed as well. I've known you for having to, at times, maybe miss a Pro Tour for something. You had a very inflexible career. You were in the Navy for quite a while, and now you're a family man with, a wife and some kids. How have you been able to, like, juggle your real life and, jobs and Magic with all the success you've had?
I mean, back in the days, it was a little rough, like being at sea and stuff like that. I have probably deferred my invites more than most, and having to do that with the military, Blizzards have been really flexible, giving me the opportunity to do that. But there was just a time where it just like fell into pieces. I looked at my 18-month schedule, and it just like, imagine you take Magic like this and my career like this. It just intertwined where just like get home at Thursday, leave Friday for the PT. It just worked out really, really great at a time where Magic was the highest in my life. So sometimes you just get lucky with the timing of scheduling.
I think that's pretty impressive to hear that you were still able to put up the results you did with all this going on. It makes me think of how you approach Magic and the way that you are. You and I go back a long way, and I've always known you always have a smile on your face. You're always having a good time, but you're also always making sure everyone around you is having a good time. Is that like a thing that you always try to do?
I mean, I'll try to do that, sure. But when we met, like one of my Danish best qualities was we were a lot of fun playing not Magic. That's true. Very true. Stayed at Rick Roanoke, introduced to the CTG's pros, and back then and got in. Like, we just had fun, and then we played Magic while doing that. Magic back in the days, like winning meant a lot. But Saturday night after the GP, Sunday night after the GPs, those days was also great. So we need to combine those. And having people around you having a smile and have fun playing a game you love just feels nice when it is.
So that actually leads me to a thing I've always wanted to know. But because of this attitude that you have towards the game and this like vibrance and this exuberance, like you always seem to take losses a little bit better than most people. It doesn't seem to affect you as much. Is this some kind of superpower you have, or are you just really good at hiding it?
I think at this point I was gonna call it age and wisdom. In my case, other priorities. Back in the days, loss also hit hard. Like I missed gold pro and stuff like that. I was 1 point short of Worlds last year. Back in the days, it was rough taking those losses, like being right on the edge of qualifying, doing a 12 and 3 at the GP and just missing top 8. Right now, it's somehow like Magic is a huge part of my life and I love it, but it's not my top 1 priority anymore. So I also use the tournament, like I said, I want to be here and have a good time, win or lose. I'll rather win than I'll lose, but I really want to be able to have a good time enjoying this as a smaller vacation away from all the stress at home. And if I lose, so be it. I'll try to still be happy. If I win, I'll obviously be happy, but I still want to have a good time, win or lose, to say the least.
Sure. So we've already established you're very good at taking losses. You're better than average, right? They don't affect you as much. You seem to be okay with not winning, but you did win the last Pro Tour, and it seemed to hit you pretty hard. It seemed to like really sink in. Like you were a Pro Tour champion, and you really seemed to love it and get really excited. What does it mean to you to be a champ? Like, has it really sunk into you yet? Like, how's that been?
It hasn't really sunk in a sense like that, but it means a lot. I'm not going to say everything, but a lifetime of playing a game that you love and then like suddenly being at the top. I'm on a team with multiple PT winners and multiple World Champion winners, which obviously also makes it not less at all, but more generic in a way. Like the guy who makes my decks is Javier Dominguez. He has won a lot.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good at this game, and like my top 8 deck contenders and all of it is. So it's not something that you mention all the time. It's feeling like, for me, it's just like another day. Like we play games, we're having fun, but it never gets old to someone come and say, congratulations on winning the PT. That always put a smile on my face as well, at least.
Well, Chris, again, congratulations on winning the PT, and hopefully this one goes just as good for you.
One can hope. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion. Hey, Javier Dominguez, Come back here, make us some eggs. Before our broadcast every day, we wouldn't say no. Let's take a look at our featured draft pods this morning. We have 3 pods that we're going to be following along with Tannen. Talk to me about draft pod number 1.
Well, you see our defending champion there, Christopher Larson. He's flanked by Jake Beardsley, who's a Pro Tour champion himself, and Edgar Magalhaes is a great player as well. And then if you look to their right, you see Clark, Gateson, and Noah. These players are playing in their very first Pro Tour. They're in this draft pod. Good luck, guys.
There's a look at draft pod 1. What about 2, Money?
Pod 2 includes 2 very big names, Reed Duke and Shota Yasuoka, highlighting the pod, but a lot of strong players means that this will be a tough one to start off day 1 of the Pro Tour.
Good pod there indeed. Let's take a look at draft pod number 3. A couple of huge names here. Ken Yukihiro, your Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion in this pod, as well as Shi-Tian Lee here, who welcome back to the Pro Tour, is an RC champion to come on and play again. 10-time Grand Prix top 8er in Shi-Tian Lee. So some good pods here this morning to keep our eyes on. And there is a look at feature pod number 1 in the feature match area as the players arrive here to draft this morning. Like Tannen said, 3 players here in their first Pro Tour. Welcome to the Pro Tour, you guys, here in the feature match area for your first draft. Got to be some nerves. And there, a look at the head of the table is our reigning PT champ, Christopher Larson, looking cool, calm, and collected. I asked him yesterday, are you nervous to be the featured drafter? He said, no, this is where I live. He loves Limited. He plays a lot of it, and this is where he feels at home. Witherbloom, he said, is his college of choice. So we'll see if those colors end up in his deck here this morning. Started playing the game in 2000. Goal, win the PT. Well, he's already done it once this season. Here's a look at the broadcast team here this weekend. We have in the booth Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister, as well as Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Chian, bringing you all of the action from the feature match area. Well, I am so excited for draft here this morning. It's a sweet draft format. I am ready. Marshall's ready. Paul is ready. I've got Marshall's watch on, so I'm feeling ready. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Maria. Don't worry, I have more where that came from. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us here for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We've got the booster draft all lined up for you. This, of course, is where our tournament will kick off, and it has a profound impact on your ability to make top 8, how you do really in this first draft. I mean, you know, this is where they're going to kick it off, and a solid 2-1 or 3-0 out of here sets you up for Constructed.
Yeah, and absolutely. Preparation for this format in particular, super duper important. Very, very deep format. Despite the fact that there's only, 5 color pairs, 5 generic color pairs, there's a lot of different ways you can draft those decks as well. So I'm really excited to see what the pro players here have in mind when they draft this format.
Take a look at our opening pod here. These are randomly constructed. On day 2, you'll see that they're based on seed, but here it can be anybody. But of course, we're going to be following along with Christopher Larson. You can see on Chris's left and right 2 big name players, Edgar Magalhaes and Jake Beardsley. And he's got his toughest competition right next to him. Maybe they'll play nice, though. I did have a chance to talk to Christopher about his thoughts on the draft format at the player intro party last night, and he sees it kind of how you and I do, Paul, where yeah, there's some good, school-based decks, but a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to the Converge deck, too.
Yeah, the Converge decks are, definitely the decks that have the highest ceiling. If you can get the good mana fixing, this format is awesome because not only can you draft good, streamlined, aggressive decks,
right,
you can go nuts and play a deck with 3 or 4 creatures in them and still have just as much success drafting those decks. So I think Chris Larson, he's kind of trying to draft a deck like that. But of course, if he sees, an Elite Interceptor pick 6, he might still draft the aggressive thing. He can do it.
Make sure you have a pack labeled A.
Yeah, I asked him what cards he was looking for, and one of the cards that he mentioned is one of the cards that's really jumped to the top of the commons list, which is Potioner's Trove.
Oh, yes.
And I said, well, how high are you taking it? And he he kind of set a line for me, and I'm like, that's really high. Like, he's willing to take it over a whole lot of stuff.
The Converge payoffs are fantastic in this format. They're mostly sitting at uncommon. Of course, there's Together as one a rare, but if you can pick up some of those Converge spells, Potioner's Trove just goes such a long way. Not only that, the life gain is super relevant because these decks, you know, they come out the gate a little bit slow. So being able to cast some cheap spells and gain that life, also very important.
I want to see if he opens one here and if he really meant business when he told me what he told me. He said he would take it over basically all removal
14
spells.
cards, no issues.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pick up your pack. You have 40 seconds.
Let's see if he gets one here.
The removal is plentiful.
It is.
Luen,
I see Luen there.
Okay. That's a Snarl Song.
Snarl Song.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's one of the best payoffs, although
Absolutely.
he did not actually get a Trove in the pack itself. But that's one of the reasons why Trove
Absolutely.
is good.
This card is just fantastic. I mean, typically when you play this, you know, you're usually splashing for it or what have you, but if you play it, it's 6 mana, make 2 3/3s, gain 3 life. But it is not hard to make 2 4/4s or even sometimes 2 5/5s with that card, especially when you first pick it. You can kind of craft your deck around really maximizing on the convergibility on this card.
And again, given what he talked to me about at the player party there, I'm not surprised to see him take that Snarl Song.
Absolutely.
And he moved it right to the front.
Yeah, he snapped it. I mean, there was a Blarg in that pack. There was, you know, that's a solid Witherbloom rare. But, you know, if you talk to a lot of players, that's probably the one school players are trying to avoid when you look at all the other things you can draft.
Speaking of, it looks like he's pulled Grapple with Death to the front. That is a Witherbloom common, but it's a solid one.
Yeah, rock solid. Removal spell. There's also a Matter Bending Mage, I believe.
Yeah, that would be my pick.
Yeah, oh, really?
I have
Tell me more.
Not passed a 2 and a blue
Right.
2/2 bounce something in a while, but
Yeah.
But I could definitely see going with Grapple, which seems to be
5
where
seconds.
Chris is headed here, as he's pulled it to the front of the pack.
Yeah, just a really solid removal spell. Lots of bombs in this format.
Draft.
The life
Shuffle
gain
and
is certainly
pass.
relevant,
12
and
cards
even if you
to your
don't end up a core Witherbloom deck, a powerful enough card just to splash as well.
Pick up the pack. You have 30 seconds.
As you can tell, we are doing a timed draft here. You can hear our judge guiding the ship there.
The last gasp. I imagine that's going to be a
Hey.
pretty nice pickup here, especially after the Grapple with Death. So perhaps a Witherbloom start with maybe a little bit of a splash.
That is one of the cool things about the format, Paul, is that if you're going to do the Converge deck, that doesn't mean that you have to be all in.
Right.
You definitely have the
5
ability to just splash for a few Converge cards within the shell of a normal
Draft.
archetype, particularly
Shuffle
the
and pass,
blue-based ones with
11
Fredericks and
cards to
Prismari,
your
but
left.
maybe Witherbloom here.
Yeah, I mean, if you get like a Studious First Year or Terramorphic
Pick up the
Expanse,
pack. You
even
have
if you're just
25
straight Witherbloom, if you just put a mountain in your deck, all of a sudden your Converge cards get turned on.
Off the bonus sheet here, there's a Shared Roots, and if he takes that, it really does kind of solidify him more in going for a Converge style deck, given the Snarl Song first pick. I know it kind of looks like a Witherbloom
5
deck, but I
seconds.
would assume he's going deep if he takes it, and he
Yeah.
does. There it is. So he is going to take
Draft.
the Shared Roots there, and that means that he is now going to start prioritizing fixing and probably going to look to be a Converge deck.
Yeah, I mean, when you start things off with that Snarl Song, you see some of that mana fixing. You know, sure, you can just start with Witherbloom, but again, the ceiling for like a solid Witherbloom deck is far lower than what you can do with all the Converge stuff. You take the Shared Roots and then keep yourself open and very flexible, and you can just start taking all the good cards you see in all the packs moving forward.
Speaking of good cards, let's take a look at some of the cards that Chris may have in mind as he works his way through this draft at the Common. You can see he's got Snarl Song, Grapple with Death, Last Gasp, and Shared Roots. That is a really excellent start for this type of build. One of the things you'll note is that there's no creatures yet. Those do tend to become deprioritized unless they can act as a spell. If they do something and you don't mind if your opponent kills it after that, then you can live with it. But a lot of just power and toughness-based stuff doesn't make it through. Now, that, of course, is going to mean that Chris is thinking about, well, where could I go from here? What may be awaiting me in the future packs? And for this archetype, for the commons for that, you know, you're looking at cards like Potioner's Trove. We mentioned that. Now he's 4 picks deep, hasn't seen one yet, but there's still 2 more packs to go. And then, of course, fixing cards like Studious First Year. And then you do want the top-end stuff. Even cards like Visionary's Dance here. It might not look like it would fit in the deck he has now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this type of card in his list.
Absolutely. You just want a go-big finisher. Cards like Snarl Song, Visionary's Dance put multiple permanents onto the battlefield, which makes it really tough to fight from a one-for-one removal perspective.
You can see for the uncommons, it's similar. Environmental Scientist to, once again, mana fix you. That's a good example of that type of creature I was just talking about. Same thing with Sundering Archaic, a great top-end card. And then you've got Arcane Omens, real overperformer in the
Yeah,
deck.
usually discard spells are not great and limited. That is not the case here. A lot of people are trying to draft these multicolored control decks, and Arcane Omens is just an absolute blowout every time you cast this card.
Let's take a look at the dreams. You know, we're allowed to dream a little, Paul.
Of course.
And see the rares or dream picks together as one is the nuts. That's the best card
In the
really
entire
for
format.
the format. And the reason why is because it's so well supported. And then, you know, if we're going to dream, like, let's get some Ancestral Recalls on a 5/5 Flying Ward 2. Why not? And then, you know, we've seen the return of Planeswalkers here. There's 2 in the set. And Professor Delian Fell, especially given the start that Chris has, truly excellent card.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, turn 2 Shared Roots, turn 3 Professor Delian Fell. That's probably just going to be game most of the time.
Very difficult to deal with that. Okay, so that's the directions that Chris might go, but we get to find out where he actually does go. Let's join him back in the draft portion here and see how things play out. He's got the table set for a very powerful Golgari Converge deck. Can he convert?
You have 25
Is he
seconds.
fighting anybody for it? Is another relevant question.
He definitely will be. I mean, I was talking to a bunch of different players on a bunch of different teams, and a lot of players also have that similar sentiment. Creatures, haha.
LOL.
You know, like, why would if I want to put creatures in my deck, they better come into play and do something, right? Even something like the Lore
5
Master here
seconds.
is something that you can play as a way to recur some of your powerful spells, get back a Snarl Song.
Draft.
But if they kill this, you don't
Shuffle
care,
pass.
right?
That's right.
It's just a
9
natural
cards
2-for-1.
to your
Right.
left.
Zealous Lorecaster is a decent top-end card. Yeah,
up the
kind of
pack.
hope for
You have
better, but it
20
does do
seconds.
work. It does.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Divergent Equation is like the type of card that you really want to go over the top because, of course, that allows you to get multiple spells back. But if you don't have one of those, you always want one recursive type effect, and Zealous Lorecaster does the job.
You can see he's got a few
5
cards
seconds.
picked out here. Rapturous Moment.
Might take
He's
the
going to
Newt.
take the Newt. Yeah, just
Yeah.
keep it simple here.
Draft.
The Newt is...
Shuffle and pass. 8
It's interesting because it's clearly a pushed card, right?
yeah.
It's really good
Pick
on
up the
turn
pack.
2, ramps out
You
your
have
mana, and then late
20
game you can
seconds.
trade it off. But it does meet that requirement that you don't want in that it's a creature that they can just kill.
Yeah, but the nice thing about it is at least it's a cheap creature.
Mm-hmm.
The
You're gonna be even on
spot in the
mana.
mana curve where you really don't want to play creatures is 3
5
or 4
seconds.
mana vanilla creatures that don't do anything.
Oh,
But if
God.
it costs 2 or 1 mana, those are going to be fine.
Yeah, my opponent
Draft.
plays a 4-mana, 2 toughness creature,
Shuffle
and
and
I'm
pass.
like, game.
7 cards to your left.
Kill that for 2
Pick up the
mana.
pack. You have 15
Right.
seconds.
Proceed accordingly.
Yeah, the removal is excellent in this format. Yeah, and the packs are all, you know, Chris Larson starting with a very, very solid first 4 picks, but things kind of drying up a little bit
5
here.
seconds.
Not a whole lot of uncommons he's taking out of the last 3 packs. And now he's taking the Mindful Biomancer, a card you generally don't
Shuffle and
love
pass.
in
6
the
cards
multicolored
to your
Converge
left.
decks, but you know,
Pick up
Chris
the pack.
keeping
You
his
have
options
10
open. You
seconds.
could still just end up with a rock-solid Witherbloom aggressive deck.
How about Lou in exchange? Oh, well, we know how Chris feels
I
about Lou in
think
exchange.
he likes
dude.
that one.
That's a nice pickup, though.
It is, absolutely
Draft.
is. And this is just a testament
Shuffle
to
and
a
pass.
lot of players
5
not
cards
respecting
to your
the
left.
Witherbloom color combination, right?
Pick
This
up
is
the
a very
pack. You
powerful
have 10
creature
seconds.
if you can play it in your deck. And Chris, of course, very happy with this pickup. Paradox Gardens, a really, you know, you just want to pick up any of these
Draft.
lands late.
Pass.
And this
4
is a great
cards
one
to
to be
your
able to
left.
help turn on your Converge.
the pack. You have
Oftentimes, too,
5
if you're
seconds.
going to be a multicolored Witherbloom deck, you're going to be splashing blue a lot of the time, right? There's a lot of card draw available.
Draft.
And so, yeah,
Pass.
this is
3 cards
something that
to
I
your
think
left.
Chris Larson's very happy with.
Pick up the
Yeah,
pack. You
it's
have
interesting.
5
I mean,
seconds.
Lewin wheeled there. Like, that's
Right.
a long way to go for a very powerful card.
Draft.
As you can see,
Pass 2
Chris is
cards
in the
to your
last part
left.
of the pack here, and there's not
Pick up
really
the pack.
much,
You have 5
much
seconds.
left. Okay.
And look, last pick
Draft.
Spellbook Seeker,
Pass
right?
the last
This is a
card.
card that looks like it's decent, right? 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer.
You
But
now
you play
have
that thing on a
60
turn
seconds to
4,
review your
it's
picks.
just not going to do anything. And it's just a little bit below the bar because of how good the removal is in this format.
All right, players now get a review period where they get to take all of their picks. They can order them, they can count them up, they can get a sense for what their deck needs, what their curve looks like. But as you noticed, unlike an F&M draft or when you draft on Arena or Magic Online, you don't get to look at your picks in between.
That's right.
It is something you need to get used to. You do. I found, like, I've done drafts like this, and it's like, it's actually fine.
But you do need to practice.
You do need to practice.
Just because you need to be able to review the pack and then understand what you need to pick up over the next pack. And sometimes you can forget, right? You just, you're already programmed to just take what you believe is the strongest card in each pack. But once you're halfway through pack 2, you got to think about your mana curve, the interactive spells you need. Do you have some, late game cards that can go over the top, over the other, various 4-color soup decks? Like, those are all things you need to consider between these packs.
Right. How much fixing do you have? Right? Like, if you're trying to put together a multicolored deck, take advantage of Snarl Song, etc., and you're thinking, did I take that? It's like, uh-oh, that's not good.
Admittedly, this has been one of my weaknesses whenever I've drafted on the Pro Tour. I have pretty bad short-term memory, so I always, I really value the review period because it's really important. And I just got to tell myself in my head, okay, I need removal, two drops,
right.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's particularly important for an archetype like this. Let's see what Chris picks up. Pack 2, pick 1. Anything awesome?
Not yet. Okay, Grapple with Death is fine. Okay, Paradox 6. Okay, well, that's something awesome.
He find Applied Geometry?
Yeah, Applied Geometry is fantastic.
Very good card.
A 4-mana spell. Remember, you can just target your land here. So this is just a 4-mana 6/6 that can ramp you, but there are also other really good cards that this can combo with in the future. And, of course, splashing is not going to be a problem. Chris Larson already picked up a blue-green dual land. He's going to be slamming this Applied Geometry.
This will be Chris's first actual blue card. I mean, he does have Spellbook Seeker, but that's unlikely to make the cut.
Right.
It's his last pick. But again, it really does show that he's thinking in terms of, all doors are open.
Yeah, he is not necessarily looking to just play the Witherbloom, gain some life, and play a mascot. Ooh, that is a nice one.
Scientist, that made the cut on, the cards you wanted to see. And Chris is light on fixing.
He is light on fixing. And, man, I remember just doing a double take when I just first read the card. Just 2 mana for a 2/2. Usually the land goes on top of your library for a 2-drop, or it's maybe a 1/1.
Or it mills and you might miss or something.
Just a bear, a 2-mana 2/2 that literally just gives you an extra card. That is incredible.
Yeah, we were out at dinner and Paul's like, so apparently Civic Wayfinder's like 2 now? It's like
Civic Wayfinder was played on a Pro Tour in Constructed.
At 3 mana. Good start here. Applied Geometry into Environmental Scientist is really nice here for Chris.
And there's a Tam there.
Tam's good.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he started out pack 1 with kind of a Witherbloom start here, but with enough good mana fixing, you can just take the Tam. Also, a lot of the black cards that Chris took, they're also splashable. So you can just go back to a world where maybe you start out as a blue-green base. But if you need some kind of late-game inevitability, Tam certainly does some pretty good work.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Tam's like the type of card that if it sticks around for 2 or 3 turns, it can run away with the game. You've hit enough extra land drops that it's kind of free at some point.
Right.
But it often doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, the correct way to kind of play with Tam a lot of the time, treat it like a 6-drop, right? You don't want to play it and then just have it die immediately. Play it on turn 6.
Oh, boy.
And then play the land, and then you're good.
I wonder if any of these players had a stress dream last night thinking about this draft. I'll tell you what, Chris is living the dream right now. That's a great pickup.
Absolutely. Just remember, you can play everything. You
can
play everything. Stress Dream is fantastic. I mean, the fact that this is just a removal spell that replaces itself, and it's selection, right? It doesn't even draw a card. You get to look at 2 cards and put the best one into your hand. This is one of the premier uncommons in the format.
Yeah, at the stage of the game when you're casting it, it's extra important, too, to keep the ball moving forward.
I think I saw a Sky Coach Conductor. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, all right. I mean, solid card here, although if Chris Larson is looking for maybe some 2-mana cards to just do a little bit more ramping, could also see considering the Newt. But the upside, of course, much higher for the Sky Coach Conductor.
Draft.
Yeah, he's going to go with the Newt, so he's taking care of business here. He's base green.
And we're not clear whether or not his second color is black or blue.
20 seconds.
Right?
Whoa.
What?
And
right.
Yeah.
Just all of them. Of course.
It's just the only real question is there a white card he might pick up worth playing? Because he doesn't have one of those.
Right. That's true.
Come on. All the colors, Paul. You know how to do this.
So there's an Essence Scatter here, which I think is generally stronger than a mill, but you don't know what your base
Shuffle and
second
pass,
color is going to be.
8 cards
So just
to
take the
your
green
right.
creature, good late game card,
up the pack.
and then just kind
You
of
have
move on from
20
there.
Yeah,
seconds.
you may not have access to blue mana at that stage of the game,
Right.
and that could be a problem. Where Emil's actually pretty good in the mirror. Like, it
Yeah.
demands a removal spell. He usually finds one, unfortunately, but
All right, so we got a Forum of
5
Amity, which
seconds.
doesn't really share any of the colors that Chris Larson currently needs. There's a Visionary's Dance, but maybe he
Draft.
doesn't want to splash that
Shuffle
one.
and
Oh,
pass,
wow, okay.
7 cards. to
Taking
your
the Forum
right.
of Amity here, currently with
Pick
no
up the
white
pack.
cards,
You
does
have
help you with some
15
converge stuff.
seconds.
Oh my goodness.
a Potioner's Trove.
I mean, he said he was going to take this like third pick.
is this 8th pick?
This is, yeah, and this is
Holy
unusual.
5
smokes!
This pack must have been very, very strong here because you typically should not be seeing a card like
Draft.
Potioner's Trove this
Shuffle
late
and
in a
pass.
draft.
Yeah,
6
that actually.
cards
Look at the
to
smile
your
on his
right.
face. He knows he's getting away with something here.
You have
And
10
that was
seconds.
his last pick out of
It
this.
ties the
pack.
room together, Marshall.
It really does a nice job of that. What did
And
he
look
pick
at
up
this,
a land
a
here?
Paradox Gardens here too. So just
Yeah, that's easy.
you know,
money.
making it so that
Draft.
the mana is
Shuffle and
rock
pass.
solid.
5 cards.
Wow.
To your right.
Wheeling Paradox
up the
Gardens and
pack.
picking up a
You have
Trove
10
pick 8
seconds.
is really good.
Yeah, and could use a little bit of card draw. Perhaps needs interaction
Oh.
actually.
Yeah, it's
And
interesting.
He
'cause-
does have 2 copies of Noxious Newt.
Exactly. I was going to say normally the Embrace of
Draft.
Paradox might be where he
Pass.
wants to be,
4
but
cards
with
to your
double
right.
Newt
Yeah.
and not quite that much on removal.
Pick up the pack.
Yeah,
barrage.
yeah,
5
that's. I
seconds.
mean, this is again a responsible pick, right? This is where you take the card that your deck needs a little bit
Draft.
more than something like
Pass.
the
3
draw
cards
spell,
to your
which
right.
might be a little bit
Pick
more
up the
powerful
pack.
with what
You
you're
have
trying to do.
5
But I like that
seconds.
pick.
He picks up a Terrafractal here that he could
Yeah,
put
I
in
mean,
his list.
draft,
It's not high on the priority,
pass,
but this
no.
is where you
cards
want to
to
pick
your
it up.
right.
Yeah, I
4
mean, if
cards
you're
left
playing
in
a
the
bunch
pack.
of Noxious
Pick up the
Newts and
pack, you have
Potioner's
5
Troves, you just
seconds.
need expensive things.
Right.
And Terrafractal certainly fits the bill if you don't have the good uncommons.
Draft.
That's
Pass
also
the
like
last
one of the
card.
best name of a card I've ever seen.
You will now
I
have
was
90
laughing when I
seconds to
saw that.
review.
I'm like, you
Please
got to
pick up
be
your
kidding me. Whoever names the cards are just geniuses. Like,
yeah.
Like, who came up with that, right? Where you're like, I get it.
Okay, so really solid
Wow.
pack 2.
That
I
was
think,
much better
yeah.
than pack 1.
Yeah, like pack 1 started out okay, but it kind of died out at the end. But here, I mean, we saw so many good uncommons, starting things off with a really great rare and good mana fixing. So Chris kind of really, really well set up. Unclear if he's got the critical mass of playables, right? But the card quality looks pretty solid here, especially for a Pro Tour draft.
Yeah, I love where this thing ended up. I really like that he checked the box on fixing. He picked up 2 dual lands, Potioner's Trove, and Environmental Scientist out of pack 2. Like that goes a long way. You know, because one of the things that is in the background of both Paul and my mind when we're looking at this, you know, is that Snarl Song that he first picked. Like that thing's
Right.
going to do a lot of work. And if he can pick up one more good Converge payoff here, you know, we showed all would be one, that would be the dream. But, you know, there's others in the format too that are really good. If he can pick one up, he is so well set up for
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Arcane Omens, I talked about that previously, or a Sundering Archaic, or even a Transcendent Archaic. All of those are just really, really good late game finishers. They all give you value when you cast it. It's not just a vanilla creature. So those are the things he's going to be looking for. But I mean, look at this curve too, right? His 2 mana
5
slot is
seconds.
2 Noxious Newts, Environmental Scientist, and a Shared Roots. So he's not really going to get, you know,
Time.
sometimes the weakness
Please
for this
return your
deck
cards
is
to a
you
single
go a little
face
too
down
heavy
pile.
on the curve.
Go ahead and
You
pick
just
up your
take
pack
all the
labeled
power.
C.
But I mean, Chris
Move
Larson's well set up
cards
to
from the pack,
ramp to the
counting
late
out
game.
14
He showed
cards
really
face
good
down.
discipline with his picks
You
too.
now have 14
I love
cards.
how
Are you
Chris has
noticing any
navigated this
issues?
seed so
Yeah.
far.
Please let us know.
Now let's see if he can really fill it in. I think the things that he wants, number 1, are Converge payoffs. Number 2, he does need more interaction.
Right.
He's a little light on removal. He's getting there.
Yeah, he's got like the Stress Stream, a Grapple, and a Barrage that we've kind of seen.
Yeah, and he has
No
a
issues.
last gasp too.
Go ahead and
Right?
pick
Okay,
up the
right,
pack.
yeah.
Last
You
cast,
have
yeah.
40 seconds.
All right.
All right, let's see what we got here. Pack 3, pick 1. Any great payoffs?
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
the
there's a
last-
stock up. Oh,
That's a Color Storm Stallion as well.
that's a good card if you can trigger it. Like once you get the first copy,
right.
you are fully in business. And it is difficult to kill. It has ward as well.
Yeah, and there's the Yeah, I mean, this pack is kind of loaded. It's going to be one of the 3 cards in the left. Now, Colorstorm Stallion is certainly much better than a Prismari shell.
Yes.
Just because you can play it on turn 3, and it is an aggressively static
5
creature.
seconds.
But if you have enough 5-mana cards, you can play it. There's, of course, also the Augmenter, which is just a really great 1-drop.
Draft.
You play that thing on turn 1, it just
Shuffle
kind of
and pass.
snowballs and runs away with the
I
card.
like Stock Up.
Your
too,
Stock
though.
Up is also great as a card.
Oh, he
draw
took
effect.
the Augmenter.
All right.
I mean, that card does kind of run away with it, like you
Absolutely.
said.
Pick up the pack.
Like,
you have 35
Maybe the
seconds.
scariest 1-mana play?
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah.
I mean, you just play that thing on turn 1, and it just kind of, you know, if you don't kill it,
Oh,
you're
they're
just gonna
Sundering
get rallied.
Archaic.
Yeah, and that's a great top-end card here. So now we're looking at Snarl Song, Sundering Archaic here as well. So, you know, Chris is well set up, too. It's not like he has too many expensive cards, and he's got all that acceleration. So this is going to be a pretty easy Sundering Archaic here for Chris Larson.
He did take a quick glance at Ral Zarek there, but that is a much more fair
Right.
It's a good card.
It's
but
fine.
Double
5
black is
seconds.
tough.
Exactly.
But Sundering Archaic is exactly what Christopher wanted to see here.
Draft.
And the Graveyard
Shuffle and
Disruption
pass.
clause is very
12
relevant in
cards.
this format.
Happens
There's a
all
lot
the
of
time.
there's a lot of recursion. There's a lot of flashback that exists. So that if you untap
up
with
the
the
pack,
Archaic,
you
that
have
mode is
30
very, very
seconds.
relevant.
Oh, can he keep the good times rolling
No,
here?
this pack looks a little bit weaker here. I mean, he's kind of staring at the planar engineering, but there's not anything that you would be interested in, you know, a Sultai base. You see kind of the Aberrant Mana Worm, which has kind of been an underperformer.
Yeah.
You know, especially for an uncommon, you think it's going to be good, and then you play with the card, and like I mentioned before, it's kind of a
5
vanilla creature,
seconds.
doesn't really do anything, right?
Right.
It just kind of hits kind of hard. So, you know, if Chris Larson feels like
Draft.
he needs a ramp or mana
Shuffle and
fixing,
pass.
I guess you can
11
take the planar
cards.
engineering.
Your left.
Yeah, it's a fine card. It clears out lands from your
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing,
library. It's okay.
Pick up
if you
the
play
pack,
against
you
a
have
slower
25
matchup, you can also
seconds.
board it in.
Yes. Well,
Well, another weakish pack. So, I mean, certainly this multicolored strategy, probably contested. Not surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised if at least 2 other drafters were trying to do something similar here. Probably just taking the land here for Chris Larson.
yeah, it's interesting because we've seen the one Potioner stroke,
Right?
5
Yeah.
seconds.
but it came pick 8.
It sure did.
Like
yeah.
everybody got to see it before him and didn't take it, but that's
Draft.
also the only one that we've seen.
Shuffle and
Yeah.
pass.
And we have
10
not seen a
cards
ton of the
to
blue
your left.
cards, right? So certainly some Prismari drafters at the table.
Pick up the pack.
Oftentimes
You
you'll be
have
Prismari
25
with a light
seconds.
splash. But certainly the Witherbloom cards are flowing. Another Grapple with Death, which I think Chris Larson will be very, very happy to pick up here.
Yeah, that's so. What was it I said? He needed priority number 1 was top end stuff, and then priority 2 is removal.
And a rare. So so far he's got
5
fixing,
seconds.
he's got the top end converge payoff, and now he picked up a removal spell. The planar engineering, that's a little bit disappointing to
Draft.
take, you know, 3rd pick.
Shuffle
but
and pass.
you know, 4th
9
pick grapple with
cards
death,
to
you
your
will be
left.
happy with that in your converge deck.
Pick up the pack.
Yeah, the really
You have
interesting pick
20
to me of this, and I mean, the fact that Chris, I think he's done a really good job drafting the seed means that we get to get into the weeds here, is the ambitious augmenter over stock up.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe just
Because the late game augmenter is weak. It doesn't do
it
that
is,
much.
but you know,
5
But turn
seconds.
1 is like insanity.
yeah, Chris's deck does probably have the potential to just curve out nicely
Draft.
too, which is pretty nice, right? You did see all
Shuffle
those
and
2
pass.
drops, so
8 cards.
Okay, he's going to
your
go for
left.
Archaic's Agony.
Okay.
That one's 1 tier below on
Pick
the
up the
Converge
pack. You have
payoffs,
20
but still
seconds.
good.
I mean, if you do it for 4 and you kill a 1 toughness creature, that is fantastic.
That is 1 tier above. He's going to take the Cascade here.
Yeah, the thing is, Chris Larson already has 3 or 4 tap lands, so the Cascade is just a really nice way to just have an
5
untapped land
seconds.
that gives you the colors that you need. I think he's going to take the Cascade here.
Yeah, it's just
Draft.
yet another checkbox on
Shuffle
his
and pass,
mana
7
fixing
cards to
being
your
really,
left.
really solid.
Yeah.
Pick up the pack. You have 15 seconds.
Oh, there's a Potioner's Trove.
Yeah, but now is his mana so strong? I mean, there's also an additive evolution, and that card is really, really strong.
This
especially
is
with all
another
the-
8th pick
seconds.
Trove.
I mean, it is, but the evolution
I agree with
is
you.
Really,
And his
really
mana's already
strong.
really good.
Draft.
Yeah,
Shuffle and pass.
Yeah.
6
All right.
cards to your left.
you got to close
He-
out the game.
He needed a little more
Pick up
payoff
the
than he
pack.
did set
You
up.
have 10
Right.
seconds.
He's probably a little bummed to see because the second Trove's really nice.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But I do think Chris Larson just needed a little more action.
I like that
Evolution
pick.
is the perfect
Man.
fit for that.
Chris is kind of
Draft.
running circles
Yeah.
around this
Shuffle
seat.
and pass.
Look,
5 cards.
You know,
to your
sometimes
left.
we follow a drafter and we're
Pick up
kind
the
of
pack.
not
You
sure
have
what they're
10
doing, or
seconds.
we can't follow it necessarily. I just feel like, you know,
Yeah.
Chris is old like we are, so we kind
We're
of
picking up what
same
Chris
way.
is putting down for sure. He kind of super wheeled a Noxious Newt here
Draft.
as well. I don't
Pass.
know if he
Four
wants another
cards to your
copy of
left.
it, but if he does,
Yeah.
great
Pick up the
pickup
pack,
for
you
this
have
late in the
5
pack.
seconds.
Yeah, it works well with the barrages.
It's going to take a
Draft.
death toucher.
Pass.
Yeah.
3 cards to your
Board
left.
that in if you need.
Pick up the pack. You have 5
Yeah,
seconds.
that's a good card to board in against low to the ground aggressive decks.
There's another fight spell
Grab.
here. Colonial
Yeah.
Tackle if you need.
Pass
oh,
2
actually
cards
just
to your
taking a big
left.
reach creature.
Pick up the
Tackle,
pack.
that
You have
tackle's
5
been
seconds.
surprisingly not good.
Yeah, it's just, you need it specifically with the death touch creatures.
Right.
Otherwise,
Draft.
sometimes you just can't
Pass
kill
the
what you
last
need.
card. We've completed the draft portion. I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor at this point. Please take a moment to review all of your cards. Make sure that they all have a stamp that is visible. If you have any issues where you can't see a stamp, please let us know.
You can tell that why the judge is asking that. All these cards that the players are playing with here are stamped. You can see that little tiny stamp. It's a different thing on each one. And that, of course, is to make sure that nobody says, yeah, no, I opened all these great cards.
Yeah, together as one would be a really nice card, though. Just
Yeah.
sneak into my deck. But of
I can
course,
see
you
the
cannot do
stamp.
that
They should
here
have
at the Pro Tour or anywhere,
Right.
for that matter.
And you know, so they'll have them go through to make sure that all of their cards do have that stamp.
Right.
And wow, I really like how Chris managed that seat. It is funny. He definitely was not joking around last night when he said that this is the type of archetype that he wanted. And he saw that Snarl song and he was like, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's got the ramp. He's got a lot of the big stuff. One thing that I think maybe he doesn't really have too much of is card flow or card draw. He didn't really prioritize them very much. He had a couple of options there. You know, you could have taken the paradox equation. You could have taken the stock up here, and a lot of those are natural 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s. He doesn't have those. He has some things that come into play and give you that effect. So, you know, if he does play against a Prismari control deck that has a bunch of card draw, perhaps he might run out of gas. That would be my only concern.
You know, normally the problem's on the other end. Right. That you're doing library checks halfway through the game because you're like, am I going to deck myself here or are we good to go? Let's take a look at what Chris actually put together for his list, and we'll see what ended up making the cut and what didn't. You see the augmenter down there.
All 3 newts.
All 3 newts.
He is playing the planar engineering, so, you know, kind of need, and the Hungry Gruffalon. So he was short a couple of playables here, it seems. And then the top end is the Snarl Song, the Additive Evolution, and then the Archaic and the Lorecaster. Lots of ramp. Again,
dude, he needs a little more card draw.
Yeah, kind of feel like I would have liked the card draw spell here, but, you know, he does have great mana fixing, and he's got a really good curve. And Terrafractal, you can move that all the way to the right there, right? So that's one of your top end cards as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many lands is he playing? 6, 9, 10,
I would guess
12,
16.
13, 14, 15, 16, I think. Yeah, I you know, when you break it down based on cards that either produce mana or go get you things that produce mana, there are a lot of them in this deck.
He's got 23 ways to make mana in this deck. So when you have that, you really want to lean into some of the really great top-end stuff. But he didn't see too many of the good X spells. We didn't see the Divergent Equation. There was a Visionary's Dance that he could have taken, right? That's a one. There was a Stock Up, and then, of course, there was the really late Paradox Equation.
I mean, Stock Up's arguably the best card draw spell in the format.
It is. I mean, yeah, it's
that would have been
one of the better card draw spells ever. So, yeah, for sure. That might be something that he regrets as we play out these matches.
All right. Well, we're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll be getting into round number 1. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion. Thank you so much for joining us. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada, and there is a Magic Con happening. We were walking in earlier today and saw the massive crowd of people waiting to get in. It is ludicrous to go through the convention centers. I mean, we're covering multiple rooms in these things at this point. If you have a chance to come out to a Magic Con, I highly recommend it. Let's take a look at our matchup here. We just watched Christopher Larson draft. He is going to be playing against Clark Trezise from Australia there. And we've got a little bit of a David versus Goliath setup here. I mean, Christopher Larson, fresh off of a Pro Tour win, also a veteran of the professional Magic scene, playing against Clark.
First Pro Tour.
First Pro Tour.
Yeah, first Pro Tour.
Regional championship there. We just saw Christopher Larson's list here, if you're watching along with us live. And so we know what's going on here. Let's see, though, what Clark drafted.
All right.
Oh, Clark is going low to the ground, Lorehold here.
Yeah, Lorehold, couple of Charging Strife Knights, couple of Eager Glyph Mages. Not the most aggressive curve, and you also see a Choreographed Sparks, which is not typically a card that you see played that often here, but hey, curve out, beatdown is the name of the game here, most likely for Clark Trezise.
Might have to look up Choreographed Sparks here real quick, Paul.
Something to do with forking a spell or...
Yeah, that one. I know the one, two different modes.
There's two different cards like that in this format.
There are. There's Chris with a big smile on his face. Not a worry in the world. He's got a PT championship under his belt now. And he's having a quick chat here with his opponent.
Yeah. What a dramatic way to become the champion, too. I mean, that was one of the most insane Pro Tour finals.
I have not got over that yet.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're not all like that.
Had he lost.
And had he lost,
right.
Shudder to think. All right, let's get underway here. Clark Trezise again from Australia versus Christopher Larson from Denmark. And it looks like Clark's won the die roll here. He's going to lead off with a mountain before passing over to Chris.
And Chris with a nice curve there, right? Couple of newts, last gasp, and a barrage. Just kind of needs the late game stuff here.
Land go here from Clark, so that not a quick start, at least thus far.
Yeah, turn to newt here. Clark has a rehearsed debater, I believe.
Yeah, it will survive.
Okay.
The newt, that is.
Right, and Chris can just go, last gasp newt this turn if he likes.
He also
That's pretty nice.
He drew Graphalon.
Yeah, Graphalon is certainly also a consideration, but developing your board just seems so tempting here, right? Like, not only do you get to put a mana ramp creature in play, you just get to spend 2 mana to kill their 3/3.
And your contention is that that's good.
Well, the thing is the last gasp or the Noxious Newt doesn't even pump up the Graphalon, right? Just because it's just going to be that 3/4 or so. But at the same time, Chris Larson is sitting at 20 life, so maybe he's just happy with playing out a 4-drop here.
Yeah, he's going to use 4 mana one way or the other.
Right,
It's just
right.
what do you want to use?
Exactly.
I like your line best, Paul. I like especially while the shields are down. But no, he's going to go for the Graphalon.
Yeah. Probably going, hey, it's like, if you want to kill this, kill my last pick, go for it.
Right.
Clark does have the Wilt in the Heat here to kill it if he likes.
It would be a compliment to the Graphalon if he used it on it.
He's
he
like,
does.
That's a good trade.
He's going to get in for 4 here thanks to the Repartee trigger.
Yeah, Wilt in the Heat does exile.
It does. And this says, may I go? He draws Shared Roots, so even more mana development available here.
Yeah, he's going to be really leaning on that TAM that he has in his hand for card advantage. But I imagine this turn, while Clark is tapped out, probably interested in killing the debater and then playing one of his ramp effects. Barrage Barrage or the Last Gasp. Now, Barrage Barrage is probably better to keep in hand because you have 2 Death Touchers in play, so you can just kill a bigger creature.
Rethinking.
Maybe just passing. It's like, hey, if you want to trade with one of my Death Touchers, I'm also okay with that.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Clark just doesn't have an attack through the Noxious Newts this turn, and Christopher might be able to see a better target for Last Gasp.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has so much mana in play, probably just happy trading a Newt for the Debater here.
Right. He also has the Barrage as another backup plan. Because, of course, okay, I don't want to be dramatic, but the downside to this play is if you just don't get to do anything this turn.
Right.
But he, of course, has that option with both Barrage and Last Gasp, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Snap it off.
Yeah, and this is going to be probably the sick Newt here.
The sick Newt.
And Clark attacking here to set up so that he can play the Soaring Stone Glider now that you got the second creature in the graveyard, but Last Gasp taking it down. Does Chris Larson have an untapped land here? Because that would be really nice with the Shared Roots.
He drew Paradox Gardens, so
not quite. Yeah, so this is kind of an interesting spot. Maybe you just hold the TAM, go with the Shared Roots, don't play the land, right? Hold the land until the next turn. That way now you'll have 6 lands in play. So you go TAM into the land, prepare the TAM, then draw the card.
19.
And yeah, I believe he is holding the Paradox Gardens in hand.
He did.
Yeah.
Max value here for Larson.
Of course. And currently, Clark doesn't have a way to kill the TAM, so you know,
yeah,
it's one of those things. If I draw more lands, I'm happy. I can just keep doing this over and over again. If not, I'm going to draw action.
Clark unable to get anything significant moving forward as far as the damage race goes.
Right.
He's got Larson down to 16, but he's just now rebuilding his board. And
Chris just using the mana when he can here because he knows he's going to be tapped out this turn.
Yes.
So just use that 2 mana, get that 3/3 off the battlefield, and then now try to take over with the TAM.
I'll gain a life. Sure. 17.
And it's time to draw some cards.
So now the question is, can Clark deal with TAM or find a way to apply enough pressure to Chris that he can sidestep it?
We talked about it before, but oh, okay, never mind. For a brief moment, it showed Archaic's Agony in Chris Larson's hand. If he had that, there is a 1/1 on the battlefield.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You'd be able to get a lot of cards here. But, I mean, things looking very, very good here for Chris Larson.
Yeah, you can see he has the Zealous Lorecaster here to buy back.
This is the first.
He'd like.
This is the first time I've seen NS do anything. So I am, you know, it allowed the Charging Strife Knight to attack, and then you flicker it, and then you get the +1/+1 counter on the NS.
Wow.
So now you can rummage.
Wow.
There you go. We did it.
It gave something vigilance.
There you go. You know, that's a card where you look at it and you're like, it's an uncommon 2-drop with a lot of text.
Anything
it's
could
gonna
happen.
be awesome.
And
it's just worse than a common 2-mana white creature.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you have to do that to get the counter on it,
Right.
too. Like,
you can't just
you're
play it
not
on an
even
empty
getting a
board.
2/2, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I think Elite Interceptor is the combo, right? Like,
Sure.
You get your card off of it and then rebuy it, but
6 mana. Ooh, Zealous Lorecaster.
and he's going to get back Last Gasp.
Last Gasp,
So
okay.
that'll just be sitting there,
right?
While Clark has to just stare on and watch the value train start to leave the station.
Right. I mean, now, Clark, if you're a Clark, you just have to kind of go to the skies here, right? Because the ground is just completely mucked up here. Oh, huh.
It's also annoying because now the Last Gasp is already out of the yard, though. He still has targets for the Dust Speaker.
Targeting the Strife Knight here. You get in for 1 less point of damage, but now the Strife Knight can't die to the Last Gasp.
Judge, this is both graveyards, is that correct? Yeah. Combat, I'll exile Burrow Barrage.
Yeah, there you go. Get the barrage out of there.
And I'll attack in the air for 1.
Then he'll get a counter on the Ennis here.
Go to end step.
Yep.
Yep.
And you heard Clark just double check with the judge that it worked the way he wanted to.
Right.
That's always a good thing to do.
Definitely. All right, so.
Ooh, there's
Great
Snarl
turn.
Song off the top here for Larson.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that's.
Can he do it for all the colors, or is he
no
one
white
short?
mana.
Yeah.
So I think he'd be able to do it for 4 here.
Does it even count if you do it for 4?
Make 2 4/4s, gain 4 life.
I guess that does count. That was his first pick.
That was
of
his
the
first.
entire draft.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Very, very good. Although right now Chris does have kind of the ground covered. All right, it looks like we're going to try to get into a racing situation here. Now, noting Clark does know about the Last Gasp in Chris's hand, so you don't really want to set up any bad double block situations that would potentially blow you out through the Last Gasp. And I don't think Clark can block with the Dust Speaker here. I think that's kind of his path to victory.
Take one? Yep.
And Chris actually happy to just trade the NS with the TAM.
What do you have me at 12?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go to 16.
I'll go to 16.
We all know what's coming.
prematurely. There's the Snarl song.
The Force of Will does exist, but you're not going to see it in a Lorehold deck.
No, no. And you get to see the raw power of Converge here. This is one of the better Converge payoffs that you just saw hit the battlefield. And look at the change in this particular game.
Right. I mean, Clark, actually choosing not to rummage away there. You know, the Choreographed Sparks is kind of a situational card, but likes it here.
I wonder if he's hoping to get him with a
maybe
gasp or something. I mean,
yeah,
not great though. Like it
right.
only kills the nude.
It just copies the spell too, right? It doesn't redirect.
You mean it doesn't like steal it?
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's another one. It's the bonus sheet card, Return to Favor, I believe, which you can use to kind of redirect the spell.
I'm going to.
It's just not that great here. You need to find something better than last guy.
On one of these.
Unsubtle Mockery.
Oh, he's just going to copy his own Mockery.
Yep.
Here.
All right, sure.
Copy.
That works.
No, that's not how it works. You have to copy a creature spell.
I can choose both.
Yes, but you're not having a creature spell.
Oh, it's creature spell.
Oh, no.
Choose one or both?
No, you can fork a spell. Yeah. Okay. Get some Surveils. Missed the Surveil triggers, I think.
So I need a creature, anything on
And that's
combat.
really important here because he's on 5 mana and really just needs to find action for the rest of the game. Especially if your line is, I'm going to 2-for-1 myself.
Yeah.
To kill your 2/4/4s, he has to be able to apply.
Go off.
Yeah.
Until
So Chris Larson does have additive evolution, right? So that can help you with the race along with the last gap. So that's a really great turn. You put 4 power and 4 toughness worth of stats on the battlefield while killing something if you need. Although the last gas doesn't actually kill anything relevant because there's just the 1/1 here in play. Ooh, Grapple with Death though was the draw here.
Wow, what a rip.
Being able to kill the 3/4 flyer means that you're just not going to be in that much trouble in a racing situation.
It just stops the attacks.
Right.
Right. I mean, Clark has at best trades otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, and Chris going, you know what? That's fine and all, but I'm just happy with the race here. Yeah, and Vigilance with the Newt is also really, really nice because you can attack and then still use the mana for the last gasp later.
Yeah, the +1/+1 counter is nice for the extra damage. He would rather have it elsewhere, but Vigilance matters huge.
That's
there.
right.
Additive Evolution is the type of card that the longer this game goes, the more advantage Christopher's going to get off of it. And once again, Clark finds himself in a situation where he's forced to race. He has to try to push through damage, and it is a very steep hill to climb with the draw that Christopher's had.
Yeah, I mean, not only does Chris Larson have 2 removal spells in hand, Clark just can't attack in the ground, and Chris actually has a potentially lethal attack next turn if Clark just turns everything sideways.
Yeah.
Christopher very much aware of the damage race situation. You know, that's something that it's easy to lose track of when you're playing this style of deck where you're just thinking long game, inevitability, just keep me alive. I'm going to be the one to get more cards, to have more powerful stuff in the late game. But it's worth noting that if there's a weakness with Christopher's deck, it is that lack of card draw. He does not have the big card draw punch. He does have ways to get card advantage. We saw the Zealous Lorecaster, etc.
Yep.
So it's not 0, but he would like a little more.
Definitely. And it looks like Clark keeping the 1/1 back here, recognizing that if there's last gasp into a removal spell,
he's dead.
He's just gonna be dead. But Clark did draw helping hand here.
Yeah, he's back.
To get back the Soaring Stoneblade, but that does come into play tapped. So I think Chris just has the kill here. Last gasp on the flyer potentially. Oh no, just kills the bigger creature. Sure.
But
yeah, but because Clark has 1 card in hand with 4 mana up,
I see.
Just saying, well, if he has an Unsubtle Mockery, maybe he's just not dead this turn. The way I lose is if somehow he does have the interactive spell and then I kill you with the flyer. So just killing Charging Strife Knight, and the 1/1 will still be forced to chump block here.
So tremendous advantage here to Christopher Larson in game number 1. It looks like he's just about to close it out against Clark.
Deciding whether or not to rummage away the Zealous Lorecaster. If he has a red removal spell, again, a second copy of Unsubtle Mockery, something along those lines, might be interested in rummaging. You got to play to your outs here. Like if you go land Lorecaster next turn, are you winning? Maybe not, right? If that's the case, you just need to dig and try to find something to play this turn.
Yeah, this is where you start to think about the cards in your library and say, actually, is there anything better?
Right.
Yep.
It might not be.
Chris will gain a life there off the grapple, or I don't know if you.
Yeah, you should be at 10 there.
10, 9.
Okay, you get
9-9.
10, 9, I gain a life.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you already marked it.
And then this is a chump block.
Block 4.
Yeah,
Force chump block.
Block the biggest
Take
creature.
6.
Take
go to
6,
3.
go to 3.
And as you can see, Clark is overwhelmed at this point.
Time to thin out the deck.
Sure.
This is a pre-shuffle.
Yeah,
right?
planner engineering, you know, just look at this. Look at all these lands. We got a bunch of surveil lands in
I
play
guess
too.
Clark
So.
gets to know a little more about your land count before
Right.
he finishes. the
Probably
game.
just conceding here.
Yeah, he's got a Spirit Mascot and Interjection, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Christopher Larson. Methodical. This seems like a good matchup.
It does.
You know, one of the things that we were just talking about, Paul, is the relative lack of card draw spells for Larson, but that does mean that the things he has are board affecting stuff, and against Lorehold, that's a little better.
Yeah, I think where Chris Larson's deck could struggle would be other Prismari control decks.
Right.
But I think specifically against the more aggressive strategies, I like Chris's build better for those decks.
Chris is on 6 cards this time. Clark, once again, will be on the play. We asked the players what their Strixhaven college is, you know, just like personality-wise, and Clark actually said Prismari. So he's halfway there. He's got the red covered here.
Right.
You know what to say about newts? Come in multiples.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Is that what they say about newts?
Am I go?
You don't know if I play all of them. You only know if I
Clark
play
said that
2.
Prismari suits his personality better because he's a music teacher.
Oh.
And he sings in a chorus.
Okay. Okay.
Which is really cool.
Eager Glyph Mage, really annoying when you're playing a kind of a control deck with a lot of spot removal. Is this an additive evolution? Ooh, Archaic's Agony
On the
here.
1/1.
So for 3, so now you basically get to draw 2 cards here. You have until the next turn cycle to play the spells here. So there's
What
a
did he
Noxious
hit?
Newt and a sideboard card.
Yes, it looks like he did bring in
the.
No, I got nothing, Paul.
Exile a card, draw a card.
Yeah, I know what it does. Yeah, that's the easy part.
I've never put it into my main deck, and I've been
Right.
practicing a lot of best of ones. So
We stumped everybody to our cards in hand, or our card graphics too.
So like, nope, can't help you.
Now we'll go Spirit
But here's the
Mascot.
Spirit Mascot.
Yeah, we know that one. That's great.
Well, Chris did say the Newts come in multiples, and he's drawn all 3.
And he's going to exile a card from his graveyard and draw a card here, it looks like, or something.
Yep. And still has land, so you can actually go Newt and still keep up the Barrage Barrage.
Yeah, he probably brought that in for the Flyers. You know, it does 4 damage to a Flyer.
Right, yeah.
That's a nice... He's already
Yeah,
seen
we
at
saw
least one target.
We saw the Stone Glider and the Speaker.
Exactly. So another removal spell.
Yeah. Is Chris happy or fine trading a Newt here? This one feels a little bit worse, right?
Yeah.
You get the trade, but then Clark gets a little bit extra value with the exile on the Docent. Ooh, 5-drop. This must have just been off the top. Oh no, it's Luen. Okay.
It's Luen.
All right, make a token right away. No other creatures here to compare it.
So
but
we're not going to see the token.
Right, but you know what? Making that pest really, really nice card to get in front of the Docent.
And probably another reason why Chris said, I'm just going to take 3 damage.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, Clark just doesn't have a good attack from this board.
Go.
Has a healthy hand with no targets in graveyard.
Yeah, not so aptly named at the moment.
Yeah, and then now given the fact that Chris is kind of stabilized here, you kind of have to like Chris's side here, right? Where
A lot
he's
now,
just going to
yeah.
have much better top decks here, and he's at 14 life. He's got the evolution in play too, and he's kind of getting to the point with his mana where I think he might be missing an island, but once he can find it, he can start surveilling as well with his Paradox Gardens.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, based on the last 2 turn cycles where Clark didn't do much and Chris just went, you know, really great 4-drop, plus spend the extra mana, and then into a great 5-drop, like, it's going to be extremely difficult for Clark to win at this point. He's also flooding really badly.
He's super flooded, and I don't think that I saw a singular copy of Pursue the Past. That's one of the better performing commons in the red-white deck. It's been really impressive. Even if you're aggressive, you know, it has flashback. It makes it so that you never run out of gas. When you draw that one copy, it just completely changes these matchups.
Yeah, this type of flood for the deck that Clark brought is death. It is so difficult if you don't have those type of things. He's got the Rummager. Like, there are cards he could find, but he's not going to want to play any more lands than this, most likely. But unless he wants to go, like, Zealous Lorecaster into something. But even then, he's got 2 more lands in hand. A brutal draw here for Clark against our reigning Pro Tour champion.
And Chris Larson drawing Tam as well. Curious to see if he's going to wait till he finds the land or just kind of plays it out here to try to put a little more pressure on the battlefield. It's pretty clear that Clark doesn't have a removal spell here. I feel like he would have probably fired it off on the Luen or even the token here.
Exactly. So Larson just has the green light.
Right.
And he's just windmilling more and more value as he goes.
Tam is in play. Clark needs a big draw. That is an unsubtle mockery. Okay.
I mean,
it's something.
It is one step on a very long journey, but he also gets a surveil out of it if he remembers it.
He does, yeah. And
he missed it on the prior game, but...
Right. And this is interesting because you can't kill the Luen. It's a 4/5. You might want to kill the Tam, but you can actually wait till Chris plays the land.
Trigger up.
Because it's a sorcery. The spell is a sorcery speed. So if you play the land, the trigger goes on the stack. You can't actually draw the card. You can respond with a removal spell.
And here we do get to see the kind of bad case on Ambitious Augmenter, right? He draws it quite late in the game.
Yep.
It's okay. It's still worth a mana.
Sure.
It's just, you know, you might want to have something a little bigger. All right, here we go.
In response here.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that was actually just going to pick up a counter, right? There's no...
Oh, right. He didn't play a land, right?
No.
Yeah. This was just an additive evolution.
Right. And did he surveil?
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, he surveilled and now also can choose to attack with the 4/4. Oh, and now we're getting aggro here, attacking with the newts too. Chris thinking, look, if you trade even anything with my newts, I can just exile them with my Luen and just make a bunch of pests as well. So I'm totally happy with this. Especially when my hand is also just 2 more removal spells. But Clark does have the helping hand, so probably going to be looking to put some of those creatures in front of these attackers.
Yeah, just to get that thing out of his hand and get something going.
Clark goes, okay, preserve my life total, I'll take 4. Given these blocks, keeping the Spirit Mascot in play because that would get pumped not only with the Stone Dose and Exile trigger, but also with Helping Hand.
Right. So you said he did surveil, so he kept it on top.
Think so.
It's got to be something pretty impressive.
All right. Augmenter.
There's the frog.
I mean, the frog can just be a 3/3 next turn, so it's still relevant.
Totally.
Yeah.
Practiced Scrollsmith.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best draws in Clark's deck here.
100%.
You can play that, go get the Unsubtle Mockery, use that to perhaps kill the 1-drop or the 4/4 token.
Probably, I just want to get rid of the token, huh?
Right, and then that would pump the mascot as well.
Which should have happened here. There it is. Good.
And can wait on it if he wants. Has until the next turn cycle.
Oh, it's next turn. Okay.
Right. Yeah, the Scrollsmith.
So he can see where the +1/+1 counter
exactly
goes,
in response. So I can I would be shocked if Chris Larson targets his 4/4 token, for example, with the additive evolution.
Yeah, cards on the table there as far as that goes. Ooh, Sundering Archaic.
Now that is a draw. So that's going to be able to get the Scrollsmith or Mascot off the battlefield, exiling it here and pumping up the.
I would like to play
drop.
this, trigger this.
He can also blank the Docent in the graveyard.
Right, yeah.
Goodness sakes.
And if you wanted to do that, that does trigger the Spirit Mascot.
Yeah, so the question is, which one do you want to kill?
Yeah. Going for this Scrollsmith just because
So
that does have first strike.
So he'll just leave it at 3/3 for the Mascot.
Right. And then adding an extra counter off of the additive evolution.
He's just going to attack with everything. I mean, at this point.
Yeah. And the 1-drop has vigilance, I imagine, because you put the counter on there.
I was looking at the wrong side.
Indeed.
Not that it matters too much.
I'm a friendly guy, but I won't give you to you this time.
This one, Surveil. It's before blocks.
Of course.
So he killed the 4/4.
Okay.
He surveilled.
And so the Mascot is currently sitting as a 3/3, which can eat a pest token if he likes.
12.
And it looks like the frog figured out the vigilance thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is just such an overwhelming board, especially when you're playing a lower hold deck. There's just not a lot of comeback mechanics, right? Unless you somehow, there's a sweeper that maybe we don't know about here in red and white.
10, 32.
So he's going to eat up a pest, but he's down to 2.
Yeah.
And surely we're just about finished here. Clark would need a turn I don't think his deck is capable of.
No,
to,
not at all.
Get out of this mess.
We've got a helping hand. Hey, that makes a 4/4 Spirit Mascot.
So this
He's going to go for the Docent.
It's like I'll pump your creature for you. It's going to die.
Yeah.
But I'll pump it for you.
In that.
Oh, he does have a Pursue the Past.
He
Okay.
does.
Yeah.
Could have used it about 4 turns ago.
Yeah, definitely.
He did put it in the graveyard, so he can flash it back here.
Sure, but that
It's
cuts
just
off
so
4 mana, right?
Right.
So now you have only 3 mana to work with.
Yeah, it's funny because he's actually putting together a turn that starts like he's going to have gained 4 life here, but he's just going to run out of mana.
Yeah. Like even if you play a creature here, you block the 2 biggest creatures, you still just take lethal.
6.
Right, at 6, you block the 4/5 and the 3/3, and then you take 3 and then 3 from one of the big creatures and then 3 from the pests.
Play this, boss.
And he's just going to go ahead and pass the turn
I'm gonna
back
attack
over,
you.
but Larson says, I'm good for it.
I will kill both your creatures.
I will kill both of your creatures. And that is round number 1 going to Christopher Larson. And it has to be said, that matchup did look favorable for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that you can kind of maybe beat what Chris Larson's deck is doing is just perhaps go underneath what he's trying to do. But this lower hold deck, it didn't even have a perfect curve. It had 3 2-drops. So it's just one of those things where I think Chris actually had more cheap things to play. And then, of course, when you kind of get to the late game, well, that's where the green Converge cards really shine. And we saw that, right? We saw this Sundering Archaic. We saw the Snarl Songs. I mean, those cards are just really hard to beat if your main goal is to just attack with a bunch of 2 and 3 mana creatures.
Right. I mean, I would categorize Clark's deck as lower hold mid-range.
Right.
That is the nightmare that you never want to face the matchup that he got. But it looks solid, and maybe he can put together something going forward. We've got more action to bring you here from our opening round. We have a blockbuster matchup here. Opening round of the Pro Tour, and it's Reed Duke versus Shota Yasuoka, 2 Hall of Famers facing off against one another here. Really great to get a chance to see this type of thing. Let's see what they're running with here. You take a look at Reed Duke, hoping to get off to the right start for his tournament, and Shota doing the same exact thing. 2 legends of the game.
20 top finishes between the 2 players. Just
Basically.
absolutely insane.
All right, well, we'll just pick up the action here in game number 3. Life totals are still being reset. This is the beginning of the game, so it's 2020.
Yeah, and I see lots of different colors in Shota's hand, so I think he's doing some kind of a control deck. There's a sleight of hand there. I see an Abrade, a spectacular Sky Whale as well. And on Reed's side, might be just representing the Silver Quill school here. So yeah, we have the classic matchup here. Silver Quill aggro, not the most aggressive start here from Reed, against, you know, the various blue-based control decks that you can draft in this format.
That was hop to it.
Yeah, that's going to be a very annoying card to deal with when you're a control player.
Especially if Reed has one of the multiple ways in the format of pumping up your team.
Right, and there's a lot of removal too, so, you know, if he has a Repel Calamity, a Wander Off, anything like that, just to get some damage through, that would be very nice. Oh, just sending it in last gasp. Oh, no, last gasp would do it here, right?
It would do it, and that is, in fact,
is.
exactly what he has. So he gets in for 2 and takes out the opposing threat. He doesn't have a follow-up.
No 2-drop.
A double turn there would be really, or a double
Right.
spell turn, excuse me, would be really great there. And there's Tam for Shota, but it's just...
Tam in a land, presumably.
Yes.
Can't draw the card immediately. Does Reed have another last gasp? No, he does not.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
But any removal spell here to take out Tam would be really great start for Reed.
Right.
Let's see if he's got it.
Okay, Abigail,
That's Abigail
and go.
So this is a big turn here for Shota, because now he gets to start unpreparing, re-preparing. You know, the more cards you draw, the more likely you are to hit your land drop and keep the preparation train rolling there. You get that added little life bump. The cards are flowing, and there we go. He's going to run it right again, so he gets to cast it twice this turn.
So many cards, Marshall.
Now Abigail can finally start chipping in
the air. Reed
Shota's at 20.
Shota's at 20. Reed needs to find a creature here, right? To prepare the Abigail. Abigail does not enter the battlefield prepared. You do need to cast a creature spell to do so. And there is an Owlin Historian here, so Abigail has been properly prepared.
You get a Surveil one off of the Owlin Historian.
Right.
And then are we going to see... Now, what are we going to see here? Are we going to see the +1/+1 counter?
Yeah, I guess, of course, it just depends on Reed has. If he has a removal spell of some kind, might be interested in just getting Tam off the battlefield. Of course, he didn't have it on the previous turn. But if you want to just cast the prepared spell from Abigail's side, I guess pumping up a token doesn't really do much, given that you still can't attack with it. So might just put it on the Abigail. Now, that does leave you vulnerable to cards like a Braid, right? Or a Johnny's Vengeance. So Reed actually choosing not to cast a spell there.
Little patience here from Duke.
But has to have a follow-up. Okay, post-combat on the Historian. So yeah, nice patience. We've seen this time and time again.
Yep.
Reed Duke.
And does Shota do anything? No, he just says sure.
And Shota does have the Abrade in hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he chose not to use it there?
Yeah, chose not to use it on Abigail or the Owlin Historian.
Wow, so patience from both players.
Right.
Way more patience than I would have in that.
Yeah, I would have fired off the removal spell probably.
Yeah, I mean, this is game 3, so Shota maybe, he's got a lot of knowledge about what Reed is playing. He's probably seen most of his library at this point. This could also be a reason for it.
Yeah?
He could say, you know what, I'll take a couple of damage, but now I get to get a card back off of it.
Right, Pensive Professor here, very, very strong card. Starts out as also in 0-2, but so the first spell you cast, you will always draw the card.
That's right, and it's really interesting.
Ooh, Social Snub, a card I haven't really played too often here.
It looks really good
here.
Yeah,
but maybe Shota's creatures are all just premium, so yeah, and then firing off a Braid just to draw that card, so it looks like he's going to be sacrificing the Professor.
Oh, and look at this. Reed's going to protect his creature, give it indestructible.
Yeah, with Masterful Flourish, so this could be a decent attack.
Wow.
Look at this.
And it's a drain for 2.
It was copying the spell.
Yeah,
so
it gets copied if you have a creature.
16.
So,
wow.
This
What
is a big hit.
7 damage.
And Shota also did not play his card draw spell. He hit his land drop with Tam and didn't play it.
Right, keeping up some interaction.
I don't know. He had 2 mana there that never got spent, so he had something. But
yeah, and now Shota's all of a sudden down to 9 life.
Right.
Here, facing 6 damage. Did he find some more interaction here? That's the best social snub I've ever seen. I mean, that's
One of the only.
Maybe the second time I've ever seen a cast, period.
That was incredible from Reed Duke.
Right.
Taking out 2 premium cards.
Yeah, the
Rare
reason,
and uncommon.
Yeah, and the reason why you don't see it as often in the Silver Quill decks is because you're the aggressive deck, right? So you don't want to be playing an effect where you also lose creatures when you're trying to attack. But if you recognize that your opponent's creatures are just all rares and large threats, then it's a fine card to board in.
Transcendent Archaic here for Shota. It's huge, but it's precarious.
Huge. It's huge, and it's found Shota a lot of cards. So this is a big turn from Reed.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to get in for 5 either way, right?
So no creature here then.
Oh, yeah.
Right? No
because
creature.
he would have Abigailed for sure.
3 more rabbits.
All right. And remember,
another hop to it.
Abigail triggers off of casting creatures, and hop to it just makes tokens. It's not an enter the battlefield effect.
Exactly.
But this is allowing you to go super wide. I mean, even if Shota plays a creature, this could be a lethal attack.
It absolutely could. All right.
Oh.
This is a big step forward for Shota, though. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. He's going to get in for 7 also, because why not?
Right. But, I mean, does Shota have an answer for the flyer still? That's still a 2-turn clock. No reach creatures in play at the moment.
But yeah, Matterbending Mage making a blocker and taking out one of the flyers, even temporarily, is huge.
Yeah. And then now a Mew Seeker into Mage Tower Referee.
Sure.
Okay, but that doesn't stop the flyers.
It doesn't, but it means he's not facing lethal right now.
Not yet. Not yet.
This
you
is
can find like a
really close game.
Yeah, if you can find like a 1-drop, like an Elite Interceptor, that would be lethal.
And how many cards?
An Elite Interceptor, sure.
Right, because you can play the 3-mana creature, then you pay 2 mana to pump the Abigail, then you play a 1-drop, and then you pay 2 mana again to pump the Abigail.
Cast.
And he's going to Essence Scatter?
No, but it still triggers off the cast.
It does.
Right.
You still get prepared, but Essence Scatter does.
You still want to
counter
Essence Scatter the
Historian.
flyer, yeah, for
Yes.
sure.
And he also got to loot there.
Right, off
It
the
showed
Mew
up.
Seeker. Yeah.
And every single little thing matters here.
Add counter.
I think Reed has lethal here. He's
Prepare.
okay. Oh, he's 1 short.
He doesn't have the mana, though?
He's 1 mana short, right? Yeah, he's 1 mana short.
Wow, and he's drawn a lot of lands this game.
That's what I
too.
mean. That's why I said Elite Interceptor specifically. 'Cause
Totally.
he needed the 1-drop to be
Yeah.
able to go for lethal here.
He's got Shota down to 1.
1 with 6 attackers. He can even attack with everything on the ground, and that would sneak in an extra point of damage as well.
But Shota
has some cards.
Infinite mana here. He's seen a lot of cards. He needs some way to interact with a flyer and
something
something
else
on the ground. Yeah.
Right. He needs to deal with the flyer and put an extra creature or a removal spell on the battlefield here. I saw Disdainful Stroke. That's not going to do anything.
We saw he jumped all over that Essence Scatter. Does he have a way?
He got to loot off the Mew Seeker, so he is looking at 2 fresh cards here. You know, Visionary's Dance. That would be the perfect card, right?
Perfect card. Fever Dream.
Yeah, take it.
To kill a flyer, draw a card, like that would get you further. It doesn't solve all your problems,
right?
But
now, if you can just cast a spell to loot, oh, this is a big draw.
Oh, it's Ellis Lorecaster.
Okay, do you have a removal spell? No, he's digging.
It's Sleight of Hand.
He's digging. A Sleight of Hand does let you look at 3 cards with that Mew Seeker in play.
It
needs
does.
to find a cheap interactive spell here.
He needs to get in the way of the flyer.
That's it together as 1, but he can't cast it this turn.
No.
He
Does he find what he needs?
No!
No, he doesn't, and Reed Duke finishes. Whoa, what a finish. I think he saw 7 cards in that turn cycle.
Wow. I mean, that social snub was absolutely insane, but I mean, Shota's deck looks so strong. He had that together as 1. If he just ripped that off the top, he would have won that game.
That would have been GG like a long time ago. Incredible. And you got to feel for Reed, who's just like, you got me? And it's like, loot, see extra cards, do this extra thing, play the lore. You know, also, how do you not have a removal spell in your yard, right?
Right.
Or
I mean,
any
with all the
way
spells
to
that
do
you
something.
cast.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Shota was just playing to his outs. He's like, well, this is the only thing I can do. I'm going to play the Sleight of Hand. I'm going to look at 3 cards to find, you know, a Tome Blast, anything, but couldn't find it. Found the best card in his deck, couldn't cast it, and Reed taking it down.
Wow, incredible stuff to finish off round number 1. We're going to take a short break here from the Pro Tour. When we come back, though, we'll be back up front at the news desk getting ready for the next round. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Secrets is headed your way in London, May 8th through 10th, and Japan, May 29th through 31st. Standard is the name of the game, and registrations are open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-SOS. Hey, what's up, everybody? A great shot of Las Vegas, Nevada there as we welcome you back into Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. 25,000 people here this weekend. Also at MagicCon, more than 300 players playing in our Pro Tour here this weekend. The action in the building is hot. Hey everybody, Marie Bartholdi, your host at the news desk this weekend, and we are keeping tabs on our top draft pods here this morning. Tannen, what have you got for us? How did round one go for everybody?
Yeah, if we take a look at pod number 1 and we really look at the players that we highlighted, and Christopher Larson, Edgar Magiesh, they're both 1-0 right now, so they're on a collision course with each other. Now, that's something to be a little worrisome because both these players are really good and they both want to come out of this draft pod at 3-0. Now, there might be an edge though. Larson did feed Magiesh during this draft. If we take a look at draft pod number 2, you see Reed Duke is going to be 1-0 in this one as well, and he's got a little bit of an avoidance going on. Ichikawa, Merriam, and are all 1-0, but if he wants to play against one of those guys, you probably want to try to avoid Ichikawa because he's so good that you'd be probably happy to play one of the other two. And then if we take a look at the third pod, the players that we highlighted, Shitan Lee and Ken Yukihara. Shitan Lee is 1-0, Ken Yukihara is 0-1. So if you win your first round as STL, you're like, look, I know I'm probably going to have Ken waiting for me here in the 1-0 bracket. He's not there, so you're extra incentivized to win round 2 and try to avoid him here.
All right, there's a look at our main feature pods. We'll be tracking them all morning long here for draft. One of the biggest teams in the room is Team Cosmos Heavy Play. They also have the wonderful addition of a trophy to their name, as teammate Christopher Larson taking it home at the last Pro Tour. But how do you make a champion for your team? We talked to Anthony Lee, the captain of Cosmos Heavy Play, to find out.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Anthony Lee. Now Anthony, you're a big part of the Magic community in Australia. You have to travel some of the furthest amounts for people around the world to play this game. What's that like?
It's pretty brutal, but you get used to it. I mean, when you live in Australia, you know how far away things are, so.
Okay. Now you're the captain of Team Cosmos. What drove you to make this team, and what were you looking to get out of that?
I wanted to try new things. I feel like a lot of the other teams or the traditional teams have really been established for quite a while. They've had a lot of success, but that also means they have a certain way of doing things. And I felt that the game is so different now that I wanted to try lots of new things. Yeah.
Well, speaking of success and trying new things, that actually worked for y'all quite a bit at the last Pro Tour. Y'all got to eventually win that one. What was that like sitting around at the end of the tournament when it's all said and done? You're sitting there, it's kind of hit your team. We won the tournament, we have the champion. What was it like for you personally seeing that trophy within your team?
It's amazing. So Magic is an individual game, and it's one that has a lot of variance. But when you are invested in your entire team and you really care about your friends and teammates winning, I think that's the best way to make sure that you truly enjoy tournament Magic no matter what. And I really felt that at that point.
All right, so you guys added a lot of free agents coming into this Pro Tour. I'm going to talk about Ely Cassis, Michael Plummer, Jake Beardsley, Nathan Stoyer, just to name a few. How did that happen?
Well, I wanted to try new things, and they wanted to try new things, so we were the place to, it was a great fit.
All right, so it's a great fit for your teams, and I talked about a lot of people getting added onto your team. Let's talk about this testing situation that you had. You actually had 3 separate houses that everybody was staying in because y'all had too many to fit in one.
Right.
Walk me through that.
Okay. Well, I feel like the traditional structure is really hard to manage because you've got to coordinate lots of people working on Constructed Unlimited.
Yep.
But I feel like that's not a situation that really arises in real life. We don't make one person manage, 20 people when they're trying to focus on their own thing, right? So what our vision here was to make sure that we had different people managing a smaller number of people each and coordinate with each other to really play into each person's strengths, like what kinds of working environments work best for each person. All these sorts of things that, kind of happen in the real world. Like, why don't we just bring that into the Magic testing experience?
Oh, hopefully it's going to work out for you guys. Now, each one of those departments had a head. Like, how often did y'all talk to each other? Was it a every day we would talk about what's going on?
Much more than every day, every couple of hours, at the least, right?
All right, what's next for your team? You got any more goals setting up?
I just want to keep trying new things, seeing what works. Just keep having fun.
All right, thanks for the time and best of luck at the tournament.
Thank you very much.
We are in the draft rounds this morning at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. So let's set up round number 2 here in the building as we get ready to do battle. We've got a lot of money on the line that's coming up for our champion, and champions are made starting this soon in the tournament. Of course, you got to do well in draft. We're going to watch Christopher Larson up against Edgar Magalyesh coming up here. Let's get a closer look at our players. Christopher Larson was our featured drafter. He's your reigning Pro Tour champion, top 8 in almost every type of event. Says his goal for this tournament is to win the Pro Tour. Well, he did it once already this season. Can he do it again? Let's take a look at some of his stats here, Tannen.
Absolutely. Look at one of the top 10 constructed win rates in all of the Pro Tour. And another thing to talk about with Christopher Larson is he's the kind of player that is threatening to win a tournament because he's really streaky. He's got multiple win streaks of over 5 rounds at a time at a Pro Tour. That's really dangerous.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the competition here for round number 2. Edgar Magalyesh from Canada, a longtime Canadian grinder and expert deck tuner, has 4 regional championship top 8s, 6 Grand Prix top 8s, and 1 win back in 2018. What about Edgar's stats here, Tannen?
Yeah, the name of the game with Edgar is consistency. He's made 5 out of 7 day 2s here on the Pro Tour, and he just kind of keeps plugging along. You saw that the top 8, so that's a 0 for Edgar right now, and that's a point of contention with him. He wants to change that, so maybe that consistency needs to be turned up just 1 more notch for him.
All right, there's a look at our players. What about the draft decks, Monty? How did they do?
Well, we saw Chris draft on camera, so we are going to start with him, and his deck turned out very nicely. We saw in the draft that he ended up being able to position himself within a Witherbloom base, but primarily just green, and then converge out and splash powerful cards like the Stress Stream. Starting off with Snarl Song is, of course, always ideal, but the big thing for Chris's deck is he has the fixing enabling all of these powerful cards, and so far it has been very harmonious, worked out well for him, and I think it may continue serving him well. On the other side, Edgar, well, we haven't seen his deck yet, but it is nice and it is streamlined. He is in Lorehold. He has 2 copies of Aziza, Mage Tower Captain, but the card that really gets me excited about this deck is Arc of Hunger, one of the best cards in the entire format and an absolute all-star in any Lorehold deck. So Edgar, very happy to get that one alongside his very consistent curve. Means that he's feeling good.
All right, so we have a streamlined deck, we have a soup deck. Which one wins here, Monty?
I am a soup lover at heart. I feel like I'm wearing a very soup-enjoying sweater right now.
Yes, you are.
I feel like I would look good with a bowl of soup in front of me. I'm going to go with Chris.
All right, chicken wild rice?
Hey, I think that sounds great.
All right, great. Well, it's time for round number 2. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Fellow soup enjoyers, I see. Corey, what's your soup of choice?
Ooh, a chicken noodle. I'm basic. Yeah.
Butternut for me.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's some good soup. We were chatting in Twitch chat earlier about it. Which is the best soup? Well, we're going to find out here today, friends, as to see which of our players playing this concoction that we see Chris Larson yielding, who is going to come out on top. Now, he is up against a pretty tricky Boros deck in the hands of Edgar Magalyesh, and I will say, when we had a look at it, Corey, I was like, oh yeah, that's my jam.
Yeah, it's got some absolute bombs. You know, it's really got a good early curve, solid removal, kind of everything you would hope for. But, you know, these soup decks really have been performing in Strixhaven quite well. And Chris has the bombs to back it up, the acceleration to get you there. Yep. And, hey, right in the hand here, one of the best, you know, late games payoff. That Snarl Song is just so great.
Yeah, pack one, pick one for Chris Larson if you're just joining us. Hi, welcome back to school, everybody. I bet you have had nightmares about this moment where you just wake up in class and you've forgotten all your things and you don't have your shoes for some reason.
There you go.
Noxious Newt on the board here to kick things off, get this acceleration going for Christopher Larson, and that is exactly where he wants to be right now, Corey.
Exactly. Edgar brought his shoes and brought his bombs here. Arc of Hunger is a phenomenal card. Playing the Sloth on 4, the Arc on turn 5, and then maybe flipping over a land is amazing. So phenomenal hands from both players, to be honest.
Man, look at this. Environmental Sciences, too. I love the callback to original Strixhaven with this card. Remember?
Yes.
Environmental Sciences, the colorless card, the lesson.
That's right. That's right. Yep. I just keep seeing Civic Wayfinder cost 1 less, you know?
Yeah.
And that is
Soon
just...
we're going to have a 1-drop that goes and finds a land for us.
Yeah, such an incredible card here at 2 mana, especially in a set like this where these soup-style decks are so well supported.
Edgar Magalyesh of Canada. making a name for himself here in the Pro Tour scene. Seems
Yeah.
to always be showing up in any competitive environment that he can find himself in.
Definitely. I knew the name of Edgar a long time ago, back when he dominated the Star City Games circuit, and now it just is so validating to see him crush the Pro Tours. You know, has come so close to top 8s, took 9th here not too long ago at a Pro Tour, and it just really shows what a phenomenal poised player he is. On a great team, you know, really can't go wrong.
Absolutely. Snarl Song, can't go wrong with this one. Now, that, I would say, is a bit of a bomb here.
Yes.
2 4-4s, 4 live. Edgar has nothing on his side of the board yet. What does he need to do against?
And on turn 5. Turn 5 to be able to get the Converge for 4, get these 2 bodies into play. Now Edgar's in this weird spot where he's like, yes, I have these amazing bombs. I have these great cards like the Relic Sloth and the Arc of Hunger, but do I have to just Wilt of Heat a 4-4?
That feels bad.
It does feel bad, but here's the thing is if this is the higher upside play of getting this life-linking creature into play, but if Chris has a removal spell, which he does, it feels like it's lights out. And I think Edgar took this risk recognizing, hey, if this happens, you know, I'm probably in trouble, but sometimes you're just too far behind.
Yeah, and you know when the little mana dork starts spinning, turn around sideways, then yeah, you're in a bit of trouble here. So Edgar down to 7. Chris Larson sitting very comfortably at 24. Game number 1, I think, is going to be pretty over pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing is we have 7 damage, even if we just wilt right now to be able to kill a creature. So it does just seem like it is over right now because getting rid of 1 creature isn't enough. So I think Edgar will have to pursue the past and hope to find something here, and it looks like he agrees.
Yep. Gain some life, pad that life total just a tiny bit. Can he find a land and hop to it, perhaps? Just get some bodies on the board.
Just throw bunnies in front of these 4/4s. Not a great long-term plan, but we're just trying to survive here, and doesn't look like there is going to be anything getting in the way. So Chris sending these sideways. He's going to keep doing what he's been doing since Richmond, Virginia, is just keep winning in the feature match area.
You know, I said to you before the start of this Pro Tour, I said, you know, I really hope we get a featured drafter that has a great draft and a great limited round.
Yeah.
3 rounds of limited, because I feel like we haven't had that in a very long time, and it's always hurt. So, Chris, keep going, please.
It has felt like a bit of a curse for these
the
featured drafters at times. But, hey, I mean, I have watched Christopher Larson draft so many times, being on a testing team with him. And, man, let me tell you, my win rate against him is not strong. I'll tell you that.
Stone Docent, nice start here for Edgar. You want to be able to apply pressure early, you know, force Chris into a position where he has to put the mana dorks in the way of pressure. And speaking of, here comes Noxious Newt to get things ramping here for Chris. But, you know, his deck even has incidental life gain like we've seen. So is Edgar going to be able to apply the pressure he needs?
Exactly. Yep. And it's just a perfect lore hold card, being able to get in that early damage. There's not a ton of 1/1 counters, so it's not really trading down, as we say, too often. And if it trades with a Newt here, like, that's perfectly fine, as you have that ability to remove it from your graveyard and maybe cast one of your removal spells for a little cheaper, like a Wilt in the Heat or something like that.
Yeah, there have been a couple points, you know, in games that we've played prepping for this, where it's just like, oh, that's a Newt. I kind of want to kill that. So just Tone Blast it, keep them on par with you in terms of mana production, and, you know, just try and develop a better board state. Rubble Rouser now, excellent lore hold card as well, an accelerant for the lore hold colors. Speaking of, for the Quandrix, here comes Environmental Scientist yet again.
And Chris just absolutely ramping very quickly, very efficiently, just like last game. And doing some nice work here so far. And now we'll just see, is the payoffs there like it was last turn? I mean, if we can find the song once again, it would be another, you know, turn 4 bunch of gigantic creatures. But the additive evolution
even applied geometry
is incredible,
Oh, man.
Yeah, Chris's hand looks great. Additive evolution, I don't think I've ever beaten it. I don't think I've ever lost with it. That card is so difficult to beat when you play it when you're kind of at board parity or a little ahead.
It's kind of like Exhibition Tidecaller. You love having it, you hate to see it on the other side. Edgar getting frisky here now with both of these creatures getting in. Chris takes 1 Stone Docent down. Borrowed Knowledge in hand. What else can he do here? A mountain. He's got the Maelstrom Artisan. It's kind of meh in this situation.
Definitely filler. Borrowed Knowledge, not necessarily the strongest card either, but hey, being able to throw that extremely powerful camel into the graveyard there for free is really nice as well.
Yep.
You're supposed to let him put it on.
Usually when you get these kind of recursive threats, it's something like a 1/1 that always comes back and it annoys your opponent. But with this extremely powerful Spirit Camel, you are able to just return a real threat. So whenever you get to 6 mana, you're like, absolutely, I'll play a free 4/3.
The cards that are
wow, did we just draw it? I do not think Chris had that in hand.
He did not. Yeah, I do believe he just top decked that. So
I believe that's why you first picked that card.
Yeah. When it shows up, things tend to go your way. So I don't think Edgar's coming out of this one alive at the rate that Chris Larson's going.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there are definitely Edgar has the best card out of both of these players. The Arc of Hunger is incredible. So I mean, if we can find that,
it's so slow though, man.
It is slow, but you know, I mean, if we were to find that in the next couple turns, we're able to trade away with one of these fractals. It's okay, but that's without saying the additive evolution is coming down next turn, you know? So that is going to be a big problem.
The Strife Scholar, his sorcery, 6 mana. Okay, so get 2 bodies in the way here, maybe where Edgar wants to go. What's he up to? Getting the Dromedary back?
Yeah, it feels pretty bad when your opponent goes 6 mana, make 2 4/4s, gain 2 life, and you go 6 mana, 2 2/2s, don't get any life, your turn.
Alrighty, Camel's back. Time to get that on the board. Hopefully trade here with one of these fractals. Ding Chris Larson as well, courtesy of the Rebel Rouser. And here comes Additive Evolution.
And this is great. You get a 3/3 body, and then Chris gets the choice of for sure making one of these fractals a 5/5, which is an incredible attack here, as the double block, you know, is a 2-for-1 here.
Yeah.
We'll see if Chris gets in with the 4/4, which the camel trades pretty effectively. Chris decides not to use that value here and just attacks with the one very strong attack, the 5/5.
He's got the luxury of just sitting back, making his best attack possible, not giving Edgar any advantage in the situation, so.
Yeah, really everything coming up Christopher Larson so far.
Yeah. Dromedary down. Our Strife Scholar and the Fractal down as well, so a great exchange there for Chris Larson. Still firmly in the driver's seat.
Definitely.
Free.
I do enjoy watching Chris play. He's so chill.
Yes, very chill, very nice to play against. A very good ambassador for the game, for sure.
Absolutely. Big thanks now here for both players. Where does Edgar go next? Found Elite Interceptor, one of the best commons in this format.
Yep.
So it looks like that is step number 1. Enters prepared, able to get some card draw for him and tap something down.
Yep, very Thraben Inspector-esque of this set. One of the most winning cards here as far as the commons go. So a very phenomenal card. You can untap your Rouser as well if you want to do a little combo there.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
And looks like this was a card that was sided in to be able to destroy some of Christopher's non-basic lands, which he has a plethora of. So a nice card here for sure.
We applying some geometry. I do believe we are.
Yeah, this card is incredible as well.
Fractured like this.
Oh boy.
Oh man, being able to create another one of those, which then gets a 3/3, and now you're putting 2 counters at each combat. This is going to be really, really tough for Edgar to come out of.
There's no way, Corey. Did he draw Wrath of God, which isn't even in this format?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think it matters.
We need Wrath of Enchantment. Edgar's thinking the same. Having that value, one of those additive evolution cards is enough to be very difficult to deal with too. Near impossible.
Got a feel for Edgar. His deck looks solid. It's strong, but like you said, these soup decks, the quick, the ramp style effects that get to these massive payoffs, and just having the luck of drawing Snarl Song 2 games in a row, and now Additive Evolution. He's finding all of his best cards.
Yeah.
And this is going to be an easy 2-0 by the look of it.
And honestly, Edgar's deck, I think for a pro tour, I think it's very strong.
Yeah.
Even like just an average arena draft, but for a pro tour, I think it's even very strong.
Yeah.
Which the pro tour decks usually look a lot worse.
Yeah, they do. Games always look very different at the pro tour because, on arena, unfortunately don't have the luxury of playing within our pods. It's just not, feasible, doable, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's just these players also have been playing for 2 weeks straight. They know exactly what's important. They're talking it out with their teammates and stuff, and, when you're just playing on Arena, that can obviously be different. It's all up to who you're drafting with type thing.
All right, so stay of execution drawn here for Edgar. Finds Rapier Wit. Can make one of these big idiots sit.
Tap.
Yeah.
Stun counter.
Go to sleep, my fractal.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Nothing too special. But, man, just the stuff Chris is doing is just so much more powerful.
Yeah, it is. Lorehold Charm, it's a fine card. It's probably the worst of all the charm.
Yeah, probably.
The charms.
But definitely something you're going to play in every one of your Lorehold decks. But, what Chris is doing is just a little bit more powerful so far.
But, in this situation, it does nothing. When you're on the back foot, you're never looking at the trample side of things.
Yeah.
One more ding to Chris Larson. Feels like he's fighting an unwinnable battle there against the life total.
Yeah, and just giving that card a read because honestly, this card is not played very often. It is very much a card that's looking from the outside in. That's for sure. Yeah, and it looks like Edgar didn't even main deck it. Just sided that one in as well. Just a gigantic attack here with just a 1/2 being held back. We see the additive, the copy, which is also a creature. And hey, Edgar just drew an amazing card, but we're at a spot where he is just too far behind at this point.
Yeah.
More fractals.
4 fractals, indeed.
Yeah, just another 5/5 here to be able to present another threat. And with Edgar at 1, I am sure we are very much heading to the final turn of this match. And looks like Christopher will be doing what he does best, playing for trophies in a draft.
Hell yeah. 2-0 to start things off here for the Great Dane. Love to see it. Doing his damnedest here to find an out, but with what?
Fun
Christopher
fact,
Larson.
I just looked at your list 2 times. I didn't realize you had that card.
Looked at your list 2 times, didn't realize you had that.
Card. Yeah.
But he's like, it doesn't matter. You are toast.
Yeah, pretty much. And there is the handshake from Edgar Magalhaes. Christopher Larson with a dominant performance there. His deck looks almost unbeatable, dare I say it.
I mean, it looks great. These kind of decks are definitely going to have a lot of variance. When they look amazing, they're going to look unbeatable.
Oh, yeah.
When you draw that early ramp, you get the Snarl Song on turn 5 for 4 both games. That's great. But it's a deck that can draw a lot of its ramp or it can draw a lot of its payoffs, and it'll look a lot different than that. That's for sure.
Easy breezy so far. This is kind of like a third year doing a first year course, isn't it? Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Feels a little like it for Chris Larson. So GG's to our reigning Pro Tour champion, continuing his winning ways. And the players that we hope are doing the exact same thing, Reed Duke, Yuki Ichikawa, they are up against each other here in our second feature match, friends. 2 excellent players, long-time gamers, both starting in the 90s. Corey, that was a very long time ago.
That was a long time ago, that is for sure.
Yeah, some people still think the 90s are 10 years ago.
Yeah. It is, right? It is, right?
Anywho, we're going to jump in here to game number 3 for both of these players. We watched Reed Duke in the previous round as well. He is having one hell of a start to his tournament, hey?
Yeah, no kidding. Playing against Shota first, then Yuki here. What a phenomenally difficult pod. But hey, at the Pro Tour, everybody's good. It's just sometimes you see a pod like this where everyone's great.
Yeah.
And, that's usually pod 1 or pod 2 of day 2. When you run into one of those on day 1, it feels a little rough.
Hey, we're not complaining.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's great
some
for us.
of the best players duking it out in the early rounds of the game. Our scheming silver tongue to start things off here for Reed Duke.
Yes, absolutely. Being able to get yourself a little sign in blood action, that card is great. It can be a little slow. You do got to have a little setup for it, but the body's already great. A 1/3 lifelink is excellent, and it's just a removal magnet. You kind of have to kill this card, otherwise the card advantage will bury you.
Decent 3/3 here for Yuki. Love some vigilance on a critter. Kind of feels like a little bit of a filler card, but you know, you just want to hit your curve. You want to make sure you got creatures on board because, you know, at the end of the day, creatures do win the matches.
Yeah, no, just a great card. It allows you to be aggressive and just fix your draws while setting up some graveyard shenanigans. You know, if you were able to surveil them into the yard, Killian's Confidence or something like that would be great. Get some
Love
value.
that card.
Oh, me too.
Oh,
One of my
such an
favorites.
overperformer. I had that in a pre-release, and I think I brought it back 5 times in a row and just kept hitting my opponent.
Not bad, not bad. Quite mean to your opponent, but
Sorry. Scheming Silver Tongue. Getting in there, wants to gain some more life.
19.
Yes.
It's in some little bit of damage here. I didn't think I saw a ton of lands here from Reed. That might be what he's missing a little bit here. And then Yuki's draw is almost assuredly going to be basically perfect here.
Stone Docent up against Yuki's 3/3. Great blocker there, and something you certainly don't hate going into the yard because it'll be able to get the Sign in Blood prepared for Scheming Silver Tongue. Adventurous Eater.
20.
I do enjoy this critter, but yeah, getting that counter and being able to fade this block here from the Docent, that's a pretty good turn here for Yuki.
Okay, 17.
Absolutely. Doesn't look like Reed has any combat tricks here to be able to make his creature indestructible or anything. I believe he must have sided that in against Shota for the last one. Doesn't look like it's in its main deck. And doesn't look like he has a land, but it does look like Killian's Confidence. Not bad, not bad.
Ooh, yeah, love to see that.
18, 19. 18, 19.
And that is going to trigger and prepare this.
Okay. Return.
It's going to prepare this so the Sign in Blood's ready to go. You get Killian's Confidence back. And as awesome of that turn is, that's some great value. But you're not really progressing to the battlefield. So Yuki is probably pretty okay with that, especially since Reed missed a land drop. Yuki's going to be like, please just keep doing that every single turn.
Yeah. You know, it is slow. You know, you do need to find something more impactful off of that. Ascend and Dusk Speaker here now.
Yeah.
I'm very high on this card. I think it's sweet, you know.
Yes. Very, very strong.
The automatic, you know, graveyard exile, there's no actual keyword for it in Lorehold.
Yep.
But just having something that goes off every single turn is great. It's good here, but, you know, I really like it in the Lorehold show.
15.
Was pretty interesting that Yuki decided to put that counter on the 3/2, which just made it unable to attack into the 3/1 instead of, you know, you do kind of put all your eggs in one basket. If you do put it on the 5/5, then you're a little susceptible to a removal spell. But the Ascendant Dust Speaker already demands a removal spell. So, you know, could have gotten 1 extra point of damage there.
2 counters and look at your hand.
Ooh, render speechless.
Reed is building his own Baneslayer Angel here.
You know, you love a self-sufficient creature. Like, just prepare itself, you know? It doesn't need help from anything else. It's just like, oh, I'm going to gain 2 life. Cool. Dunk. I'm going to gain some more cards. Thank you very much.
Doesn't need the answers to the test. Already has it.
Yeah.
Already fully prepared.
Ooh, Forum Necroscribe in hand there. And our, what's this orator friend's name? The big rhino guy.
Yeah, being able to...
Stirring Ornaments. Yeah.
Being able to next turn just look at the top, 4 cards and pick one out. And Yuki will need an untap land to be able to drop the other extremely powerful uncommon.
Yeah. Reed says, I don't want you having any more cards, thanks. So
yeah.
Ornamencer hits the yard, passes the turn back. Big ol' lifelinker here to stave off some of these attacks.
The most important thing is Reed did not see a removal spell, so if Reed can fade a removal spell, he's going to be in a good spot. And, you know, the same thing, if Yuki can find a way to move this, 3/5 lifelinker out of the way, Reed's going to be in a lot of trouble here in round number 2.
Once he got a 4/4, 4/3, and a 3/4 flyer.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. 3/1 on the ground for Reed. And a 3/5.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's annoying.
That
Reed
was
Duke.
definitely excellent. Now Yuki is able to play the tap land next turn, drop his last creature in hand, but also presumably get an attack in here. This is going to be a 6/6 coming in, and it can die. Reed can double block, which he might have to either go down to 10 or double block, lose both creatures. So a really nice distribution of counters.
Yeah.
I will go back to last turn with Yuki's decision to not make it a 5/5 instead of a 4/4. If it was attacking in with a 7/7 here, that would not be able to be killed. Would be excellent. But of course, everything's contextual. Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah. 2020 sucked, man. Just saying. Anyway, Silver Quill Charm is the option that Yuki takes out. Now, no 5th land, so no immediate concern about the primary research being able to bring back a creature.
Yep. But that might be a solid reason for Reed to double block here.
Yeah.
Is to just get one back if you top deck a land. But yeah, I mean, the double block here, losing both creatures, especially since Reed powered up one of his creatures, that's a big hit. There is land 5, though.
All right. You have the Allen Historian, you have the Burrog Banemaker in hand, I saw.
Miles away from the Sign in Blood. With only the one swamp.
Yeah.
I bet that is not Reed Duke's first time casting Sign in Blood.
You know,
I
sure
think
there's been a couple of reprints since he started playing.
Yeah,
1995,
I think he's
6.
I think he's probably played. There we go. He's cast that one a lot in Golgari decks or Witherbloom decks in the past for sure.
Allen Historian. Thinking. Takes a look. He just hit him with the emote, thinking. Terminally online, most Magic players are.
There you go. Now we'll see what kind of follow-up Reed has besides just the flyer here.
2 pretty similar decks from these players. Both playing Orzhov, no fancy splashes, no soup to speak of, just good old-fashioned white-black value.
Yeah. Yeah, just both solid. You know, probably a decent ways across the table from each other.
Yeah.
So they weren't fighting too hard. You know, you can't really have 3 decks of one school or something like that at a table. It does get to be a little brutal, especially since white, you know, goes to so many different.
Listen, class sizes are only so big, Corey.
There you go. Yep.
Oh, Farm Necroscribe now. Woo!
Yep. Very.
And
powerful.
there's the Onomancer in the bin.
The one thing we know, we didn't see any spell from Yuki so far, but man, if we can find one and Reed doesn't have an answer to this, you just got to think it's
I mean, even so, it's a 5/4. This troll is large.
That's why you basically have to kill that card on sight, because if it ever snowballs out of control, even getting yourself back one creature here, which your one creature you're getting back
insanely good.
Is going to be insanely good, and it's going to get you another card, so it's a solid 3 for 1 if Yuki has any spell.
I agree with you, Reed. That is a worthy moment.
Definitely.
I have loved this card. It's been such a good, solid top end for the Orzhov decks. Even
Witherbloom as well. Yeah. And the soup decks. You know, this card really goes into a ton of decks.
Reed finally found swamp number 2, but I don't think we're in Sign in Blood territory right now.
Yep.
Oh, Melancholic Poet. I like this friend.
Does he have a way to exile?
Target, drain 1 life.
Okay.
10, 17.
No removal spells in sight for Reed so far.
The Dusk Speaker is very pesky and in the way, but he's got to get in there.
4, 6.
4, 6.
Okay. Personal, sorry. No blocks. 14, 13. Yeah. Return.
Nice. Okay. All right. The life link here has been saving Reed's butt a little bit.
I mean, the thing that Reed needs to happen, and the thing Yuki would love to happen, is any spell to be able to turn on this, and that's one of the tiniest spells, but packs the biggest hit. What a powerful Locust Spray there.
Frog, no. You were so young. Locust Spray. Oh my goodness. Here comes the Onomancer. What? Look at 5 cards.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yuki didn't cycle that one as well, for anyone who was wondering, just in case.
Yeah,
I think that one came with a very, very powerful Rhino Bard. To take a look at the top.
Oh man, 5 cards. What does he pick?
Probably another spell.
Yeah, I'd say.
Especially because the rest of the cards go in your graveyard, which presumably is going to put more creatures. So if you get another spell, you just get to start chaining off here.
That's insane. Oh my god.
Yuki is doing it. And now he gets to get prepared with
lose 2 life, 11,
the Elite Interceptor.
Yeah.
So if you lose any creatures in combat, or if there's another creature in the yard, which I can't see for sure, you get to do it again.
I think
looks like all spells, but I could be wrong.
I don't think I see any other creatures in there. Surrender Speechless, Feed the Swarm, Locust Spray.
And I believe Reed is exactly that, rendered speechless after that turn. That was amazing from Yuki.
Jeez. Repartee, baby.
Yeah, incredible. Now Yuki just has to decide, okay, like, do I want to just push all my damage? Oh, it looks like, what is there, another creature? Oh, yeah, not bad.
Yeah, Snoop and Page gets in there. Holy moly.
What a turn.
This deck is sweet.
Yuki put 7 power into play, killed 2 creatures, and drew a card.
Is it? Oh, no.
Is that a good turn?
That's a pretty good turn in Limited, yeah. That's, you know, a turn that we would see maybe from some of the prowess decks we're going to be seeing in Standard or something like that.
And, you know, also, this Ascendant Dust Speaker, just preventing any sort of recursion that Reed might have.
Yeah.
Targeting those creatures.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oy, oy. Bad news here for our Protophyrexia champion.
Absolutely, yeah. And Yuki cleaning up all the creatures so that primary resurge, if found, which we know is in Reed's hand, is going to be very minimal as far as damage goes. So now it just looks like, you know, these two players are playing different formats with how amazing Yuki's board is compared to Reed's.
Not even a yeah, that's a trade with the Adventurous Eater. Okay.
Yep.
The bird stays. It's not doesn't have a stun counter on it. So
and we're prepared again, so we're going to be able to bring that 3-2 back. And this looks very much like the end of the game.
It is looking like it's going to be lights out pretty soon here for Reed. Yuki just absolutely dominant, finding all the pieces he needed. That is it. He concedes. GG to Yuki Ichikawa. Picking up a very impressive victory there against an equally impressive opponent and deck, but just finding all the right tools at the right time.
Yeah, if you can ever 3-0 a pod at the Pro Tour, you're going to be feeling excellent.
Absolutely.
If you can 3-0 that pod that Yuki and Reed are in, you feel like the tournament is yours already. So Yuki's deck looks great. Going to be playing for the pod next round, and that's going to be really fun to watch.
I mean, how important are these limited rounds in this Pro Tour? Because we have never seen a top 8 where someone has absolutely flunked the limited section.
Coming from someone who has only 3-0'd 2 Pro Tour pods in my 10-year career with 0 top 8s, they're very important if you want a top 8. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Well, friends, we do have one more round to go, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our final round of limited here from Pro Tour Las Vegas. See you soon.
If you couldn't make it to Las Vegas for MagicCon, good news. There's still time to get your badge for MagicCon Amsterdam. Join us this summer for the return of Magic's biggest European gathering. Badges are almost gone, so grab yours now at mcamsterdam.mtgfestivals.com and get ready for an epic summer. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, live here from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a beautiful day outside the convention center, but even more beautiful inside with 25,000 people here for MagicCon Vegas, the biggest MagicCon of all time. Here in the Pro Tour area, we have more than 300 players competing for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. We are in draft this morning, and it's been exciting so far. Tannen has an update for us from our 3 feature pods.
Yeah, we take a look at the pods. We can see which of these players are going to be playing for the trophy here in the first draft of the day. So from pod number 1, you can see that is Davor the Technic and Christopher Larson at 2-0 each other. Christopher with a great deck that we've seen on camera quite a bit. Could be interesting to see if he can 3-0 here. Moving on into pod number 2, you can see that is Guillaume Merjam and Yuji Ikikawa is both 2-0 here. Going to be playing for the trophy in pod number 2. So moving on to pod number 3, we can see that we've got Toru Inui and Devin Straub from America here are going to be playing for their trophy in pod number 3, all looking to get a very good start on the day of their first Pro Tour.
Absolutely, draft so important. Well, at the last Pro Tour, the best performing team by far was Team The Boulder, a team made up of some Midwest grinders. But how did they do it? Tannen had a chance to talk to their team captain.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion of Guilds of Ravnica and captain of team, let me get this right, Boulder Merlion. So make sure we get this right. Andrew, how did the team come about?
Yeah, well, I guess it's sort of been a project that I've been working on for a long time. For PT Aethodrift, I ran what you might call the proto Boulder. Sure. You know, it was the Boulder Merlion before we'd really all pieced together, but had some of the major players kind of in place for that tournament. Didn't do that well, didn't have that great a process, but we took a lot of lessons away from that, and we've kind of carried those forwards into making what I think is a really, really effective team and a really, really effective process.
Obviously, it was a very effective team, a very effective process at the last one. Let's talk about that just a little bit. At the last Pro Tour, your entire team played the same deck. I've never heard of such a thing. It was a great talking point for us, and I loved it. I loved the idea of that happening. When was that like a first dream of yours to have your whole team play the same deck at a Pro Tour?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been a dream of mine for a long time. I sort of have believed for a while that if there are disagreements about how a deck matched up against another deck or a certain key card or whatever, we should be able to resolve all of those disagreements in our play testing before the event. And then once we have all the same premises, like what decks are going to be good, you know, what's the game, like all these things, we should all agree on what the best deck is. We should be able to reach consensus. Obviously, in practice, there's a lot of moving pieces. This doesn't always work out. Sometimes decks are really close together. It's hard to pick. But I had, for a long time, dreamed that we'd finally be able to reach that ideal. And for this Pro Tour, we did achieve it. I don't know if I will achieve it again, but I do think it's like an aspirational goal for me at every single Pro Tour that I play to achieve all the same premises, work everything out, and play the best deck.
When did that dream start to like actually coalesce or start to become a reality?
Yeah, I mean, we were in the testing house in Richmond. It was in the middle of nowhere. We were like an hour from the city. And I remember there was definitely an evening, maybe 3 days for deck registration, like Monday or something, when I suddenly started to realize that almost everyone on the team was going to play it. There were like 3 holdouts that time. I think Dan Weiser was a holdout and Alan Wu was a holdout, but almost everyone else was already close to locked on it. We were kind of wearing them down. So that's definitely when I realized it, yeah.
When did you know that you like had something special with this deck? Was it like how you convinced these people holding out to maybe jump on board as elementals?
Yeah, well, so it's funny. We didn't necessarily know how good our deck was. My experience is that almost every Pro Tour I've played, you play the best like you can, you do your best, but you never really know until the tournament starts just how good your deck is or how bad it is if it's a like new original deck. It's very hard to say. Sometimes you have a broken deck and you aren't actually aware of it, and that was definitely the case here. What I will say is there was a point where there was a crisis of faith, like 24 hours before deck registration, and what happened is, believe it or not, someone on the team, Liam Edelson, flew in from the RC. He was the only one who played the RC, flies in, is extremely jet-lagged, is extremely sick, and is like, in his delirium, proposes the card Glacial Dragon Hunt. And we believe this card like fixed a major problem with that deck, which was killing Keen-Eyed Curator effectively. And so as soon as this was proposed, like the team felt like dominoes. Like everyone, the crisis of faith ended with Glacial Dragon Hunt from Liam's delirium.
So a crazy dream pretty much made this a reality.
Yes,
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. All right, what's next for the team? Do you have any like short-term goals, long-term goals? Like, what's going on for Team Boulder in the future?
I want to really, I would say that Team Boulder is in some sense my attempt to create what you might say a legacy.
Sure.
I want to have this team have a lasting success. I want to prove that you can succeed on the Pro Tour through hard work and grit and process. And I want to show that we can do this Pro Tour after Pro Tour. We will continue to play the best deck, and we'll continue to prove that we can hang with the greats.
Speaking of hanging with the greats and the great process, you have a personal great finish on a Pro Tour. You've won one. Your team had an amazing showing at the last Pro Tour. Can you kind of compare the two for me? Like what meant more to you?
Yeah, well, so this is maybe surprising, but I've actually told several people this, and I stand by it. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse was my favorite Pro Tour that I've ever played, including the Pro Tour that I won. To me, it just felt so good to have all these ideas and all these dreams and all these changes I wanted to make to how we were doing things succeed at the highest stage in the best way, to have all the team together, reminiscing about, wow, look at this good deck we played, we're comparing records at dinner, like I remember after that first night, I was like 3-2 in Constructed was like our worst win rate across the entire team. Like, it was so magical, and I don't think I'll ever experience that again, and I treasure that experience, and it really does mean more to me than succeeding alone. And honestly, it's been a while since I really felt the thrill of an individual finish. Even when I went 11-5 at ECL or whatever, it didn't mean as much to me as seeing the entire team succeed. From the, our least experienced members on the first Pro Tour to our absolute veterans.
Absolutely love that answer. Team captain and big time team player, Andrew Ellenbogen. Thanks for the time, and hey, good luck at the Pro Tour. Thank you.
We'll see if the Boulder can do it again this Pro Tour. Andrew told me, hey, we're focusing on draft this time. If we can turn that around, hey, we've got it. Let's set up our next feature match, everybody. It's round number 3. These players are playing for the pod. Who can walk away with the draft trophy? Is it our defending champion, Christopher Larson, or perhaps Davor Detechnik? Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Christopher Larson, of course, your reigning PT champ, Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, said, quote, it was a solid weekend about the last Pro Tour, so I'd say so, but he wants to win this one as well. Says Witherbloom is his college of choice. Let's take a look at these stats. They're good, Tannen.
Yeah, you see that he's made 6 day 2s of the 8 events he's played. That's something I kind of want to highlight is the consistency that Christopher Larson has here at the Pro Tour level. Getting this 3-0, getting this draft trophy, sets him up to keep that consistency going yet again in another day at the Pro Tour.
I'm scared if Christopher Larson walks away with a trophy here. Up against Davor Detechnik, started playing the game in 2002, has had a solid performance at the Pro Tour level, going 10-6 at EOE and 9-6-1 at Lorwyn Eclipse, so good finishes there. Won 8 in a row at AC11 to re-qualify here for this event this weekend. When asked what college he identifies with, he said Prismari because they have the Otters, which is very good. Here's his round by round here, Tannen.
Yeah, you can see that he got a win over Roel Forjan and Geta Inverted Air there in the first 2 rounds. Now he's got a big challenge ahead of me here, Christopher Larson. We've seen his deck. His deck is amazing, but we know that Davor Detechnik is a very good limited player here, so I expect a good fight between these two.
Yeah, speaking of those decks, let's take a look at them, Monty, and have you break it down for us.
Okay, so we're going to start once again with Christopher Larson. We've watched him draft this deck. We've already seen him play on camera twice. This deck is nice. It has everything going for it. He has this green base and is able to splash out into a little bit of black, a little bit of blue, a little bit of red. The mana fixing all works. The removal is there. And of course, he got to kick off his draft with that copy of Snarl Song that is just one of the best uncommons, if not the best uncommon in the format. This entire deck just works, and it has looked great for Chris so far. On the other side, Davor Detechnik, very much a limited specialist, and he's got a nice Silver Quill deck going for him. The curve is relatively low. He has a lot of ways to trigger repartee and just a lot of removal and great cards to work with. I wouldn't say this deck is a slam dunk by any means, but the card quality is absolutely there. And look, again, Davor is a limited specialist, so no surprise to see him at 2-0. If he can start off the Pro Tour with 3-0, that's setting himself up for the constructed rounds where maybe he's not as familiar.
But it's interesting here, Christopher Larson's soup deck just looked unbeatable on camera, and all these streamlined decks lining up to try and beat it. Can Davor do it with this build, do you think?
I'm still going to go with the soup, but I think this might be a closer one than we've seen in the last 2 matches.
All right, waiter, we'll have the soup. All right, Marshall and Paul are in the booth here for the trophy round.
You came to the right restaurant, Maria. Me and Paul will serve. We love that soup as well. That's, of course, the nickname that we give to these decks that play 4, maybe 5 colors, sometimes 3 if it's cowardly soup, you know. But yeah, that's what Christopher Larson has in his hands here. We saw him dismantle both of his round 1 and round 2 opponents. Now he's going to be playing for the trophy here against Devor Technic, who's on Silver Quill, which I think if you told Chris that would be one of the decks he doesn't want to face, right. But this isn't really the fastest version of it.
Yeah, it's not the fastest version, and also on the flip side, Chris Larson's deck doesn't necessarily go over the top as much as you would see in other Converge decks. He's got definitely a much lower curve and a lot of cheap ramp effects, so he can actually withstand some of the aggression. Now, so it's actually possible that the more slower version might actually do more work because of that.
Well, this is kind of why Christopher Larson took this card, right? Yep. He is hoping to be able to start just curving straight away, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's got Frog aggro coming in here.
Right.
I guess it's technically a salamander, but how about amphibian aggro?
Right. Turn 2, just attacking for 2 here, and then very likely has another follow-up here.
3. Yep.
Oh, it doesn't. Actually, just keeps a 2/4/10 all green mana here.
Wow, I was not joking.
It has Archaic Agony and Applied Geometry, but if the war can kind of slow things down a little bit, it's not the end of the world, right? If Chris Larson was able to just go Island Applied Geometry, probably the game just ends right there. But given the missed land drop,
well, this will be a stop sign.
Yeah.
Though Barrage in hand here for Larson. Does he want to fire it off into the 2 untapped mana?
Yeah, it's a little bit rough here. Now, if you're Chris, of course, he definitely just wants Island. But given how long he's been taking, I mean, look at this hand. He just can't play anything here.
He's just going to pass the turn back over to the Technic. He's like, how many you got, dude?
Yeah, and Devor's hand is actually great now, especially given that he's been able to kind of slow things down. I mean, look, he's got one of the better rares in the format, Emeritus of Woe in hand. Typically, you want to wait till turn 6, but I mean, it's just basically a 6-mana creature that just gets you the best card in your deck.
He's going to play Render Speechless here. And he says, wait a minute, I thought you were a soup
Right
deck.
now, I'm not very soupy. That's correct.
Right now, he's only one flavor of soup. It's just green soup.
Yeah, I hope you like frog soup.
Yeah. Pea
Salamander soup.
Yeah. Yeah, but Render Speechless is certainly one of those cards that has been kind of an overperformer. You look at that type of effect. Historically, you know, a coercion type effect, hey, look at your hand, take a card, has just been okay. But in this type of format where you have all these soup decks that are trying to go over the top, play some big cards like Snarl Song, does a lot of work, and the 2 counters also super relevant, and it lets you trigger Repartee.
11.
Well, Larson's trying to play the mono-green beatdown route here as he loses the geometry to the Render Speechless. He did get to fire off the Barrage to get the speed bump out of the way.
And the blue-red dual land was an excellent draw, as it does allow you to fire off a Snarl Song with 1 more land. Ideally, if you draw an island, you can do it for 3 here. Or the Archaic Agony if the board plays out something smaller.
Or if he just doesn't hit his land, yeah.
Right.
4/6.
All right, so 4/6 will be an excellent blocker. Chris can still attack with the Death Touchers. Barrage. Does he have, did he cast that one?
He cast it in
he
response
cast it
to the render,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's got 5 mana here for a Terrafractal.
That's a
4 power.
Yeah, 4 power Terrafractal.
And he gains 2.
And it pumps the ground creature, however, it's still just a 3/3.
That's right.
Now we have a 4/6 prepare creature. I imagine Devor is not going to be looking to attack with this just yet, just trying to stabilize the board here. Has to deal with the big Terrafractal, of course, but no removal in hand at the moment. Now you do have the Emeritus of Woe in hand if you have land number 6. You can play it out, cast a Modern Tutor, try to find a kill spell. Devor does have a couple of copies of Stand Up For Yourself in his deck.
Yeah, that'd be very nice to kill a Terrafractal.
And Devore's in one of those spots where he's probably thinking, well, you know, I just have to kind of hope you don't draw something. I know exactly what you have. You know, given the Archaic Agony, you're not really interested in playing a small creature, as it'll probably just die.
Mm-hmm.
It's got, maybe he just plays it anyways. Like, if you want to spend your whole turn to Archaic Agony, maybe it's not too bad. You also have Cost of Brilliance. You can turn that into a 3/3.
This here, counter.
Oh, dig side inventory.
Attack.
Yep.
So what do you need?
Does it get vigilance too?
Right, it does. +1/+1 counter and vigilance.
It's a good attack.
Yeah.
It's not really primary game plan for right now, but
Prepare this guy.
All right. And now Chris Larson's going, okay, if I would really love to draw, it's a 4/3, I believe.
For the Emeritus of
Yeah.
Will? Yeah.
Yeah, so, excuse
5/4?
me, 5/4. So the Archaic Agony would not actually be able to get it done. So, I mean, just card on a rate by itself is just incredible. Just a 4-mana 5/4, and then just, if you can untap, I mean, you will be able to deal with that Terrafractal. Chris Larson found...
Oh, he drew a Swamp.
He drew Swamp, but he's 1 mana short of being able to kill the 5/4. However, he can play out a Snarl Song here. For 4? Wait, no.
3.
Green. Oh, because the blue-red land attempts
Right.
blue. So he can only do it for 3, right?
That's rough.
Yeah. I mean, Devore is down to 7 here.
Yeah, so that's a good attack.
Okay, 3 life. I'll make 2 free picks.
And he's just going to go ahead and build out his board with Snarl Song here.
And Devore absolutely needs to deal with the flyers here, but of course there's also just a giant ground force that he also needs to handle.
Yeah, the Ambitious Augmenter's now got 3 counters on it, so it's up to 4/4. It's a lot of power and toughness that Chris has put out here.
Yeah.
And also the Newts can get pretty frisky on a board like this.
Especially when your opponent's down to 7 life here. I mean, Devore's best play is probably just finding, oh, he actually just drew Stand Up for Yourself.
Oh, interesting.
So that helps a lot, right? Because now you can potentially just run out another creature if you feel like you're just going to get run over.
He can go Joined Researchers plus Stand
That's
Up
right.
for Yourself. It sure does look suspicious to Larson if you don't do the Demonic Tutor, but he is under a ton of pressure and doesn't really have the luxury right now.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot here. Just so much pressure here coming from Chris Larson. Yep.
So that's Joined Researchers.
And killing it now just so that Chris doesn't draw any way to protect the creature or perhaps a counter spell.
It's at the beginning of your end step, but I'm gonna have more cards, so.
Fact.
And Chris Larson, again, has that Archaic Agony to kill the 2/2 and actually will be able to have 1 card to draw off of that if he likes.
He might be able to get in for an attack, at least with the Newts. Oh, he drew Last Gasp.
Oh, my goodness. Now, he doesn't have mana to cast both.
Both, though.
Right.
So does he want to get frisky here?
Now, the Last Gasp does mean that if you do block with the 5/7, if you Last Gasp that, that becomes a 2/4.
4 toughness.
But the tokens are currently 3/3s.
Yes. So it would have to be the Augmenter that gets blocked, and that's the one that Devore probably wants to block the least, at least on a trading situation. Yeah, Chris is going to go deep into the tank here. He really has to figure out this turn.
Yeah, you could just fire off the Agony and can you leave up a black? No, you can't, because you want to find that you want to get that extra card off of the Agony if you're going to be looking to target the Joined Researchers.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can't keep up the Swamp. All right, reveal 1 card.
It's Graphalon.
Graphalon. You can play that next turn.
Now, can he attack with the Newt here?
I mean, you're at 20 life.
Yeah.
So you probably
Yeah,
can.
he's
All
in
right,
there.
He's getting aggressive. Now, Devore does have a dig site inventory in the graveyard, so he can get in if he likes, but that's a lot of ground. That's a lot of toughness on the battlefield here. Devore does find land number 6. Now, keep in mind, we still haven't cast Demonic Tutor yet, right? That's still on the table. So now you can use that to get the second copy of Stand Up for Yourself or whatever else you might need here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's drawn another land for the turn, which is actually kind of welcome at this point.
Yeah, especially
he has
with
so much to do.
I know. I mean, he's got that Forum Necroscribe in hand as well.
Yeah, and he may just want to go for that.
Just play that out.
Yeah, it's funny.
Does have
He's
Ward
had
discard a
access to
card.
Demonic Tutor for 2
Right.
turns in a row and is like, nah.
No, I need just to have just more big creatures in play. I mean, the more 4 toughness creatures on the battlefield, the better, right? When you're facing a pair of 3/3s on the battlefield.
And the Forum Necroscribe is really annoying. It's huge, and if you want to get rid of it, they get cards back.
Is there a creature in Devor's graveyard? There is a
good
Joint
question.
Researchers, right?
Right,
Got
yeah,
the
we know
Joint
that
Researchers
one.
at least.
Yep. Yeah, it has Ward, discard a card, so it's
right.
card advantage even if they kill it.
Yeah, and Chris is kind of down to 2 cards here, so it's a hefty cost if you even find some way to get it off the battlefield. Now, like you mentioned too, I mean, Chris can just at least get in with the newts, right? It's not like Devor's in any real position here to attack. So you can do that at least.
Right.
And that's what he's doing. And if you're Devor, you go,
it's really
this is so annoying,
it's
but
really
I guess I'll go
annoying.
to 4. Yeah. Then you can just run out the Tammy, or excuse me, the Gruffalon.
Probably Chris's worst card.
Right.
But it is still power and toughness with an opponent at 4.
It's still just a 3-power creature, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
And every little bit of damage is mattering here. Those newt attacks are
Adaptive guy have before?
doing it.
0. It has 4. It has 4 all the time.
It was 4 at the start of the turn?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was like a while like that.
Right, time to Demonic Tutor.
What do you play? Say it.
You don't have to say.
Demonic Tutor.
There it is.
Okay, that part.
Yeah.
That is cool, though.
Yeah,
We're
being able
playing
to-
limited, and Demonic
Ancestral
Tutor's on the
Recall,
stack.
Demonic Tutor.
Like, for reals.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Chris wanted to hear it. I like it.
I mean, how often do you get to say I cast Demonic Tutor outside of
old
outside
school.
of Q draft? Whoo!
Brought
Who
up the
pulled that
Alpha
one?
DT.
So, yeah, I mean, when we were looking in terms of removal, I believe there were the 2 copies of Stand Up for Yourself. So that would be a really nice thing to go get here.
Yeah, I looked on the sheet. He's got 2 of them.
And that would also trigger Repartee, right? So you can get something back from the graveyard onto the battlefield because you have the Forum Necroscribe in play.
Did he get Masterful Flourish?
No, he had that in hand.
So he got Silver Quill Charm
He
then?
drew Silver Quill Charm, okay.
Well, that also triggers Repartee.
Of course, yeah. Oh, man. Dig side inventory.
And this good?
Yep.
Give it vigilance.
This triggers.
Yeah, now you get to kind of see all the repartee stuff on from the Silver Quill side.
It's a Death Toucher to start trading with the newts.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Devor is
and the charm for the other. That is funny.
Turning the corner here.
It's weird how those are what matters at the moment.
Right, and remember, you just get a trigger every turn, right? Because that creature just prepares every single turn.
Yes.
So now you get a Joint Researchers here in play as well.
And the Technic's looking at what his attacks look like.
Yeah, it's like, how aggressive can I be? I mean, when it comes to just combat and limited in general, you know, Devor, he is fairly well known in the limited Magic community. He's one of the best limited content creators out there. Just fantastic, fantastic player. I've watched several of his videos, and I've just been thoroughly impressed with the way that he just, you know, can just manage board states. So it just doesn't come as a surprise where just in every single turn, he'll know exactly kind of what to attack with, what to keep back, and what to expect.
And he's certainly working this board state beautifully. Finds himself down to 4 against Larson and has just methodically rebuilt his entire board.
Yeah. Now Chris Larson
Tam off the top for
found
Chris.
found a Tam here and a land.
So is this where we start to now Chris needs to change gears?
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think Devor has almost entirely stabilized here, especially with the Silver Quill Charm and the Cost of Brilliance. So now, I mean, I think Larson's on the all right. I see what we're doing. We're now kind of at a stalemate. I'm going to try to draw some cards with the Tam here and get something going.
13.
He does get an increment trigger there on the Graphlon too. Chris did take that big hit last turn.
Yeah, and again, Devore just every turn can get some triggers here, and his hand is full of action still.
Draw.
Prepare, yeah. Now, it's a lot harder to attack, given that there is the Newt on defense now.
Trigger.
Might want to find a way to go to the skies.
6, 13.
I mean, you still have fairly safe attacks, just given the fact that you have that Masterful Flourish in hand. And look, if your creature dies in trades, that's fine. You can just get it back with the Necroscribe in play.
Necroscribe.
Devore, of course, given that he's at 4, though, still needs to be careful. Now, Silver Quill Charm, it does have a third ability that people rarely use. You can drain your opponent for 3 life.
That's right.
Right? So if, Christopher goes, okay, I think I have just enough to kill you, Devore could fire that off and just drain just to stay alive. Or if Chris takes a lot of the damage, he could use it to finish off Chris Larson.
Yeah, those are the 2 use cases for that last mode, is when you're in a racing situation and you can swing a race in your favor, or when you're just about to win the game because you can get them to 3 or less. Okay, he gets to cash in for a fractal here. Christopher Larson seems content.
Yeah. Devore has
chump and leave himself with a fractal.
I mean, Chris Larson has so many creatures in play, and Devore has 3 creatures back.
He does.
Okay.
Silver Charm.
If you attack with everything.
Brilliance.
Yeah. And there's a last gasp here, too. Did Devore maybe get a little too aggressive? We'll find out here.
We're going to find out in a second, because Chris just draws another card here.
Okay.
It's just a land, but as you mentioned, last gasp.
Now, remember, Devore is at an effective
7
life. And if you block 3 of the creatures. Now, I mean, all the creatures on the right have at least 3 power, right?
Correct.
Right.
In fact, all of them except for the Newts.
Right.
Yeah, it's 4 power, 3 power, 4 power, 3 power, 4 power.
So if you block all the 4 power creatures, that's 3, 6, 7, 8 damage coming in, right? Assuming just 3 creatures in play on Devore's side. Now, Devore also just has Silver Quill Charm to kill a creature too, if he wants. Anything with power 2 or less, though. So draining would be better.
Yeah.
Right.
Does Chris want to go for it?
Attacks.
I mean, I feel
he says attack.
Yeah, I feel like the longer the game goes, but feels like it might be worse here for Chris. So yeah, is it time?
It's just weird because Chris is dead to the crackback if he's wrong here, right? But he's going for it. Christopher Larson attacks with everything. I think that's exactly what he needs to do.
Right.
And Chris says, before blocks, I have a last gasp that I'd like to use. Oh, okay. Never mind. He's going to let him block.
So you block the 3 biggest creatures. There's 2 creatures with 4 power.
Right.
So 8 damage comes through. If Devore uses Silver Quill Charm, he only goes up to 7.
And he's dead.
So that would be lethal unless there's another creature. But I don't see another creature in Devore's graveyard, right? Did he put himself dead to just an attack with everything?
Yep. And Larson says, yeah, you got blocked.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to damage. And is Devore doing the math and going, wait a minute?
Yeah, I think Devore was hoping that maybe one of his creatures would trade or die. And then,
so
maybe
have something
get it
in
back.
the yard.
Yeah.
And you're right. And Christopher Larson ships the squad, and it works.
Wow.
His confidence level with that attack couldn't have been super high.
Right.
Given that the Technic left the board that way, kind of on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like if Devore maybe just kept one of those creatures back, I mean, we would still be playing this game.
And I liked his position.
I did as well.
I have so few cards.
Wow, Larson's on 5 here. And that
Devore's
actually,
on 6.
Yeah, Devore's on 6, but it is rough for Larson. You know, one of the notes that we had about his list, it's, a 4-color deck. is that he doesn't have much in the way of card draw.
That's right.
And a lot of these decks can mulligan, and if they get their lands underneath them, one card draw spell kind of puts them right back in the game. He doesn't have that.
Devore's hand is fantastic, by the way. Turn 2 Inkling Mascot, turn 3 Hop to it, turn 4 Render Speechless.
Wow, that is a turn.
And given that Chris Larson mulliganed to 5, I think you just attack and you're happy with this trade.
You just take him off of the newt.
Right. And, oh, and Devore drew a Forum Necroscribe, so you're okay just having a creature in the graveyard anyways. Yeah, just attack. If Chris Larson was at 7 cards, then you think about it, because it's nice to put the counters onto the 2-drop, and then, you know, with the Render Speechless, you'll have a 4/4 flyer.
Right, Inkling Mascot getting in for big damage, potentially. Now, as it turns out, it also just got in for the 2, so it was kind of free anyway.
Planar Engineering. All right, so Chris Larson taking the turn off, so he does get to ramp here and get all the colors that he needs. But at what cost? Because remember, he went down to 5 cards, and Devore is about to play Render Speechless. So he's going to get in for 2 additional points of damage. That's 7 damage coming in, and we'll take the best card in Chris Larson's hand.
So if the question is at what cost, the answer kind of feels like the game.
It's
like
possible.
That's not literally over. Like
Yeah.
Chris has cards that he can draw, but he will need to draw them.
Now, Chris
the
does
best
have
card's going to get sniped here.
Yeah, now Chris does have 2 really good plays, right? Chris has not only Applied Geometry, he also has Lewin. So if you take one of those cards, you can still have a pretty good turn on the following turn, right? Either you make a 6/6 land, or you make a 3/4 and you make an additional 1/1 blocker, which is a pretty good way to stabilize this board.
Wow. I mean, if he, I assume that Devore in that situation would take Lewin.
And then just only have to face
the
6/6.
And
then if you do find something like a stand up for yourself, for example, then you can just get that off the battlefield.
Yeah, because remember, that's all after Chris takes like 7 this next turn.
Right.
Not that Chris had a choice in the matter.
Of course. It's like, what you got? Yeah, Devore also gets to get a nice little surveil here too. And now that since he drew the Scathing Shadelock, probably just looking for land number 5.
For now, though, Render Speechless. It's kind of the natural curve.
Here.
Yeah, putting it on the mascot.
Trigger for Surveil. Where are the counters going, though?
I think it was the mascot.
He was saying, I want to do my trigger.
I would
Surveil
if I had to show you just my hand. That was why.
I was distracted because I don't have my own dice. So that'd be really
The mascot triggers.
I'm really sorry about
yeah,
that.
Yeah, okay, no worries, man.
And you think he's putting the counters on there, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay.
So
you know
I
what?
thought he called it out. He must have
I thought he
just
called out the
targeted it.
triggers. There's a couple of things happening here, right? There's a mascot trigger, where did the counters go, and then, of course, the actual spell resolving.
Exactly. So it seems as though he
There
has
is no
missed
surveil.
the mascot trigger.
That's what it seems like.
The Surveil trigger.
Right.
Okay. Oh, and he's going to go late game.
Okay. He's like, all right.
It makes sense now that Larson has all the mana under him.
Okay. So, I mean, taking the 6-drop here, but Larson does have the ability to play something that can help him stabilize here.
He really does. He draws a forest.
Because if you play the Luen, you can also exile the Lorecaster and make another 1/1 if you like.
So you can get 2 1/1s plus Luen. I mean,
that's what he said. He makes 2 1/1s. So all of a sudden now the hop to its don't do anything, right?
Yeah.
And so now, I mean, he's completely stabilized the board against the hop to its. Now, if you're on Devore's side, you need to just start casting some instants and sorceries to trigger the repartee on the Inkling mascot.
And get it in.
Yeah, just get it, go to the skies.
Dig site inventory. There's one.
Although that would have been an awesome card to just surveil to the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In this case, it's going to pick up a counter vigilance and also flying.
Now, Chris Larson doesn't have any interaction, right? So, I mean, this is 5 in the air. Next turn, that's 6 in the air. That's just lethal.
Yeah, if the pests come in, then
yeah, then the pest would have to come in and basically chump attack into the Inkling mascot, right?
Right.
Oh,
Archaic's Agony.
I don't think he doesn't have the white mana though, so he can't do it for 5.
And he needs all of
to
it
kill the mascot, right?
Oh, that's rough.
do it for 4, and maybe find other removal. Remember, Chris Larson does have a lot of removal in his deck. Double grapple with the past. So you can cast the Archaic Agony on a 1/1, and if you hit Swamp plus grapple, that would be incredible.
That's some business. Let's see what he can get.
Look at 3 cards. Not quite. So this is just...
Oh, there's his white source, too.
Yeah, there is the white source, but Devore is representing lethal. So at the very least, Chris Larson needs to attack with one of the pests here, and is attacking with both here to go up to 8 life. Now Devore can still block, recognizing that this is almost a forced attack here from Chris Larson.
So he's going to block.
I'll find a land.
He's going to play his land, play the scientist, grab a land. That's going to stay in his hand, though.
Right. Yeah, really interesting spot here for Devore. You kind of just want to play the 5-drop, right? Just playing Dig Side Inventory when it's not lethal, and then just leaving 4 mana on the table feels really rough.
Yeah, is there any great pull to getting Chris to 1? Not so much, right?
Right. Scathing Shadelock, just passing, and if you can't kill that, I mean, that's just another way to keep triggering the mascot turn over turn. So Chris Larson, I mean, if you can find just a removal spell,
just kill the mascot.
Right.
He's kind of back in business.
Yeah, absolutely.
See what he draws for the turn.
That's Additive Evolution. By the way, that somebody played this against me. It's an incredible combo. Additive Evolution with Applied Geometry is amazing because this makes a 5-mana 3/3, right?
Yeah.
When you copy the enchantment, you make a 6/6 enchantment, but a 3/3 still enters the battle.
No.
So you get 9 power and 9 toughness, and then you also get the +1/+1 counter. So you're basically getting 10 power and 10 toughness worth of stats off of the card.
For your additional 4 mana.
Right.
Yeah, I did it twice already.
Well, it looks like it was Swamp, Unknown card, and the Geometry here. But Chris does have a 3rd card. Is it a removal spell?
If it's not, I mean, the mascot is just lethal, right? It's a 5/5. It gives +2/+0.
Yep.
And then you have the Dig Side Inventory. That's 8 damage. There's no way to gain life, and Chris did not find a Barrage Barrage or a grapple.
He's going to go ahead and attack.
It's like, would you like to block? I mean, Devore's at 20. Could also just take it here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, you have that block available, but it's just like, why go for it when you have the win here? Especially with Chris Larson completely tapped out now.
Yeah, it's tough because Chris did get to do that combo, but it is not going to be enough.
Right.
8 to 16.
So this should be exactly 8 damage.
Yep.
With the Dig Side Inventory.
Keep this.
Yep.
Trigger. Less.
And Larson says, all you got to do is turn him sideways, dude. He keeps looking up at
I'm at 8. This is 8.
Great.
Well, right now it's 7.
It's 5/1.
Yeah, but you need to put the counter on it.
Larson's always having fun.
Yeah.
Even in these high-pressure feature matches,
Yeah.
he's a goof. That's really funny. It's only 7.
Yeah. I mean, we're just playing for undefeated at the Pro Tour, but you know what? Can still have some fun. And now...
Wow, they switched roles here, Paul. 5 cards for Detechnik and 6 for Larson.
Jeez.
Last game, it was the other way around.
That's right. And Devore has to keep 2 planes now. 3 planes needs a swamp here to be able to get that Cost of Brilliance. Does find it. Might just have to fire off Cost of Brilliance turn 3 here. You usually want a creature in play, of course, but if you just need to find a threat, you do have to fire it off.
Interesting for Larson, he does not have a Newt here. It's been a staple on the battlefield for this whole match as these 2 players battle it out for the trophy here. They're 2-0 in their draft pod. And a win here in this game would propel either player to 3-0. The perfect start. And wow, if Christopher Larson can close it out.
Right.
And sometimes there's like, feels like the champion stumbles a little bit when we feature them.
Not this time. I mean, take a look. This is your opponent mulliganed the 5, and you get to play a turn 4 planar engineering, and your opponent with their black-white aggro deck has no creatures on the battle.
Literally no board, and you're at 20?
Right. Exactly, and now Chris Larson has all the colors that he needs for all of his converged spells, has that giant Terrafractal, and even with all this mana now, you can also just surveil if you need. If you do have, I guess he doesn't have a plains probably, so probably can't surveil off of that land. So yeah, but this is, of course, looking very, very nice here for Chris Larson with that double mulligan from Devore.
His hand is lacking.
Yeah, he still needs to draw some action.
Yeah.
Because Terrafractal will die to the stand up for yourself in Devore's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Devore probably just running out honor-bound page here, as it's the only creature in his hand.
Yep.
Larson's going to be actually probably happy to see that.
It's very last gaspable.
Right, and that's a tough trade to make.
Right.
In Modern Era Limited, if you're trading 4 mana for 2 mana and you don't get anything out of it, that is a way to lose a game for sure.
Definitely.
Another way to lose a game is to flood out, and it looks like Larson is avoiding that. He drew a Grapple with Death this turn. He's going to tap out for Terrafractal. As you mentioned, Paul, it is very likely just going to die to stand up for yourself, but he's kind of back in business.
Yeah. I mean, Devore is the one who's got more action in hand, but Chris Larson also has a pair of removal spells in hand. So, I mean, Devore with only the one creature might be in for a longer game this time. I suppose you can just attack because you have the dissection practice. So if Chris Larson blocks somehow, then you can kind of blow him out with the combat trick. So Chris Larson recognizes this, and you know, also he knows about Silver Quill Charm, so that would be a really good.
Would be funny if it was 1 mana trading for a 7 mana.
But you gain 2 life.
Yes. Yes. All right, stand up for yourself does kill Terrafractal right now. You can see the Technic making sure that he uses his instance appropriately. Sometimes it's better to wait, and a lot of times it's not. Oh, and there's Tam off the top. I was saying there's a risk of flooding here for Larson, but he has sidestepped it beautifully.
Yeah, really good draw, but doesn't have a second blue source. I don't think he has one in hand either.
It's funny because he was thinking about the last land to get out of the 4.
Right.
And he decided to go for a forest, and he's probably kicking himself for it now.
Yeah. Has that swamp, has that last gasp, but just doesn't fire it off right away because, of course, the various combat tricks that Devore can be representing. Now, especially given the fact that Devore made that attack on the previous turn with the honor-bound page, you have to note that your last gasp probably won't actually successfully kill this creature. So Chris is just never firing off this last gasp until Devore taps out.
And you see it does, in fact, get through.
Getting a swamp here, playing out the Banemaker, and still has access to the Silver Quill Charm. I thought he was extending the hand. I'm like, that's a...
He's like, just let me shut
That's a quick concession.
And he can leave up the charm
in
the practice.
In the practice. But on Chris's side, I mean, you are still at 16. You do have the land drop here to prepare the Tam, which would then allow you to draw a card, gain a life.
And he's going to do so. Yeah. That does use up his blue mana.
Right. Oh, and he found a shared roots, which is also really nice because you can just prepare the Tam again.
And get the blue source to be able to double Tam at some point.
Yeah. Also has access. Might just fire off Grapple with Death on the honor-bound page. Or perhaps the Barag Banemaker even.
I mean, I think he can target anything, right? It's an artifact or a creature, so...
Oh, sure, sure. I didn't mean the Sky Coach. I think he's probably going to use it to get either the Death Touch creature or the First Striker.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they all seem like viable.
Yeah, I guess my general rule of thumb is I just like going after the creatures, and then if you just don't have any more creatures, then the vehicle doesn't do anything.
Broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's it. And what an incredible card the Sky Coach is, though. Just... They really push those creatures that get you basic lands in this format, or the cards.
Yeah, that card is performing very, very well.
Yeah, extremely good, especially in the Silver Quill and Lorehold decks where you have plenty of creatures to crew it up. Oftentimes when I'm playing my Converge control decks, I've cut it before just because I just don't have creatures to crew it.
Yeah. It's just 3 mana, get a land.
Yeah, and then it's a lot weaker.
It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse there. Okay. So shared roots from Larson. That re-prepares Tam.
Right. And I guess Larson only has 1 island in his deck.
Okay, so he ended up getting the swamp. Well,
Right.
that makes a lot more sense about that choice from before then. It is unlikely in normal circumstances that he would be able to use, what is it called? Deep Sight, I think, from Tam over and over again.
Oh, sure, yeah. It looks like he's going to play a Banemaker, pump it, crew, and attack with all 3 of the creatures.
The Technic trying to get the job done against Larson, who's had a little bit of off again, on again, stops with this game.
Right, and these combat tricks are going to be so good against Last Gasp. He's like, all right, I'm going to do it. Are you going to save it? Think he will. So that'll turn it into a 5/4, which means he's only going to take 2 damage from it this turn, but that's a 5/4 flying vehicle now that he has to deal with.
Yeah, he gets to keep it around.
3, 4, 5,
6. 6 damage coming in. This is a lot of threats. I mean, Dvorak is a little bit flooded, but hey, he's got 2 great mana sinks on the battlefield.
Yeah, Larson would love to find one of his big payoffs here. Snarl Song would be beautiful. Noxious Newt, actually not the worst.
Not the worst. We'll trade with the Banemaker here. Although the Dissection Practice will be very nice against Noxious Newt, as you can turn it into an 0/1.
Maybe it is the worst. There's another blue source.
Okay, Gruffalon. Gruffalon is a reach creature.
It is actually, although slightly too small to truly tussle, and he's going to use grapple now.
And all this incidental life gain is certainly also quite strong here.
Yes.
Chris Larson now sitting at 13 life.
And
attacking.
Anticipating no block, he's going to go ahead and send in.
Right, and he's just like, there's no world where I'm blocking with this Tam, so I'm just going to get in.
Tam has a card and a life attached to it as well.
That's right. And with all that mana, Chris is going to be leaning heavily on this to
what a turn
get
for
ahead.
Larson.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now we're down to Dissection Practice and Noxious Newt in hand for each player.
Right. Now, Dvorak still just has a good attack this turn, right? I mean, there's just not...
Like to pump up...
Right, there's just not a great block here. So pumping there, and then you can just attack with everything if you like.
You can.
As the Banemakers can become 4/4s if you sink all your mana into them, and the Graphalon's only a 3/4.
The Technic deciding if he may want to leave one Banemaker back.
Oh, just to block, just so that there's not like a racing situation here?
Right.
Yeah.
Because that is a lot of damage. It's 7
like,
at least coming back.
It's like you either get in for 1 or prevent 4, right?
Right.
From getting in.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that attack. And
he might just pump it all, though.
I think he's just going to go for it.
Yeah.
7.
All right, Larson down to 6.
8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 because he
4 and 4.
From the honor bound page. Yeah.
All right, another big draw step here for Larson, but he's got a couple of them.
Right. Yeah, he gets to draw a card here off the
Zealous Lorecaster.
Oh, that's, I mean, you can use that to get back a grapple, right?
Absolutely. Although, is he using up a little too much mana here?
Well, if he draws a land, no, he has the mana just to get back Last Gasp and cast it too.
Yeah, that's fine too.
And now he has Applied Geometry, which he can play on the following turn to copy the Lorecaster.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
what a couple of turns here for Larson.
Yeah, and if you're Larson, probably just want to fire off that Last Gasp immediately to play around any type of combat tricks that Dvorak might have.
And by the way, does.
Right. Is he looking at playing Applied Geometry here instead? He's tapping 4 mana. I would have
double Graphalon.
Oh, because he's got the Newt. So well, it just feels so clean to go Lorecaster, get my Last Gasp, kill your 3/3, or maybe one of your Death Touchers, whichever. But actually going for Applied Geometry here instead, it looks like. Nope. Okay.
All right. He thought he liked the clean.
He
play
gave me the pump fake. Yeah.
But he is aligned with the Cheon at this point. And as you said, this is the moment.
Right. Oh, gets back grapple and just plays the newt. Sure.
That works too.
Yeah, that also completely works. You just get another good removal spell that can gain you some life. And man, that applied geometry is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and now he has 2 blockers for the 3/3 anyway. I mean, he doesn't know about
this
section practice, but yeah, you know, so he can just happily probably throw the Graphlon in there.
Okay, Killian's Confidence. We get a redraw here.
Ooh, that's not bad.
If you can find maybe a stand-up for yourself, that could be something nice here to slow things down.
Yeah, I guess he just has to do it.
Yep.
Yep. Sure. The first striker here, so that's now a 4/4, and with the dissection practice, would be able to eat something.
Oh,
Just
he
the
found
land.
the land though for Detechnic.
Chris Larson's at 6. Dissection practice also drains your opponent for 1.
The only good news is that it was a swamp. So he can pump 1 additional time.
Yeah, yeah. Could just attack with everything just to try to get Killian's Confidence back and just force bad trades with the Banemakers if Chris Larson wants to make those trades. But then you have to think about the attack back, right? It's like, is there enough on the attack back here? Now, the thing is, Chris is probably going to at least make 1 block. Let's say you just block with the Newt. What are you going to, how much are you going to attack back for, right? We have 4 from the Lorecaster, 4 from the Graphlon. Okay.
Yeah.
Larson's like, all I need to do is cast this applied geometry.
Totally.
And I'll be good. You can just get it back.
And you can see
just get it back.
You can just get it right
It's
back
the
again.
combo.
Yeah, and you can see that he's holding that Lorecaster for that exact reason.
Right.
He wants his choice.
You what?
I can still pump.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I guess it won't matter here.
Yeah.
One of them doesn't do anything though. So
Chris Larson's like, I just want to cast applied geometry over and over again. Now only has access to the 1 blue source. If he had more,
he could do more.
He could just keep copying the Lorecasters, right, over and over again. You get the geometry back.
1 life. Yeah.
You cast applied geometry, copy the Lorecaster.
Because it's already resolved by the time. Are you serious? That's gnarly.
But there's only 1 blue. Oh, he's got 2 blues.
He does. He does because of the duel.
Oh my gosh, this is disgusting.
And do it again.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, Christopher Larson putting on a show, trying to earn himself the trophy here.
These are all 6/6s, by the way.
You kidding me right now?
Oh my goodness.
11.
And he ends up with it still in hand?
A little bit of a misstep, though. Didn't keep up a green source for Barrage Barrage.
He changed it.
He changed it. Okay.
Your turn? Yeah. This is going to be turn 0 of the additional turns.
Oh, wow. We're actually in additional turns. It doesn't feel like that's the way this is going to end.
No, this is going to end very, very soon, especially if Devore can't stop this. But Devore did find the removal spell here. So if you stand up for yourself, the Lorecaster, you will
He could
fizzle.
break the well, then maybe
But you
I'm
still have
wrong.
but you still have the 2 6/6s you got to deal
But
with.
he's got one of them covered.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, assuming that it lives.
Yeah, but there's also Grapple with Death and Barrage Barrage, right?
Right. Yeah, it's still. But remember, we're in extra turns here. This isn't a time frame thing.
Well, Chris Larson just drew Snarl Song.
Oh.
I mean, that's got to just close out the game, right? Within the time that we have.
Even with the time we have.
Yeah.
First, he's going to grapple.
Just
the
attack,
Banemaker.
probably.
Yeah, he's just got clean attack.
Oh, he's going for the...
He's just going to fight and try to end it right here.
Oh, right. And then Devore's going to use the removal spell, but then that would mean Chris Larson still can get the loop going with the applied geometry.
Yeah, and Detechnic's really forced to do this.
Right.
He just doesn't want to use this on a fractal, but he has to.
Yeah, and now you just make another 6/6.
But he really does need to make sure. I mean, this is turn 1 of extra turns. He should be fine.
Yeah.
You're at 11, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Chris Larson
to
is
make
at
it
6.
1?
Doesn't have the mana to cast Snarl Song, though, right? So, all right, playing it a little bit more conservatively here. Keeping 2 creatures back. Because the way that you can possibly lose this is you find a removal spell for the Lorecaster.
Yes.
Or you find if you attack with both, it's not a lethal attack. Then you kill the token. Then you attack and you get Killian's Confidence back, and maybe you can get a.
Oh, and that's going to do it. Christopher Larson picks up the match and the pod. He wins the trophy and ends up getting the 3-0 start.
Setting up the back-to-back.
And doing it his way.
Right.
Also, I mentioned at the beginning, of the day that I had a chat with Chris yesterday, and the deck he drafted is exactly the type of deck that he described of what he wants to do in the format. Soup deck is kind of what people like to call it. You know, it's a converge deck, and he drafted it, and he went 3-0.
Yeah, and it played out beautifully. He was still, we were a little bit concerned about, what's going to happen if he plays against another slow controlling deck. Well, that really wasn't an issue this round or even the first round. And, when you play against kind of these more mid-range strategies, like if you just survive long enough and you just get to cast your heavy hitters, you can see what happens.
Oh, it's feast time, right? I mean, you just get all the good stuff. I would say the mid-range deck is what you want the absolute most, and that's exactly what he got. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
The full class schedule at your LGS is ready for Secrets of Strixhaven, and there are plenty of events no matter how you like to play Magic. Full details are available at mtg.social/WTP-SOS. Hey everybody, welcome back to live coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We've also got some great cosplay going on here at MagicCon Las Vegas with 25,000 people joining us here to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Welcome along. I'm Maria Bertholdi, your host for the weekend. Joining me here at the news desk, Monty Devuti and Tannen Grace. And we are out of draft this morning, shifting our attention later on to standard. But before we do, let's have a wrap-up of draft Tannen.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at these pods and how these players got to 3-0. Now, it's going to be a story of 3 different ways that you could play this format. As we take a look at Christopher Larson, our defending Pro Tour champion, he got it done with everybody's favorite deck. Everyone say it with me. He did it with the Soup deck. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Maria, for the backup there. You can see he played 4 of the 5 colors available to him, worked out well with the people around him. Great deck. Not much more to say. Super powerful stuff in every color. If we take a look at pod 2, though, Yuki Ichikawa did it the old-fashioned way. This is the way we all learned how to play Limited growing up. Stick to your 2 colors, get good cards, good removal, good creatures, get the job done. So you can see that's one of the other ways you can play here. You pick one of the schools, you stick to it, you can 3-0 your draft pod here at a Pro Tour. And then last but not least, we go to the 3rd draft pod. You see the 3rd and the other way that you could play here, where Toru Inoue picked the way of doing this in the 2 wedges that kind of work together. blue, green, black is a way that you can pick either one of the schools, one maybe a little bit more than the other, but you can dip your toes in the waters of each one of those schools, get the best cards from 3-0 your draft pot here. Great start for all three of these players.
Secrets of Strixhaven draft is indeed awesome. Feels like you can do absolutely anything. All right, everyone, it's time to take a look at our leaderboard now for the first time here in our tournament and find out who is starting the tournament off with a 3-0 unblemished record. This is, of course, exactly where these players want to be and why draft is so very important across the tournament. You can already see some big names here putting up numbers on the board. Nora Offman there, top 8 at Pro Tour EOE. Yuki Ishikawa, we had a call out there, getting that 3-0 there. 9 Grand Prix top 8s and 4 wins to his name. And check it out, in 16th currently, Javier Dominguez, 2-time world champion, not doing so bad. Love to see him starting off with a 3-0.
Yeah, we take a look at the second page, you see a ton of players 3-0. Hey, Eli Cassis, we're seeing those survivors really putting up the results here. Neither one of them wants to be the first one to come off that as well. Mike Sigrist, 3-0 here too, on his chance back at the Pro Tour. Good to see that great limited player doing well there.
And our 3-0s continue. This is such a huge tournament. Check it out. Nathan Stoyer had that banger of a season in 2022 with the World Championship and Pro Tour win there. Congratulations to him on starting out the tournament so very well. Luis Salvato with a 3-0 to start things off as well. Adam Adelson starting off 3-0. And to round out our 3-0s, Anthony Lee, your Cosmos Heavy Play team captain. And speaking of teams, how about we check in on how some of our teams are doing, sort of TCG player, Monty?
All right, well, Team TCG player picked up some big names, including some big limited names coming into the event, coming off of one of their worst events. They're doing average here. Michael Sigrist, one of those big limited name pickups, getting a trophy for himself. And shout out to my friend Nam Dang for his first Pro Tour trophy, getting the 3-0 done for Team TCG player.
Up next, we got Team Handshake Moxville. You can see the team there. This one, some middling results, right? We've got some 3-0s. We got a lot of people maybe not doing as well as they'd like. You see a couple of 0-3s there at the bottom. They did come away with 2 trophies here. David Inglis with a 3-0. Lots of people, Simon Nielsen with a 1-2, back against the wall, but he's a very talented player. We'll see if he can turn this around.
All right, there's a look at Handshake Moxfield, but what about Moriyama Japan? Let's check out the results here for this big powerhouse team from Japan. How did they do in draft? Well, we've got 3 3-0s, but overall, pretty average record for a team of this caliber. So hoping to hold on here as we turn to the standard rounds.
All right, and time for the biggest team in the field with the reigning Pro Tour champion, Team Cosmos Heavy Play. They are crushing it. Of the 21 players, they have 8 trophies, and I believe as we take a look at the second page of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, I think they have an almost 70% limited win rate.
That's incredible.
I think no 0-3s. Everybody picked up at least 1 win, so 0 0-3s for Cosmos Heavy Play. They are crushing it so far to start this tournament.
Yeah, awesome stuff from Cosmos Heavy Play there. Let's take a look at the Boulder Merlion, see how they did. I think we're going to have a little bit of an underwhelming result here from them as well. A couple 3-0s to be excited about, but a lot of 0-3s and 1-2s to be a little not excited about from this team. See Corey Burkhart there going 2-0. Collins Mullen with the 3-0. Personal friend of mine, love seeing that for him. But this is a team that really leans on how well they've done in Standard in the past, so we're going into that format for them. So hopefully they can kind of turn this around and right the ship.
Speaking of turning our attention to Standard, let's do that right now. Just in case you're unfamiliar with the format, Monty has a bit of a preview for us here.
Okay, so of course, by kicking off Standard, we're going to start by showing you the sets in Standard, and there are 16 of them. One of the biggest Standard formats we've ever had, spanning all the way back to Wilds of Eldraine. But for us, a lot of the focus is now on the latest set to join Standard, Secrets of Strixhaven, because it had a lot of impact on our Standard metagame. I believe of the 320 or so players in the field, only 60 of them have not registered a Strixhaven card. So a massive impact, and here is our metagame for the first time this weekend. Izzet Prowess leading the charge at 30% of the field, almost 100 copies mono green landfall, the second most played deck. No surprise here, but as we go forward in Standard, the question is, are some of these lower number decks like Azorius, Tempo, or Momo able to overcome those big, heavy contenders?
I'm excited to find out. But before we do, qualifying for this event, of course, is difficult, but you can do it if you play a Spotlight Series. Tannen had a chance to talk to some players who qualified that way yesterday.
Hey everyone, I just found Christian Calcano.
Hello.
He top-aided Spotlight Toronto to get himself back onto the Pro Tour. He was limited, by the way. I know that's your jam. Tell me about your experience.
In that tournament? It was pretty pretty awesome. I opened a cool deck. I wasn't 100% sure how it was gonna fare. It wasn't like super broken in my opinion. I just had the right cards though, and I went undefeated on day 1. Then I drafted a pretty solid Merfolk deck on day 2, and it was cool. I was in the feature match all of day 2, so that was a first for me. So that was nice. And yeah, I drafted a cool Merfolk deck, went 2-1, and then the second draft I stuck to my guns in the format and drafted like a really off the wall Vivid deck, and managed to lock up the top 8. So
all right, well thanks for sharing that with us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I am here with Kai Nelson, the winner of Spotlight Atlanta. Why don't you tell me how that experience was for you?
Yeah, the experience in Atlanta was great. I came prepared with a deck that I feel like was under the radar, kind of with tools that were not explored yet, and it really paid off in the meta in Atlanta.
Well, best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, we're joined by Oliver Tomiko. Great finish at Spotlight Atlanta. You made top 8 there.
Yep.
Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, it was great. I played Lessons. I picked up the deck basically the day before the tournament, and it kind of like is, you're drawing cards, you're dealing damage to your opponent with the monuments, kind of a really intuitive deck, but you do a lot of discarding. End up getting second place. I haven't played a Pro Tour since maybe like 2019, 2020. So I'm very excited to be back doing this. The event was really fun. Yeah.
Thanks for your time and good luck.
Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Dylan Pratt, here for his first Pro Tour after a really good finish and a top 8 finish at Spotlight Toronto. Why don't you kind of walk me through that experience?
Well, it started a month before. My amazing wife surprised me for my birthday by gifting me a trip to Toronto. I'm actually from Whitehorse, Yukon, so just next to Alaska. So it was a far travel. I went all the way across the country, and I'm used to just playing on Arena, like by myself, drafting, playing limited. So it was a bit of a shock going to 1,800 people in the Spotlight. But yeah, I was just trying to be in the moment and had no expectations. So many people, my first tournament in like 20 years. Yeah, I just was trying to be mindful every round, and I kind of just kept winning and didn't lose so much. And then they announced I was in the top 8, and it was really cool. I was just, very surreal. I just had tears in my eyes. I was like, it's kind of been a lifelong dream. I've been playing Magic since I was 10 for 30 years. So it was very surreal to be like, am I on the Pro Tour? Am I actually going to be going to the Pro Tour? Now I'm here. Yeah.
All right. Well, Dylan, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm joined by Valerie Jade, winner of Spotlight Toronto. Why don't you tell me about that experience and how it was for you?
Hi, thank you. It was really great. I got to prepare for the limited format with my team, Sanctum, the week before for the Pro Tour, and it was incredible and helped a lot. I had just missed my requalification for the next Pro Tour in round 16, lost my win in, and was pretty crushed and not sure where to go with my competitive career after that, but got back on real quick, so I can't complain. And now they gave me a trophy.
Here we are. Yeah, you're a winner. They can't take that from you. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Qualifying via the Spotlight Series. So good to see some familiar faces back on the Pro Tour too through that route to qualify. Well, we're going to keep featuring some Spotlight Series winners here coming up in our next feature match. Let's check out for round number 4 as we turn our attention to Standard. Here in the tournament, we just saw him on camera there give a little interview. Kai Nelson up against Tony Martos. Golgari mid-range versus Izzet Prowess matchup. Now, Kai Nelson is a Spotlight Series winner in Atlanta with Bant Airbending. That was the deck that he brought that was a little bit under the radar, excuse me. He has a fantastic record at these Spotlight Series events with a combined 34, 13, and 1 across 3 different events. So congratulations to him. Says he's so excited to be back playing competitive Magic. Started playing in 2013. Taking a look at his round by round here, Tannen.
Yeah, we take a look at the fact that he did 3-0 this pod. That's a great start for his Pro Tour here for him. We're going to have to figure out how he does in Constructed. But you see that taking on Jake, Basil, and Takeshi there in the first round. Easy 3-0 for him. It looks like he only lost one game. Hopefully he can keep that up in the constructed round.
Fabulous start to the tournament for Kai, up against Tony Martos with 2 regional top finishes to his name, 2 RC top 8s to be precise. Top 8'd Arena Championship 11 as well. Says his favorite house here is Quandrix for the weekend. Started playing Magic in 2001. Let's take a look at his start to the tournament.
Yeah, you can see nice 3-0 start for him as well, beating Matthew Wright, Brendan Roy, and Liam Kane in his first 3 rounds. He's going to have a nice little matchup for himself here in round 4. Let's see if he can keep the winning ways going.
All right, there's a look at our players, but what decks do they choose to bring here for Standard this weekend, Monty?
All right, well, starting off with Kai Nelson, he chose an under-the-radar deck for Spotlight at Atlanta. He's done it again this weekend. He's brought Golgari mid-range. Now, very much aiming to be a disruptive deck, trying to interrupt the graveyard using a card like Keen-Eyed Curator, disrupt the hand using Duress, and then once he's able to run his opponent low on resources, that sets things up for a card like Professor Delian Fell to completely take over the game through just repeat value. This deck is all about value and disrupting your opponent. He said he actually feels decent about the Izzet matchup. So as we look over to the other side, Tony Martos, well, this is the big bad, isn't it? Izzet Prowess is the most played deck in the room. Plenty of ways to build it, and for Tony, he's actually gone for the build that features Color Storm Stallion. This is one of the newer builds, of course, featuring a Secrets of Strixhaven card. This deck is all about value. Cheap spells, setting up, and then again, disrupting your opponent, but a lot of it is just the Storm Chaser's talent plus Boomerang Basics loops that we've seen, and the Stallion just plays so well into this deck.
I know, I'm so excited to see it on camera here this weekend. It's time for round number 4 as we switch on over to Standard. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Monty and Tannen. Welcome to the desk, by the way, buddy. Corey, we are back in the booth. We are ready to rock and roll for Constructed. It is Standard.
Yes.
We're going to see lots of blue and red spells being cast, friends, in the hands this round of Tony Martos, who also played Izzet Lessons in the event that he qualified for. So it's going to be interesting to see how this match shakes up here against Kai Nelson, you know, marching to the beat of his own drum once again, playing Golgari midrange.
Now it's going to be really interesting to see if this is similar to the Pro Tour that we had here in Richmond, where there was a deck that people were gunning for, and it is that other style of decks that are coming to beat them going to take it down, or is the big bad of the format going to be that good? So those are the big questions that we need to answer here.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Standard.
Izzet Prowess is, as you say, the big bad of this tournament. It is the most played deck. It is the deck that many people defaulted to, even after playing decks like, you know, Mono Green Landfall. They were just like, there's too many decision points to be made in Landfall, so Izzet Lessons is easier in inverted commas. You wouldn't think you'd say that about a deck that has so many things going on.
Yeah, so many choices, that's for sure. And, you know, we don't see Slick Shot Show Off from Tony's build. That's kind of the, you know, the go-to list, I would say. You know, seeing the Stallion is a little bit different, but a very powerful card. And, yeah, going to be really interesting to see how Kai and this Golgari deck, you know, can fare against Izzet. Golgari is just a very notorious deck that's going to be like 45 to 55% against the whole field. It's never anything that's going to have that flashy of a good matchup. And the one thing that I will think will be interesting here is Maelstrom Pulse is going to clean up so many otters. And I bet it's going to do that exactly right now.
What would we call that, otter side?
Yeah, I don't know. But Maelstrom Pulse looks to be really good right now in a sea of otters.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sea of otters, that was a good one. Alrighty, so things underway here. Maelstrom Pulse easily snapped off there by Kai Nelson. Wants to get those otters off the board. They may look, you know, seemingly docile and totally harmless, but oh boy, a couple of spells and those guys are chunking your life total down by half.
Definitely, yeah. It's a very big problem. And I will say Tony's specific build of Prowess here, where you're playing just a creature that can be removed pretty easily from Kai, I think we'll have a little bit of a disadvantage in this matchup, but we're going to see, you know, the very powerful Color Storm Stallion. That's going to be really good against, you know, maybe the Izzet Spelementals deck, being that it's an elemental, and other matchups like this.
Yeah, you know, and Secrets of Strixhaven really just supercharged an already powerful archetype.
Yes.
We look at his list. He's got Color Storm Stallion, Traumatic Critique, Vibrant Outburst, Prismari Charm. So many cards from the new set have made their way into this archetype. So they're feasting.
Yeah, and of course, maybe the most important one, Flow State. Flow State ends up just being so incredible. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see if it's going to take it down or the players that are gunning for it can do it.
It's always fun to predict in the beginning of a tournament who's going to be in the top 8, like what's the makeup going to be. My prediction, 3 Izzet players, the rest are going to be something else.
Okay, fair. But I'm not sure. Too early to tell, but I mean, we saw from Lorwyn Eclipsed where it was Cub decks. It was the rhythm decks everywhere. And, well, they ended up doing horrific. There was one in the top 8, and it kind of snuck in. So really anything can happen here. I got to say, one of my favorite stories from the Spotlights was Kai Nelson being able to commentate that event where he was a huge Avatar fan. You know, Crush Spotlight Avatar with an Avatar-themed deck.
So
like,
cool.
it was really, really fun to watch. And big congrats again.
Yeah, you know, it's almost as perfect as Ken Yukihiro being a massive Final Fantasy fan.
Yeah,
winning it in a Final Fantasy shirt, you know? It's just, there's some moments that you can't write better.
Exactly.
And that was definitely one of them.
So Kai did miss a land drop here. Not ideal, as we're going to be losing some life here with this Annex for a while. But that Furdok Core is a new piece of technology that these Golgari decks have been playing. And normally it just looks a 3-mana rock here that doesn't look that great. But the fact that it is a demon and every other creature type is a big deal. That no matter what, with that core in play, they're always going to be draining the opponent, and artifacts not that easy to remove in this standard metagame right now.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Super cool inclusion there in the list here for Kai. 2 of in the main deck configuration. And doing a good job here of, you know, protecting the life total, trying to get these itty-bitty critters off the board. 2 Boomerang basics have attempted to keep some semblance of a board state for Tony Martos. But yeah, Kai definitely has the removal needed to fend off these Izzet prowess attacks.
Yeah, Kai had a really brutal sequence of draws there, not drawing a land at end step and not drawing one for the draw step. If he was able to go Furdok Core, land, Bitter Triumph, this crab that you have to pretty much assume is going to come down. We have 4 instants or sorceries in the yard. It's pretty face up, and it's indeed in Tony's hand.
Before?
Yeah.
And now with this crab coming down, Kai decides to not Furdok Core just so he can have 2 pieces of removal. Might Bitter Triumph and deal with the Otter here, which is a big game.
Requiting Hex, Bitter Triumph, Goodbye Critters, Eddie Merc Crab, a real pain in the backside, but a clean answer there from Kai Nelson. So really just running Tony Martos out of resources, trying to keep the creatures off the board, make him waste his spells, you know, with no real benefit from them.
Yep.
So, yeah, so far, Kai going toe-to-toe with Tony.
Absolutely. And this is the kind of game, and this is kind of the situation where Slickshot Show-Off would be amazing.
Yeah.
You know, he would be able to finish those last couple points of damage. Of course, the horse can do that pretty well, or pretty great as well. But neither of them showing up. So Kai will have the chance to kind of claw back here against Tony.
Charm, Burst Lightning, Get Out, another Burst Lightning. So lots of gas in hand, just needs something on board to help push this game over the edge and get Tony up 1-0.
Yeah, and the Get Out normally looks great. Be like, I'm going to counter something awesome with this. But the Furdok Core will be the perfect card if Kai does decide to go for that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's pretty tempting to go Badgermole Cub first, which that will run a bit of a foul here.
Yeah.
So Kai has a big decision here. This, you know, could easily be the game decision here. And we'll see if this Get Out gets cast or just destroy it on the stack. Tony has a plethora of answers to this.
Yeah, don't want that land to be earthbent, so it looks like we're going to Charm first and foremost. Prismari Charm, Surveil 2 and draw. Looks like the mode that was chosen.
Just an instant speed preordained mode, a very solid plan. And now the fact that we can get out this or Burst Lightning, then plus the Stallion, we will have a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, so that was not on the stack. It had resolved.
Yeah.
And we do get the Earthbent land. But that's another juicy target for that other Burst Lightning.
Yeah, and that is interesting. If you get out here and you were to counter that.
Yeah, you wouldn't have the land to deal with.
Yeah, well, I think you just, you know, you have a solid chance of winning the game because you get out, counter that. Kai's going to go down to 9. You have the Stallion which is 3, double burst lightning upstairs, which each one is essentially a lightning bolt with the prowess. So that would have been 9 damage, would have been Xaxes, but we, of course, have perfect knowledge and we know the hand.
Yeah. Turn passes back now to Tony. We saw a Color Storm Stallion to hand there from the Prismari Charm. Up to Get Out and Burst Lightning. Horse time? Yeah!
It's horse time.
Giddy up.
Move to blocks.
Yeah, this card has been great. You know, it has been a nice kind of juke where all the prowess decks are just kind of doing the same thing. Slick Shot Show Off, Crab, Storm Chaser's Talent, and now having this ability to have this really tough to deal with threat.
Yeah.
And when paired with Burst Lightning, you know, you're dealing a ton of damage. You get one kicked Burst Lightning is 11 damage with just the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's super, super
really powerful.
Love these spells that have, you know, multiple casting costs attached to them. Use them early, use them late. Especially with this horse down, kicking a Burst Lightning is going to be painful.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Strategic Betrayal is perfect.
Oh,
being
goodbye,
able
horse.
And the graveyard. So you're really neutralizing any of, you know, the very powerful things that you have of any graveyard. Bouncing the Stallion here, very much needed.
He got out of there real quick, huh?
That's just a one of in Kai's deck, and it looked excellent there.
My goodness. All right, so Horsey's safe, back in hand, Storm Chaser's Talent. Still got plenty of power in hand. There does Tony. Turn passes back to him. Now Sleight of Hand picked up as well.
Yeah, and the Furdock Core is now making it so Kai's gaining 2 life, draining Tony as well, but the most important thing is gaining some life here. And with the Stallion, you're able to play that. That's 3. And let's say you can cast 3 spells, that makes it 6. Burst Lightning would be a total of 8 damage, so looks like Kai will survive this turn, which is huge.
Yeah. And just to clarify, the Color Storm Stallion, he doesn't get the +1 if 5 mana is spent. Gets a copy of it instead of. Is that right?
No, it's both. Yep.
Both?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
Yep. You get both
Sweet,
because
okay.
that's why Burst Lightning would be 11. Cause
Yeah.
4 from one, 3 from the one that you make the copy plus the 4.
5, right?
Gotcha.
7.
The horse gets it all.
5 right. No, 7.
Oh, right. 7.
So kind of prowess, but not.
Yeah, prowess for only instants and
okay,
sorceries.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't get boosted from the Storm Chaser's Talent.
There's like 3 different ways that these creatures get pumped if he was playing the Slick Shot Show Off as well.
Exactly. So just a bunch of
Oh my
annexes.
goodness.
And that's great. We're going to gain 6 life and go up to 13, but I believe Tony put another horse into his hand with Burst Lightning, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 13. Damage. I count 12, but the opt will be 13, 14, 15. So
Good lordy.
Should be GG in favor of Tony here.
Here we go. Burst Lightning right upstairs. Make a copy of the Color Storm Stallion. Trigger Prowess on the Otter.
That's the easier way to do 13, you know? You could have taken more game actions and did the Stallion as well, but...
13. Jeez. Wowza. So, who wins between 3 Unholy Annex or 1 Horsey Boy?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, I think the Stallion and Slick Shot Show Off would have done similar things there.
Yeah.
But Stallion was definitely cooler.
Yeah, you know, play the new card. It's fun.
Exactly.
Certainly aren't lacking power in the new sets as they come out, so good to see, you know, a little bit of variety in a pretty figured out archetype.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Is It Prowess has been doing great. You know, a couple of tournaments ago, it was kind of the deck that just had the best win percentage, so people picked it up for the Spotlight in Richmond. It had phenomenal numbers there, and now it's just cemented itself as the best deck.
Absolutely.
2 strategic betrayals in hand for Kai, so
all right.
really solid at neutralizing both an early start plus the graveyard.
Tony having as much fun as he possibly could in the early turns here. Bouncing back the little otter maker. I'm getting in there for 3 points of damage. Here comes a Karsi Revenant. Alrighty. I haven't seen this one in a hot minute.
Great card. Just being able to have it be a significant body with lifelink that has to be dealt with. And then the fact that you can boost up one of your creatures and give that lifelink a little bit later too is awesome. Looks like Tony does have Impractical Joke or Seer to deal with it.
Impolite Joke gets, oh, excuse me, Impractical Joke. Gonna get rid of that guy, so he's in the yard. Might come into play a little later on, but at least it's not exiled.
Yeah, Kai's like, please don't say that says exile.
Yeah.
It's like, no, damage can't be prevented.
My
Okay,
guy.
excellent.
I needed that.
So it looks like we have another Maelstrom Pulse, which was great in the early game for the last game we played, and Tony might kind of fall into that same trap of redeploying the Storm Chaser's talent, but decides not to. Heads up play there from Tony.
Doesn't want to get pulsed yet again, although it didn't seem to really affect him all too much in the last game.
I mean, it was definitely stopped him from dying very quickly.
Yeah, true.
And
you've got to stay of execution just a little while longer.
Exactly.
Talent get out, Prismari Charm and Seer in hand.
Yeah, and Kai just staying alive one extra turn for that last game would have been pretty close to winning the game when you're hitting your opponent for 6 each turn.
That's true. Prismari Charm now. Digging a little deeper into the deck here for Tony.
Solid versatility from that card. I mean, really, all 3 modes are great. In the mirror, dealing with 2 otters is excellent.
Yeah.
You know, bouncing an Eddie Merc crab before your opponent's about to sunder flock you, or just, of course, this preordained mode is excellent.
Sleight of hand now available for Tony, so plenty of gas in the tank here. Storm Chaser's talent. Otter comes back. And we do the same old Boomerang basics at back to hand.
Yeah,
Kind of funny to imagine an otter being on top of a boomerang. You know, you send it down, and then it comes back.
There you go. Yeah, we're going to be seeing and saying that a lot.
Yes.
And it's going to be Storm Chaser's talent being returned to hand. That powerful combo of Boomerang Basic and Storm Chaser's talent. And the inevitability it gives you. Eventually, you will win the game with otters.
Yep.
As long as there's not a rest in peace style of effect, that engine never ends.
Nope.
You got 4 mana laying around? All right, buy back the basics. Bounce it, play another otter.
Yeah. Color Storm Stallion in hand now for Tony. 2 little friends here. I'm guessing they're going to get pulsed. Let's see what Kai does here. Does have Emeritus of Abundance if he wants to go and fish back a friend from the graveyard, but kicks things off here with Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, wow.
Merit of Abundance.
Had the opportunity to Maelstrom Pulse away this otters, you know. I mean, took the conservative play last game and didn't this game. We'll see if it punishes you. Leaving 2 otters when you also have the Stallion for another Haze Thread, this can be a lot. This can be a lot for sure.
I do kind of like this. It's kind of him saying, all right, well, I know you're going to hit me for a lot, but if I don't have a way to actually apply pressure to you, I'm just dead the longer the game goes anyway.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that creature won't be around to get renewed on by the Karsi Revenant. So in for a lots is the ultimate result.
A good chunk of 8. You know, I mean, that is a huge hit, but now, like you were saying, Kai has stabilized and can Maelstrom Pulse away the otter, and then can Strategic Betrayal away the horse and the graveyard. And as long as Tony doesn't have another threat, you know, Kai's got to be feeling pretty safe about that, and I don't believe Tony does, so this will be a nice turn for Kai.
Yeah. Pulse. Bye-bye, little buddies. A little bit of otter side to get the turn going here. Strategic Betrayal and Lenore Elves. Hey, you're late, but you're here.
Kai was saying Witherbloom was his college of choice here, basically saying, thanks to Reed Duke, you know, the professor of green-black strategies, and I think Reed Duke would have been happy to see Maelstrom Pulse.
Absolutely.
Picking up another 2-for-1.
I'm surprised we haven't summoned Reed Duke in this game, considering it's Golgari midrange.
Yeah, I'm sure the hairs on the back of Reed's neck have stood up when someone Maelstrom Pulses away 2 creatures.
His spidey senses tingled, for sure.
What a draw there from Tony, though. Storm Chaser's talent number 2, so you can get full value from Get Out, is awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of otters.
That's all right, right?
Some would say utterly broken. And now Kai kind of out of gas.
Yeah, just strategic betrayal to deal with something big, but currently it's all just a bunch of little idiots.
Maelstrom Pulse number 2 would look pretty good, but...
Yep. How many is he playing? Let's find out.
Looks like 2 in the main.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible. But now, even if you do that, Tony has the ability to every single turn level up talent, pick up get out. Say go. If he doesn't have to counter something, get out, bounce 2 talents, rinse and repeat. The double or the get out with double Storm Chaser talent draw from these Izzet decks is equally as disruptive as the Boomerang Basics.
It is, huh?
Storm
Yeah.
Chaser's talent. Yeah.
It's a neat little piece of tech in this deck. You know, you don't see
Really
many
nice.
people playing Get Out, but like it's looking very impressive here for Tony.
Definitely.
I mean, you got to do something. So what? Do you animate a land, or are you just going to strategic betrayal and get rid of that possible loop that you just mentioned?
Yeah. I mean, I would think, especially since you're hellbent here, no cards in hand for Kai.
Yeah.
Kai has the solid play of animate Soulstone Sanctuary, and then the next turn put the Revenant Death Touch lifelink counters on it.
That would be sweet.
Yeah, it's not bad.
At least pad the life total a little bit.
Yeah.
On a vigilant creature.
Yeah, yeah.
Double dip in the life gain department.
Very solid, but of course, these Izzet strategies just play so much efficient removal.
Can I up this without target?
Yep, can you Storm Chaser's talent without the target? And yeah, strategic betrayal, getting rid of get out here is a big deal. And now that's kind of the you know.
That is a good question.
Yeah, the brutal aspect here of the plan C when you have Storm Chaser's talent, just get it to level 3. You almost never, you know, see that card go all the way up. But when you got nothing else to do.
Yeah, you want to use your mana in some way. And
exactly.
When games do go long, this is where Storm Chaser's talent shines, because eventually you're going to draw into your flow states, your stock ups, your opts, whatever, and that every single time just creates a bunch more little idiots for you. And eventually, Kai's at 7 currently. You're going to get him done. Oh, goodbye. Hey, hi.
Absolutely. And looks like Kai is just looking to get busy here.
All right.
Looking to get busy with the cottage and the Soulstone instead of trying to bring back the Revenant.
Okay.
You get a food, so you
Yeah,
kind of
food
gain the
tokens.
same life.
Yeah. You know, Kai must be pretty worried that Tony's out of gas.
Yeah.
Otherwise we would have seen an attack last turn, perhaps.
Yeah, if there was a Seer, anything that could deal with a Soulstone Sanctuary, those otters were getting in there. Burst Lightning, any of that. So you got to assume the hand is probably land.
Yep. So Kai looking like pretty stable right now.
Yeah.
Has the long goodbye in hand as a backup against any surprise horses that may come from Tony's side of things. But no, just looks like it's land and pass the turn back.
And Tony flooding out, and you got to think, you're like, oh man, Tony, you know, got pretty unlucky here, is just flooding out, but those strategic betrayals prevented
They've
the
done a great job.
inevitability. Yeah. Because you never can fully flood out when you have Storm Chaser's talent and either a Boomerang Basic or a Get Out in your graveyard. So Golgari has to attack these Izzet decks on that axis where they have to deal with the threats. They have to deal with the graveyard too.
Yeah.
And that's what makes Izzet Prowess so dynamic, is it attacks you from so many different fronts.
It sure does.
Thank you.
And Kai's done a great job this game of keeping control of the battlefield, of keeping control of the graveyard. And, you know, even if he need to, he has a duress in hand to keep control of Tony's hand as well.
Yep.
So 2 food, 6 life essentially, hanging out on board there. So Kai very comfortable.
Yep, with a removal spell as well. You got to think the games where Tony wins this is going 3 sleight of hands in a row, you know,
Something
into a burst
crazy.
lightning, and then you get 4 otters with that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing Tony's looking to do, and it's well within the range here of this prowess deck.
Yeah. So elf down, otters down. That's a bit of a relief there. So no immediate pressure there from Tony's side of things. Top of the deck needs to be kind to him, or we're going to go to game number 3 here. It's been a pretty sweet little back and forth. Oh, hey, horsey.
Yep.
It doesn't do anything currently, but
It's kind of wild that sleight of hand or opt would be better than this 3-drop extremely awesome rare from Secrets of Strixhaven. But yeah, not amazing here.
I'm sorry. You are?
He's just not blocking duty here, huh?
7 to 9.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, the cottage is a 4/4, so no trades there. And now, you know, it's long goodbye dealt with. Have we got lethal here, perhaps? Not yet.
Not quite yet, but yeah, long goodbye. A nice little piece of tech against the horse. You don't have to pay the ward.
Oh, something else that likes eating graveyards?
Yes.
Little trash panda, Keen-Eyed Curator drawn.
Yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator kind of jumped out to be the anti-is-it Spelemental style card. Recently had some very strong results in online events.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's really
Been doing
proved
well,
itself. Yep.
Who was the player that went like 11-0?
I believe
with
it
Keen-Eyed
was
Curator in the main deck?
the Magic Online named Zerk.
Zerk.
Yep,
Yeah, yeah.
who took it on, took that tournament down, going 11-0 with a mono green landfall deck with 4 of that in the main, and 4 Melstriders Resolve, the kind of the tech there.
I really want Kai to renew. Please, please, please.
Yeah.
For me. Just because it's fun and silly. Do it for the lulz.
I believe Kai is just thinking, do I want to duress first? It doesn't make sense what...
I will...
Looks like he did.
Oh, he did duress, yeah.
Okay.
I think he would have given him that. Well, did he? I don't know. All right.
I believe Tony said, I have island, so
yeah,
we
yeah,
must
I heard that
have.
too.
Okay, there we go. We tapped the land.
Okay. I was like, what's happening here, friends? There's no free duress, as far as I know.
I mean, we did only tap 3 lands, and we ate a horse, so...
Go ahead.
Something's fishy there. That's all right, yep.
Yeah,
Doesn't
okay.
look like anything
What do you-
mattered
I
here.
got-
Game 3 between these two. Gotta love it.
Yeah, it's been a fun little back and forth here between the best... Well, what is... Okay. It's the best deck statistically.
So far.
So far.
Yeah, we'll
it's
see.
the best deck, but it will be the best deck here this weekend.
I mean,
But
I
we
keep
saw
on,
we saw at Proto Lorwyn, you know, the best deck did not win.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to call back to Lorwyn, where Bant Rhythm was the deck.
Yeah.
And man, there were a lot of decks that beat that deck. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Spelementals being kind of the favorite there.
Yeah, the Badger... What's Badger? The little guy killer. I completely forgot his name for a
Badger
second.
Molkov? Yeah,
That's
there you
the
go.
one.
There you go. All right, so Tony, not with that explosive start. AK just getting... Your games look so different when you have a Storm Chaser's talent because all your cards work with it. So when Prowess is just casting spells, it looks like a much different deck.
Sure does.
And now we might see the Professor in action here. The sweet new Golgari Planeswalker.
Ooh, Professor Delian fell. Oh, yeah, this
Yeah.
card is sick.
We have
4
not-
abilities on a 4-mana 5 loyalty Planeswalker? What?
We haven't seen a Planeswalker this good in a while.
Yeah.
You know, and
He's excellent.
it's very, very good. So I'm excited to see this one in action. Being able to tick up to 7,
Yeah, in one turn.
and then ultimate on the following turn. Now the ultimate's not, you know, game breaking like
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of the ultimates are, but it is good.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing any life gain strategies, he's freaking fantastic. So he looks like a bit of a jerk, but, you know, whatever.
And you look at Tony's hand, not too many great answers to the Professor, you know? So I might be taking Tony to school. Doesn't decide to play it, though. You know, there's a plethora of things that could have been there.
Yeah.
And even if you tick up to 7, there's always that Boomerang Basics to bounce it, but
Yep.
that's not a good answer.
Instead decides, I'm just going to make my Soulstone Sanctuary into a creature, and let's go from here. Another Soulstone in hand, so first things first, get punching.
Ooh, a good draw there. The Emeritus, to
Yeah.
be able to regrow Strategic Betrayal, that's pretty tempting, but wow, looks like Kai is going with the strategy of, I'm going to make you deal with these creature lands, and then once you're kind
then we'll
of
talk.
distracted, then the Professor will come down.
If you're not careful, Tolarian Community College's professor is going to take care.
The one thing about that plan is I don't truly love it for Kai because, well, if Tony's not playing spells, what does he have? Removal. And, you know, we're going to see that. So I think if Kai had perfect information, he would have slammed that Professor on 4. Turn 5, he would have Emeritus, regrowth the Strategic Betrayal, and went from there.
And now we're in a bit of a pickle because 2 lands down, and
mind?
we're behind in the mana department.
Yeah. And now the old Eddie Merck is going to be coming down very soon. And by the way, Eddie Merck Crab, like, let's pull that one up on screen. I think this is truly going to be the Pro Tour of the Crab. Like, I think this card has just really elevated. Even the Lessons decks are adopting this strategy in some regards instead of Monuments and stuff like that. Eddie Merck Crab has just felt amazing in Standard these days.
Yeah, 2 mana 5/5 at instant speed seems pretty good.
Yeah, pretty solid.
It's annoying as hell. Tapping down your stuff.
And whenever you can just attack with it, boomerang basic it back, tap your opponent's stuff down again the following turn.
You enjoy this, don't you? You like watching your opponents squirm.
Needless to say, I don't think I have to tell the audience what
damn.
school I would be attending here.
Burst Lightning, Boomerang Basics, Eddie Mercrab, and Get Out in hand there for Tony. So mostly known information for Kai, who has Delian Fell, but no way to cast it. 2 lands have been destroyed, courtesy of Tony.
Yep.
Emeritus.
Sorry.
And I believe we haven't played a land, so
There
we
you
can just
go.
go land
All right.
Emeritus. That's totally fine. Now Tony has the option of tapping out, Burst Lightning it.
Yeah.
Or the Traumatic Critique off the top was pretty solid.
Yep.
That was interesting because you could have just, you know, dealt 3 to it and did a little bit of looting with the Traumatic Critique. But looks like Tony wants to save that for a little bit more value. And
It's 4 toughness, right?
0.
oh yeah, it is
Yeah,
4
yeah.
toughness.
16,
Yep, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Here comes Delian. Hey, bud, what you gonna do?
I always think when you have such
You
a
are
great
not
creature like that, it
can't be better
it
than
can't
a
be that
3/3, right?
statted, right? It's got to be a 2/3. No, that is a 3/4. You're right.
Here comes Delian. What has he chosen? To draw a card, lose a life. So no
like it.
plussing or no adding loyalty counters there.
When your life is so high here, you know, you can
Yeah.
get a card out of it. So just in case Tony does have the ability of dealing 5 damage to it, Broadside Barrage, something like that, you still get some value out of it.
Traumatic Critiques art. I chuckled so hard when I saw this card spoiled.
Yes. Yeah, it is pretty good. And just a great card.
The
we're gonna be
artist
seeing
should
that one
suffer
a
for
lot.
their craft, not the audience.
We're going to be seeing a lot of that card in a lot of different shells.
Yeah. Crab shells?
It does. Well, that's one of them. But so far, this game has just looked so different in the sense that Tony just didn't have that early start.
Yeah. Where the modders at, man?
Yeah, games 1 and 2.
haven't seen any.
Tony was mana efficient every early turn. When you're just this is-it control deck where you're not being proactive, you know, it looks a lot different.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, this deck can fill multiple functions. You know, it can act as the control deck when it needs to. It can be aggro when it needs to.
Yes.
But, you know, up against a deck like Kai's, where I think the longer it games, the more it's going to favor the mid-range strategy. Like, especially given how things are currently without any pressure from Tony's side.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Golgari never kind of runs out of steam. It's never doing anything too flashy in the early game, but
just solid.
If you give it enough time, there's enough card advantage and that kind of stuff here that Kai usually wins the late game. But definitely not always, because Is-It is just that incredible that it's good early, it's good late.
Ooh. Ral, Crackling Wit. Drawn to hand there.
And
Another otter.
Yep. We are all set up to go here with Eddie Merc. And here's a little nice tempo play. Boomerang basic it back, and now have the 2-mana 5/5 ready to go. So just replaying the Professor, draw a card. It's not that great.
That sounds so silly. 2 mana 5/5. That is
Yeah.
true. You know, Kai wishes he had a strategic betrayal here to try and prevent that from happening. But
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point all that back to when Kai took that, I would say, it oddly aggressive line with animating Soulstone Sanctuaries over and over, where instead you could have just went Professor into Emeritus and regrowth back the strategic betrayal. I think you'd be in a lot better situation if you did take that line.
Delian fell, redeployed once again. Now it looks like we're just going to gain some life.
19.
That's just to get out of range of the crab. And hey, 2 mana 5/5. My Requiting Hex is going to be sweet, right? No, that's not how that one works.
I wish.
But this is Kai saying, all right, if you want to deal with the Professor, you have to attack. Oh, never mind. The horse off the top is perfect.
Oh, hello.
You get to
Off
play
to the
this-
races.
Yeah, there you go. You get to play the Stallion and just attack it now.
Yeah.
What a huge draw.
Yeah, Critique would have taken care of it too, but having the horse there, you know, just
Yeah.
a cherry on top.
And now you get to keep the
Oh,
Critique
and the
for...
Critique make a copy of it.
There you
Ugh,
go.
That's a lot of damage. How much damage is that?
Tony will be silencing the naysayers
13?
here with that Traumatic Critique, that's for sure.
Oh, boy. What's the rules against workplace violence?
Yeah, right. Yeah, being able to go traumatic critique for 3 upstairs.
Yeah.
Take 3, the stallions, that will be 7 damage. That's 10. That's 15 damage next turn Tony can present with just what he has.
Do we have any creature lands down there? I don't think so, right?
No.
No, I don't see one.
Okay, Maelstrom Pulse is great. Deals with one of the threats. But Requiting Hex here looks quite poor.
Yeah, you got to kill the pony, right? The pony multiplies, so.
I think so.
Color Storm Stallion down. Pay the ward with it. Just the crab. Crab is still very, very dangerous. But, you know, Traumatic Critique, it's a big old fireball to the face, but it's also a bunch of cards, so.
Yeah, triggers the super opus there. And Boomerang Basic here, not so bad. Get to draw yourself another card. You know Kai can't have a removal spell because he would have killed it earlier, so that was pretty free for Tony. Boomerang Basic would be a lot worse if it just puts it into your graveyard.
Do you think Tony took all of the Storm Chaser's talents out?
No, I don't think you can ever really take all those out. Yeah, maybe trim. I could see trimming. I don't think I would in this matchup, but yeah, no, I would think those stay in. And if they get taken out, you got to think that Tony's bringing in more win cons.
Yeah.
I think the only matchup that I consider taking out Storm Chaser's talent is the Landfall decks. And against the Landfall decks, you're bringing in Wan Shi Tong Librarian and stuff like that.
Delian once again. She's like.
Nope.
And wow, how good was that Boomerang Basic now?
13.
With the fact that the Professor could have came down and destroyed Eddie Merck if it was still in play.
Yeah, and now Eddie Burke gets a chance to just run this Professor down, but he's not going to be too sad about it considering what, copy number 3 is in hand?
Yeah, and all this is just, wow, interesting. Tony not going to play the Eddie Merck.
Oh. What are we doing then?
Oh, we lost our graveyard. Excuse me. Okay, we got betrayed.
Oh yes, right. Okay, sorry about that.
What is it? 2.
Yeah, excellent here for Kai then.
Kai is sitting pretty then. In a really, really good spot. Critique, chucking some cards, Impractical Joke drawn. That'll take care of this copy of Professor Delian Fell.
Yep. Does say Planeswalkers.
Sure does.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have killed a fell with that.
Yeah, it's not exactly Lightning Bolt.
No, it does its best impersonation.
Exactly.
Yes, 13 balls.
Okay, I mean, that was a huge draw for Tony, being able to neutralize that. And now, well, Eddie Merc Crab isn't a 2-mana 5/5, but it is a 5-mana 5/5 that you can cast right now. So we did draw another Professor, but looks like Kai's not going to play it.
Okay.
Or maybe our graphic hasn't updated. That could be as well.
Is it just requiring Hex in hand, maybe?
I mean, if the Professor's there,
yeah,
okay.
He's there.
Professor to be able to deal with the crab looks excellent here.
Yeah.
Once again, Get Out showing its awkwardness. You know, creature and enchantment.
Yeah.
There's planeswalkers and artifacts that matter in this, but Get Out being able to bounce this, still very strong.
I mean, to be fair, the metagame isn't at a point where people need to start playing around planeswalkers. Like, Delian Fell's really, really good, but, you know, Golgari midrange is firmly in the other Dex registered category.
Yeah, there's Rawl and this planeswalker, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite cards of all time here off the top, and it's going to look so good.
Roaring Furnace?
Time to relax in the furnace.
Oh.
The sauna.
The sauna or the furnace? Which
both.
side?
Both.
Both?
You start with the furnace, you play land 5, and you head on into the sauna. Relax a little bit.
Yeah.
And draw yourself a couple cards. And we thought Kai was the deck that was going to be drawing 2 cards a turn. It's Tony's turn.
Sure is.
Another card that's amazing with Boomerang Basic and Get Out.
Yeah. You know, having repeatable removal or card draw, it's just so good. Oh, hey, Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party.
And now where Tony gets to go 5 mana, get an Otter, buy back, Get Out. And it's going to be excellent. But yeah, how about just finish the game? 3 damage upstairs, and Tony's going to take this one down.
Shoo-wee. Alrighty, so Kai put up the best fight that he possibly could with the Golgari midrange, and he gave Tony a good run for his money there. But, you know, just is it proving super efficient, card draw, removal, permission, whatever you could possibly want. There it is in the deck, and that's why it's been played so much this week.
And a great match, back and forth. You know, I mean, there were so many situations where maybe if Tony didn't have that one more bounce spell and the professor would have stuck and kind of ran away with the game. You know, a lot of decision points basically from both players throughout the entire game. So Standard's going to be really fun.
It's going to be fun. Like, Standard is really, really great right now.
A lot of decisions.
We love to see all the different archetypes, you know, trying to figure out how to deal with Is a Prowess Fiend of the weekend. But we got plenty more magic for you, friends. So let's jump straight into another feature match here. We're going to see Rui Zhang on Is It Lessons up against Araz Senyus on Temur Omniscience. So, very cool combo here of players and of deck types. So let's jump straight into this as the game is in progress. Zhang up 1.
All right. Always some spice from Team Sanctum as well. So we'll see what we got cooking up here. Yeah, and this is It Lessons? You know, nothing really too spicy about this one. This is still the Monument, still the Artist Talent, some counter spells. So I was starting to look like, all right, where are the weird alt win con, stuff like that? Nope, this is a very much traditional deck here from Zhang.
Zhang goes by combo for the sake of combo online. Interesting to see they're not playing, you know, some convoluted win condition, but, you know, when a deck is this good, sometimes you just got to default to one of the best decks in the format. Now, Lessons, a little underfavored here this weekend. You know, a lot of people favoring just the Prowess version of the build, but still plenty of the same cards. You're going to see similar effects. You know, I really enjoy the Monument to Endurance version. I'm sad not to see Cool but Rude in more of these decks, but hey.
Yeah, we see some that play the Monument. You know, some are just playing Eddie Merc Crab, kind of doing that kind of thing. And yeah, I got to say, if you would have picked like, all right, which one of these players is playing Temur Omniscience? Which one's playing Is It Lessons? Definitely would have thought Rui Zhang there playing the more spicy deck.
Yeah.
But hey, Is It Lessons? Still phenomenal card. And there's one of the best cards against the deck in Soul Guide Lantern.
So the Temur Omniscience deck, super strong, super powerful. Zhang's got to be careful to not let a Kona Rescue Beastie hit the board, because if Kona gets tapped, well, you're going to have an Omniscience to deal with, no doubt. And then basically it's off to the races for Senyus, so got to make sure. And there's one of the ways to be able to tap a Kona Rescue Beastie.
Yep. All the station lands. Did miss a land drop there. So that was pretty brutal. And, you know, there's a lot of tap lands in this Temur Omniscience deck. A tapped mountain, you know, not a great land, but of course, the fact that it can station and enable your combo is a big deal. But now Zhang is just all online here with Monument, Artist Talent being level 2.
Yeah.
We've seen this a lot, and it's still very powerful.
I mean, Temur Omniscience is a sweet deck, but, like, does it have the time to do this against a deck that likes to kill you, can kill you so quickly?
Exactly.
That'll be the question here as we consult the star charts for Zhang.
Should still be the trigger on the stack to loot here. So discard draw. You can discard draw 2.
Yep.
Or get some treasures. And like Zhang had, you know, Spell Pierce has some permission. So had the ability to interact with this, but chose not to.
That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's a
Whoever
nice
made
counter.
that, high five.
Very cool.
Just to be able to keep track of the nonsense that Monument to Endurance can get up to.
Yeah, and the one thing about these Omniscience decks is they're very powerful. Turn 4, you know, you can win. Getting Omniscience into play has to be the most powerful thing that you can be doing. But the fact is, you can counter the creature, you can kill the creature because it has to make it through combat, so it's very vulnerable.
Spell Pierce there, stopping a stock up for Araz, who's looking for a way to try and deploy his game plan here, but Zhang keeping them in control. Abandon attachments.
Abandon trigger.
Triggers.
Treasure.
Gonna be saying that a lot here with this deck.
Yeah. Combustion technique in the yard.
still very powerful.
Yep.
You know, you got to think, is it lessons? You know, I mean, it just dominated the world championship. It's just been good throughout, you know, standard ever since that point. But I would say still kind of the second best Is It deck going into this.
Yeah.
Could, of course, prove itself to be the best once again by the end of the weekend.
Or just talent, giving the student discount. We can
Yeah.
call it that, I guess.
Shock.
Fits right into the Prismari school of Strixhaven.
Definitely.
Kick, consult.
Kick consult the star charts with a discount. Trigger.
Very powerful. And that's the thing is Soul Guide Lantern is very good against lessons.
Yeah.
You know, being able to shut off some of the powerful stuff that Grand can do.
Yeah.
That's great. But when you have Monument, when you have Artist Talent,
Yeah.
you kind of don't care as
Yeah,
much.
this is like plan B, right? You know,
Yeah.
having Grand stick on the board and having your opponent have no graveyard interaction at all, sure, plan A. But you know, this, to me, is far more powerful.
Yeah. And I think the best, you know, the Lantern's going to do at this point is air quotes countering a Accumulate Wisdom.
Sure, yeah,
And we see plenty of those in hand from Zhang, but, you know, countering it still means you still get the front side of it, the Anticipate, instead of just the Ancestral Recall.
It'll quench you in hand there for 2 for Zhang.
Yeah.
So 3 mana left up. That's not terrifying at all, Corey.
Yeah.
And a treasure, excuse
Yeah,
me.
their hand is
This 4.
absolutely stacked right now. Even the Combustion Technique, which can be kind of countered with the Lantern if we do get a Kona into play.
Yeah. Ashling hits the board here first for Xenius.
Quench, trigger.
Unable to pay the 2 there, so it'll quench it, gets rid of it.
Yeah, really brutal there for Senyus to have the turn 6 quench still be
Yeah.
an effective counter spell.
I mean, yeah, he's stuck on 3 lands, so
Yeah.
that stock up, the countering the stock up there, I think, was probably what broke the camel's back.
Right now?
And then it's like,
in response to trigger?
No, I mean, you do this, then I'll do this.
Okay, I trigger first.
Okay.
so this is just how exactly do you want to do
Now
this?
he exiles?
And now this is going to exile, and Zhang
response to
has the
exile.
ability to just cast an Ancestral
Okay, so
Recall
I
in
have
response.
I have a monument trigger. I choose treasure. That's on the stack. This is on the stack. In response to all of that,
How about an Ancestral Recall? Is that pretty good?
I can accumulate. Discard this one.
Grand Ancestral Recall.
Now let's just do like
Draws 3 cards. Another card will be
14.
acquired off of the not
Yep.
so good
I draw 3.
Accumulate Wisdom.
And now the 3 life mode has been
No,
activated. Whenever that happens for the Lessons
one is still on the
player,
stack.
it's
Now-
usually GG.
Couple lightning bolts to
Now
the
this
face
is all
of this
exiled.
monument.
This that goes. Now I get the treasure.
There we go.
that
A
resolves, and then-
Now I
huge
resolve
stack
this
here if you kind of
Yeah.
see what is all happening. But really all this means is in response to you countering my 1 Ancestral Recall, I'm going to recall in response and then restock up the graveyard.
Let's just say it wouldn't be, you know, impossible to see Era's scoop here because he's so far behind. You know, you don't want to, at a Pro Tour, he's sitting at 3-0, but the position that Zhang is in right now, like, how do you beat this?
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing is top deck Cavern. Top deck Cavern.
Yeah.
Somehow, you know, Ruzhang only has counter spells instead of removal spells, and then you put an Omniscience. So that is the type of deck where you kind of never concede because you can kind of combo out of nowhere with Omniscience, but...
I think
But we're
against
getting
one of the
close.
best combo players in the world,
Yes.
I don't think he's going to get away with that.
Yeah. This is another form of combo. you know?
Yeah. You know, I get to do 12 game actions to your maybe 1.
Copy.
Yep.
Oh,
think
lordy,
this is
that's
it.
got to be it, right?
Yep. So we're getting 6 damage from these monuments. The 3rd monument's getting
treasure.
played. That's going to be 9. So this should be Zhang just playing spells during the upkeep, winning the game.
So anyways,
Yeah.
Zhang started blasting.
Yes.
Copy. Yeah.
And the absolute master off to a 4-0 start. Always fun to see.
You're at 14, yeah?
If I could swear on broadcast, there would be a bomb dropped. I would just say, this is insane.
Yeah, this is really incredible. And hey, we've
do you
seen
like all of
lessons
them?
before. And that's the
Go
thing, the
to
Teamer Omniscience deck, it's not playing good defense. You know, it is a deck that when you miss a lot of land drops, you know, this is the kind of stuff that can happen.
Okay, we were like, yeah, you know, Zhang's not playing combo, turns out.
Lesson still has some combo aspects. That
It
is
sure
for
does.
sure.
I mean, you know, that board state could confuse even the best players in situations like this, where, you know, it's such a high stakes tournament.
Mhm.
It's the beginning of the day, yeah, so your brain and your thinks are all still there, but like that is, jeez.
A lot of stuff going on, that's for sure. But
of
at the
people
end of
will
the day, you know, Ru Zhang still fantastic player, starting off at 4-0 with a great deck.
Yeah.
Gotta like their chances.
Yeah, don't give up on Grand friends. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have more magic here from our standard section. Back with Maria at the news desk, so don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Secrets is headed your way in London, May 8th through 10th, and Japan, May 29th through 31st. Standard is the name of the game, and registrations are open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-SOS. School is in session here in Las Vegas. Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven is well and truly underway on day one of competition, as is MagicCon Las Vegas, as 25,000 people will come through these halls this weekend to shoot some baskets and play some Magic. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. I'm here with Imani Davuti and Tannen Grace. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at over here at this tournament after 4 rounds of play. Plenty of players still with an unblemished record coming in to round number 5 with a 4-0. Noah Offman there sitting at a 4-0, your top 8er from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Toru Inoue also sitting at 4-0 this early in the tournament, has 3 Grand Prix top 8s to their name. And then I want to check out a couple of players who are just doing super great and have a lot of accolades to their names. Luis Salvato and Nathan Stoyer, Pro Tour champions there, also starting out 4-0, so that's very exciting to see them there. Luis Salvato after a top 8 at the last Pro Tour, starting out this tournament very well indeed. Let's take a look at some more standings here, Tannen.
Yeah, you see a couple more players here at 4-0. We mentioned Mike Sigrist here as well, Ri Zhang as well at 4-0 here, and then we can get down into the 3-1s. Eli Cassis off of another solid start to a tournament. Kellen Pastor, very good constructed player at 3-1. A lot of these players still in this contention.
Christopher Larson, 3-1 as well, our reigning Pro Tour champion. So doing well here at the start of the tournament. But how are our teams faring, Monty? You've got to check in there for us.
Yeah, different type of standings here as we take a look at the team leaderboard after 4 rounds. And at the very top, it is Team Pluto, which is I believe is the team of the Spanish coalition, heading up the field there at 70%, but they're a slightly smaller team from the big teams. Cosmos, heavy play, fantastic limited portion, 63.1% across their 21 players for them. So absolutely fantastic for Cosmos heavy play.
Wow, incredible stuff there. A check-in with our teams. We'll check in more with them later on. And now I introduce a new feature here at the news desk. Grab yourself a cup of tea. That's all I'll say.
Flow state.
There's so many great decks in Secrets of Streets. There's so many awesome decks that you could play. Prismari, Quandrix. Wait, you could even play the soup deck. I like soup. I think it's time I go get some soup.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Pro Tour champion Reed Dew. Reed, what are you playing? What does it do?
Playing Is It Prowess. So this deck is full of instants and sorceries that cost 1 and 2 mana, which supports Storm Chaser's Talent, Slick Show Off, and Eddie Merc Crab. So basically just play a flurry of spells to make a huge turn and, kill the opponent out of nowhere.
Give me 3 key cards of your deck.
Well, the 3 threats that I mentioned, Storm Chaser's Talent, Slick Show Off, and Eddie Merc Crab, they do the heavy lifting. But Flow State also is a huge new card.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
Well, because Is It Prowess has so many cheap cards, if I face someone who, let's say that they looked at Secrets of Strixhaven, they picked a cool 5 or 6 mana card that they're excited to build around. If I can trade my 1 mana Spell Pierce for that card, then I'm going to have a huge advantage based on the efficiency of my spells. So something like Jeskai Control, I might be able to have a good matchup against.
What's a bad matchup and why?
Probably the Azorius mid-range deck with Sage of the Skies is the scariest matchup because Sage of the Skies makes it really hard to push through an unblocked creature to get the damage you need.
Hey, I'm here with Zevin Faust. Zevin, what's your deck and what does it do?
I'm playing Azorius Tempo. My deck tries to lock its opponent out of casting spells and finish the game off with cheap flyers.
What are 3 key cards in your deck?
High Noon, Voice of Victory, and Ava Interrupter.
What's a good matchup and why?
A good matchup is any sleight of hand deck. A bunch of cheap cantrips line up very poorly when you can only cast 1 spell a turn.
What's a bad matchup and why?
Bad matchup is Mono Green Landfall. They don't really cast any spells. They just activate Bossing Say, so Onion doesn't do anything.
Hey, I'm here with Kai Nelson. Tell me, what's your deck and what does it do?
All right, this weekend I'm playing Green-Black Midrange. It's a mid-range deck that really focuses on targeting the graveyard and just grinding out opponents with the new Green-Black Planeswalker, Delian Fell, and NX.
All right, well, give me 3 key cards from your deck.
3 key cards, I would say, would be Llanowar Elves, Keen-Eye Curator to target the graveyard, and Delian Fell to grind out card advantage.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
I think the good matchup, really going for the crab decks with Strategic Betrayal and Keen-Eye Curator, and just kind of hoping to slow down their game plan.
What's a bad matchup for you and why?
Bad matchup, I'm kind of scared how much Momo kind of popped up. So maybe we can dodge the Momo decks and not get Quantum Riddler to death.
Hey everybody, I've got Willie Edel here. Willie, what's your deck and what does it do?
I'm playing 5 cards Elementals. I try to shift like big creatures with big comes to play effects into play as fast as turn 3.
All right, what are 3 key cards for your deck?
I'll say Ashling is the biggest one. And of course, like the big, evoke element. I would say like Deceit and Vibrance.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
I think the good matches are the green decks because of Thunderflock, which is not a key card because it's only against the green, but it is. But yes.
What's a bad matchup look like for you and why?
The bad matchups are the easy decks that has like more elementals that Thunderflock doesn't do anything, like the horse and the crab.
Well, Willie, thanks for the time and good luck.
Thank you, Tano.
Well, of course, one way to qualify to be here playing at the Pro Tour is a good showing at a regional championship. And Tannen had a chance yesterday to talk to some players who did exactly that.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Lishi Tan here. Had a really good experience at RC Taiwan. Why don't you kind of tell us about that?
Yeah, it's RC is 1 week before my business trip, so I just might as well go to there to play. The people are very friendly, and somehow the deck I used to play become kind of good in the meta game, and I just play it, fix the bad matchup, and then luckily I got to took down the whole things.
And here we are. Yeah. Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I've got Tristan Wild LaRue here with me, winner of RC Portland. Why don't you kind of walk me through that experience?
Yeah, I showed up at the tournament with I really liked the Badgermole Cub deck, Nature's Rhythm deck, and I added a bunch of colors to it, and it turned out it was really good. No one believed me, and then I won the tournament. I remember I was asking, 'cause it was before the PT, and I asked my friend Joseph if I was allowed to play the deck because they were like all on the PT Discord. He told me it was fine as long as I didn't win. But
scoreboard.
Yeah, here we are.
Hey, well, thanks for your time and best of luck at the Pro Tour.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Will Kruger here, fresh off his victory in RC Milwaukee. Why don't you kind of walk us through that?
Yeah, for sure. I got really fortunate to win the RC in Milwaukee in February. I played Izzet Lessons. It was a great deck. I switched it up to a different Izzet deck for this tournament. I feel very thankful just to have a great group of friends to test with and practice with, play Magic with, and hang out with. And yeah, man, Magic's a great game. I feel really fortunate. Yeah.
Thanks for the time, Will. Best of luck in the tournament. Thank you. Hey, everyone, I got January Adams here, finalist of RC Vancouver. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how that experience was for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So RC Vancouver was my fourth RC, and it was a really fantastic experience. It was the first one where I made this kind of success, where I qualified for the Pro Tour and then eventually top 8 and made it to the finals. I qualified playing Mono Green Landfall, which is a deck I have a lot of love in my heart for. This RC, we're trying something a little bit different. I am registering the card Steam Vents, which I know is a pretty popular one out there. But it has been absolutely fantastic to be here, to test with my team Sanctum of All, and to just try to get out there and give the best performance that I can at my first ever Pro Tour. I just couldn't be more excited, and hopefully I'll be doing this again on the top 8 stage, but only one way to find out.
Hey, hopefully. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody, I'm joined by Sophie Seeley. It just qualified for its very first Pro Tour here, fresh off the back of a really strong finish at RC Portland. Why don't you kind of walk me through that?
So I was playing a deck that Jennifer Rose Holloway was playing at Worlds. It was in-house in Sanctum. We called it Gwinko. I was one of 2 people who registered the deck, and we both qualified for this event from there. It was a fun, like, control deck that could then power through late game and kind of turn the corner fairly early. It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I performed super well, hit all of the matchups I was looking to hit, and now I'm here, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Sophie, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Do well enough at a regional championship, and you could find yourself here playing at the Pro Tour. Very cool to hear some of those stories from those players. Well, let's check out our feature match coming up here for round number 5, deep into day 1 of competition here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. It's a Hall of Fame battle with Shitian Lee versus Reed Duke. Simic Omniscience up against Izzet Prowess. Now, Shitian Lee, we just heard from him in that video there, started playing the game back in 2001, has 5 Pro Tour top 8 to his name, but had to win an RC to come back and qualify again. So we're so excited for Shitian Lee to be back here on the Pro Tour. Lots of top 8s across many, many different tournaments. Let's take a look at their round by round here. Tannen.
Yep, escaped the limited rounds with a 2-1 here. Nice start to the day. Won the first round against Azorius Tempo in Constructed to get themselves here against Reed Duke playing Izzet Prowess. Got to see, can they get another win under their belt?
All right, up against Reed Duke. Has been playing the game since 1995, a Pro Tour mainstay, your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion in 2023. Guess what school Reed Duke is in? Oh, you all know, it's Witherbloom. And when asked why, he said, quote, Professor Liliana. I mean, who wouldn't want Professor Liliana to teach them? Let's take a look at his stats here, Tannen.
The thing that really sticks out to me is out of those 13 events that we have put up here, there's 12 day twos. That is a model of consistency with Reduke, of one of the most consistent players on the tour. That is backed up by a top 5 win rate all time. This is not somebody you want to see sitting across from you at any point in the tournament.
Absolutely not. All right, there's the players. What decks did they bring to this tournament, Monty?
Okay, well, we are going to start off by taking a look at Shi Tian Li's deck, and this is a really, really cool one. He's brought Simic Omniscience to the table. So let's get that up on the screen and take a look at exactly what Simic Omniscience is up to. This is a bit of a combo deck, and the goal is to get Kona Rescue Beastie out on the battlefield, then use one of your 2 planet lands, whether it's Evendo or Uthros, to station the planet, tapping Kona. That will trigger Survival and allow you to put Omniscience onto the battlefield, and then you get to go off. This deck also makes heavy use of its sideboard because of the new inclusion from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Northwind Avatar, allowing you to essentially have access to more or less unlimited wishes as long as you can bounce it. On the other side, we have Reduke. Of course, he needs no introduction, but for his deck, he's playing as a Prowess. It's the most played deck in the field, and this version of Prowess from Reduke is what I would say is the more traditional one from before Secrets of Strixhaven. No copies of the horse, instead going for Slick Shot Show Off. Now, of course, he did still get all of the upgrades that Secrets of Strixhaven provided in Flow State and in Practical Joke. This deck, incredibly powerful, and in the hands of a player like Reduke, I'm very scared.
I know, this is going to be a cool matchup. Excited to see this deck from Shi Tian Li as well. Round number 5 is up. Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here. That's Paul Chiano, Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for Standard, as it turns out. And as we mentioned, kind of interesting to see the deck choices from our 2 players. Reduke generally tends to stick right down the middle with the deck choice. You know, the value-based, the one that gives him enough play to be able to handle a bunch of different matchups. That's a pretty typical choice from Reed. And Shi Tian Li on the other side, well, he'll bring some spicy brews, no doubt about it. And he did this time too with his Omniscience deck.
Yeah, oftentimes, if there's not like a great aggressive deck available, oftentimes you'll see Shi Tian Li try to attack the metagame from a very unique angle. He's had a lot of success doing this in the past. And yeah, I mean, coming into this event, I don't think a lot of people had Omniscience decks on their radar coming in. So it'll be really, really interesting to see kind of you know, how these 2 decks match up against each other.
All right, let's get into our game here. Lee on the bottom part of your screen. As we mentioned before, won a regional championship to earn the seat back here on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's the type of player that can turn a qualification into a multi-year run.
Yeah, absolutely.
With no doubt about it, a world-class Magic player.
Yeah.
But of course, he's facing another one of those across the table with Reduke.
Right, multiple top 8s to his name. And yeah, I mean, the way that this matchup that you're going to see play out is it's just basically a kind of a race situation, right? It's can Reduke get enough of an aggressive start going here to basically kill Shi Tian Li before he gets that 1-2 punch of Planet and Kona, and then, of course, to get the Omniscience into play. Now, game 1, Reed doesn't have access to a whole lot of counter magic. There's not a lot of ways to actually disrupt that combo. There's not a lot of instant speed ways to kill the Kona either before it actually triggers the survival. So I think that's kind of the theory behind why you would choose to play a deck like Simic Omniscience. It's like, if you don't have a lot of instant speed removal, and if you're slowing down your Izzet Prowess deck so that you're good in the mirror, that might give you just enough time to be able to find your combo.
And we see the Slick Shot Show Off get countered here.
Yeah, with a Spell Snare, very, very big.
Wow, that was nice there for Shi Tian Li. And Reed is going to start doing the dance here.
Yeah, the classic Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics combo.
And he even has the follow-up land to recast, so that gives him 2 threats with the Otters. They don't look like much now, but they can do a lot of damage. The show-off is the big hammer, but again, it didn't resolve. So
yeah, and I mean, there's just not a whole lot of ways to block it either. Now, Shi Tian Li does have the Omniscience in hand, and Formidable Speaker. Now, so all he needs to do, run out the Formidable Speaker, go fetch out the Kona, and then has the tools to actually get the combo going next turn, because as you can see right in the middle there, that is a planet.
He named Survivor.
Yeah.
I think the speaker's an elf druid, but the way's clear anyway right now.
Right, as Reed is tapped out here, and especially after sideboard, it's going to be even more important, where Reed will actually have access to some counter magic to be able to counter the Kona. Yeah, just tough choice here on what to discard. You already have kind of the river region plus the Northwind Avatar. Northwind Avatar, of course, being very, very important here. And it's kind of one of those things, right? You're gonna go for the Kona. At that point, you don't really need the disruption anymore, right? You're just going for the combo. So all that you want in your hand are basically card draw spells, so that once you get Omniscience in play, you just dig through your deck to try to find what you need.
And you can see Lee setting up for next turn with the Cavern of Souls, and now getting rid of
so
something to go
does
grab
Reed even have something here? So he's got a get out here in his hand, but remember, Cavern of Souls is on Survivor, so you're not going to be able to use that as, you know, one of those Essence Scatter variants to be able to counter the creature. Burst Lightning, certainly not enough damage here to take care of the Kona either. And I don't really see Reed being able to put together 20 damage this turn. So, you know, if Shi Tianli gets to untap next turn, play out that island, get the Kona. Did he get a Kona? I don't see the hand updated
he
here.
Did.
He did, okay. Presumably he did. Get the Kona, tap it to the land, get Omniscience in play. Then you can just play out the Northwind Avatar. There's actually a second copy of Meringue River Region in the sideboard.
Right.
And that's the important thing. Once you find 2 copies of Meringue River Region, you can, once you have one in play and you play the other one, you can just continue bouncing each other. And if there's another permanent in play, you can cast that infinitely, right? You can cast that over and over again, which means you have access to your entire sideboard. Once you get that loop going, you can finish off your opponent by searching out a Terror of the Peaks. They're all dragons, and then you just kill your opponent that way.
This is looking pretty much over.
Yeah.
And you can see there's the Kona on the battlefield.
Here we go.
He's going to tap it, and boom, there's Omniscience on the battlefield.
Now,
and off to the races we go. Northwind Avatar hits.
Meringue in hand.
Reed just wants to make sure that A, the cards are present, and B, he understands
right.
the loop.
And Reed absolutely understands. Oh, sure.
Also becomes another regent.
Over and over again, Terror of the Peaks, burn you out.
Good game. And that's going to be a good game. And game number 1 goes for Tian Li. And that was impressive. That was a 4 kill.
I mean, that's exactly kind of what you're signing up for here. You just hope that you have 1 or 2 pieces of well-timed interaction. In that case, it was the Spell Snare. And then just find what you need. Now, here's the big thing. When you see the Simic Omniscience deck go off, you feel like the deck is completely unbeatable.
I'm kind of feeling that way now that you mentioned it, Paul.
But the reason why you just don't see it as often is the deck just loses to itself. Like, you just need to find a lot of pieces. Like, you need to get the lands. In certain matchups, you need to make sure you have the Cavern of Souls, right? It's
in this one.
Right, and it's just not the most consistent deck. You can draw too many Omnisciences. You can draw too many big things. And so that's kind of the drawback of playing something like this. But if you can piece together the perfect, 6 or 7 cards in your hand, absolutely this deck has a capability of beating anything.
Reed's going to do the dance once again that we see with Boomerang Basics. And it's going to be into the Floodmaw to kill 1 of the Otters there on end step for Shi Tian Li, and then he just plays a land and passes.
Right, it looks like a lot of lands maybe just have to fire out a flow state here. Okay.
Draw.
Boomer Basics, never mind. Just keep getting your prowess triggers online. Likely running out the Storm Chaser's Talon again. So that's 2 prowess triggers here for the Otter.
3.
Getting for 3. Now, if you take a look at Shi Tianli's hand, well, he's got the Kona, he's got the Cavern of Souls, and he has a planet on the battlefield. But He does need to find Omniscience and
Plus.
one extra action spell to kind of get things going.
Kind of a lot.
Right.
Yeah, you weren't kidding, Paul. That is a lot to set up.
Well, he found the Omniscience.
Oh, seriously?
So there's the Omniscience in hand. So now if you can find some card draw spells, a Northwind Avatar, something along those lines, that's what he's going to be looking for here.
So if he finds that next turn, we'll see a repeat.
Yeah, I mean, now he doesn't have all the cards this time around, so it'll be curious to see kind of what he goes for, right? Because he doesn't have the extra Meringue River region in hand, and he doesn't have the Northwind Avatar in hand either. So if he can find a Northwind Avatar, though, yes.
How many cards? 4.
Flow state here for Reed.
And this is flow state just to get one card, a sad state.
A sad flow state.
A sad flow state, but got to, need to fire it off. Try to play a bunch of spells here, get Shi Tianli as low as possible, maybe find a counter spell, because right now, at least if you're from Reed's perspective, hey, I don't see a Cavern of Souls on the battlefield. Maybe I can find a Disdainful Stroke or a Get Out and use that to counter your Kona.
Okay, Reed's taking a look at the cards with flow state. He finds himself down a rather quick game. I should have mentioned as we came into the match, our players in this match are 3-1.
Right.
These are not undefeated players, but pretty close. Really nice start to a Pro Tour.
Absolutely.
2 at bottom.
Finds Spell Pierce, which could be relevant.
Like
you're still
with
casting
Kona,
the
are you
spell.
casting it or putting it on
Well,
the
you're putting the
battlefield?
Omniscience on the battlefield,
Yeah.
but then I believe are you casting the other spells for free?
Yes.
I believe so.
It says you can cast them from your hand for free.
Right, so let's take a look here. Yeah, so if Shi Tianli is tapped out, you're not going to be able to stop the Omniscience from entering the battlefield, but you will be able to counter a spell if he plays that off the Omniscience.
Pretty narrow.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Lee? Are you out of your mind?
If
he's going to literally just do the same thing. Now, he doesn't have the other region, but if the deck doesn't win from this spot, then what's the point?
I mean, if you could just Vampiric Tutor cards to the top of your deck, this is what this deck is capable of.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Northwind Avatar. What can we get? There's an Emeritus of Ideation. That's, of course, just an action spell.
Or another Northwind Avatar.
So actually doesn't have a second in the sideboard, so put one in the sideboard, it seems.
Okay.
Now he gets the Regent.
Bounce both of those. Get the Omni Changeling.
Seriously?
Oh my gosh. This is gross.
This is unbelievable.
Oh gosh.
He was missing 2 combo pieces
Yeah, he
and
needed
went
both.
one into the other.
It's like, you know what would be really nice, Marshall? Omniscience. You know what would be nice after that? A Northwind Avatar.
I mean, at least in the first game, he had to search something up.
Right.
This time it was just cold ripping.
Just off the top.
And there's nothing Ree can do.
No.
He just has to sit there and watch. This is rough.
Ree just going, I hope.
Is there a window for Spell Pierce that would break something?
Yeah, but then even if you did.
You got like 5 dragons
there's
on
there's 20 power on the battlefield. All right.
Like,
there's the Omni Changeling.
Shi Tianli could go for back-to-back turn 4 wins in Standard, by the way.
So just turn 4 kill both games?
Both
no
games,
problem.
Shi Tianli. Welcome back to the PT. It is nice to see you, my friend. And he's going to improve to 4-1 and had hand Reed Duke just his second loss of the tournament so far. Wow.
I mean, that's one way to get it done. You know, we talk about kind of the power level of Standard and how it's just risen over time in the recent years. And, you know, there's a lot of decks, you know, we talk about the prowess decks where the average mana curve is 1.5. That's something that we've seen in old Modern decks. Well, if you have a combo deck, I mean, this is kind of like doing the Splinter Twin thing, right? Turn 4, just kill you.
Just kill ya. Apparently that's the game plan.
I guess so.
Worked really well. Two turn 4 kills in a row. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, though, we have more magic waiting for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are in Las Vegas, Nevada here at the MagicCon, by the way. So much going on this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Big tournament side events, artists, lots of stuff going on the stage. Like, whatever way you like to enjoy this game, you will find it here at MagicCon. And if you happen to love high-level competitive play, you're home, baby. You came to the right place. This is where you want to go. The Pro Tour, the best of the best have qualified to make it in here, and we get a chance to watch. A lot of them have qualified, by the way, via regional championship, including one of our next competitors here, Will Kruger, qualified just that way, which means you could be here, find yourself at a regional championship, win the thing, and on you go. Mark Jabola on the other side. Ooh, Silverquill versus Witherbloom from a conceptual standpoint. As it actually plays out in standard, though, is it prowess versus, let's just keep it simple, Paul, mono green landfall.
Yeah, and these are kind of the two most popular decks kind of coming into this event. There's lots of different Izzet variants, but of course the prowess deck is kind of the deck of choice for most people. Will Kruger actually on Team TCG Player, so playing basically the exact same 75 cards that we just saw redo fall at the hands of Shi Tian Li. So solid choice, of course, coming into this event. This is just the classic matchup. Very, very close. Slickshot Show-Off from Will Kruger's side is going to be one of the most important cards in the matchup, as the mono-green landfall decks typically don't have a lot of ways to block things that go into the sky.
That's right. So we saw Reed Duke sit down and realize, okay, I'm up against a combo deck, and then get promptly comboed out.
Right.
Twice in a row. What is Will thinking when he sits down and realizes my opponent's on mono green landfall?
Yeah, so this is a very, very different type of situation where, I mean, the thing is, you're playing against an opponent that actually has cheap creatures that you can interact with, and you do have like the Boomerang Basics and other removal effects. And, you know, the mono green decks, frankly, just doesn't have access to a lot of removal. So, like I mentioned before, you want to just make sure that you develop a quick board and make it so that the mono green landfall doesn't actually get to its late game, because once it does, you know, it's going to have 7 or 8 lands in play. You're going to get a bunch of triggers off of your Mightform Harmonizers, Ice-Tail Explorers. You basically want to control the board and finish the game off fairly quickly with your prowess creatures before the mono green landfall deck gets established.
You see the Keen-Eyed Curator there on turn 2.
Yeah, just a nice large creature here, and you know, eating the graveyard, very, very relevant in standard as well.
And it gets much bigger.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the prowess decks these days, you know, previously there was the elusive otter version where you're basically just playing a bunch of cheap, efficient prowess creatures with a bunch of cheap spells and trying to win. But in an effort to kind of go over the top of maybe each other and maybe have a slightly more robust late game, decks have been adding cards like the Eddie Merc Crab into their main deck. Well, what better way to kind of slow that down than play a very efficient main deck creature that can kind of eat cards out of your opponent's graveyard?
Makes a lot of sense. And a great finisher, too.
Yeah, if you can get to the 4 different cards and it just randomly becomes a 7/7 trampler.
Right. Which, by the way, is why it earned a seer here from Will. He's not going to wait around for it. You see the Badger will come on the battlefield as well.
Yeah, and we are coming in here after sideboard. As Seer is a card in Will's sideboard.
Yeah, great call, Paul. This is game number 2, with Will having won game 1 as we come into the match.
You have 5 cards in hand?
5, yes.
Good. I have 6.
Oh. You hear that? How many cards you got? 5. Oh, yeah, well,
just
that's
so
6.
you know,
yeah.
I have 6.
Yeah, Will. One-upping.
Right. Yeah, Will, actually, I was at the regional championship where he won and started out 1-2 and then rattled off 14 matches in a row to win the entire thing. No losses.
14 in a row?
Yeah. He made that Izzet Lessons deck look unstoppable at the event.
That's incredible.
All right, Ice-Tail Explorer hits the battlefield here. And there is a land in the graveyard.
Is there a land? Yeah, there's already one in the yard, too. Oh,
looks like
beautiful.
Yep, you know one.
I think that's a Fabled Passage. So shiny. All right.
Then I fetch.
Yeah, that's one of those old border ones.
You've already played lands. It says you're done with lands, right?
Yes, because he played land
No.
number 4 and
Oh,
played
no,
Ice
you're
Town
right, you're right.
Explorer.
I'm wrong.
Wait, no,
Yeah,
never
yeah.
mind.
He has
I'm sorry.
only done
I got
one land
confused 'cause
drop
you got
so
the
far, and he
one
gets an
extra from the
addition.
Badger Ball is what I missed.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, and as you can see there, Paw Patch formation getting milled into the graveyard. A nod to Slick Shot Show Off, right, as a way to kill flyers.
Yep. Did you see it?
No.
Okay.
Mark accidentally grabbed 2 cards there, and Will was just making sure that he didn't actually see whatever that next card was.
Got it.
But they got milled anyway.
Right.
It was Sirach, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is where it gets kind of rough here if you're on the Izzet Prowess side. If you don't have that Prowess creature and you don't have a way to kill this Ice-Tail Explorer, that is just such a powerful source of card advantage that's very, very tough to deal with.
Yeah, and Mark's deck can do stuff with all this extra mana.
Absolutely.
Right?
I mean,
say a bunch of stuff like that.
absolutely. And then if you just get a bunch of these lands that fetch, and then you have other cards that care about various landfall effects, that's also very, very strong.
Sorry, what were you exiling?
Yeah. I think sorcery.
So in response to an exile on the Key-Eye Curator, Will Kruger needs to fire off that Eddie Crab, otherwise he won't be able to cast it at all here.
That forced the issue. But it will enter the battlefield tapped as a result of the timing there.
Yep.
And that means he's
More
going to
lands.
take beating.
Okay.
So that was your first line this turn?
Yep.
Okay.
And there is a Might Form Harmonizer at the very least here from Mark in hand. And there's also an Earthbender Ascension that he can fire off here. Nice little, of course, combination with the Sacrifice lands, as you can put the counters onto the land, sacrifice, get a land, and then the land comes back again because they are Earthbent.
Earthbent.
Did we ever come to a
No.
conclusion with that?
No,
Earthbended?
there's a few different schools of
Earthbent?
thought.
Okay.
Earthbended.
So some more
Chat will let us know.
instant.
Oh, they'll let us know.
Can you put it here?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, need to keep track here of the different card types exiled.
So far, we've got instant and sorcery, it looks
So you
like.
get to pay one for that,
And
right?
we'll add the creature.
Yeah.
You did? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Exiling an enchantment out of his own graveyard too.
Yeah, that's going to get
That's
the
the full
curator
4, right?
up to 7/7
Yeah.
and bring it out of any reasonable burn spell range at least.
Ooh, but
but not Sunderflock.
there you go, Sunderflock out of the sideboard here.
Wow.
So
That's nice.
That's a big board. So does Mark have an answer for that big flyer here?
Second main phase? No, not yet. You have how many cards? 5?
Will says, I'm not quite done yet.
All right.
He's going to plot
a Slick Shot Show Off. So that's
there you go.
2 flyers coming in. So Mark
aren't
able to get a lot of lands in play, but no threats. And I mean, that Sunderflock doing a lot of work. Just one of the best cards against basically any deck that has Badgermole Cub in it.
Yeah, didn't even get one with this and still doing great.
Right.
Now Mark is forced to spend a turn to reestablish his board presence.
Get Earthbender Ascension online. Put counters on the Fabled Passage and go fetch
Yeah,
out
yeah,
a forest.
understood.
So many. Cards?
3 cards.
Mark does have the Ice-Tail Explorer, I believe, and it's a little bit difficult to tell, but if he does have another sacrifice land in the graveyard, that might be a second Fabled Passage. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot to get that Earthbender Ascension to start giving counters onto your creatures. All you need are 4 counters.
So is Will's plan here just to try to tempo him out? I mean, he's got him down to 15.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. So, I mean, I don't think Mark has the tools to win the game this turn. But with all the extra lands he's going to have here, if he can kind of keep that Icetail Explorer around, and I did mention he does have that the Harmonizer in hand. I mean, next turn, especially with that fully loaded Earthbender Ascension, you can just kind of kill your opponent out of nowhere. Right, I mean, we kind of we've seen this in the previous Pro Tour with the Teamer Harmonizer combo. Well, you don't need to really go too crazy as long as you just Icetail Explorer plus Harmonizer. Then you just play lands. Right, that's basically the combo.
Yeah, normally you don't think of a mono green deck as being able to kill somebody out of nowhere, but Harmonizer unlocks that.
Yeah.
Can you shuffle, please?
Yeah, I will say, the one thing, if you ever do decide to play the mono green landfall deck in any tournament, you need to be completely dialed in on all of the triggers, because this deck has tons of them.
Okay.
That's correct. So it's 4, 8.
Yep.
Speaking of,
landfall triggers, Earthbend triggers, you're searching.
What is this?
Saz's Chocobo gets milled.
All right. Fabled
again.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
it doesn't tell me. Yeah.
Right. So another Fabled Passage. So another land trigger here. So,
so
another
mill
+1/+1 counter from the Ascension, and then of course another mill from the Icetail Explorer, and looking to pump the Icetail Explorer.
And what?
I'll mill 1.
Mill 1.
Mark just trying to get his Icetail Explorer out of burn range.
Another Curator gets milled, but
going
he's got
up?
another in his hand just to play, and he's
then
going to pass
can
the turn
attack.
back.
Okay, well that was a very impressive turn. I mean, Mark has
Huge.
10 lands in play.
He's so far ahead on mana.
But there's 6 damage in the air coming in, and we have a Slick Shot show off on the battlefield. So if Will can string together enough spells, it's possible he can take it down this turn.
Oh, absolutely.
This is already 8 damage coming in from this opt. Burst Lightning would be huge.
There's
Sleight of
10.
hand. So now we're at 10. Mark's at 15. Instantly gets a spell.
That was quick.
See an annul. Oh, there's an Impractical Joke. So that's another spell.
Practical joke this trigger.
So that's 11 damage coming in?
Sure.
11 in the air.
Dead.
Oh,
and
that's
there's
15.
that burst lightning that you mentioned, and that's enough for lethal.
That's exactly lethal.
And that's going to do it. Will Kruger picks up the match. 2 games to 0 and improves to 4-1 with Is It.
Yeah, it feels like you just put steam vents in Will's deck, and he's just going to do just fine. Doesn't matter what iteration of the Is It decks here, but a really, really nice showing there. And I mentioned it previously. You know, these flyers are a really, really big problem for the mono green landfall decks. I think Will's opponent was probably 1 turn away from being able to kind of win the game on that turn. So I think Will, recognizing that, firing off those card draw spells, trying to close out that game that turn, and found the exact sequence of spells he needed to deal exactly lethal there.
Yeah, cheap spells and one of them that does damage, and that was the equation. We've got even more Magic to bring you this round. And in the feature match area, we have Ma Noah, who, by the way, also got here via regional championship. So I don't know, you seen a trend here, Paul? Maybe you should be playing in these RCs.
I suppose so. Ma Noah also part of Team TCG player here, but playing an outlier deck. Most of the team choosing to play the Is It Prowess deck, playing Selesnya Ouroboros. One of 2 players on that team playing it, the other one being Matt Nass.
Oh, there you go. And then, of course, across from the table is Amy James on Is It Lessons, lining up with her Strixhaven school as well, by the way, just all the way through. Take a look at Ma Noah there.
Yeah, and Ma Noah sticking to kind of what works, because he did win a regional championship playing a Simic Rhythm deck. So he goes, well, I mean, I did really well with this deck. Badger Mole Cup still very strong. Llanowar Elf still very strong, but with a slightly different twist by adding white cards to the deck that allows you to play cards like 4 copies of Siege of the Skies, which is very, very effective against various Is It decks.
Now, both of our featured players here have a 2-2 record, so they're kind of in the get your feet under you, try to make a run at this thing vibe, rather than looking at your record and trying to figure out what top 8's starting to look like. If you can 3-0 tomorrow or whatever. This is am I going to get to play tomorrow?
Already. Right. Manoa here, up a game, haven't seen this card that often these days. Paw Patch Recruit, turn 1. Ooh, and Amy's got, I don't know if it was in the main deck, but a fun card out of the sideboard. 2 copies of Emeritus of Ideation for this matchup. I've played against this card plenty in Limited, and let me tell you, that thing resolves. It's just sad times all around.
Absolutely. Maybe not all around.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
good times for Amy.
Yeah.
Sad times for Ma.
Yeah.
So lots of options here for Ma. I think I do see a Rest in Peace in Ma's hand, so could consider that. Really, really powerful card in this matchup. Oh, and instead chooses to take the more proactive approach. Plays out a Keen-Eye Curator, but that runs into a Flash Freeze.
Yikes. That's rough.
Yeah, because, I mean, we don't know if Amy had a different type of counterspell there, but yeah, that's kind of one of those, what do I think my opponent's going to do here? And just kind of ran into the wrong card. Looks like Badger Mole Cub here.
Yeah. I'll respond to the trigger.
Oh, Amy's got a response.
So now the Abandoned Air Temple is simply a 1/1 and will not tap for 2 mana. So, yeah, this is just a nice start here for Amy and the Lessons deck. We've seen this time and time again. Kill all your things, fuel back up with an Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, 17. Go ahead. How many cards? 4? 3.
Currently 3 might be a better answer.
Might be more. Of course, Flash
Subject to change.
Right. Of course, Flash Freeze is not a lesson here.
Right.
So going to need to find at least one more.
Good card? 2 cards. Yeah.
Ma has an Ouroboros in hand and a Bright Glass Gearhulk. Kind of the main reason to choose to play the white variant of this deck instead of the more typical Simic Cub decks that we've been seeing.
I'll respond.
Ooh. Rest in
Wisdom,
peace.
just for Anticipate.
Just for Anticipate, which is just taking 1 card. Possibly looking for a counter, maybe like an Annul, if she had that in the sideboard.
That happens.
All right, so now the graveyard's been exiled, and that is very, very annoying. If you're looking at, you're from the Lessons deck. The whole idea with this deck is you want to fill up your graveyard with a bunch of Lessons, and they kind of synergize very, very well together. However, if you are prepared for something like that, that's where the sideboard comes in, right? That's why Amy brought in cards like the Emeritus of Ideation. If you're going to pick out, right, there it is. If you're going to attack my graveyard, then I'm going to still find other ways to get ahead on cards. This card is fantastic.
And you know how it is. You can't do everything.
Right.
Right? You can say, all right, I'm going to bring in, one of the best graveyard hate cards ever printed with Rest in Peace.
Right.
But it doesn't do anything else. And it is hard for the reactive player, in this case, Manoa, to figure out, I need to have a balance.
Right.
You still need threats. You still have to get the game over.
Yeah, and Ma
still want some answers outside of this graveyard stuff.
Yeah, and Ma has 3 copies of Erode in the sideboard, but I don't think I see one in hand. I see an Ouroboros and a Bright Glass Gearhulk and a couple of lands.
Maybe it's just time for Ouroboros and start going big.
Yeah, or you can go Bright Glass Gearhulk and then just fetch maybe a 1-mana card and play that. Now, you do have option. You can get a Seam Rip, for example, so you could use that to go get the Gran, right? That's on the battlefield if you do have an extra white source. And I do see that Abandoned Air Temple in hand, so that might be Manoa's best option here. Of course, the alternate that you outlined is, of course, just running out the Ouroboros and hoping just the counters get me there.
The earlier you can get the Ouroboros going, it does snowball very quickly.
Right, and it's just, I hope after you Ancestral Recall, you just do nothing. Yes. Yeah, and that's what Ma's going for. He's like, all right, you're going to draw 4 cards here. I hope you just don't find a way to deal with this Ouroboros.
Good luck. One thing Ancestral Recall is good at is finding stuff. And look at this, Ancestral Recall on the stack.
There it is.
Oh, we lived the dream, Paul.
Okay. Did we find something, though? Remember, cards like Combustion Technique don't work anymore because of that Rest in Peace.
Here, 15. Yeah.
I see a Slag Storm. I see an Idle-Quencha. I don't know that I see an answer here.
Trigger. Yep.
Okay, keep digging, attacking, and then if you're on Ma's side, you go, you can block, but probably not going to be looking to block with the Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, do you really want to make the Ouroboros susceptible to some kind of removal effect? A 3 damage effect, rather?
Burn, yeah.
Right? Okay, so blocks the Grand, takes 5. Did Amy find something off the loot?
Any answers for Ouroboros?
Tapping 2 mana here, I don't see a great 2 mana option.
I mean, that is the type of card that Amy's got so many cards, like use 2 of them. You know,
right?
Any way to get it from
if I
getting
can,
out of control.
Right, if I can just find 2 firebending techniques here.
Go.
Nope. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
I have 16 to 15.
Artist talent hits the battlefield and goes, says Amy.
Oh, I apologize. I have 16 to 10. Thank you.
Ooh, all right. So Ma also found a Paw Patch Recruit, which is something that he can play out as well. Of course, if you have a bunch of creatures that you want to play out, have to play it out before you get to your combat step. Amy James is holding an Idle-Quencha in hand, so just need to be mindful of that and try to play around that too. Also, Ma's at 10 life. I mean, 2 hits from the Emeritus does kill you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to make Noah go, all right, let's...
Yeah.
No more setting up. Like, it's how many things can I get on the battlefield and how quickly?
Right. Now the question is also, because I think Ma might have a shock land in hand. And then if you do, you go, is there a difference between being at 10 or 8 if I'm just going to die to 2 hits from the Emeritus?
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. One big card, of course, would be a Monument to Endurance, right? If Amy goes Monument to Endurance, hit you for 5, play a spell, that would be lethal.
That's lethal. But that is an untapped shock land.
All right, going for it here, Ma. I mean, you can just go get the Seam Rapier.
Oh, it's going to get a null,
it is
though.
An artifact.
It's an artifact.
That is big.
Wow, what a tempo play for Amy.
Yeah, and just running out the Paw Patch here.
Just to pick up the counter.
All right, time to put 2 +1/+1 counters on all of your creatures. So this is an attack for 8 coming in. Amy down to 8.
This is 8 damage.
Wow, this is close.
Right. Yeah.
4. Oh, yeah. 8.
8 damage coming in. And remember, there's another Abandoned Air Temple in play.
Yes.
Mixed in with the land, so that's more triggers. So what can Amy find here?
3 to each player.
3 to each player, of course, has the
3
Slag
to each
Storm.
player, and 5 in the air is Exacxes.
So the Temple Garden actually made it so Ma Noah died on that turn.
That was the difference. And that's going to force a game 3 here. Let's see how this one plays out. Wow, so close.
Very, very close.
Table Charlie, start game 3.
Looks like Amy took a mulligan.
Yep, on 6.
And Ma with the classic. Turn to Badger Mole Cub here. Certainly going to fire that off here. All right.
Go ahead.
Gets the old thumbs up. Please don't kill it. Please don't kill it. That's what Ma's thinking. No red sources here from Amy.
Interesting. That means
so. This is a big turn, and we've seen
green light.
These decks can kind of snowball out of control here, especially with an unchecked Badger Mole Cub. Oh wow, that's a Seam Rip into a Sage of the Skies, I think.
Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, he's got it here. So, I mean, look at the amount of pressure that Ma
Holy
has. This is turn 3, by the way, right? Turn 3, kill your creature and put 2/2/3 lifelinkers
And
onto
bash
the
for
battlefield.
2.
And get in for 2, right. And Amy,
Holy
with
smoke.
2 islands in play, can't even play a Slagstorm next turn.
Wow, is this one falling away from Amy James? A quick, blistering start.
Okay.
For Manoa.
Steam Vents might be too little too late here. Still need to get that Badgermole Cub off the battlefield.
Firebend and Lessing does just that. Amy passes the turn back.
And Ma has an Ouroboros in hand.
Really? Just windmill that now?
And I see a Keen-Eye Curator in hand as well. So that would be the other consideration. If you want to play around Idle Quencha, then you can play Abandoned Air Temple and run out the Keen-Eye Curator instead. But he just goes for it here.
And there it is, Ouroboros.
Oh, you heard that sigh. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, that resolves.
That one.
Yeah.
And then everything gets a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
Although the land should also get a +1/+1 counter.
Right, it should. It looks like Ma may have missed that one. Okay, Iroh's demonstration gets.
All right, hey, that's
battlefield.
important. That's a big step.
Yeah, but missing that one counter on the land is pretty big here. But Manoa still sizable lead here, and now the Sage of the Skies are not. You can't.
He just remembered.
Oh.
Sorry? Ouroboros. We resolved the Ouroboros trigger, but we forgot to put counters on this creature.
So, can I have the Ouroboros? Yep.
Looks like they may have a chat with the judge.
Right.
To
We
sort
correctly
out.
put counters on all other
Yeah,
creatures
so
except.
it's not a miss trigger because it's not trigger. This is resolving the spell. This, you have resolved the trigger, but wrongly because you place counter here, counter here, and forgot to put on this one. Yeah. So after that, you attacked and you played.
He attacked. I untapped, drew my card, played this, and passed the turn.
Yeah. Okay. So
They may.
So I have 2 options here.
Rewind.
One is to leave the game stage as it is, or go back to the point of the error, which would be going back to their turn on the previous when resolving the ability. So
That wouldn't change anything, probably, right? Like, there's no way Amy's not going to kill Ouroboros.
I think the exact same thing would have happened,
I don't
and we would
believe
just
this
go
having a
back to the
counter would
spot
have
where
affected
getting
my play in any way.
And Amy is being completely honest here.
I'm
which
going
is
to
great.
confirm that I can do a win here.
That's very forthcoming.
Yeah, no worries. This is like so minor.
Right.
And let production know.
Yeah, you know, that happens every once in a while with Ouroboros because it's down in the lands pile.
Yeah, it's just a force of habit. If you put counters on your lands, you still want to put it with your land pile because it taps for mana, but then you forget, of course, the counter on.
I make so many mistakes.
I mean, I'm about to get run over anyways, so I don't think it matters all that much.
Yeah,
Amy is doing a better job than we are of describing the sports state.
Brutal,
Perhaps.
Amy's like,
that is very
so you
rough.
guys were aboard. Who knew?
Right.
Y'all did, apparently.
It is funny because Amy said y'all did,
No,
but
you're all
you
right.
said Noah Ma is one of the only people running the deck on the team.
I make all
Right,
these
right,
to have
yes.
the show,
It's,
and when the deck
it's
was
Noah
skipped, I
and
lose
Matt
track
Nass.
before I get
And Matt Nass.
Right.
This was one of the-
Oh, nice. Nicely done, yeah.
One of the, oh crap, people are playing this card a lot.
Yeah. I thought I'd see it more in Momo, but I guess looks pretty good out of this deck.
So there's a judge call here, and the judge has to decide the best course of action after talking to the players and understanding the board of A, sorry, it's too late, we move forward, or if reasonable, if it can be done in a reasonable fashion, they are allowed to
I'd
rewind
like to ask you.
the game stage.
So if we go back to the point of the error, we put the counter that is missing. Will you do the same plays as you've done after that?
I would not have changed my plays, no.
Okay. You neither?
You can put the counter back on.
You will keep your plays the same as before?
Yeah.
If we, because we can shortcut.
If you had had a counter on this from the Ouroboros, would you have done the same things?
And the answer
that
is
you
absolutely.
did in reality.
Yeah.
Actually, I can understand.
This is rough because
Sorry.
Manoa, of course, from South Korea.
Right.
And this is some complex rulings going on here.
No, this time no.
So the thing is that if we go back, if we go back to the point of the error and we continue playing, will you do the same decisions?
Same fashion. I just hand and put counter and attack.
Yes. Will you do the same?
Yes. It's same play.
Same play. Okay. So we can shortcut and do
Yes.
this.
Yep. That works.
Yep.
If
Great.
both of you are okay with this.
Yes, I agree.
This is what the board state was
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Yes.
Absolutely. Everybody's happy.
And you play this.
Yes, and then we go to your turn. Yes,
Yes.
I agree.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, totally fine.
So I'm gonna give you a game rule violation.
Yep.
And a failure to maintain game state. Both of them are warnings. The failure to maintain game state doesn't get upgraded.
Understood.
I can understand, but warning. One warning.
One warning.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
Be
warning
careful.
today. No warning today.
And Manoa knows how it works as well. You're allowed to get a failure to maintain the game state warning with no penalty.
Right.
If you get another one,
right.
Now we're talking maybe a penalty. So.
Exactly.
And he was saying that's my first one of today.
Just good to get it all sorted out there.
Yeah, really good. Yeah. And I have to stay very upstanding from Amy. You know, you're also allowed to just say,
right,
it's up to you, Judge. You figure it out.
Yeah, no.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that either.
Oh, no, Amy
But
just
Amy was
showing
very, very straightforward about
fantastic
saying, you know, this is
there.
what I would have done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's always a great thing to see. Even, you know, there's a lot on the line here, right? It's really
You're in the
easy
feature
to,
match with the PT.
Right.
This
So
is
there's
not
a-
easy. Like, people think that this feels like when you're playing at F&M, and it does not.
No.
There are a lot of lights, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of cameras, and you're very aware that a lot of people are watching.
Absolutely.
All right, well, picking up the action here. Manoa looks to be in a position to kind of just close this thing out. I mean, Amy stemmed the bleeding by getting rid of Ouroboros, the one window turn.
Right.
While she had it, but she's still facing a heck of a lot of power and toughness.
Yeah, so Keen-Eye Curator has resolved. So now we can eat cards out of the graveyard. Amy's down to 4 life.
6, yeah. It just does not feel like there's
Right.
really any way forward here, especially with just the one red source and a bunch of 4 toughness creatures.
Again, Slagstorm not working here.
Right.
Yep.
Banded
That's critical.
attachments to try to get something rolling, but it's just a mana situation at this point for Amy.
Yeah, there's 3 lessons in the graveyard for Accumulate Wisdom, but of course Manoa can break that up because he's got the Keen-Eye Curator on the battlefield.
Okay.
Oh, and just does it right away. He's like, you know what, I don't even want to think about this.
Right.
I'm going to get your lessons.
Not doing anything else, and I think this is just going to be the last turn. What
Right.
could Amy even do?
Not much that I can think of, unless there's.
I mean, any two of these creatures are lethal.
Well, we
right?
do. We play a lot of draft.
Yeah.
If Amy somehow goes mountain splatter technique, you know what I mean. I'm trying to.
That would be sweet. But yeah, I mean, really, any two of these creatures are lethal, right? So you'd have to kill 3 of them, and that's going to do it. Manoa picks up the match, 2-1 over Amy James, and improves to 3-2. So Manoa still has a lot of work to do if he's going to put together a run. Even for just day 2, you know, needs to pick up another win. And if he's going to try to make a run into day 2, he's going to have to really start winning here.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, going back to the last event, the last Pro Tour that we had in Richmond, the various Badger Mole Cub decks had a huge target on its head. Everybody wanted to beat that deck. Going into this event, however, things have changed, right? The metagame has changed significantly. Everybody's going after the Is It Prowess deck. Perhaps people are slightly less prepared. Maybe we can see a return of the dominance of the Cub decks. We'll see. Ma, at least with a really nice start.
That's right. Good start there for Noah Ma. Let's take a look at even more Magic. We are still not finished. You see January Adams on the left-hand side of your screen versus Changjun Dai on the right. Is It Prowess versus Is It Spelementals? When somebody says I'm playing Is It, they are really not done with the sentence yet. There's a lot more to know.
Right. Yeah, I think somebody broke it down. If you just combine all the Is It decks into one bucket, it's kind of half the field. But of course they have a lot of, they have very different approaches to how they want to actually close out.
They really are quite different. Yeah, these are not subtle differences between prowess lessons and spell elementals. Perhaps a little bit of overlap, but that's about it.
Okay, that's well.
And Dai up a game here. Interesting though, I feel like one card, that the Izzet Spell Elementals deck used to have that allowed you to kind of perhaps go over the top of some of the Izzet Prowess variants was maybe something like a Sunderflock. But now the Izzet Prowess decks have gone, well, that card's pretty good actually.
What is that over there?
What's that? Maybe I'll play it too. And of course that's an Elemental, so you can't actually bounce the Eddie Mer Crabs.
And we saw that in this very round, in fact. Land number 2 here for January Adams. January qualified also via regional championship. This one was in Vancouver, Canada, where she finished 2nd place.
Yeah, both players playing in their first Pro Tour.
January's a fellow Quandrix mage. And she said, as a math major, the choice was easy. I love the beauty of patterns, mathematics, and logical foundations of the world around us. Very well put, January. Maybe have a little room for some English major in there, too. That's a nice way to put that.
I think when everybody saw the card Mathemagics and just couldn't wrap their minds around it, January was like, you simpletons.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I love Quandrix, but was one of the simpletons. So it's
Same.
a rough spot to be in, Paul. You see the Ghost Vacuum here for Dai.
Yeah, very, very effective card at controlling the graveyard as a way to kind of slow down the Eddie Merc Crab. Also, these Spelementals decks play 4 copies of Winter Night Stories, so that's a nice card to take as well if you can.
Untap and draw.
Vacuum starts chipping away at the graveyard here from January.
In January, will be kind of taking on the role of the control player in this matchup. Dai with a lot of lands in hand. Do see a broadside barrage, likely out of the sideboard here. Really, really nice at killing the various 5/5 creatures that exist.
Combat. Yeah,
See a flow state.
and enter.
Looks to not fire it off. Really wants to try to get that broadside barrage resolved first, right? Get that instant into the graveyard so that you can get 2 cards out of the flow state.
Bin for a Charge Elemental. Draw.
Yeah.
And enter. I will exile Prismatic Shard.
Yeah, Dai
Just
just
going to keep chipping away with that Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, you just got to keep hitting those spells. It's a little bit slow, but still gets the job done as long as January doesn't run out of creature.
Draw. Oh, okay, go ahead. Draw.
So yeah, I don't think I drew up.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
so I'll
yet.
draw off the charm.
Sorry. I saw you mean upkeep draw.
No, yeah.
So it's still January.
I'm still
Dai's
thinking
end step.
Yeah.
If she's got like an opt or something, she can run that out.
I'll cast an opt.
Oh, there you go.
Also got it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am an opt enjoyer, so. So, I mean, despite that active Ghost Vacuum, we're still looking at least 3 spells in the graveyard.
Untap and drop a turn.
Of course, Dai wants January to actually fire off a 4/5 or 5 toughness creature if possible. He's going to be happy about this Hearth Elemental because then he can fire off that broadside barrage to get it into the graveyard.
Enter.
There it is.
Does January have a Spell Pierce or something to break it up?
Deals 5. And
Negative.
I draw and discard. This is draw and discard, right? Yeah, it's draw and discard.
Yeah, it's a blue and red card. Red cards normally discard first. Blue cards normally draw first. This is the good version where you get to draw first.
Yeah, looting over rummaging.
All day.
But you'll take what you can get.
Yeah. And now Dai probably is going to fire off the flow state here. Doesn't have enough to run out the crab, I believe, that he's got in his hand. Only 2 spells in the yard.
If that's the case, then yeah, flow state.
I'll cast flow state.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Spell snare it.
That's a good one.
Are we going to fight?
Spell pierce, maybe?
And I'll cast opt. Sure.
Okay.
Opt in response, digging for a spell
Perhaps
pierce?
digging for a spell pierce. I think
was
that was
just-
another
it
flow
was
state.
another flow
It's
state.
like, all right, this is fine.
That's easy too. Okay, but January wins that counter fight.
Yeah. But a lot of prowess triggers here. Or at least 2 prowess triggers, right? Yeah, flow state and opt.
4 spells, 2 Horror Elementals.
Yeah. The important thing is the number of spells, right? So just want to keep eating those away. I suppose at some point, once it doesn't matter, you can just start eating creatures and then sack the Ghost Vacuum.
And get your long-term value.
2 Heart Element. Yes. Enter.
Traumatic Critique, a
1 mana.
nice addition here to various Izzet shells. It's, I mean, just kind of coming into this event, even prior to Secrets of Strixhaven, Izzet was considered one of the best things to do, and it just got even more toys to play with. Now you have access to Prismari Charm and Traumatic Critique if you want.
Now we've seen a lot of flow state.
Yeah, in January now, main phasing that crab. Doesn't want to run it into counter magic. As you can see, Dai actually has a get out in hand. So
also untapped is nice.
Right, heads up play, and untapped is also quite nice because you can just block the otter token there.
January's down to 13 life. Dai has walked the tightrope here of having the disruptive element of Ghost Vacuum plus a few counters, but 1 threat.
Yeah, so the damage
Some
isn't really
card
coming
draw.
in
Yeah.
too hard, but got that flow state, which is going to be excellent here.
Oh. Exile an opt.
We're doing it main phase here.
Enter.
Well,
And yeah, the
all
crab
right.
did a good job of blocking.
Yeah, but no, doesn't actually run out the flow state here. Wants to set up for crab first. Right, get that in play. Attack step, I have an effect. Oh, and here January has the get out here. So this crab can crunch in for 5 if January wants.
Yeah, she's had kind of just the right counters at just the right times. Spell snare and to get out wins both of those counter battles.
Absolutely. Now Dai's gonna try to restock here with that flow state. Did find his own Prismari Charm.
Flow state.
Only 2 spell snares, I believe, in the 75 here for January.
So this one's going to resolve.
This is a lot of action here.
Jeez,
Is that a
3 spells?
stock up, get out, and a crab?
Crab, it looks like.
Yeah.
Jeez. So assuming you want the crab.
And he already has a get out, so I assume he's just going to go stock up crab.
It's so hard to pass a stock up, right?
Oh, looks like he is.
Oh, it just leads to so much more action. It is a
Right.
little on the expensive side for this hand, though.
Just kind of wants to play that
that's fair.
instant speed game here.
Exile get out.
Exile. Get out, says Dai.
An attack for 2.
Got a little bit of a fight here. Nobody's quite been able to
And go.
Yeah. January
push it
just-
over the top.
January did not have another crab there.
Combat.
Okay, got a little bit of a race situation. Now remember, Dai does have that extra crab. Does January have an answer?
Enter.
You'd think so.
It runs it out end of turn. Doesn't even do it during
Oh, and it
combat.
resolves.
Okay, so this is big. Multiple get outs. You can even use the get outs to save your creatures too, which is very, very strong. You can just pick up 2 things that you have. So being able to pick up a Storm Chaser Talent and your
Exile
crab to
spell
remove a
fair.
spell is very, very good.
Acts as a counter spell with
Right.
a little extra bonus. And we're going to see sleight of hand now from Dai.
Gives you a prowess trigger here. Probably not.
There's a
Oh, it's
crab.
another crab.
Combat.
And January might be a little flooded here. 7 damage coming in, going down to 4. And Dai has access to 2 get-outs in hand, so it's not like January can just flash in another crab here and try to close things out.
It looks like she doesn't have it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, now what?
Combat.
Still getting in? Oh, man, 2 mana crab. Get out?
Yes,
Hey.
there's the response from January.
Okay. Now, Dai also has a Prismari Charm, which you can use to bounce permanents if you feel like you're going to die.
Combat, I'm thinking. You can go. Pass the turn.
Yeah, because Dai is representing a lethal attack here, so can't really attack if you have no follow-ups in your hand.
Right. January pumping the brakes here, leaving the crab back.
I will exile, get out.
Get out goes away.
You can attack with both and just say you're happy with the trade.
Very charm on this.
Oh, you're going to
the
bounce
Prismari
that and then
Charm
counter it on the way back
bounced?
down. Yeah, that certainly works.
I mean, do you even need to counter it? Does he have lethal here?
Right, well, January is a... Okay.
Yeah, that's going to do it. That is going to be Jangjun Dai picking up the victory to improve to 3-2.
It feels like after sideboard, I imagine Thunderflux may get boarded out here. So it just feels like after sideboard, both it's very close to a mirror, actually.
Yeah, it actually, those look heavily overlapped post-board.
Yeah, you just saw a bunch of get outs, Storm Chaser's talents, and some card draw. Maybe playing slightly different card draw spells here, but very similar cards regardless here. But yeah, Dai kind of sequencing things out really, really well and just continued to get the action going, recognizing what the important cards were. It was just like, all I care about are crabs and get-outs. I don't need stock up.
Yeah.
I just need to counter your crabs and be able to have more crabs of my own.
And everything else is just kind of filling in the gaps
Right.
between those 2 cards. Well, that's going to do it for this round of coverage. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, though, we're going to be gearing up for even more Standard at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
If you couldn't make it to Las Vegas for MagicCon, good news. There's still time to get your badge for MagicCon Amsterdam. Join us this summer for the return of Magic's biggest European gathering. Badges are almost gone, so grab yours now at mcamsterdam.mtgfestivals.com and get ready for an epic summer. School's in session here in Las Vegas, Nevada at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Lots of action all over the convention center too. Oh, you just missed that putt with MagicCon Las Vegas happening. this weekend. I got to go try out that mini golf
Same,
too. That
same.
looks so
I
fun.
heard there's kittens.
Yes, there's also kittens here, like 15 kittens.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
Yes, it's true. It's true. They're just over there. Anyway, you have to be here, people. This is why you got to come to a MagicCon. Let's check out our leaderboard. The Pro Tour also happening, of course, this weekend. We played 5 rounds. Let's check at who is undefeated and cleans off glasses. What year is it? Nathan Stoyer, undefeated, sitting at 5-0. Your world champion in 2022. Won Pro Tour March of the Machine in 2023, so had an absolutely banger run. And it looks like he is back at it here this weekend, which is very exciting indeed. Yu Chen Liu, you'll see there, currently sitting in 15th place at 4-1. 2 Pro Tour top 8s last year, so has been putting up incredible results. Take a look at some more standings here, Tannen.
Yeah, we can take a look at another Hall of Famer here, Reed Duke at 4-1, still holding it down, doing really well there. Luis Salvato at 4-1 as well. Anthony Lee, leader of Team Cosmos here at 4-1, really setting the pace for his team. And Callan Pastor at 4-1 as well. Very good constructed player, so I expect that to continue.
Chitan Lee also feeling really good, sitting at 4-1, is the Hall of Famer. Talk to Tannen after his big win last round.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm here with Li Shichan, fresh off of a big victory against Reed Duke. Let's kind of recap your entire day. You had a really good draft to start off the day. How was that for you? What did you draft? What was your deck like?
I drafted a 5-color strip deck. I go 2-1. Like my first 4 pick was like only mana fixing, and then it works well. Like I got past some boom in the later packs, and then I just get to play all of them.
Is that the kind of draft strategy that you'd like to have in this format?
Because like the pack was pretty weak. Like the first 2 pack was pretty weak, so I think I just pick the mana fixing and then see anything is better rather than like committing into another strategy.
All right, let's talk about constructed. How's your deck in constructed? How are you liking it for this tournament? And is that kind of how your matchups usually go?
So in a Pro Tour, we always try to find a deck that actually not allowing our opponent to play Magic, and this is the deck that doing that type of things. Like the meta game is shifting to lots of like Powell's mirror match, and then the interaction is like changing a little bit, and then they don't really care about the corner. Like I think Reed Duke, he got like almost no interaction in game 1 against me, so he just jam, and then as long as I mulligan or I keep taking a hand with the combo, I just win anyway. So yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, if you're trying to figure out what to play here this weekend or indeed in the future in Standard, the players, we asked them, what did you bring to this tournament and why are you playing it? We've got you covered with some deck fights.
Hey everybody, I found 2-time world champion Javier Dominguez. What deck are you playing this tournament and what does it do?
Celestial Unfold, and it does attack hard.
It attacks hard? Okay, absolutely. What are 3 key cards out of your deck?
Chocobo, Sash Chocobo, Arvemir Ascension, and Road.
All right. What's a good matchup for you and why?
I guess there must be some good matchups there. I cannot think of one right now, but they're all fine, sort of.
Javier, that's not good. All right. What's a bad matchup for you and why?
I will say Cup decks.
Okay.
Overall, the Robotoids, those are bad.
All right. Well, Javier, best of luck. Hopefully you can find a good matchup tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone, I'm joined here by Eduardo. Eduardo, what is your deck and what does it do?
So I'm playing Simic Omniscience. It aims to put a 4/3 creature into play and then win the game shortly after that.
What are three key cards in your deck?
Kona, that would be one of them. Omniscience. And then I kind of like Northwind. Northwind wins, but I kind of like Formidable Speaker. I got to give Depra a little shout out here.
What's a good matchup and why?
Landfall. They typically can't really entrap very well with you, and you go off on turn 4.
What's a bad matchup and why?
I do not want to face the blue-white flash deck. Cavern of Souls is not very good against Aang or even Interrupter.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here by Corey Burkhart. What deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
Yeah, so I'm playing Azorius Momos this weekend. Big skull, cheap flyers, get them dead quickly.
Very simple. What are 3 key cards for your deck?
Of course, Momo, friendly flyer, got to reduce the cost on those flyers. Springleaf Drum, and then Quantum Riddler would be my 3 most important.
All right. What's a good matchup for you and why?
Is it prowess? You don't sideboard. You just hand them your deck back. You're literally pre-boarded for the matchup.
Sounds like a good one to me. What's a bad matchup for you and why?
What are bad matchups?
I mean, you tell me.
In reality, I would like to not play against the blue-black Excruciator deck, just kind of control anybody looking to just wrath you repeatedly. But in reality, I think amongst the top decks, there's no bad matchups.
I'm joined by Tony Portland here. Hey, what is your deck and what does it do?
So I'm playing the team deck Izzet Maestro. It's a combo control deck that generates infinite mana and then kills from there.
Yeah, your deck's pretty cool. Give me 3 key cards for it.
So, of course, the Maestro for generating the mana. Second key card is something like, Abandoned Attachment, something from the lesson package in the deck. And then the third card is something like Sorcerer's Skim, which makes the deck go infinite to generate the mana.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
Well, I think with the lessons package and how the deck operates, the Prowess, which is the
Top
most
played
played
deck,
deck, in the format right now. You have the lessons package to interact, and then you can just combo kill on turn 5, 6, 7. So,
what's a bad matchup for you and why?
Well, I believe that like something with High Noon is problematic, like anything that can pressure you, but it's fairly resilient to a burst lightning type of effect. So,
Tony, thanks for the time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, of course, everyone wants to win a Pro Tour, but doing that is very, very hard. But so is making day 2. And since the return to tabletop play in 2023, only 2 players have managed to do that at every single event. That is Javier Dominguez and Ely Cassis. But how exactly did they become the survivors? Take us back to 2023. We're going to take a look at their journey to being the 2 remaining standing players. Tannen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it all started at Pro Tour Phyrexia, where we started out with about 136 players making it into day 2. Right after that, we moved on to March of the Machine Pro Tour, and that one more than halved the field, down to 57. So we're already whittling this one down. The next one was the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. That one went down to 35 players from there. And then we were on to the World Championships 29, where we got down to only 20 players left over. And so they became the final 20 left over.
All right, the final 20. That brings us to what happening next, Monty?
Well, Maria, like any good TV show, we're headed to Season 2. Season 2 kicked off with Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, and that's when we lost Willie Adel and 3 other players, putting us down to 16. From there, we went to Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. 3 more players hit the deck, so 13 remaining. The last Pro Tour of the year, Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, saw 2 more players in Madi Quizma and Gab Nassif go. We are down to 11. And finally, the year capped off with World Championship 30, where 4 more players fell, leaving us with just 7 heading into Season 3.
All right, 7 remain into 2025, Tannen.
Yeah, and that got kicked off with Pro Tour Aether Drift, where we lost Jim Davis, unfortunately, putting us down to 6. After that came Pro Tour Final Fantasy, where we lost Seth Manfield down to 5. Then Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, where we lost Marcio Carvalho. That put us down to 4. And then we had the World Championship 31 right after that, where we lost Simon Nielsen and Shota Yosoka. So we got down to just a few left after that, and that brought us to Season 4, where we are now.
Here we are, 2026. Monty, we've had 1 show already. What happened?
Well, Maria, we kind of spoiled it, but in the first Pro Tour, that was Richmond, both players made day 2. So the Survivors continues on, not canceled quite yet, as we try to see who may be the survivor after this event.
So exciting to see both of these players right now, both 3 and 2. So they both need 1 more win to continue their survivor streak. And we'll keep you updated to find out what happens. Well, let's preview our next feature match, everybody, coming up here in the building. We've got round number 6 on the way with Gavin Marr, who's playing a Mardu discard list, up against the Celestial Landfall list in the hands of world champion Nathan Stoyer. A closer look at the players now, starting with Gavin Marr, qualified for this event via an RC in Milwaukee. Started the event 4-0 and won 5 more matches in a row to make it here to compete this weekend. Started playing the game in 2017. Let's take a look at their tournament so far, Tannen.
Yeah, we take a look at Gavin Marr. Look, he's undefeated. I started off today with getting that trophy. That's a great way to start your day. But now he's 2-0 here in Standard. And what's that got him? It's got him a matchup against a former world champion in Nathan Stoyer. So let's see if the good times can keep going for him.
All right, Nathan Stoyer on the other side of things started playing the game in 2010 and was just like a prodigy. Had an incredible couple of years. World champion in 2022, Pro Tour March of the Machine winner in 2023. Fell off the Pro Tour, but managed to re-qualify via a PTQ at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. So back here now battling this weekend, just wants to qualify for the next one. Let's take a look at the stats here. Cannon.
And Maria, I want to talk about this in a different way. These stats are all great, don't get me wrong. Nathan Stoyer, everyone knows he's a great player. The thing about him is when he wins, he tends to win a lot and a lot of rounds in a row. So him starting out 5-0 here is very scary for everyone else in the field because the kid just doesn't lose when he gets it right.
All right, those are our players here coming up for round number 6. Talk me through these deck lists, Monty.
Hi, Maria. Well, we've got a pair of sweet ones this round. We're going to start off by taking a look at Gavin Marr's deck. Now, Gavin has brought Mardu Discard. This is an evolution of the Rakdos Discard deck that we really saw start picking up popularity with the printing of Cool But Rude from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This deck tries to use discard outlets to really take advantage of a card like Marauding Mako, get Bloodghast into the graveyard, grow their Moon Shadow. The deck does a lot of cool, tricksy things. Now, with Secrets of Strixhaven, they've leveled up by adding Hardened Academic as well as Practice Offense into the deck. This deck can be really scary when uninterrupted, and that's the case for a lot of the decks in Standard. On the other side, though, Nathan Stoyer. Now, he has brought the Selesnya build of Landfall that some portion of Team Cosmos Heavy Play brought. Now, this is an evolution of mono green Landfall. We do see a lot of the same pieces like the Isol Explorer, the Badger Mole Cub, and the Mightform Harmonizer, but adding white to the deck, most specifically for Erode, allows you to really level up the matchup for both the Landfall Mirrors as well as Prowess. One thing that white also gives you is 3 copies of Rest in Peace in Nathan's sideboard, and that really shuts down a lot of the graveyard shenanigans that the discard deck is trying to do.
Wow, these two lists are so sweet, Monty. Which one do you like in this matchup?
I really like the discard deck.
It's so cool.
I think Nathan's deck might be better, but I really like the discard deck.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. One of these players will remain undefeated as we head into round number 6 with Ailey and Corey.
Monty, we're with you, buddy. We want to see some spicy Mardu meatballs being flung around here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? I cannot wait to see this deck in action. It's going to be super, super cool. And we get to see Nathan Stoyer sitting at 5-0, looking to continue his undefeated streak. Love to see Nathan playing so well.
Absolutely. Just switched teams, you know, not too recently as well. So they got a nice deck and always fun to watch him compete at the highest level.
Absolutely. So let's get right into it. Gavin Marr rocking this super cool Mardu discard deck. He did say to Corbin Hostler that he feels good about the landfall matchup, but the green-white version runs more removal, so it is a bit more difficult. But in general, their deck is built to beat landfall, and he has beaten one landfall deck so far.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of looking at the deck list, and I was like, I could see this maybe struggling with landfall a little bit, but hey, they already defeated it once, you know, and if they're saying that they're crushing that matchup, we shall see. But definitely a tough landfall player to get through here.
Oh, for sure.
In the hands of Nathan Stoyer.
Nathan Stoyer kicks things off here in the way that all green players wish to. Turn 1, Llanowar Elves. And it's dead. Perfect start for anyone else who's not playing green. Get that little guy out of there. Slow down the roll of Nathan Stoyer and any of the ramp decks. Here comes Saj's Chocobo, Fable Passage, Crack gets a forest, and 2 counters for his efforts.
I thought you were supposed to bolt the bird here, not the elf, but okay, we'll see if Gavin deals with that as well.
This bird needs to get bolted. It is in bolt range currently, yeah, unfortunately no lightning bolts to speak of in the deck.
Yeah, and I think Nathan, does have one other land, but the being able to go elf into the Earthbender Ascension here would have been gigantic.
Yeah.
Also really gigantic for Nathan to have the play here.
Absolutely. Hardened Academic comes in swinging, takes Nathan down to 18. You know, it kind of looks like all the best hits from the Lorehold deck made it into this Mardu shell, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, it was definitely a predominantly Rakdos discard deck. You know, it was playing Monuments. It felt like it was kind of this more grindy deck that was just using Monument in a different way. I like this approach to it, being able to play practiced offense. I think that is a card that seems really awesome
in this shell. But Keen-Eyed Curator
Oh, yeah.
doing some nice defense against, of course, Izzet decks like Spell Elementals, but doing some great work here as well.
Yeah, and this has got to be something that was on Gavin's mind, and the teams. Like, we know that there's going to be graveyard hate just because of the prevalence of the Lessons deck and the Prowess decks and, anything else that's playing with the graveyard. So, it looks like, just based on the list at first glance, that they will have enough firepower to get through that. But, we won't be able to see any cool shenanigans like practiced offense for 2 out of the yard.
Yeah.
With
or
the Keen-Eyed Curator.
Some Bloodghast shenanigans as well that gets turned down. But outside of that, it's not a completely reliant graveyard deck by any means.
Yeah, certainly applying pressure. Now we see Moonshadow down on the board. Just cares about things going in the bin. If they get exiled afterwards, meh, no biggie.
Yep.
But on the other side of things, these chickens are getting pretty big in the hands of Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, exactly. If Nathan can go, land 4, Ice Till Explorer, or even the Earthbender Ascension here, it looks like Ice Till is not on the table, but Earthbender looks great here. Boost up these Sausage Chocobos, but that's really all Nathan has going on, and that's the problem with these landfall decks, is you kind of just have to play what you got.
Yeah.
Sure, we see Bossing Say and stuff that can give you some, longevity, but outside of that, you do just need to draw some spells. You got to make sure that you're not just drawing all lands.
As much as the landfall deck does, in fact, like lands. If those critters do get taken care of, then Nathan is left with, well, just lands.
Exactly.
And that's not where the former world champion would like to be.
And Gavin does have the ability with the Hardened Academic to be able to get lifelink, help in these kind of race scenarios, but these Sausage Chocobos, of course, are going to get out of hand here.
I see 2 cards that I'm such a fan of in Gavin's hand. Tersa Light Shatter. I want to build a commander deck around her. She's so cool. And Iron Shield Elf, just being able to continually discard things from hand, Tersa being able then, if there is a graveyard to play with, once a Keen-Eyed Curator is dealt with, she's got such a cool ability being able to bring things back as well. So
very powerful card, and you just can't scoff at 3 mana, 3/3 haste.
No.
That is really strong as well. But yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator is going to do some work controlling any Tersa shenanigans.
So here we go, Earthbender Ascension.
And it looks like Nathan very much being very methodical on this play. I think maybe trying to decide, can I attack with this 2/2 land? Do I want to risk Gavin discarding 2 permanents, making this Moonshadow a 3/3? Or leaving it open to be able to eat something with the Keen-Eyed Curator? I would think we're probably just going to see these Sausage Chocobos.
Yeah.
Then you can also block the Moonshadow, but...
Yeah, definitely beat down role here, being Nathan Stoyer. Shuffles up after searching up the forest. Landfall triggers noted on each of the birds.
And Gavin really does not have the ability to kill these giant Sausage Chocobos with anything besides 2 erodes in the deck. So.
Which is terrible for a land.
Yeah.
Landfall deck.
No kidding. Yeah, you're really boosting up the Earthbender Ascension. I mean, Nathan Stoyer's playing a bunch of erodes where he sometimes erodes his own creature.
Yeah, which
so
is
you
cool.
So you gotta think erode against the deck is not the biggest deal.
Yeah, because if you erode one of your own Earthband creatures, your lands, you get 2 lands.
Exactly.
2 more trigger. Well, I can't wait to see something crazy like that happen.
And I think most importantly, kind of this innovative take that we see from Celestial Landfall from Nathan and his team, it's really being able to erode like an Eddie Merc Crab at end step before they can untap and Sunderflock you and just get rid of all your creatures. So it's definitely mainly for that, but it has that duality of being able to destroy your own creature, which definitely comes up.
Here comes Tersa Light Shatter. Nice. All right, just chucking the whole hand.
And nice synergies there.
Okay, thank you.
And it's only 1 because they went to the graveyard together.
Yeah.
Yep. It does feel like it should be 2.
Yeah. What the heck, Moonshadow? Good. You're a mythic.
And just a couple lands from Gavin, so nothing great here.
Well, he did need a land. Probably not too keen to see 2, though, off the top there off Tersa. So she's not going to get in, but we will see a land chucked here. Oh, hey, Marauding Mako. Cool but rude, allowing him to draw and discard.
And we are seeing some nice synergies here. where, you know, we're getting this Moon Shadow quite large. And, yeah,
Nice
there's
again.
another boost.
6 and you go to 9. You got 10. Yep.
Yeah. Gain the life there, courtesy of the hardened academic.
And now the Keen-Eyed Curator has the ability to eat 3 different type of permanents, so unable to get that giant amount. But yeah, looks like this is just lethal straight away. Saz's Chocobos really went the distance here.
They sure did. Early birds for Nathan. Certainly did catch the worm in game number 1 here. So Nathan looking poised to continue his winning ways and maybe go 6-0 in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of stuff that Gavin has to interact with, because so far that game didn't look great, but hey, up against Landfall when you're on the draw, I feel like any deck can kind of get got.
Oh, yeah. Now, forgive me, Final Fantasy fans. I'm never sure if this is Cecil or Cecil.
I
So the
believe
Dark
it's Cecil,
Knight.
yep.
All right, the Dark Knight has hit the board. Big old 2-3, Death Touch. That's a good answer to any birds that get out of hand.
And now Nathan's hand is much slower. We have double a road, which, you know, that doesn't really want to be your first and second play of the game, as, you know, you're really ramping your opponent quite quickly. But you got to do what you got to do, and then nothing till Ice Till on 4 is less than ideal.
18 all.
Dunk. In comes Cecil.
I like Cecil.
All right, let's go with Cecil. In for 2. And, of course, anytime that Cecil connects, you're going to be losing that much life as well. The idea, hopefully, to flip him once you have lost half your starting life total.
Yeah, and a card that is definitely not that great when you're racing, as, you know, it is essentially 2 damage each player each time. But flipping that is gigantic.
I got a forest.
Yep, getting a life linking 4-4. Hopefully makes up for it, but yeah, there's a lot of risk in playing him.
And now we'll see if Nathan does aggressively erode one of these creatures. You know, with Tursa coming down and we're about to discard a couple of lands and boost up this Moon Shadow, I feel like Nathan's going to be pretty forced into dealing with the Moon Shadow. If you deal with the Tursa, the Moon Shadow, you know, still gets boosted as well.
Like, Sheltered by Ghost is an excellent answer to these creatures, but there's nothing on the board for him to attach it to right now.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's under a lot of pressure right now. This board is getting ever larger.
Yep, and the one thing Erode is it's not exactly Path to Exile, as it is destroying it. So that does interact unfavorably for Nathan here if you do deal with Tursa.
No. Gotta think he's a little forced into this, so let's see what he aims for. Moon Shadow, bye-bye. Okay.
It's the same amount of damage whether you take Tursa or Moon Shadow, and Moon Shadow's just going to keep getting bigger. So I like that play from Nathan.
Definitely more upside to that card, so in the bin it goes. Cecil and Tursa doing damage here. Down to 13 goes Nathan.
Now Nathan does get to Nathan does get to look at Gavin's deck when we start the match, open decklist type tournament, and you get to always look, how many basics do you have, Gavin? And it's only 1. So a 3-color mana base. Now these other erodes are just going to be straight 1 mana, destroy a creature.
Yeah, that's a pretty good card.
That is quite nice.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, it looks like Nathan, if we had Fabled Passage, next turn being able to go, you get to erode something this turn, and then next turn go Ice Till, bring a white source back, and then erode again would be great. But with Escape Tunnel, that's not going to be possible as of right now.
Doesn't really do anything here.
I do love hearing the players.
Yeah, Gavin's having fun playing his deck, that's for sure.
Yeah.
His deck is sweet.
It's nice when you take, you know, a brew, per se, to an event and do pretty well with it. So
absolutely.
Great start here for Gavin Marr.
4 damage.
For damage, Nathan says, I wish to erode a friend. Who's going down this time, do you think?
I would think Tursa. It's just all about minimizing damage here, I would think. So
all right, there she goes.
That would be my pick.
You have no more basics.
Now, no more basics. He can still shuffle if he wants to. That would feel fine, right?
Yeah.
If for some whatever reason you just feel like shuffling, you know, some people just do that.
It's a May, so you can always decline.
Yeah.
You go to 14, I go to 9.
So winning the damage race is Gavin. What can Nathan pull out of his sleeve here?
Yeah, I was going to be curious if Gavin wanted to cycle this creature or just play it. It's pretty unimpressive right now. And now Nathan is going to be able to play Ice Till and at the very worst, bring back this escape tunnel, which is a very solid play. And Gavin was just on nothing but air in hand, but has a lot of ways to manipulate draw steps.
Yeah, sure. Certainly does. Alrighty. Another land drawn there. Forest in hand. Ice Till Explorer, as you mentioned, goes and fetches that. Trigger, mill, passing say in the bin. Beautiful, shiny, full art version thereof. Turn passes back.
The one thing with Hardened Academic, though, it does hit hard when you want it to. Being able to exile these cards from your graveyard and boost it up. And wow, practiced offense at the top.
Well.
That's got to be the card.
Yeah?
You can discard that, get lifelink with Hardened Academic, play it from the graveyard.
Yep.
Choose Double Strike.
Boost it up.
And then just discard the rest of the card, or exile the rest of the cards in your
that's
yard. This feels like way over lethal.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, you can just cast the front half, cast the back half.
Yeah. And then do it again.
Do lifelink and double strike.
Yep, play from the bin. Gives it a buff. Jeez.
Wow. Okay.
There you go. Practiced offense, man. Good magic card.
Really impressive stuff.
It's crazy that that's 2 out of the graveyard.
Yeah.
To play it again.
Yeah, being able to boost it up when it leaves the graveyard is awesome. Gets it up to 5 power, double strike lifelink, 10 damage. What a top deck. Really needed that one.
Yeah.
As he didn't have any ways to just keep exiling cards from his graveyard.
That was perfect for Gavin. Tying things up here at a game of peace. So let's go. Game number 3. Nice start here for Nathan on a full grip of 7. Mulligan to 6 for Gavin. Sasha's Chocobo going to start growing.
Yeah, and this time Nathan has the proactive play. Is able to play Badger Mole Cub here.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of just the very reactive draw that he had last game.
Yeah. Yeah, Badger Mole Cub has had a bit of a rough start to life here, I would say, since Avatar The Last Airbender.
Yeah, Lorwyn Eclipse, that was supposed to be the Badger Mole Cub Pro Tour, and, kind of fell on its face. Everybody was prepared for it, and, now the question to be answered for this Pro Tour is Slickshot Show Off and Storm Chaser's Talent. It's supposed to be their Pro Tour, and we'll see how they end up doing.
Absolutely. Oh, poor little buddy got Burst Lightning, taking care of one of the threats on board.
The big problem here is Gavin is not a Boros deck, and Gavin has no other lands in hand, so I think we are kind of out of things to do unless Gavin does top deck a black mana source here. Can play Cool But Rude or Hardened Academic, I suppose, but really needs black mana to be unleashing Cecil and the Iron Shield Elf.
Absolutely.
Big draw step.
And top deck. What's it? No,
okay.
deck. Wrong one. We needed the Blood Crypt.
Yep. Can at least play Hardened Academic and have the rescue up for some interaction. And the thing is, Nathan should kind of have his alarm bells going off. Be like, why did you just take 2 with that Storm Chaser or with that Sacred Fire?
That's a big giveaway. Oh yeah, you got shenanigans.
Exactly. And now the one thing, if I'm Nathan, I don't want him to be using his mana effectively right now. So, but there's other things that Gavin could have. It could be Burst Lightning number 2. So it's not.
Could erode his own creature.
Yeah, could be erode. Could be a lot of different stuff. So it's up to Nathan to figure out what the plan is here. And the worst case scenario of erode fixing your opponent's mana base, not really a problem here because Gavin doesn't play Swamp.
Only basic mountain.
Yep.
Just Patrick Sullivan in his deck.
Yeah, there you go. Brutal mana base here for Nathan as he has the Ice Till, but no 5th land to play and no lands in the yard. So equally some awkwardness coming from Nathan's draw.
No, you can cast it though. He's got a forest.
Yeah, can cast it, but can't play that 5th land. So
yeah,
it's still decent to be able to be played, but not amazing.
Not ideal. So
and this makes sense to get some more value. And now he can erode his land.
Yeah.
Which is actually, I mean, that's a pretty
kind of
sick
powerful,
play right now. Yeah.
Go land.
And
maybe not now.
Yeah, looks like he's going to wait and can say go in response to, let's say, a burst lightning on that 1-2 Saz's Chocobo would have just been an absolute
that would've been
backbreaker.
fantastic.
But I bet Nathan does that because not only is that going to destroy the land, it's going to get you another one. I guess it doesn't put one into your graveyard as it'll come back, but still very strong.
Shard Mage's Rescue, protecting the hardened academic. Off it goes. It gives a buff as well, right? Yeah, +1.
So now we'll see if Gavin can find an untapped black source, play Cecil, or honestly, a white source is probably better to have a road to get rid of maybe one of these gigantic Saz's Chocobos.
I'll discard an Iron Shield.
Goodbye, Iron Shield Elf.
I'll discard a Mako to the
Goodbye,
so
Mako.
I go to 15, you go to 13? Yep. It's your turn. Oops, this is
Okay, little lifelink action.
Not too shabby.
Yep.
Because there's some really big birds on the other side of the table there looking to put Gavin down.
Here's a little bit of the awkwardness that Landfall can have is just like, oh, Llanowar Elves, one of the best cards in your deck, one of the best cards in the format. Saz's Chocobo, the same, but when you draw them on turn 5, they look a little less exciting. So now Nathan has that choice of, all right, do I just attack? Maybe a road to land, maybe not. Just play a Llanowar Elf or just play a sad Ice Till Explorer where it's not really going to do too much.
Llanowar Elves hits the board here for Nathan, so getting some creatures on the board. Could, you know, possibly find a way to end the game next turn, but there's, of course, this pesky pigeon to deal with on the other side of the table.
Yeah, I think Nathan might, beginning of combat, erode this. Yep. And this one is going to work. It's going to get a mountain. And now Gavin will have an erode of his own for one of the big Sazas to fight back a little bit. So we definitely got ourselves a close game here, but that was a great turn for Nathan.
Absolutely.
At the price of one mountain, it was kind of a time walk as the Cool But Rude is not doing too much without a creature.
Cool But Rude definitely needs an attack trigger, you know, to be able to discard, draw, start dealing damage that way. And it feels bad if that's the only thing you're able to do is to level up this class.
Yeah. But a road definitely showing how powerful of a card it is here from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Oh, yeah, it's great. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh, well, that's just going to be included in every single white commander deck ever.
I mean, just Path to Exile, we have seen how
Swords,
amazing
health,
it's been for so long here at Pro Tours. And, you know, it is close enough when it comes to standard to Path to Exile.
Yeah, but when am I supposed to cast it?
Gavin in a real pickle here.
Yep.
2 black cards in hand, unable to do anything, but there is the erode. Get a couple more landfall triggers.
You did that one first, huh?
But now, we might be able to get Ice Till Explorer down with some land, so...
Nathan is just like, Escape Tunnel or Fabled Passage, please, off the top.
One time.
As that would be 6 damage from Sazas, plus 2 more from the Elves. That'd be lethal.
Yeah.
Fabled Passage or Escape Tunnel is GG right now.
Let's see at the top of the deck. Nope. Those are Elves.
Harmonizer.
Harmonizer?
Harmonizer,
All right.
quite great. You know, a solid card here. Just playing that as a 5/4 looks great. It's very threatening. What's Gavin going to do? Especially since he's only playing Boros here instead of... so really needs black mana to just be able to kill the Harmonizer immediately.
Alas, it's not to be for our Mardu hero, but Nathan Stoyer, 6-0. What a perfect start here for former world champion.
Yep, and hey, that is the price. The mana in Standard is pretty good right now, but 3-color mana bases can still have that difficult aspects here where you don't get everything you need. So Gavin's deck really cool, and I'm sure it is pretty good against Landfall, but it didn't look amazing when you couldn't get your 3rd color for this game. Yeah.
Very unfortunate there indeed, but not to worry. There is still plenty more Magic to be had here this weekend, friends. So don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick break, and we'll be back with more action. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. Thankfully not crazy hot, Corey Baumeister.
Beautiful.
But things are heating up here inside because we are deep into our standard rounds now on day number 1, and this cameraman is still walking. He got his steps in.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's a very big hole. This is the biggest MagicCon that we've had. Over 20,000 tickets sold. There are so many people outside. It's insane. The line this morning, it was like snaking around the building. I was like,
so much cool stuff to do. I mean, like you could walk around the entire day and find new things to do at these MagicCons. They're really cool events.
They are indeed. But we are here for the Pro Tour, friends, so let's focus back on that as we jump in to another feature match here. Mason Buonadonna up against Matthew Umkes. This is a band rhythm versus a 4-color elementals deck. So some pretty sweet lists here from our players. Band rhythm, it had its day in the sun and then kind of went, you know.
Yeah.
Tell me why there's still an appeal to play this deck here this weekend, Corey.
You know, this band rhythm deck has went through a lot of changes. It's not even this classic, like, Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof Behemoth style deck anymore. It's just a very good, powerful deck. Looks like we're not even playing Ouroboros, so it's just very different, you know. But there's some cool stuff that Mason's doing.
Yeah.
Sewer Surveillance Cam with Bloom Tender to be able to untap that, gain some extra mana. And, you know, I've watched a lot of tournaments here from Mason Buonadonna here when it comes to spotlights in the RCs. He is phenomenal at these Badger Mold Cub decks, and it's pretty much every single top 8 is filled with Mason Buonadonna and 7 other players. So if anybody can keep the Bant Rhythm deck alive, it's going to be him.
Oh, yeah. Kick things off here in round number 6, Badger Mold Cub. That's the coolest version of the deck for sure. It's going to animate that little land. And let's see if Matthew can have any answer for it.
Yep.
Take a look at the main deck configuration. Couple of Burst Lightnings in the main deck. Not too much else to speak of, barring a Vibrance to kill the little guy.
Not a ton, but the one thing is this is kind of public enemy number 1 for these rhythm decks is Sunderflock. This is a Sunderflock deck, so this is the type of deck that Mason doesn't want to play against. So you don't have to run a lot of early removal because eventually you get Sunderflock and all the creatures are gone anyways.
That's true. And there's some excellent ways to ramp in this deck. Ashling Rekindled being one of them, but Badger Mold Cup number 2. Woo, talk about ramping.
Yeah,
here we go.
Absolutely, we are popping off.
Good gravy. He just kind of went blunk.
Yep.
Dumped down a Bloom Tender.
And we did see Matthew Omkes, that was playing the regional championship, eventually lost to Will Kruger in the top 4. Played this style of deck up against Will Kruger's Is It Lesson deck, and it was an incredible match. If you ever want to go back and watch a really spicy one, Matthew put on a show for that one for us.
Some sweet decks here this weekend. Ashling Rhinebound now, making some mana here.
Then I'll use that.
Oh my goodness, here we go. It looks like ill-timed explosion, which is going to be a perfectly timed explosion here.
Oh dear.
So now
and
the whole
everything
goal,
dies.
as long as we discard a 2. I mean, a 2 is exactly what we want, but if Matthew doesn't have a value 2, okay, there's an Ashling. So you need Ashling and land. Otherwise, if you discard a 4, you lose your own Ashling as well.
You don't want that to happen, so.
I'll discard these two
There you go. Good gravy. Goodbye, board.
Pretty good.
Yeesh. Lands come back.
Yep, land comes back. Mason gets to figure out exactly what you want there, but these kind of exchanges are so brutal.
Yeah.
And now there's Sunderflock at the top end to be able to do it again. This is kind of the reason when you were asking me why these rhythm decks are not doing as well as decks like this.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And this is its Spelementals. There's a lot of decks that are doing this exact same thing to the poor earthbending cubs.
He's just doing his best, man.
Yeah.
Just trying to make little mountains. Dig some holes, but
that's
Roman Throne time. Alrighty. Do you think he'll name
please
Sponge?
You know, I think we're going to go with Elementals on this one. That would make a lot of sense.
2 triggers.
And now is where this deck starts to look absolutely wild. Getting the double
the
triggers off Vibrance, and
Wibbler
we have so many more roaming
and-
thrones where that came from.
He's got 3 in hand.
Yep. And now you get to take the Gear Hulk or the Scavenger.
Massacre here.
And yeah, either Glass, Gear Hulk, or the Scavenger.
Yeah.
Not very threatening right now. To be fair, Matthew just has the Vibrance, but you can just start casting roaming thrones and attack with those, and it's probably going to be good enough on this kind of game.
Yeah, I'd say so. You know, Mason's going to just keep running things out as best he can. Get the bear down, Voslin. Scavenger kind of performs the same function as the other little raccoon buddy whose name I've forgotten now.
Yeah, being able to cast, you know, a spell
I've got
attached
4
to
Ashling
it
triggers.
is pretty nice.
3 functional ones.
But
Yes.
not
I'll
amazing in this
resolve the
situation.
Flip trigger first. Sure. So I'll pay a red.
All right, paying red to flip back.
So this is stacking it so that you
have
can
2
loot away the
discard
land
Mm-hmm.
and then figure out which kind of
I
mana you want to
will
add.
Discard Roman Throne, draw a card.
Didn't even discard
What a
the land.
flex, huh?
Yeah, no
not just
kidding.
resolve the turn, sorry. Thank you. And
Another ill-timed explosion in hand.
discard.
Yep, and you do get 2 of them. Gotta love that. Roaming Throne
boy.
also doubles that.
Then for mana, let's add.
Yep, has a couple options here. You can either just Roaming Throne and evoke a Vibrance, or just hard cast Vibrance, do a double loot. No artifacts or enchantments to deal with, but just the draw ability a couple of times is very strong as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Roaming Throne is one hell of a card. You know, we've seen it pop up in a couple different shells here and there, but yeah, it's certainly found one heck of a home with elementals.
Use that.
Yeah, and this deck has definitely fallen out of favor a little bit. Like
I'll draw 2, discard 1 twice.
It absolutely dominates these rhythm decks. I'd like to see how 4-color elementals stand up against prowess.
Yeah.
And I bet it would be a little bit more brutal, especially the Stallion version, where the Sunderflock isn't even answering everything. So give and takes for sure when it comes to playing this elemental deck. This is one of the gifts, by the way. this is looking good and looking extremely fun.
Oh, yeah. Just double triggering already powerful mythics. Like,
exactly.
Yeah. The world is Matthew's oyster currently, and Mason just has to sit there and watch triggers resolve.
Exactly. But 3-2, both these players doing great. Need to lock up one more win to be able to make day 2.
Yeah. And that's goal number 1 here for the players of the Pro Tour. 4 wins, so you can come back and draft again tomorrow morning.
Brutal.
AG.
When you want land 5 so you can at least cast the Bind to Life from the Scavenger, and instead you get the Gene Pollinator, that's always pretty brutal.
Sure. 4 mana.
Flippity flop once again.
Just add blue.
Getting 4 mana off this thanks to Roaming
Blind to
Throne.
immediately spend it, you're good. You just kind of go for it.
Mason's just like, get this over with. I know I'm dead. There we go.
Boing.
Save ourselves a little bit of
Boom.
time.
Yeah, there you go, Mason.
Yeah, and that looked
Super nice
really strong for Matthew, that's for sure.
Certainly did. Not the start that Mason Buonadonna wanted here in this game. But game number 2 gets to consult the sideboard and hopefully fend off some of these big threats for Matthew.
And Matthew at the RC in which he qualified for this event in Milwaukee was very close to taking down Will Kruger, and in the finals would have been a rhythm player. So, I mean, with how good this matchup looks for the elemental side, Matthew was very close to being a winner of the RC.
For sure.
Will Kruger was happy that he wasn't.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know.
for sure. Bounce off taking care of the Llanowar Elves, so just keeping the mana generation in check here from Mason's side.
Yep.
Looks like we have a Pixie Spider Sense hand as well as a land, so Mason's hand is decent. But yeah, these decks just don't have that crazy over-the-top I win button of Craterhoof Behemoth anymore. It's definitely more mid-rangey style of effects.
Yep. Flame Braider doing its best Ashling Rekindled impersonation. 2 cards always trip me up. They look so similar.
Yep. And yeah, whenever these elemental decks get one of those 2 drops and they live, It's really bad news, no matter what you're playing against. It's, both of them add 2 mana, essentially.
Here comes the Vossland's Scavenger.
18 blue.
Tis prepared and is a Death Toucher.
Yep, and that should be a pretty obvious face-up Spider Sense, as there's really no other card that it could be at all. So it's either Mason bluffing, which definitely within the range, your life total doesn't matter that much, but if I'm Matthew, I'm trying to do anything I can to play around Spider Sense here.
I'll have to pay a life to get green, green, red, red.
Okay.
All right. 17.
So this can affect Vibrance, but not in a great way, as you can counter the 3 damage that's going to kill your elf by returning your elf, I guess.
Find a land mode.
Oh, okay, just denying the land and then you get both. Okay, that is much better.
There you go.
And I will pass her.
So it's just a dog.
Just a dog.
I know it's an elemental, but that's a dog.
It
in
does
front.
look
Yeah, it's a dog with a cute flower collar.
Yeah, and when your counter spell is just countering the ability of it, but you get to keep around a 5-mana 4/4, still not very profitable here for Mason by any means.
No targets.
Nurturing Pixie, no targets, says Matthew. Excuse me, says Mason.
Yeah.
Matthew's got a big old critter over there.
Combat.
And it looks like Mason's the one who wants to get feisty now, so in with the Death Toucher. Do we take the trade? All right.
Looks like it. Looks like Mason had a Rhythm, a Gearhulk, and a Yigra, I believe that
Oh,
is.
yeah, Yigra, big kitty.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
a
I
couple
love that
Yigras out of the sideboard. This deck has definitely changed quite a bit, that's for sure.
Elemental Cat makes everything a food, naturally.
Yep.
That's the Roaming Throne.
And now I think Matthew had a Deceit, so has the ability to do double Deceits. Take a look at 2 more cards in the hand, and that looks devastating.
That's going to be brutal. Here we go. Ugh. Rhythm, Igra, Bright Glass, Gearhulk. Man, Mason really blings out his decks, huh?
Yeah, it really does. Really does. And I mean, we saw multiple events where Mason was either in the top 8 or maybe conceded to a friend to get into the top 8 over and over with these Rhythm decks when they were at their peak. So it makes sense. Each top 8, he probably adds a new addition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what new goodies have come from the latest sets? I wonder what he'll fetch. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a Cub.
You think?
Nature's Rhythm, always getting Cub, and then, you know, it used to be always getting Behemoth for the flashback, but that's not the case here. Now there's a plethora of other options that you can get.
Thank you.
A far more fair version of the deck.
Yeah.
As opposed to the, turn 4, hoof, you're dead.
Yep,
Get my
exactly.
cheeky 1 point in the air and I'll pass.
But that really came down to, I mean, the Rhythm decks, their fall was the last Pro Tour.
Yeah.
You know, it was Spelementals, it was these Elemental decks, and pretty much every one of the other decks did pretty well against Rhythm decks. So it's fighting back and doing its best, that's for sure.
And
Turn passes back now to Matthew. He's got an Ashling in hand.
Ashling, a Braid, and a Seer, so just some interaction, no card advantage. So Matthew is, air quotes, out of gas here, has the Quarry Mountain Monastery to get some value going, but that's not necessarily... Yeah, yeah. They took my Steel Cutter away, you know?
Yeah,
That's
they
the best
did,
we got.
right?
But Ashling to be able to do some looting here is quite nice.
Yep.
You have an Ashling.
2 triggers.
Agreed.
Trigger. Chuck, draw. Well, chuck and draw, chuck and draw.
Sure.
Yeah.
And a Braid's just a solid card right now.
He didn't think so.
Yeah. Mason was like, sure, that card's good against me right now.
Yeah.
And now keeps Vibrance around that.
Oh,
Looks
double
good.
trigger that. Boom, boom.
Yeah, why have one a
Creatures.
Braid when you could have 2? So right now, Matthew, if he wants to, could play Vibrance, kill the Elf and the Pixie, but just does not need it right now.
Just get the little mana accelerant off the board, so Badgermole Cub taken care of. Mason's in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, this matchup, I mean, no matchup in Standard is like 80-20, you know, by any means, but this feels like a 70-30. You know, that type of matchup. That's about as bad as it gets in Standard.
Uphill battle for sure.
Yep.
Oslin's Scavenger once again. This Pixie's doing his best job digging Matthew in the air for 1. Life total's 15 to
Ashling
12.
triggers.
I agree.
I agree.
I'll one Ashling trigger now too.
So now Ashling is going to add 4. Vibrance can just send 6 upstairs.
Some Vibrance.
Hey, buddy.
So searching for a couple of lands, gain 4 life, as well as dealing
You can
6.
do 3 damage to this twice, and then you can go find 2 lands.
All right.
Thank you.
Gain 4 life.
Sure.
Jesus.
It's like I just got my prepared stamp for that
Yeah.
scavenger. Come on.
Fine stuff.
It's like when you're doodling your own tokens, right?
Yeah.
And someone kills it before you even finish. It's like, come on, man.
Now Matthew gets to have the aspect that Vibrance gets to search up a bunch of different really powerful lands.
Yeah.
The Restless Vine stock to be able to close the game. There's the Pit of Offering to exile some cards in the graveyard. And then, of course, the Quarry Mountain Monastery, which you already see in play. So we're going to see an attack here for 7 and then play the Restless Vine stock to just really put Mason far too behind here.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. And like you mentioned, mana base in Standard right now is very good.
Yeah.
There's plenty of utility lands out there for the players to utilize. So
Swing at you for 6.
we in for 6. Land
I'm sorry?
I would like black, please.
does some blocking.
Like 2 down to 10.
Correct. I'm at 10.
Gets black from the Fabled Passage,
Comes
just in
back to
case
black.
we top deck Yigra number 2. And now, yeah, this is pretty nice. Matthew's actually able to play Ashling on the front side. They don't legend rule unless they're on the same side.
Yeah.
2 triggers. I'll discard, draw.
I think though if one resolves before, if he decides to trigger one of them, then they'll both do the same thing at a
You
point.
can never flip either of them ever.
Yeah.
Just
Never shall they meet.
exactly.
If you ever time travel, don't meet yourself. That's how
Yeah.
bad things
I
happen.
believe that is the rules.
Yeah. Yep. I don't make them.
You just enforce them.
Yep.
So I believe we saw another elemental in hand from Matthew. I want to say it was Deceit. I could be wrong. I think any of them are devastating.
Yeah. I mean, Mason's at 10. There's so many bodies on the board there, and nothing that Mason can do to combat this. So Matthew Umkas with a clean 2-0 gets his 4th win, gets to come back tomorrow and play, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. And both players playing the deck that kind of got them there in the first place. So both of them playing the deck that's in their element, but the elementals very good against the rhythm decks, as we saw there.
Super sweet matchup there, friends, and we still have plenty more for you as we get into the end stretch of our day here at Pro Tour Secrets at Strixhaven. So let's jump straight into it. We're going to check out Kai Nelson versus Takeshi Ozawa. We saw Kai earlier with a super cool Golgari mid-range deck, but another super cool deck we found is in his opponent's hand. The Sultai control list looks incredibly cool. Let's jump down in, join the match in action. Corey, tell us about both of these decks.
Yeah, so we've seen Kai here on the broadcast before, just traditional Golgari playing, Professor playing a lot of Planeswalkers. We saw Kai lose his feature match, very close to Is It Prowess player, has won all the other matches, and then this Sultai control deck looks really, really spicy, I must say. Looks like something I want to go play immediately. Ancient Cornucopia, being able to play Emeritus of Ideation, and to be able to discard that and Superior Spider-Man it back so you can recall immediately. That's kind of the big draw of the deck. Otherwise, very much a control deck. So it's going to be a grindy one to say the least here between these players.
Yeah, it's kind of like, Doomsday Excruciator, but without that.
Yeah.
Just Superior Spider-Man, Emeritus of Ideation. There's a Deceit, a Black Cat, Cunning Thief, a bunch of cool targets for Superior Spider-Man to become, and a couple of new cards chucked in there as well from Secrets.
Yeah.
Withering Curse being one of them, Witherbloom Charm too. So yeah,
much more
pretty cool
value.
to see him in action.
Yeah, much more value instead of that over-the-top I win type of Sultai decks that we've seen before, whether it was with Excruciator or just Bringer, that kind of thing. So this is very much fair Magic, and usually, historically, these control decks are better against the mid-range decks.
Yeah. Kai Nelson with a Duress gets to take a peek in the hand here. So Deceit, Wistfulness, couple land, just the one land, Quandrix Charm.
Yep.
Oh, there's a couple land, and Awaken the Honored Dead. So decent options, and Keen-Eyed Curator, exactly what Kai wants to see in this matchup, just to be able to keep control of this graveyard.
Yep, going to be very good against Superior Spider-Man for sure.
Is this
had the
Undercity
Quandrix,
surveil?
had the Quandrix charm as, you know, a quench here to play on Duress, but Kai had the 2 mana available, so didn't really want to cast it. But Awaken the Honored Dead here looks like a great card to take.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that gone.
I'd be shocked if it was the charm. That's the only choices. And you're able to just play Starting Town and play the Awaken the Honored Dead immediately.
Yeah. Undercity Sewers, the other land there. So, known information now for Kai Nelson.
Now Kai is kind of in that squeeze where you know about the Quandrix charm, don't really play a 2-drop into it.
Yep.
You can just use that 2 mana to eat both the Awaken the Honored Dead and the Duress. Then you get 2 types, get it closer to being a 7/7.
I love these little critters that just get so incredibly large for their mana value.
Yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator is at a great spot in the metagame right now.
Yep.
Whether it be in mono green, whether it be in Golgari, it's seeing a lot of play. Very good against these spell-style Eddie Merc Crab decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Combat.
There goes Keen-Eyed Curator in for 3. And Furdock Core.
It's probably getting countered.
I would imagine so.
It's like, it's not the greatest card, you know, on raid, but it really works well with Unholy Annex.
Yeah.
And you get to just use your mana here for Izawa.
Yeah. Modal spells are so cool. Like, I really love the cycle of the charms from Secrets of Strixhaven, and it's cool to see, you know, playing both of them. The Quandrix charm and the Bloom charm.
They did a great job with those charms for sure.
Yeah, black. Okay.
Black. Now I get to take a peek here. Ooh, Delian Fell, 2 Unholy Annex.
Makes sense. Kai starting with the Furdock Core, definitely the worst card out of the 3 options. And you got to get that counter spell out eventually, so like that play from Kai. And Unholy Annex in this style of mid-range mirror, resolving that and not having an answer for it is definitely what you're looking for.
Thank you, card viewer friend, for flipping that for us, saving
I
our
prefer
necks.
to just tilt the head.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like your chiropractic bills?
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Delian Fell gonna get taken care of.
Are you good?
Super strong Planeswalker from the latest set.
And now there is Wistfulness. There is only one of, but I do believe that was one of the cards that Izawa had in hand. So face-up information here. So the Annex, kind of at best, is going to just get 1 card. But now Izawa's hand is face-up. We know about both of those, the Starting Town and the Wistfulness. So Kai really has no choice. He's still got to kind of jam it out here.
Yeah.
And just really hope Izawa does not draw land 5 to be able to get a body. And maybe has to have that tough choice of, do I just evoke it to just deal with the Annex? Probably. We'll see.
Yeah, Annex can certainly get out of hand. You know, at one point in the metagame, Annexes were all over the place. Just a whole bunch of demons.
Yeah, and actually only 1 green source, so unable to even do that right now.
Oof, yeah.
So we'll probably be waiting until that Starting Town gets into play, but a Rishkar's bargain here looking great.
This able to dig a couple cards deeper into the deck, I should say. 2 of them into hand, the rest into the yard.
Yeah, great card. You know, very close to stock up, but has that kind of, you know, deck restraints.
Yeah.
You got to be Sultai for it to be as close to stock up as it can be.
Yeah, that and Awaken the Honored Dead. You definitely don't want to be playing them in other decks, just as like a light splash.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Okay.
So now Izawa did make the conscious choice of not playing Starting Town. So if I'm Kai, I'd be like, okay, you probably got a Quandrix Charm. You probably have something to interact. Otherwise, you're playing Starting Town for sure.
Yeah.
And what do you know? Quandrix Charm, Starting Town, and Wistfulness is the hand.
Of course, the Revenant here for Kai. Where are your lands, man? There we go.
Okay,
all right. Is that a demon? That's not a demon.
It is not.
It's a vampire.
But
Is this on the stack?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
so Takeshi just deciding if he
I
wants to.
thought you acknowledged.
Okay, lets it live.
Okay. And now, Quandrix Charm, one of the other modes, destroy an enchantment. So, wow, Ozawa could have dealt with either of those permanents, but decides not to. So,
what's he holding on to that for?
Definitely wistfulness. Wistfulness to be able to clear it off. But yeah, you would think that maybe you want to Quandrix Charm the Revenant just because, well, it is still a creature that is putting you at a 4-turn clock, but it's just also not that powerful of a card. And Ozawa wants to hang on and get some more value out of the Quandrix Charm. A little surprising, no doubt.
All right. Wistfulness now, biggest thing on the board. Does have a life-linking Death Toucher to deal with on the other side of things.
And now Kai has land 5, so this could be Unholy Annex from the Ritual Chamber, but instead the Professor comes down, deals with Wistfulness, and that looks great here.
Nice.
Ozawa does not deal with Planeswalkers that efficiently. It is basically Awaken the Honored Dead, and that's pretty much it. Bitter Triumph out of the board. Otherwise, it is going to stick around, so.
Yeah. Yep, once you get that Planeswalker down, you're going to have a tough time getting yourself back into this one. Both players up a game apiece, so this is the decider. And like you mentioned, 4-turn clock with this Karsi Revenant coming on in.
Looks like we have the second charm, Witherbloom Charm as well. None of the modes very effective right at this very moment.
Yeah, barring the game 5 life, I guess.
Yeah, that's not great either, that's for sure.
Which mode?
I would assume we're sacrificing and drawing a couple cards, so get one of those lands out of there.
Let's see, can we find anything meaningful here to deal with Delian or this Vampire? Another land, pass the turn back. 4 mana up here for Takeshi Ozawa.
And if Takeshi ends up just kind of getting destroyed by this 3/3 here, you know, we can go back to that moment with that Quandrix Charm where we decided to not deal with it. And of course, you never know what the top 7 cards of your library are going to be, but so far it looks like Ozawa is kind of drawing nothing but air off the top.
Yeah. Kai finding all his land drops now, so able to deploy multiple things per turn. You have to imagine. Here comes Unholy Annex once again.
And one thing we haven't seen from Ozawa is just a superior Spider-Man. It would be amazing at any point.
Yeah. Quandrix Charm. Kai decides, I'm not going to pay for that. It's chill. What's he got in hand then, huh?
I think I saw a couple of lands. So we shall see. Something like Superior Spider-Man is definitely the best possible draw. I think I saw Withering Curse as well.
Okay.
Destroy all creatures if you have gained a little bit of life. Otherwise, it does nothing right now.
Yep. That's not going to kill the Karsi Revenant.
Awaken the Honored Dead. Looks like that was the draw. That is great at dealing with the Professor. It's definitely the most threatening threat. But
is it?
I mean, it is unless you're at 6.
The creature is going to kill him in 2 turns.
Yeah, the card advantage from the Professor will also kill you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I want to kill that bird if I'm him, but
yeah,
that's just me.
It is very much, they're both pretty threatening at the moment.
So big think here now for Takeshi. How is he going to survive this turn? Awaken the Honored Dead hits the board.
And big things here from Ozawa, as that does seem to be the only play this turn, so he's really just debating which one of these permanents do I have to kill.
It has to be that guy.
Yep.
Side, so Karsi Revenant
2 cards
in the graveyard. Delian Fell survives another turn.
Let's see what the follow-up is for Kai. If we have anything that presents another threat here, Ritual Chamber would be great. I'm not sure if we had a third one, but that would be awesome. Just get a 6/6 demon, a lethal threat, force Ozawa to find an answer immediately.
Yeah. Hey, take up your Planeswalker.
Yeah, just zeroed it, I believe.
Oh, he lost a life.
Yeah, yep. Just zeroing it, keep drawing an extra card. Phyrexian Arena. See if we have that one. Yep. Ooh, that is amazing.
Oh, Decorum Dissertation A.
Yeah, let's see. let's see where that one's going. I feel like you start with yourself for a couple of turns, but eventually you can definitely aim that at Azawa.
Exile.
Good gravy. I love this card.
Yeah.
Of all of the Paradigm spells, this one is my favorite.
Yes. Phyrexian Arena and Read the Bones, man. Reed Duke is so jealous of Kai Nelson right now.
Oh, man. Things looking really good here for Kai. Milling some stuff. Emeritus is in the yard. Do we have a Spider-Man?
That was the mill off the Awaken. If we drew Spider-Man to be able to combo with that, we'd have an Ancestral Recall this turn, but I mean, it's not on the battlefield immediately, so.
All right.
There we go. We got a Phyrexian Arena there. We had to dig through.
This is first main.
Ancient Cornucopia for Takeshi.
I'm just double checking. I don't
draw.
have right. Draw.
Mana Rock and a source of life gain, so maybe the Withering Curse can, in fact, be helpful.
Yep, still targeting himself. And now we do have the Soul Stone that can start getting a little busy. But, I mean, if I'm Kai and Azawa's not playing anything here, I was like, I got to think that my Soul Stone Sanctuary is not going to live if I get in there. But that is not the case right now.
Yeah. Just depends how pushy Kai wants to be here.
Yeah, it looks like Kai has 7 or 8 cards.
Only?
Yeah, only.
What's it, turn 10?
Yeah. All he's done is draw cards and, you know, kill some things here and there. So.
Alrighty. Pulse deals with Awaken the Honored Dead.
Yep, Pulse dealt with Superior Spider-Man. That would have been getting Ancestral Recall back.
Yeah.
Because that would have been absolutely devastating. Oh, baby. Yeah, there we go. The Crocodile coming on down. I believe that is...
What a good... This is Leatherhead. Swamp Stalker.
Hexproof. Very tough card for Azawa to deal with. And now, I mean, you're pretty safe if you're Kai. If you can get to next turn without Azawa doing anything that's too meaningful, you can aim that draw 2, lose 2 at Azawa, and then attack for 5, as a removal spell is not going to get you out of that.
Hexproof counter on Leatherhead. So can't be targeted currently by Takeshi, so that Withering Curse would be pretty wonderful right now.
Yeah, and I believe that does work. You can just cast the Withering Curse,
the trigger,
gain life,
that'll resolve,
and that will destroy it. That is a beautiful combo here.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Ancient Cornucopia is a very powerful card. And if any kind of card kind of gets you back in the game, it's going to be something like this.
Going for Rakshasa's Bargain, first and foremost.
Yep. And then you can cast your spell to deal with this Leatherhead.
What a name, Leatherhead.
This is going to be a great turn for Azawa. Look at the top 4, pick your best 2, and then deal with what looks to be an undeal-with-able threat.
Undeal-with-able.
Yeah.
TM. There we go, Withering Curse. Kills everything on board, i.e. Leatherhead, which would have put a real big amount of pressure on Takeshi's life total, but now it's sitting at 9. And now it's going to be interesting to see who can get away with it here at this point. Still so many cards here for Kai.
Yep.
What does Takeshi need to draw to get himself firmly into this?
Superior Spider-Man or the Emeritus, I think, are the best draws. Just cast Ancestral Recall, believe it or not. Very good.
Turns out that's good, huh?
And that will get you going right away. And
oh, no.
That's going to be big. But the thing is Superior Spider-Man does not target. And there are more than 5 creatures in the yard, I would assume here. So Superior Spider-Man is still going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a Deceit in there.
20.
There's the Emeritus.
And if all that fails, Kai's graveyard is still open for business as well.
Oh, yeah.
Superior Spider-Man.
I would like a Leatherhead, actually.
Yeah.
But very on time, Llanowar Elves.
Does look like Azawa, one of the cards that we got off the bargain there was another Withering Curse. So another 3-mana Wrath effect ready to go, but looks like Kai is leaving up 4 mana to either eat a bunch of creatures or just animate Soulstone Sanctuary. So a Withering Curse as well as Deceit.
Yeah.
Is the hand for Azawa. So Azawa could very well be clawing back into this.
He's doing his damnedest, that's for sure.
The gain life can happen.
Trigger, gain the life, blow up the board, and then proceed accordingly.
Yep. And then Deceit to be able to bounce the Planeswalker and take a card from Kai. Looks great. Have a body hanging out, and seems like we'll be pretty stabilized.
Can I look at your graveyard?
No, Azawa does only gain life from the Withering Curse. You don't get to gain life from the Deceit, as it is that once a turn. And normally you want to wait for the one that has more colors, but of course with the Curse, you do need to gain the life for that spell to be as effective.
Especially if you want to deploy a creature.
Yep.
Right after. He's got 6, he's got 6 mana for it, so.
I'm going to target these one by one. Target Deceit.
Okay. Kai is prioritizing eating the creatures to minimize the impact of Superior Spider-Man instead of getting that 3/3.
Smart, smart, smart. Here comes Deceit. Both modes active. Bounce is Delian. And likely to take it from hand as well, unless there's anything else that's threatening.
And just a full hand. Azawa's just like, I can't
Get outta
beat that
here.
Planeswalker. That is a brutal one. So there is still Unholy Annex plus the Ritual Chamber. So at the very worst, you know, Kai can do something like shoot the Sheriff on the Deceit, Ritual Chamber, and Llanowar Elf. So Kai still has a lot going on. Or just Unholy Annex, and get the value going. And oh yeah, the free draw
the free
2
two
every
cards.
turn.
Yeah. Not too bad, huh?
Pretty good.
Not too shabby.
One card.
One card in hand for Takeshi. My goodness. What a disparity between. I'd like to see that one card. Aha! It's a land. You get nothing from me, Kai Nelson. That feels real bad.
Yep, definitely feels real bad. But man, Azawa's top decks are just incredible.
Yeah.
You know, there are some absolutely amazing ones. The Emeritus with Superior Spider-Man, or Rishkar's Bargain. They're all great.
Of course, the Revenant and Annex here for Kai.
Can I get a locked?
Looks like that is a 6/6. So 9 damage. This is presenting lethal next turn for Kai, unless Azawa draws something really nice right now. Big draw step. Ooh, that looked like a press.
Yep. Yeah, that's just a plain old swamp. So Kai Nelson able to pick up the victory there against Takeshi Ozawa. Both players with very sweet decks, but you know, in the end, big old beefy creatures on the board. Got the job done.
Yep, absolutely. That lesson looked incredible from Kai there. I mean, drew a solid 10 cards when you're gaining so much life from the Planeswalkers and stuff. So card advantage was definitely king there. And the best card in Azawa's deck, the Superior Spider-Man, was just nowhere to be found. I don't think we sided that one out, so that was just maybe a little bit of bad luck for Azawa.
Did his best, hung in there. Looked like he was pulling back, but you know, ultimately just took a watering can to an inferno. So
fair,
alas. We got more magic for you, friends. We're gonna take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll be with Maria at the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Mark your calendars for Magic Spotlight The Hobbit in Brisbane, August 28th through the 30th, and Dallas, September 4th through the 6th. The promo card is Riddles in the Dark. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight HOB.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Outside the halls, Magic Con Las Vegas marches on late into the day here on Friday. But for us at the Pro Tour, things are really heating up. Welcome back to the News Desk. My name is Monty DeVuti, joined by Mr. Tannen Grace, and we have leaderboards for you after 6 rounds. So let's take a look at where things sit currently. Leading off the field, Noé Offman of Canada, as well as Nathan Stoyer and Thierry Ramboa, as well as Ray Zhang from Team Sanctum of All. Fantastic starts for them. Going on, we see Toru Inoue as well as Shitian Li and Stefan Schutz also sitting at 5-1. Over to the second page, what do you see stand out to you, Tannen?
Yeah, a lot of players at 5-1. They've already locked up day 2 here. Now they're really jockeying for position. You see Luis Salvato, you see Callan Pastor, we talked about them. Christopher Larson continues to win. Tell me what's new with that. Anthony Lee, not only leading his team, but leading the charge for his team at 5-1 as well.
All right, and one of those people at 6-0 actually had a chance to speak to Tannen. That's Nathan Stoyer after his win in the previous round.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm here with Nathan Stoyer, fresh off a win here. Now Nathan, let me first welcome you back to the Pro Tour. It's good to have you back. What was it like falling off after the amazing seasons you had and had to earn your way back to here?
Yeah, I mean, a big part of my journey so far has been that I went really, really well when I was playing in the top levels. I won the World Championships, I won the Pro Tour, and then after that, I decided I wanted to focus on other goals. I did some Magic coaching over the last few years and very recently started a professional job in the financial field. So getting back to this point in my Magic career and sort of jump-starting to where I can now approach Magic with more of a lens of I want to have fun and I want to test with my friends and I want to be successful as well, has sort of given me a new perspective on my goals related to Magic and reignited some of that fire for me.
Well, the Fire's doing pretty well. You're 6-0 here so far. Great, awesome deck. A few of you are playing it. What led you to this deck?
So my team consists of 3 separate houses amongst Cosmos, and one of those teams is Javier's team, the Spanish house, who we worked really closely with on developing this green-white landfall deck. And Javier and I have worked together as teammates for several years and have a really good working relationship. And so we sat down and played, 50 or so matches earlier in the week in the testing house and came out on the other side feeling like this landfall deck smashes the prowess deck. We could salvage our Spellmentals matchup with some rest in pieces post-board, and we really think it's an unexpected angle for the format that they're not prepared for. So super happy with it.
Well, you should be happy with it. Nathan, you're doing great. That's bad news for the rest of the field. Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to Nathan Stoyer, back with a vengeance here at 6-0. But we've been following along some teams as well this weekend. So let's take a look at some storyboards and see how our teams are doing. Starting off with Team TCG Player. Coming off one of their worst Pro Tours, they're trying to right the ship here. And if we take a look, they're doing okay so far. Unfortunately, 2 players already eliminated from Day 2 contention, and many more fighting for that Day 2 spot. But for Nam Dang, Matt Nass, and Will Kruger, they are sitting pretty at 5-1.
If we take a look over at Team Handshake Moxfield, let's see what kind of situation they're finding themselves in. We take a look at this beautiful team that we've got going here. You can see that we've got a couple of 5-1 players here. Nobody eliminated just yet, but like Monty was saying about the team before, a lot of people with their back up against the wall. I see Simon Nielsen here at 2-4. He's got a rally to make Day 2 here. The former champion himself, and Devin Faust. We've seen him a lot in the feature match area. He's 4-2. Great showing from this team so far.
Next up, we are going to be taking a look at Team Moriyama Japan. So they got off to a decent start. Toru Inoue was their last undefeated player, but he has picked up a loss now. Once again, no players eliminated yet. Ten Yukihiro with an 0-3 draft start has started coming back, but still needs 2 more wins to come back for Day 2.
After that, we've got Team Cosmos, the largest team here. at the tournament. Let's see how they've been doing. As you know, we've got, Nathan Stoyer leading the way here at 6-0, but not to be outdone, you've got 5 players right behind him at 5-1, along with Anthony Lee, Christopher Larson, Luis Salvato, some huge names. Ela Cassis at 4-2. That 4th win really big for him. That means he's made day 2 here, and he's going to continue to be a survivor. As we move on down, yet another team that hasn't had anyone removed from contention yet. I want to point out Jake Beardsley there, though, at 2-4. He's got his back against the wall. The Pro Tour champion's got to win at least a few more if he wants to make the next day.
The Boulder Merlion rolling on through. They were the most successful team of the previous Pro Tour, with every player making day 2. Unfortunately, they will not be repeating that feat, as 2 of them have been eliminated from day 2 contention. For Collins Mullen and Andy Garcia-Romo at 5-1, they lead the charge with some very impressive results.
Yeah, we've got a new story getting added to this. Another team that we've been following here. They're small, but they're mighty. Team Pluto, the all-Spanish team here, really putting up some decent results here on this tournament. They were kind of leading the pack here into the last one. Kind of falling down with a few more losses here, a little more towards 50-50. No one eliminated just yet. They're in a really good spot to get their entire team into day 2.
And with those storyboards taken a look at, let's take a look at the team leaderboard at large and see where things sit. Team Pluto still leading the charge at 63.3%, down from the 70% we saw earlier. Cosmos Heavy Play still taking that 2nd place spot, but I have my eyes on Team Undying Baguette. 2 of the 6-0 players are on that team, so the fact that they are creeping up is no surprise. All right, those are our teams, but it's time for more magic. Let's go into the feature match preview for round 7 and let you know who we are going to be seeing. It is going to be a battle between Zevin Faust on Azorius Tempo against David Ostrand on Mono Green Landfall. Taking a look first at Zevin. He started playing in 2015, 1 top finish to his name. That was at the World Championship. His tournament goal, advance to the top 8. Off to not the best start, but certainly still in contention for that, Tannen.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I want to point out with Zevin Faust here, look, you can see that he's made 4 day 2s out of 5 events. We're starting to see a budding limited star come out here. He's got a top 10 limited win rate. That includes 3 draft trophies here in this small sample size. So this is something that's really helping him push his way into these tournaments that he's doing so well in limited. Let's make sure that Constructed could keep up as well. We got a good finish.
Zevin's opponent, David Ostrand, he qualified via Arena Championship 11, started playing in 2013. No top finishes to his name just yet. Tournament goal, 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour. If he's able to pick up a win here, he'll be halfway there.
Yeah, take a look at his day. He had to go up against Ela Cassis round 1. Not how you want to start your tournament. He had a loss there, but he rattled off a bunch of wins in a row, got himself into Constructed. He's 2-1 so far Constructed, and he's got a nice little matchup for himself here.
Well, those are the players, but what about the deck lists, Monty? Well, thank you, Monty. We're going to start by taking a look at Zevin Faust's deck. Zevin is playing Azorius Tempo, a bit of a pet deck for him. He's been working on it and developing it for quite a while. Taking a look at the build of Azorius Tempo, this deck is almost like a death and taxes deck where you're trying to stop your opponent from being able to participate in the game via cards like High Noon, Voice of Victory, and also primarily play at instant speed. You see a lot of these creatures like the Floodpitch Drowner as well as Angswift Savior and Aven Interrupter have instant speed, so it doesn't take much for the deck to be able to position the game in a way where the opponent feels like they're running out of options. The opponent, David Ostrand, playing Mono Green Landfall, the 2nd most played deck of the tournament. And you can see that David has come almost pre-boarded for some of these graveyard heavy decks from the Izzet archetypes with 4 main deck copies of Key Knight Curator, but that's not really going to help you in this matchup. David is going to be relying on getting on the board quickly before Zevin can lock things down with his flash creatures. Well, those are the decks. We have the players ready in the feature match area, so we are going to head right down to it. Take it away, gentlemen. Marshall and Paul, you got this.
Thank you, Monty. We very much appreciate it. Yeah, when he first came on, I'm like, that's not Maria. What's going on here? Monty guiding the ship there. and doing a great job as always. Welcome back to the booth here. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. This is Paul Cheon, and we are just about ready for the next round of action here in Standard Day 1 at the PT, and we've got a really nice one. The deck that Monty just broke down for you at the news desk, the Azorius Tempo deck. That is... I like that kind of deck.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really, really well suited for this particular matchup going against David Astrand, who has already fallen to a similar Azorius Momo deck. Not quite exactly the same here, but you know what? The mono green deck, it's capable of those explosive draws, or you can ramp, but it's trying to play kind of like one card a turn a lot of the time. So if you can go high noon into those powerful 3-mana spells that Zevin Faust has, I think he's going to be in for a bit of a tough time here.
We're going to find out right now. You see Zevin Faust on the bottom part of your screen, David Astrand on the top, both on 6 cards. Better news besides that, though, they're both on a 4-2 record coming in. That means they've locked up their day 2, and with a win-win, they're halfway to top 8. If you can get to 12 wins, you are locked for top 8 as long as it's before the last round of Swiss play. And you know, one of these players will still be on track to do so after this round.
Yeah, certainly a very, very solid start here. And Zevin Faust, you know, one of the champions of the Azorius Tempo deck, has been playing this deck for quite some time, piloted it at one of the regional championships, and has been doing very, very well with the deck in general. So, you know, this is a format where you can play a wide variety of different strategies. Zevin going for something that he's very familiar and comfortable playing.
I love seeing lists like this, especially when you get them in the hands of the person who's really kind of pushing it, you know?
Right.
They tend to know all of it.
And now if you're on David's side, you have to know, right? It's like, I'm playing against Azorius Tempo. They have 3 mana up. It can be anything, right? It can be Aven Interrupter. It can be Aang Swift Savior. Those are the 2 cards that are the most annoying cards to try and play around here.
And which one does Zevin have right now?
I believe he's got the Interrupter here.
Does. You are correct.
And it's one of those situations, too, where even if David tries to play around it and play nothing, Zevin's still probably just going to flash out one of those flyers just to get something going on the battlefield.
And then you're falling behind anyway.
Right, because by playing around it, you're still not doing anything, right? You're not really advancing your game state.
Yeah, you got to feel for David here. I mean, mono green, and it's a creature deck. It's just like, what are you going to do? Not play stuff over and over again? That's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, so he's going to go for it here, and of course it's going to be met by the Aven Interrupter. David will, you know, and as this gets exiled, David will only have access to the 1 mana here. Noting that Zevin, the only reason why he's stopping to think about this a little bit is Meltstrider's Resolve is a card that's in these mono green decks, and Zevin doesn't want to play out the 2/2 and then run into Meltstrider's Resolve on the Keen-Eye Curator, which is exactly what David has.
That's
so
funny. He played
really
around it,
here.
and he was correct.
Yeah.
He's going to play Flood Pit's Drowner and target the Forest.
And that's big because that just shuts off 2 pieces of mana here for David for the next turn. So, I mean, just again, this is kind of, you're just seeing mastery being displayed here by Zevin, right? Most people, when you have the opportunity, you just fire off those 3 mana cards to kind of exile anything that your opponent might play. But with that 1 forest up, Zevin knows, you know, these mono green decks now have made the adjustment and are playing some number of those fight spells in the main. So several interesting options here for Zevin. Of course, we know that he's got the Aven Interrupter, but he also has Beza here in the hand, and that's going to make 2 tokens here.
Jeez, just like that.
Right, and remember, I mean, Badger Mole Cub currently in the graveyard here, and that land is stunned, so David only has access to potentially 3 mana next turn if he has a land to play.
So David trade off for the Drowner. And now Beza's on the battlefield. It's a 1-of.
Right, and that's the thing here with, if you're David, I mean, Earthbender Ascension would be the best thing to play here. He's got the Ice Hill Explorer and the Harmonizer, can't get either of them in play, and Meltstrider's Resolve doesn't kill anything relevant here. So yeah, I mean, basically kind of a time walk there, basically just locking down that forest.
Yeah, so David just has nothing? 2 4-drops?
You just got the 4-drops here, and that's the thing with the mono green deck. If you're very familiar with the threats that the deck has, you know, you can just kind of play around a lot of the stuff. Everything kind of gets played at sorcery speed, too.
We see a second Warped Quantum Riddler here now for Zevin.
Zevin does find a land here, still has the ability to cast the Aven Interrupter. And Flippin' Shriner getting exiled here by the Keen-Eyed Curator.
Is that going to bother Devin? Not so much, huh? Graveyard, who cares?
Yeah, no, the tempo deck doesn't really utilize the graveyard at all.
In fact, it may even be a boon to him, right? If your opponent starts dumping mana into trying to get your Curator big, and then you bounce it or airbend it or whatever.
Now, Zevin is a little bit flooded. He's got 3 lands in hand, and I believe Aven Interrupter might be the only action spell in his hand. Yeah, 3 lands and an Aven Interrupter. And now it's one of those spots where you really don't have any other options. So you're probably just going to have to run out the Interrupter here and just kind of hope that David doesn't have the interactive spell. And I mean, you still do plot it, right? I mean,
do.
Even if David plays a land and Melchrider's Resolve, it's still plotted for this turn.
You just lose the flyer.
But if you're David, you absolutely want to kill the Interrupter here if you can. Yep. And now with Zevin, I mean, even though he's got the 3 lands in hand, still got a couple of Quantum Riddlers there. You can just start firing those off. Beat downs. But this is kind of the shields down moment now, right? Now if you're on David's side, you will be able to get the Ice Tail Explorer down. There is a Fabled Passage in the graveyard, so you can get a lot of lands into play this turn. The question is, can you find a way to try to close out this game before Zevin wins with the Quantum Riddlers?
Just by beating down?
Right, I mean, just this deck just has trouble with flyers in general, so yeah, just 4 in the air next turn would put David down to 6, and then you just play the other Riddler, and all of a sudden David needs to find an answer to those flyers.
Yeah, you know, you find yourself in that position a lot where you're like, oh, if I just had more time, I could do all these really great things. And the tempo deck's job is to shorten that time. Zevin's doing a very good job of that right now.
So no.
There's the scariest card.
Right.
Mightform Harmonizer.
Trigger on the, yeah, trigger on this.
Yeah, now things change if David can also give trample to something. But yeah, David just trying to get in for a lot of damage here. Harmonizer has hit the battlefield here. The Keen-Eyed Curator now has 6 power. You fetch the land. It now has 12 power.
Zevin sitting at 18.
And then now you play the Ice Tail Explorer. So yeah, actually the Quantum Riddler needs to block here or he just dies.
Is he going to have to trade off?
Yeah, I mean, this is a 24 power creature. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if...
Well, that's one way to not die to flyers.
Yeah,
force them
exactly. I wonder if Zevin may have needed to consider keeping 1 token back here just to be able to block, right? Because now he's lost kind of his primary route to victory, which is in the air. If you get David down to 11, you still get David down to 7 with the Riddler. You can chump block with the 1/1, and then you still have a lethal attack with 2 Riddlers on the following turn. Sky Coach Conductor, a pretty cool draw here from Zevin. If David has more creatures in play, you can flicker your Beza. That's on the battlefield. You can basically exile non-pilot creatures. I don't think Beza is a pilot, so you can flicker that and try to get some advantages there too.
I'm going to put my foot down and say Beza is definitely not a pilot.
Elemental Elk. All right. Yeah, and so right now, I mean, those tokens are still doing a good job of at least preventing David from just outright killing Zevin. Now, remember, there are more lines of text on the Keen-Eyed Curator. So if you can get Keen-Eyed Curator, if you can exile enough card types to turn it into a 7/7 Trampler, that almost certainly will be a lethal attack with, of course, the Ice Tail Explorer and the Mightform Harmonizer that's in play. Right now...
Even through blockers.
Right, exactly. But right now, there's just a creature that's been exiled, and there's only creatures in the graveyard, so he's nowhere close to being able to exile. Now, remember, you can also target your own stuff, though, with the Keen-Eyed Curator. At the very least, there's a land in David's graveyard. One other thing to consider, I believe that is an escape tunnel in David's graveyard. So if you target maybe a smaller creature, right, make it unblockable, and then play a bunch of lands off the Ice Till Explorer, you might be able to get that large enough to the point where you can actually attack for lethal with that as well.
Wow, could David turn this fully around? I mean...
Oh, and that's an Earthbender Ascension. And, I mean, with the Ice Till Explorer in play, I mean, this is where you got to know, you got to math, right? There's a lot of mathing involved here. Ice Till Explorer, Earthbender Ascension, Fabled Passage, things can get trampled. There's going to be a lot here. But, of course, David also needs to be mindful of the fact that Zevin could have Aang. Zevin can have an Aven Interrupter, but he probably still needs to go for it here.
David's down to 6.
Earthbender Ascension resolves, and we know that Zevin does not have any type of interaction. So if everything goes the way that David wants, as long as there's just no resistance here, I imagine this is just going to be far too many landfall triggers, far too many doubling effects, and then the Earthbender Ascension will give trample for the lethal damage.
Oh, sure. Don't even have to get the Curator.
Yeah, exactly.
To full power.
You just need to get the Earthbender Ascension to 4 counters to have it start giving +1/+1 and trample.
So there's one.
Yeah, I mean,
get the first one for free.
Right, but then with the Ice Till Explorers in the graveyard, with it in play rather, every time you play one of the fetch lands out of the graveyard, that's just 2 landfall triggers.
That's the mill trigger from Ice Till Explorer.
Right. Yeah, at this point, David's feeling pretty comfortable now.
Yeah, especially given that Devin hasn't done anything.
Right.
And now you're thinking, oh, well, if you had something, you would have used it.
Yeah.
So much math, so much math.
That's really funny. He said the same thing you did.
Yeah, I mean, that is, you know, one of the things with this deck. It is very, very powerful. It's extremely resilient. There's also lots of math. So if math is not your thing, probably shouldn't be playing this deck.
This is David's first time playing at the Pro Tour.
Exactly.
It is interesting because he was talking about the math, but he told us he actually really likes that. He's kind of a Quandrix kind of person.
Right. But things change when you got the bright lights on you, you're playing in the feature match area, and then all of a sudden it feels like your processing speed slows down just a little bit.
Yeah, he says, I'm very much a statistics person when it comes to Magic. He says, if math is magic, then one could conversely say that Magic is, at least to some degree, math. He says, I'd say that tracks. So this is what you wanted, David.
Sure.
You get to do
You
math.
asked for it. Here we are.
If you pass your homework assignment, you will be rewarded with 1 game win. Zevin.
Trigger middle one. This one?
Sitting still.
This one. This one. This one. Yeah.
So these are harmonizer triggers that we're tracking? Is that right?
I believe so, because we're not quite at 4 counters on the Earthbender Ascension yet.
But we are hurtling in that direction.
Right. Yeah, and now if you're David, it's more can I kill you with 2 giant creatures,
Can I make
right?
2?
I mean, given that we know Zevin's hand, he just needs to do it on the 1, but can he give 2 creatures trample, double their power enough to the point where he can play around something that way?
This one. This will also be 2.
Okay, so he's doubling that.
Well, in response to that, this will happen first. This will get the counter first.
So this is 6, and so it's 14?
Yeah.
Right, and noting that still there are 2 Fabled Passages on the battlefield that haven't gotten lands yet.
So mill 1.
Mill 1. Slant Elves. Yeah, I like this. He's trying to make multiple lethal threats.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be lethal by way too much.
Way too much. Zevin Faust is going to pack it in. A+ David. And he's going to pick up game number 1. And that was a game where Zevin had a pretty good start, too. Wouldn't have predicted that David could turn it around quite in that fashion.
Hey, I mean, you just see this time and time again with this landfall deck where it looks like, okay, the other decks kind of killed your Badger Mole Cub. All right, doesn't look too bad. But then out of nowhere, you just die, right? You just stick the Ice Tail Explorer. You get an overwhelming mana advantage. And then all of a sudden, you know, you get the landfall triggers. And then before you know it, all it takes is just one unblocked creature to have you kind of die out of nowhere. Yeah, and this is exactly the type of start that David wants here. Get that one drop into play. Get those cheap creatures in play. Slide them underneath all the 3-mana cards that Zevin's deck is capable of.
Yeah, this Saz's Chocobo is going to be way bigger than any of those creatures very quickly. The key is that it's on the battlefield, and it didn't get blinked or bounced or air bent or anything like that.
Yeah, and David does have the Paw Patch formation as well. Nice sideboard card here against all the flyers that the Azorius Tempo deck has. Oh, wow. That is a great draw. It's a Badger Mole Cub off the top. Doesn't necessarily need to run it out just yet. Oh, actually, instead of that, just going to go for the large Saz's Chocobo attack here. And can still attack. This allows you to play around Flood Pitch Drowner. And probably, Zevin probably going to be taking the 2 points of damage here. Yeah.
Fabled Passage get cracked. That's going to be a counter.
Now, Zevin does have multiple ways to answer this Chocobo, so it's not the end of the world. He has an Airbender Ascension, which of course will reset the number of counters on the Chocobo. Also has a copy of Get Lost in hand too. So plenty of interactive spells here to make sure that the Chocobo just doesn't run away with the game.
It's going to be Flood Pitch Drowner on end step here to at least slow down the runaway bird.
But turn 2 Flood Pitch Drowner on the play into hopefully some kind of 3-mana effect. I mean, there's 12 of them, so it's hard to imagine Zevin doesn't have something there. And here, it's not the one that you definitely want, right? You want the ones, you want the Aang, you want the Aven Interrupters. Those have been the staples. Sky Coach Conductor, of course, a new addition to this deck as another 3-mana option. But it is nice. I mean, with the Flood Pitch Drowner in play, you can flicker the Flood Pitch Drowner and just continue keeping that Saz's Chocobo locked down.
Counters flowing onto the Chocobo.
And there's a Badger Mole Cub. Might meet a Flash Freeze here.
Yes, it does. Seven has that out of the sideboard.
Yep.
And that's no attack thanks to the Flood Pit Drowner.
Pretty good sideboard card against the mono green deck. Counter your deck.
Your spell. Wow, that is rough. Land go from Zevin. That is the name of the game with this deck. Basically, every single card can play at instant speed.
Right. Now, David only has Ice Tail Explorer as the final threat in his hand here. So if Zevin can counter that somehow and deal with this Chocobo, then all David has is a couple of interactive spells in hand.
Yeah, it looks like David's going to play his land, crack it, get the counter, get another counter, then play Ice Tail and get another 2. I mean, this Saz's Chocobo is huge, but one reset on it is a lot of work.
Right,
lost.
and Zevin doesn't have a counter spell here. He does have the Get Lost, but if you play the Ice Tail Explorer, you don't get the window to use the Get Lost before David at least gets the first land out of the graveyard.
That's right. And then the question is, do you want to take care of the long-term problem or the short-term problem?
Right. So with this landfall trigger potentially on the stack, we might see Zevin go for something.
No,
or the sacrifice.
Him.
Perhaps with the sacrifice on the stack.
That's an escape tunnel into the yard.
Yeah. I mean, he's got that Airbender Ascension, which is a pretty clean answer to the Chocobo, so might use the Get Lost here on the Ice Tail Explorer.
That's got to be tempting for Zevin. Yeah. Then untap, reset the Chocobo, and you're kind of back to square one.
Right. Oh, looking to flicker the Drowner here instead to lock down the Chocobo.
So he's going to kind of do all the things.
Right, but this does tap out Zevin, which does open the door for David to fire off the Melt Shredder's Resolve if he likes, to clear out the Flood Pitch Drowner, or even the Conductor if he likes. Meanwhile,
every single land drop adding to that Saz's Chocobo. It's going to be really sad when it gets reset and all those counters fall off.
Yeah, but you know what this deck is pretty good at? It's really good at just kind of putting up million lands into play again. So even if it does get reset, that Chocobo can still build up very, very quickly as long as the Ice Tail Explorer stays on the battlefield.
Okay, this is going to be Meltstrider's Resolve now from Astrand.
Right. And it's just, which one do I go for?
What do you kill?
Probably the Drowner, because there is a stun counter on the Chocobo, so Zevin, if you really wanted, could just shuffle the Chocobo back in with the Flip Pitch Drowner.
Yeah.
Got to get lost here. Oh, and that's a great draw here from Zevin. Even Interrupter off the top here. And David has that lone Saz's Chocobo. Still doesn't untap for the turn. Stun counter removed. Can perhaps utilize some of these map tokens to try to find what he needs. No pressure. You see 3 forests in hand.
Okay, mapping it up. Well,
it's like, do you want
I
Earthbender
heard you
Ascension?
like lands. He really wants another threat, right?
Yeah, Ice Tail Explorer would be kind of the ideal card.
It doesn't feel like he wants more enabling.
Right.
But maybe he does. Yeah, maybe he thinks he can just ride this Saz's Chocobo to victory.
Because he can draw it this turn, right, with the Pop Patch formation. So he's going to do that, play a land, and then try to resolve this Earthbender Ascension. Although we know that Zevin has multiple ways to handle this Earthbender Ascension. There's a null, so firing that off instantly. One of the only targets.
Yeah, David figured, well, if it's going to be free, I'll take it. And transfer a
there we go.
And there it is. The Airbender Ascension, which is going to airbend away the Saz's Chocobo. David's not only going to have to pay 2 more mana just to get it back.
Right.
He's got to start over.
Has to start all over here. Presumably, Zevin's going to have a 3rd land here. No, he tapped 3 mana. What happened here?
Yeah.
He's got 2 mana up.
Sorry, yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
My bad.
Okay. Saz's Chocobo back down.
Got it.
That's okay.
All right, David trying to rebuild here. This deck has a lot of lands, though. If you get your action spells dealt with, sometimes this can happen. This is where you're trying to hit Bossing Say off of these triggers, right? Because then that's at least a land that allows you to continue putting pressure on your opponent.
You can turn all this extra land drops into pressure. It's almost free, right? And you have so much extra stuff to do with that mana.
Right. Sacrificing the food from the Pop Hatch formation. That is an escape tunnel. So just 2 more counters on the Chocobo, but that's it. Zevin's hand, I believe, was a High Noon and an Aven Interrupter, so still keeping that High Noon in. And, you know, David has access to a ton of mana. One thing to note, by the way, look at that text on the bottom. It's 4 and a red to deal 5 damage to something.
Yeah.
That can go to the face. So if Zevin somehow manages to find another multiversal passage, at that point, probably going to name red, and that could be relevant at helping Zevin close out the game. They're just firing it out on the empty board, getting some flyers, and we kind of have a bit of a racing situation here.
Yeah, if Zevin can find another way to either deal with or reset the Saz's Chocobo, he could really take control here.
And that's a starting town, so that's a red source, right? The starting town is a red source, so I mean, now Zevin has lethal next turn.
If both creatures get through and he resolves the High Noon, it's done.
That's right. That's another forest. With that starting town, I mean, that is just going to be game here.
Yeah, we just don't see any fireworks this game from David. He's all in on Saz's Chocobo, the only real threat that we saw. And there's 4 damage coming through. That's going to put David down to 5.
5 to the face.
And go upstairs.
A High Noon
burn deck.
Why don't we call it Jeskai Burn instead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's one game apiece for our two competitors here. Both of them are sitting at 4-2 if you're just tuning in. That's pretty dang good. 4-2's record you need to get to day 2. So we're going to be seeing them tomorrow regardless of the outcome of this match or the last round today.
Right.
Sorry, I'm really out of it.
Looks like very, very solid hands from both sides. Turn 1, Llanowar Elf was good 20 years ago, still good now.
Still very good. And it's tap land here for Faust, so this could be big for David.
Oh, yeah, I mean, turn 1 Elf into turn 2 Earthbender Ascension is exactly what you want here. Yeah, this just fire that off, and I mean, this is one of those starts where your back's against the wall. I mean, David already has access to 5 mana next turn on turn 3 with a decent board.
Wow, explosive start here for David on the play.
Ooh, and then Zevin drawing a null after David runs out the Earthbender Ascension. So a little unfortunate timing there on that draw.
Land number 2 go.
Looks like he's got a Flip Hitch Drowner and a Flash Freeze, so can counter whatever David plays. David, though, happy to just run out some lands, maybe get in for some damage. Suppose could just choose to run out the Mightform Harmonizer, perhaps warp it, because he does have a Fabled Passage in hand, so that you can pump up that land and have that get in for a lot of damage. Likely the consideration here for David. It's like, basically, it's counter spells or Flip Hitch Drowner. Most of the time here is what Zevin's representing.
David in the tank.
Oh. Just looking to probably maybe attack with the land here.
He's got 2 counters on the Earthbender Ascension already.
You can also just hard cast Harmonizer here. And if it gets countered, you know, you're reasonably safe to attack. The disaster scenario here is if you attack for 2, and then before the second main phase, Zevin runs out a Flood Pitch Drowner on the Llanowar Elf, and all of a sudden you can't play your 4-drop, right? So if Zevin kind of has that read, he can do that. Alternatively, I mean, Zevin also was considering playing out the Flood Pitch Drowner, tapping down the Llanowar Elf, and then maybe blocking the token.
Instead, he does nothing. He is going to see...
Because he's got the counter spell, right? He's got the Flash Freeze, so he can just run that out instead.
Yeah. There it is. Flash Freeze to kill the Harmonizer, or counter it, I should say. And then back over to Zevin. What has he got?
High Noon, maybe?
Yeah, that's right.
Just setting up here. Avatar's Wrath in Zevin's hand. Really, really impactful card here against the deck that's playing tons and tons of creatures. Especially with High Noon, you can only play one of those things every turn. But I believe David might have the answer there. I think that's a Paw Patch formation, right?
Look at this.
And that kills enchantments. So might just fire it off here just because High Noon is a very important card in this matchup, given that Zevin kept it in after sideboard.
Escape tunnel for David. It's going to crack it, though.
Yeah, and that'll get the 4th counter on the Earthbender Ascension. So now David has the ability to pump one of his creatures here.
This counter on
Elf, maybe. Split it up. Nope.
Just thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Elf.
Sure.
Yeah, they're both going to get in there, too.
Get in for 4.
That's all.
And he passes the turn back.
Yeah, because Paw Patch formation, of course, is an instant. So if he really wants to deal with the High Noon, can, of course, just do that end of turn, end of Zevin's turn. So Zevin.
Targeting.
This is main phase.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And that'll keep the forest locked down.
Right. Now, if you're on David's side, do you want to cycle? Do you want to find action, right? This is the interesting thing. Do you want to give yourself an extra draw to find an Ice-Tail Explorer, or do you just want to get that High Noon off the battlefield? Yep. Says, I do not care about High Noon for now. I want to maximize my opportunity here. If I can find a Mind Form Harmonizer, that would also be super strong on this board.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't look like he found one yet.
Right, so now you still have the ability to go Earthbender Ascension #2 and also still be able to cast that Paw Patch formation for the High Noon if you need. Now, Zevin does have Annul in hand, so the Annul would be able to cleanly answer the Earthbender Ascension that David drew. Oh, not going for it then, given that he played the land first. Oh, no, excuse me. Play the land first because you want to target the Fabled Passage with the Earthbender Ascension, so that makes sense. I imagine Zevin's going to fire off the Annul here, though.
Yeah, he kept up that mana just in case this situation arose, and it did.
Right. Now, noting that High Noon is in place, so David can't run out the Paw Patch formation at least until Zevin's turn.
Right. Zevin let it happen.
Zevin did let it happen. Okay. I mean, he's probably just, the plan is to just lean on the Avatar's Wrath here. Get those animated lands off the battlefield. It's like, I'll take a bunch of damage here.
Thank you. None of that on the target. This.
Yep.
Okay, Llanowar Elf up to 3 +1/+1 counters. Fable Passage has 2, so does the Forest.
So this is 6 damage potentially coming in.
Yeah. So with this. No blocks.
Just attacking with Llanowar Elves, and now David looking to sacrifice the Fabled Passage. This is the nice combination. Works super well with cards with landfall triggers here.
You're putting 2 counters on the elf?
Yeah, it's going to be 1 counter there and then 1 more landfall trigger counter, and that's going to do.
Yep, I'll go 8.
Okay, down to 8 goes Zevin.
Down to 8, bunch of counters, 3 on Ascension, 7 on the other.
Boy, this Avatar's Wrath better do some work.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to exile a bunch of those cards for sure. David has yet to find a Bossing Say. That would, of course, be a nice follow-up as well.
Yeah, he's got 3 of those in his list.
Attack first, get in for some damage, but I don't think, it doesn't feel like Zevin has anything else he can or should do outside of just fire off this Avatar's Wrath.
Perhaps thinking about the timing, and there it is. Avatar's Wrath, the chosen creature, is going to be his own Flood Pit's Drowner. David's going to double check what Avatar's Wrath does.
This is Airbend dead, this one.
Yeah, when the lands go into the Airbend zone, they get exiled, so they just come back onto the battlefield without the counter. So tons of landfall triggers, everything gets exiled, but they're just keeping now the Earthbender Ascension on 4 because any number beyond 4 is completely irrelevant. So, you know, technically you can get it up to 15 counters, but it just doesn't matter.
Okay, there's a Paw Patch formation.
All right, so they are online.
High Noon on end step.
It's still Avatar's Wrath.
Oh, sorry.
Right. You can't do it until the next turn.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll pass it. Good turn.
Okay, so
Wow.
David, nothing there. Only 2 lands here. So can Zevin turn things around? David needs to find a threat.
I'll eat the food.
Yeah, 19.
Cash in the food just to gain some life. David needs a creature. Hey, that's a creature.
Was it a
plays.
Chocobo?
It's a Chocobo. Get the Llanowar Elf in play. It resolves. Get the Chocobo in play. And remember, with 2 Earthbender Ascensions on 4, I mean, both of these are really credible threats on their own.
Yeah, at this point, David just needs anything with power and toughness.
Right. Especially with all of those lands, so.
And Zevin is down to 8 and has yet to really be able to mount a significant offense back in the other direction.
Ooh, well, knows about the annul now.
I will cast Sky Cushion.
He accidentally put a null on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's a little rough, a little awkward. Has the ability to flicker the Flood Pit's Drowner here, but choosing not to do it here. Ooh, and a High Noon here.
1914, right?
The burn spell?
The burn spell. I don't see a red source in play right now.
Not,
so
is it also David's at 19?
Right.
You're 8?
Yeah, I'm 8.
So Zevin decides not to use the annul, hangs onto it, accidentally shows it to David.
Right, didn't use it on the previous Earthbender Ascension. That was the one where he had a really good opportunity to do so. Perhaps scared of a possible sapling nursery if David maybe kept that in, right, or has it in after sideboard. That is a very, very powerful, impactful card in this matchup as it makes a bunch of 3/4 creatures with reach, which basically completely shuts down all of Zevin's creatures.
Big problem for Zevin. And thinking maybe he can work around Earthbender Ascension, though I do wonder if he's going to be able to this game.
Yeah, I mean, being at 8 life here, both of them fully online, there's already a fetch land in play. It is tough. You can freeze one of them, right? You can flicker the Flood Pitch Drowner, but you can't flicker both. Or, excuse me, freeze both.
Get one card. Yeah.
Does Zevin have to just run out Avatar's Wrath again just to buy a little bit of time?
It's starting to feel like desperate times here for Zevin Faust.
Right.
Avatar's.
Yeah, he is going to go for Avatar's Wrath.
Absolutely makes sense. I mean, when you have those Ascensions in play, even a random one drop can be a lethal threat.
So this will buy him at least a turn.
Yeah, and he's cracking away for 2 every turn. Is that Earthbender Ascension?
It is.
Okay, but Zevin has the annul. Remember, he was patient with that annul previously, and that's huge because now, you know, David could have thought, oh, I might be close to just killing you this turn. Earthbender Ascension, get a land, 2 triggers, you have another fetch land, but Zevin showed the annul, that's right.
Yeah, he knows about it.
He knows it, so David just doesn't even have to play it. He would have just played it probably, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, man.
This annul has been a bit of a nightmare for Zevin.
Right.
He's got High Noon.
Oh, man.
That's rough.
Yeah. So now I believe the coast is clear to start casting these airbent creatures.
That is correct. He also drew yet another one, and you said it, Paul. Anything's a threat at this point. It's just the Llanowar Elves, but it's going to start getting chippy.
Yeah, it's not like Zevin has hard wraths where you just are afraid of overextending. So he can just kind of safely play out all these 1-drops again and then just hope one of them sticks to get through for some damage.
So Zevin buys himself some time.
Right.
But maybe not much.
Okay, it's time to animate the creature land. All right, hey. I mean, that puts David down to 9.
Gets a map out of the
There's
deal,
a map.
too.
Can we find a red source? Getting close.
Right?
Getting
They really
close.
are. Restless Anchorage does serious work. Any of these creature lands.
And as a Sky Coach Conductor, it's prepared,
It's
right?
prepared so he
you
can do the Drowner
Right,
again.
you can still freeze something here.
Is he gonna tempo him out?
I mean, it's certainly looking like it here.
Just keep him off balance long enough. The High Noon, very annoying too.
I see another threat there. It looks like a Badger Mole Cub here on the right side. Run that out. So that's a 1/1 haster.
Sure.
On
Life
Lethal
totals are
Passage.
9 to 8.
Right. Just passes.
Yeah, High Noon is there.
Right.
He plays the Cub and hands are tied after that.
Yeah. What can Zevin do here? He has the ability to flicker with the Sky Coach Conductor.
Yes.
If he wants.
And he can lock down the Fabled Passage or the Cub.
Or the Chocobo is going to be online next turn.
Yeah, or just keep the Chocobo
right?
on
And
lock.
Chocobo is
Yeah.
just close to lethal by itself, so. Oh, but okay. Going for the Cub here, maybe trying to get damage through with the Flood Pitch Drowner as well. Currently, there's a 1/1 in play. But you do have a map token. You do have a map token, and you can potentially make the Flood Pitch Drowner larger. Not quite lethal. Okay, what do we hit? Another Drowner.
It is really feeling difficult for David to get anything going here. His creatures are all tapped down and stunned. He can only play 1 card a turn. His deck plays basically all at sorcery speed.
Seven does not want it.
Where Zevin's playing the exact opposite, basically all at instant speed.
All right, so this is
The
5
Restless
damage.
Anchorage is up and
Yeah,
running.
so 5 damage coming in the air. This is putting David on a 2-turn clock. Oh, Flood Pitch Drowner coming in as well.
You're at 8.
Putting Zevin to the test here, or rather David to the test. Does David want to just block with the Fabled Passage, right? You can just put that in front of the Flood Pitch Drowner, and that shuts off the flicker on the Sky Coach Conductor. But with the High Noon in play, it's really hard for David to have an explosive turn, right? Just play one spell.
I mean, all he wants to do is play his Llanowar Elves and then maybe the Earthbender Ascension if he finds the right window, but
Yeah, I think so.
he's only been able to do one thing per turn.
So Badger Mole Cub is stunned, but the Chocobo is not. But Zevin has a Get Lost. So I think Zevin kind of has
He's got his bases
everything
covered here.
Yeah.
There it is. Get
Right.
lost, destroy target creature. Enjoy your maps.
And at 8 life with 2 blockers in play, I think Zevin's going to be able to take this one down.
Wow, he was just jockeying for position over and over and over. It felt a little sketchy there. I
Right.
mean, David has 2 fully charged up Ascensions.
Yeah, I mean, those Avatar's Wrath certainly did a lot of work.
Right? Yeah.
And all it took was just a random flyer and the land to take this one down.
It's looking like Azorius Tempo is going to get the job done against David Astron.
David's like, I'm so close.
I know.
There's so many things I'd like to do.
Can I play 2 spells instead? And that's going to do it. Zevin Faust picks up the match 2-1 in impressive fashion. That deck is not easy.
No.
Right? Like,
no.
you have no wiggle room, and it feels like you're playing on a razor's edge the whole time, it looks like.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, the deck isn't the most aggressive deck out there. There's not a ton of card flow either. You have to just kind of time everything perfectly, and you have to be able to fully anticipate everything that your opponents can play. And we saw Zevin do that over the course of that entire match. Multiple instances where, you know, he could have annulled that Earthbender Ascension, chose not to. You know, he could have used different removal spells in previous games and just chose not to. So I just, you know, he's clearly mastered how to play this deck. And, you know, this is the type of deck where in the hands of a less capable pilot, this is probably one of those decks where the floor is very low. Like you can just have a lot of people just win 30 to 40% of their matches. But if you know what you're doing and you fully understand the metagame, you can put together a good result like Zevin.
Yeah, it reminds me of Modern, right?
Sure,
a lot
right?
of players like become specialists in their list. They know exactly what to do with it. All right, we are going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, though, we've got more magic for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Excuse me, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are in Las Vegas. Take a look at some of the cool things that you can see out at Magic Con. That's a trophy, by the way, that you can win if you win this Pro Tour.
It's a nice one.
It's beautiful. Lots of really great stuff going on out at the in the main convention hall behind us here. Really something for everyone. It's a great place to be, but we're focused on the Pro Tour here. And we've got yet another match. We're just squeezing in one more before this is penultimate round. We've got one more after this, but let's take a look at game 3, by the way, between Kenny Oswald and Matthew Wright. Now, Kenny, 4-2. Matthew Wright, also 4-2. And we have kind of an interesting matchup here. It's Golgari mid-range. Just keep it simple. The Rock, if you will,
right,
against Azorius Momo.
Yeah, no Izzet cards in sight here, so this should be really, really interesting here. I think Azorius Momo is probably the type of deck that a lot of people would want to register to really attack the Izzet prowess decks that were expected in this field. Curious to see how it kind of plays out against other decks, right? Especially a deck like the Golgari mid-range deck, which presumably has a lot of ways to kind of generate card flow, try to get some 2-for-1s, and lots of spot removal.
Again, this is game number 3 as we come in. Players split the first 2 games and are now ready to rumble here in the last one. And it looks like a mulligan to 6 here for Kenny with Matthew on 7 on the play.
But a turn
and the
one
namesake
Momo
card.
Yeah. You get that Momo in the opener, and your opponent can't kill it right away. Can get kind of scary. Clarion Conqueror on turn 2. So, I mean, turn 2, 3/3 flyer, not bad. Presumably also going to be shutting off some of what Kenny can do.
Yeah, Clarion Conqueror is one of the most annoying cards out there.
Yeah, super strong, especially against all the Badger Mold Cub decks and Llanowar Elves. Just being able to shut that down on turn 2 on the play makes it so hard for those decks.
I'm sure you'll notice that our players are playing very quickly. We have sped this up just a little bit.
Oh, and Matt does miss a land drop here. Has a really good board.
But Sage of the Skies
just
all
the
by
2/3 life
itself,
maker, not as great. Maelstrom Pulse probably just wants to preserve the life total here, run at that Maelstrom Pulse. You know, just try to stabilize here as long as, and just hope that Matt is continuing to kind of stumble here.
Man, Kenny plays Maelstrom Pulse? Like Reed's going to come running over here.
You did just say The Rock, and that is about
totally
as mid-range as it gets.
I love it.
Okay, so Seamrip, and then picks it up with the Nurturing Pixie just to get that extra counter. So Matt, you know, not playing lands, but doing what he can here to just try to close this game out.
Yeah, this
Kenny.
is a way you can do it. Now the roles are very much solidified here. Kenny is trying to play the control route. He is trying to remove as many of these threats and keep his life total up, where Matthew is desperately trying to get in as much damage as possible.
And Kenny does have kind of the main reason why you want to play this deck or even give it a shot in Standard in Professor Delian Fell in hand. Very, very powerful Planeswalker. You just play that thing, it's got a gazillion loyalty. You just gain 3 life. It's really hard for your opponents to just even get this off the battlefield, even with some creatures in play.
Yeah, Professor Delian Fell is a house. That card is fantastic.
Right now, Matt's representing 5 damage. You just gain life here. Yeah, I mean, you go up to 12. Even if Matt attacks with everything, it's still going to stay on the battlefield.
You got yourself a Planeswalker left over.
Yeah, I mean, if it gains you 3 life and takes all of Matt's damage, I mean, it's a 4-mana card that's gained you essentially double-digit life.
And that's going to come in very handy here for Kenny. He had fallen down just to 9 life, even at this juncture.
Right.
This will put him back up to 12.
Yeah, if Matt finds a land or has more creatures to run at this turn, it's possible he just decides, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to ignore Delian Fell. Maybe I just need to go to the face.
That's a big decision.
Yeah.
Planeswalkers with this much loyalty really do force you to make that kind of call on, am I going to do a multi-stage attack on your Delian Fell,
to the
giving
face,
up all that damage? Or am I going to do this, attack you? Down to 7 goes Kenny.
But no follow-up, so this is brutal here
no
for
land.
Matt. I mean, Kenny's gonna just go back up to 10 here. gain even more life with the Professor if he wants. Is that an urgent necropsy? Well, we got some nice ones here in this Golgari mid-range deck.
Yeah, let me take a look at this list.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
There it is.
Yeah, and it looks like Kenny got Unholy Annex as well. This is something that you see in the Golgari mid-range decks. Works really nicely with the Accelerant Feardock core, right? It acts as an accelerant that also is all creature types. So if you get that in play with Unholy Annex, all of a sudden you have your own card draw effect that drains your opponent for 2.
Counts as a demon.
And Kenny actually utilizing the Professor here to kill Sage of the Skies, it seems like.
Now that he has a blocker.
Right. But Matthew does find, finally, land number 3 there.
And critically blue mana.
Right.
Just a quick double check from the judge, it looked like.
And of course, Matt has no shortage of action. There's a Seam Rip. Remember, he picked that up earlier. So you can just play out that Seam Rip to just get that demon off the battlefield. Very, very clean answer to that.
Yeah, and Kenny will have known about that as well.
Right, and Matt also has Angswift Savior. Nothing to bounce, though. It is interesting. The thing Matt's thinking about is like, if I play the Ang, it pumps up my Momo, and then I can just kill the Professor.
Right.
Do I want to do that, or do I want to... Oh, instead, just choosing to play out the Momo and kill the Professor. All right, so
nice.
Matt, finding that third land, has now stabilized here. I don't know if maybe burning out that Demon was the best option here for Kenny. I don't know what else he had to work with, but he knew about that Seam Rip.
So he just played a second legendary Momo-friendly flyer.
Just to pump up the current Momo to get it to 2 power to get Professor off the battlefield. Yeah.
And now we see Kenny with Llanowar Elves.
Okay.
Okay, Kenny, that's not going to do it.
Doesn't block the flyers, but still has that Urgent Necropsy in hand, so you can use that to kill one of the 1-drops, I suppose. You can kill a variety of different permanents, but right now, of course, killing the Seam Rip doesn't do anything. So it would be a kind of an overcosted spot removal spell here to get either the Pixie or the Momo.
Yeah, I feel like Kenny is willing to pay at this juncture, even if it's too much, or even if it's more than you'd be accustomed to.
Kenny going, oh, I don't really want to do it. Yeah, I guess I'm going to just take it here. I mean, Kenny's kind of out of action here.
He really is. I mean, his turn was Llanowar Elves.
Seam Rip on the elf?
Yeah, just keep that pressure up, says Matthew.
I guess that does give you an extra target for the Necropsy. So you would be able to get your elf back and then kill one of these flyers.
Yeah. Is that enough value?
But Matt does still have that Angswift Savior in hand.
Yeah, he's got the mana to cast it too.
And we're also at the point where with that Abandoned Air Temple in play, if Matt has any number of flyers and just finds land number 5, you know, Kenny's down to 4, right? Just won't take a lot.
Okay, here it is. Urgent Necropsy. What happens?
All right, going for the 2/2 and the Seam Rip here. And if you're Matt, says, you know what? That's fine. I still have the Momo and I still have Aang to play here. End of turn. Is that a Delian Fell?
It kind of looked like it.
Yeah. Well,
excuse me, by the way, it's Professor.
excuse me.
Yeah.
The Professor.
Went to a lot of schooling, and you're going to respect that title.
Okay. All right.
So 5 loyalty. Now what?
I mean, Kenny has to be expecting some kind of a flash flyer here.
So
actually choosing to gain the life, going up to 7 here.
Bank the life gain.
So if the Angswift Savior enters the battlefield, that's 3 damage in the air. If Matt draws land number 5, that's 5 damage in the air. After putting the counters onto 2 flyers. Wonder what else Kenny is considering here, although it might also be on Matt, not sure. Is he considering unlocking?
Oh.
Yeah, that would be rough, though, because then
Very
you go to
risky.
5, because you don't have a demon in play, and if you unlock Unholy Annex, You go to 5, Matt plays out Aang, plays a land, and then you just die to the Abandoned Air Temple.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to map out, if it leaves me just dead, then I can't do it.
Right.
But boy, if I could get any extra cards going, it sure would be good.
Not a land, squeezing. It's like,
Didn't
is
look
that
like a land.
Yeah, there was a Springleaf Drum, a pseudo land. Not quite good enough here, though.
If he had drawn a land, he could activate his... Oh, we're going back to Delian Fell now.
Yeah, and if you go back to Delian Fell, I mean, if you're a Kenny, you got to be thrilled about that.
Absolutely. Especially because Matthew cannot kill Delian Fell with his combat.
Is that a Curious Farm Animals?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Nice pull.
Yeah, well, you know, wasn't that long ago. Boar, elk, bird, ox. Lots of types here. Choose
None of those relevant in the format.
Going up to 10 here.
Wow.
Now, Kenny can choose to cast Unholy Annex here, but of course, with the Curious Farm Animals, won't actually be doing a whole lot here. So just choosing to go with Keen-Eyed Curator and then have the ability to turn on the Soulstone Sanctuary and turn that into a 3/3.
Farm animals are going to get thrown. And that'll put Matthew up to 27 with his turn upcoming. But he doesn't have much. It looks a little better than it actually is, right? The Springleaf Drum and the Seam Rip aren't doing too much here.
Yeah, the one downside to using the Curious Farm Animals to kill the Unholy Annex is now you've lost your mana source, right? Because you could have used the Curious Farm Animals with the Springleaf Drum to utilize your Abandoned Air Temple and pump the rest of your flyers.
Right.
You can still do that, but you would have to tap Momo or Aang if you want to get that done.
You really want to get those things, getting Delian Fell off the battlefield ASAP. Of course, Matthew could just draw a land for the turn and do the same.
Right.
But it doesn't look like he's done so, at least not yet.
Yeah, well, definitely looks like there's a little mathing going on here.
Definitely. Oh, yeah, that's numbers.
Oh, Starfield Shepherd here. Great pickup
He's
here.
Gonna warp this?
Warp it in, find a 1-drop. Lots of really good cards to get here. We'll see what he chooses. Gets Nurturing Pixie, so you can pick that up again. Right, you can pick that up and then you can warp it in again.
And he's got the
all of a
drum
sudden,
active now too.
Right, and that's the combo, right? All of a sudden you can just build up an entire army out of nowhere with one Starfield Shepherd.
Starfield Shepherd was a sick draw for Matthew Wright. This is where Kenny was starting to think, you know, I got this Delian Fell.
I'm getting a bunch of life.
I might just be back in this thing, and now it looks like it's falling apart again.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that Momo in play, right? You just get that discount on the warp as well on the Shepherd.
Also, that Momo's getting big.
Right.
Like, that die is tracking triggers,
It's
right?
what, is that a 4/4 right now?
Yeah. And Delian Fell's at 6, so...
Yeah, so a couple of options. You can either choose to get another Pixie or... Oh, actually choosing to get a Plains there instead. Could also look to get a Seam Rip, potentially, just to get that Keen-Eyed Curator off the battlefield.
Sure. But this will actually kill Delian Fell.
Right.
Wow, what a
bunch of
turn
those
for
flyers.
Matthew.
Yeah, and the Shepherd is now warped, but a huge turn. Kenny needs a big draw here. You know, perhaps a sweeper. I mean, this is game number 3. So if you've had anything like that just to wipe out this entire board, that would be very nice because he's not anywhere close to killing Matt at 27 life.
That's right. He activated Soulstone Sanctuary on end step and also the Keen-Eyed Curator. He does still have that Llanowar Elves that is airbended. But none of these are really moving the needle at this point. And, of course, everything's in the air on the other side, too.
Yeah, with that Abandoned Air Temple, too. That's why Matt went and got that Plains, too, to make sure that he can activate it if he needs. What is happening here?
Oh, he's going to make a huge...
growing a Keen-Eyed Curator just to get some damage in? I
mean,
guess that's your only
10.
option. Yeah?
So he's decided that his only way out is to try to race.
But, like, how is he going to...
very tough.
How is he going to erase these flyers?
Yeah, it's a tall order, but he must just have nothing else going in hand and said, well, off we go.
So there's several things Matt can consider here. It's like either just attack and pump my squad, or just play out that Shepherd. Yeah, and he's going for
it.
The aggro line here.
So that's 8 damage, puts you to 2?
8 damage, puts you to 2.
So any one of these flyers is now lethal. Kenny either has to win the game this turn,
needs a sweeper,
gain a bunch of life, or sweep the board.
Right.
He's going to try to get in for 10, but Matthew had built up a really nice life total of 27.
And he just passes.
Kenny did 20 damage over the last 2 turns.
Not enough.
And now he is facing down 3 lethal threats that he has, at least from what we can see, no way to deal with.
Matt still just playing methodically here. Make sure he kind of covers all of his bases here.
I wonder if there's any insurance plan that he can set up here.
Right. It's just like, what can you do at instant speed that somehow deals with all of my flyers?
Combat. Yep. I'm dead.
And that's everything. Kenny sums it up for us with 2 words. I'm dead.
Yeah, you got it.
Wow, great job by Matthew Wright.
Yeah, I mean, he was stuck on 2 lands for 5 turns, something along those lines, but still put up a really good fight, fighting and grinding through multiple Delian Fells that were on the battlefield.
Yeah, that was really impressive stuff because it really felt like one of those games where swinging back and forth. It was like, oh, no, he's way too far behind. And it was like, oh, Delian fell. Okay. And all of a sudden, now you're right back in it and then swung right back in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of see how impressive this Azorius Momo deck looks. It's just very, very resilient. You would think once you get to that kind of late stage of the match, you would favor the Golgari side, but that wasn't the case. All it took was that 1 Starfield Shepherd, and all of a sudden, Matt just had an entire army ready to go.
That's right, and that was enough to get the job done, and that's exactly what happened. We've still got another round of Standard to cover today. Before we do that, though, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more at the news desk after this.
The full class schedule at your LGS is ready for Secrets of Strixhaven, and there are plenty of events no matter how you like to play Magic. Full details are available at mtg.social/WTP-SOS. Hey everyone, make sure you tune in tomorrow for rounds 9 through 16 here at Pro Tour's Secrets of Strixhaven. There's the times you need to tune in on your screen right now. You do not want to miss draft in the morning, and of course the race as we cut to our top 8. Well, as as light falls, night falls and light falls here in Las Vegas. That's the way it goes here in Sin City. We are here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We have 1 round left to play on day 1 of competition. A lot of people having fun over in the convention area as well. I was just over there. It is so awesome to see so many people in love with Magic the Gathering. Let's check out our leaderboard, everyone, and find out where we're at over here at the Pro Tour side of things. All right, we've played 7 rounds. 2 players remain undefeated. Congratulations to Nathan Stoyer and Ray Zhang, both currently sitting at 7-0. Incredible start to the tournament for them. Jack Potter there at 6-0-1. And then a bunch of players on 6-1 as well. There you see Hall of Famer Shitian Lee currently sitting at 6-1. Andy Garcia Romo, very nice to see him sitting at 6-1. Namdang, your man there, Monty, sitting at 6-1 as well. Let's take a look a little bit further down the standings.
Absolutely. See a lot of players still 6-1 down here. We've got Will Kruger and Matt Nass rounding out that top 21 at 6-1. A lot of 5-2s behind this as well. We see a couple players that we've mentioned today. We see John Wagner, Collins Mullen, Stefan Schultz. A lot of players still in this. All these players have made day 2. Now they're just jockeying for position.
Absolutely. Congrats to everybody who made day 2. Well, somebody who's very happy is Zevin Faust, running a very cool deck this weekend. Tannen had a chance to talk to him after his win.
Zevin, we just watched you win a very exciting match here in the feature match area with Azorius Tempo, one of my favorite decks coming out of this tournament, but it's not exactly new. You went 9-1 with this deck at the last Pro Tour. What have you changed, and did you ever have the inkling that maybe you would go to a different deck?
Yeah, so there's a pretty big new change from Secrets of Strixhaven that is added to the deck. Skycoach Conductor. It allows you to flicker Aang and Aven Interrupter to extend the High Noon lock by many turns, especially when paired with like another card that I've added to the deck, Airbender Ascension, which you can use to reset the Skycoach Conductor. Skycoach Conductor also allows you to play the best card advantage card in Standard, Quantum Riddler, instead of having to rely on clunky cards like Enduring Curiosity to refill your hand. Obviously, because you can flicker it with the Warp Trigger on the stack, and keep the and scam the Riddler. Yeah, I wasn't really sure if I was going to play this deck or not, but Sunday night, the showcase results came out, and Prowess was pretty much everywhere. The High Noon deck really likes playing against any sort of deck that wants to cast a lot of spells or has a lot of sorcery spells that don't do anything to the board, you know, like Sleight of Hand. Last PT, it was Lano or Elves. This PT, it's Sleight of Hand. Yeah, that's about it. I'm pretty happy with my choice.
We saw you win a crazy game 3 there. Can you kind of like walk me through some of your decisions, what happened?
Yeah, so usually on the draw against Landfall, you can't really beat Elf into Ascension, but he kind of petered out after that. I was able to flash freeze his only threat, the Harmonizer, and barely stay alive with a timely both of my avatars rats. And like, very tight game. I think probably play that game 10 times. I win like once or twice, but I managed to just barely squeak it out with some nice top decks.
Very nice top decks and a nice win. Zevin, good luck the rest of the tournament.
2 players remain undefeated here in the field with perfect records. Let's set up our next feature match as we get ready for the final round of day 1 of competition here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. And this is a banger matchup, everybody. We have Ray Zhang on Is It Lessons, Celestial Landfall in the hands of world champion Nathan Stoyer. Zooming in on our 2 players here. Ray Zhang, they have had consistently impressive Pro Tour performance for so very long. Top 8s across so many different tournament types, Magic Online, Regional Championship, Pro Tour, Spotlight Series, and on Team Sanctum of all, one of the leaders of that team. And it's just so impressive here with this run on day number 1. Tannen, take me through some of these stats.
Big one for me, you talked about consistency, right? 9 day 2s out of 10 events. We'll take that all day, every player here would sign up for that. Amazing stuff. Big thing that's been standing out to me about Ray is that they are also a great day 1 player. Their win rate on day 1 is very high, and you're seeing that again here in this tournament. And I'll have a little more on that in a second, Maria.
Okay, excellent. Let's take a look at the competition here in the form of Nathan Stoyer. So good to see him back here at the top of the leaderboard. Your 2022 world champion, and then in 2023 won a Pro Tour March of the Machine. Dropped off the PT, actually didn't requalify at the last Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse, but played Spelementals with 0 reps to go undefeated in a PTQ to requalify to be here this weekend.
You know, we've talked about Nathan a couple times today. What else can you say? The kid's great. He does a lot of winning. Also a phenomenal day one player. So this is kind of a, immovable object versus the unstoppable force here. Both these players are undefeated. Both are known for being very good day one players. We're going to have to see which one of those will no longer be true in this round.
All right, there we go. Those are the players. Talk to me about the decks they brought, Monty.
Okay, well, we are going to start by taking a look at Rui Zhang. And they brought Is It Lessons? Maybe a bit of a deviation from where the majority of Team Sanctum went. Is It Lessons, a very known quantity, Gran, the big enabler here around the lesson package of combustion technique, going into accumulate wisdom. But one thing that really stands out to me about Rui's deck, we keep talking about how many options there are in standard for these Is It archetypes. They're playing 3 copies of Consult the Star charts in this deck, maybe trying to make things even more consistent. So a bit of a deviation, but working out fantastically so far for Rui. On the other side, Nathan Stoyer. He brings Selesnya Landfall. This is the deck from Team Cosmos Heavy Play, one of the decks that they brought. And this deck seems like it's very well positioned in the field. They added the white splash to it to try to target Is It Prowess, as well as the mono-green landfall decks. Well, those were the 2 most played decks, and it has been working fantastically so far. However, might have a bit of a tougher road up against Ray. The white splash will help here as well. 3 copies of Rest in Peace on the board. Absolutely incredible against the Is It Lessons deck.
All right, so 2 powerhouse players, 2 powerhouse decks. Which one's going to be undefeated after this, Monty?
I'm going to say Stoyer is back in the zone.
All right, we love to see it. Let's find out what happens. It's time for the final round of day number 1. Alien Corey, take it away.
Thank you so much, friends. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round number 8 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney, we have the privilege of wrapping up the day here for you. It is the final round. We have 2 undefeated players left in the building. Who's it going to be at the end of the day, bud?
Yeah, I think this is 2 absolute superstars, no doubt. But I'm with Monty on this. I think the Landfall deck has a little bit of an advantage up against Lessons, but minor. 55% favorite, maybe something like that. So really could go either way.
Alrighty, well, let's see how things shake out here in our feature match area. Rui Zhang getting ready to take Nathan Stoyer to school and teach him a lesson or 10, I imagine, as we did watch them earlier in a previous round. Go absolutely bananas with, what was it, 3 monuments and just so many spells cost.
Yeah, Ray was absolutely crushing in that point, and I've been walking around. I've been watching Nathan's match as well. I've been watching this Selesnya Landfall deck in action, and it's looked really, really good as well. So kind of 2 innovative takes of existing decks that we've seen before, and kind of just fine-tuning them, getting them ready for the metagame. But hey, you can't go wrong here with Ragagran here on turn 1.
It's not Ragavan. Whoever said
That's why I said Ragagran.
Is wrong. Okay, Gran. Anyway, down on the battlefield, going to help get the draw discard going here for Zhang. Also able to give that, seniors discount and just sending her clone to the graveyard.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Turn 1 being on the play, already huge in this matchup. Absolutely massive. As both of these decks aren't really caring about what each other is doing that much. They both just want to, accumulate their game plan. So getting Llanowar Elf or Gran onto the battlefield on turn 1 is very important for either player.
Yeah, absolutely. Ideal start here for Rui. On the other side of things, we've got Nathan Stoyer, who has Llanowar Elves in hand, Saz's Chocobo, Badgermole Cub, Mindform Harmonizer. So basically he has everything cooking that he could possibly want, but Diadrene Synthesis Amalgam is going to hit the board here first for former world champion Nathan Stoyer.
Nathan had a bit of an awkward scenario there, and this is kind of the cost of this being Selesnya instead of just mono green.
Yeah.
Had a great opportunity to go Saz's Chocobo into Forest, into Llanowar Elf, but it was a Plains. So that really made the play a lot more difficult. Had to choose between Diadrene or Cub, or just playing one of the 1-drops in Escape Tunnel. So had 3 close options there.
Rui Zhang, no stranger to a plenty of these landfall critters in the mono green decks, in the landfall decks, because they did that Temur Harmonizer combo not too long ago.
Yep.
The one-shot kill with massive critters.
Yeah, where Tony Portolon brought it to 5 games here in Lorwyn. That deck was sweet. We didn't see a lot of it after that, but man, that deck was incredible for that tournament, that's for sure. Big brain deck building, which we're very much accustomed to from Zhang's entire team.
Yeah. Team Sanctum of All. Always keep us on our toes, huh?
Yep.
Never entirely sure what they're going to bring to the next tournament, and it's always a pleasure to watch them in action.
And they had their brood this time, maybe not doing so great so far overall, but Rui Zhang decided to not play that kind of team deck and went with the more stock Is It Lessons deck, and it's you know, paying off very well for them right now.
Absolutely.
16.
Lands aplenty. Artist Talent, consult the star charts, and combustion technique in hand for Rui.
And looks
So
like
here with talent.
almost assuredly combustion technique here to be able to clear the way for Grand here. We got 2 lessons. Senior discounts very close to being online.
Love to see it for the
There
Is
it
It
is.
Lessons fan. Yep, abandoned attachments. So now everything costs 1 less. And if we're able to level up the class, we'll also get another discount there.
Yeah, and 3 steps ahead and consult, both great cards at being discounted, you know, being able to have just 2 mana for counterspell now with 3 steps ahead, or 3 mana for consult the star charts kicked is very powerful as well.
I'm going to get a forest, and I'm going to fight this. Go.
Players shortcutting a bit because, well, they're such experienced Magic players. They know what's up. They understand what each other is doing.
Grand down, Bushwhack takes care of, I wouldn't say the very powerful Grand, but, you know, yeah, she's pretty good.
Yep.
Salvage Chocobo now, able to start chipping away, I'll say chipping, more like chunking away the life total here of Zhang on the other side.
And Zhang just leveled up the talent to now have that cost reduction back to what it was with Grand in play. So has 3 steps ahead available for the counterspell mode, which, yeah, that's going to happen right now.
Snaps that off. 3 steps ahead, says no, thank you. I still Explorer, get in the bin.
13.
And now still has the ability to consult the star charts for 3 mana, which will be exactly stock up right now.
But instant speed stock up.
But it will be at sorcery, so
No,
it is
fine.
stock up. Looks like Artist Talent not being active, so Zhang likes the card in hand. Combustion technique, very good. 1 mana, being able to deal with that Saz's Chocobo here. Looks great. But Nathan's hand is still stocked. Still very good. Harmonizer and the Hydra looks great.
Yeah, Mossborn Hydra is kind of fun to cast that and have it resolve.
Yeah, wow. Consult and Spire Bluff Canal the pick. Spire Bluff Canal is not ideal, but I guess when you're going to discard it anyways.
Combustion technique takes care of the threat on board, so bye-bye birdie.
Yeah. 3 cards. 3 in hand.
Okay, so just debating whether or not to play the Verge, it looks like, from Zhang. Like, do I want to loot this away, or do I want to hold it, or get it in play so that Consult is more online? And, yep, decides to play the land.
Yeah, no main deck way to deal with enchantments, so the claw should stick around.
And Mossborn Hydra here didn't look very threatening from Nathan before the draw step, but Fabled Passage, pretty much the best draw step from any turn 4 and on from these landfall decks, and looks great now, being able to represent this Hydra going up to 4 power, and then find a way to get another land drop at some point. But Ancestral Recall off the top is pretty good too.
Yeah, yep, that's pretty damn good indeed. Roy's not going to be too sad to see that for sure. Ira's Demonstration, Firebending Lesson, Combustion Technique, consult the star charts, which is just like all the best cards in your deck.
Wow.
Still haven't seen Monument though.
Yeah, that's okay.
So
We'll
anything
find it eventually. They are absolutely crushing it right now. You can just go 1 mana, Ira's Demonstration on the Hydra. I think that's where I would start.
Yeah.
And then just, you can consult immediately, or you can just play as defensive as possible, wait to see what Nathan does, and then consult with that knowledge.
So using the second mode there, 4 damage to target creature.
And looks
Wouldn't have
like
been able to save it with the Fabled Passage cracked anyways.
Exactly, yep. So discarded away the Firebending Lesson to upgrade it to another Combustion Technique. and everything coming up Ray Zhang.
Absolutely. Anything that hits the board here, Nathan is just going to have it go straight to the graveyard, but opts to go for a Bossing Say Earthbend land.
Yep.
All the star charts in response.
And that's smart of Nathan here, contextual to what Zhang has here, just saying, if I just keep playing spells, they're going to have that removal spell to be able to deal with it straight away, or you can waste a removal spell on just my Bossing Say activation.
Yeah,
so
yeah, which doesn't really do anything.
either way, Nathan knows he's in a really brutal spot here, but that is the better play to do here for sure.
Firebending lesson this one.
Firebending lesson on the elf.
Go. After take 2.
9.
Ray goes to 9. Nathan at 18.
Yeah, and Lesson's looking great. This particular build, nothing too really dynamic as far as the changes, except consult the star charts. That as a 3 of in the main, that's something that we don't necessarily see as a stock list in this Isn't Lessons deck. But it's looked great.
Speak of the devil, Monument to Endurance has arrived here, so I think we're going to see some fireworks pretty soon.
Yeah, and
1,
now
2, 3.
it's
I heard you
let
did
it
the other
begin.
match,
Yeah.
You know, now the
where's our
monument
cool
is going
flicky
to
thingies?
clean it up pretty shortly here.
Oh, I wonder if that just belonged to like a judge and they're using it somewhere else.
Maybe.
That was really cool.
It was cool, yeah. And a reminder to everyone at home, these two are playing for the only person that's going to be 8-0. And then that magic number at this Pro Tour, if you hit 12 wins, you are automatically sent into the top 8. So
Yep.
whoever
Just got to
wins
make sure you
that-
get your 12 wins before the final round, and then you are locked. You get to chill for the rest of the day and worry about the top 8.
Whoever wins this, being able to just go 4-4 on day 2 and make it is pretty nice.
It's definitely a comforting thought, as opposed to the players who are sitting with only 3 wins at the moment.
Yeah.
Stressing right now.
Oh, yes. That was my bread and butter.
What, 4 and 4 or
No,
3 and
being
5?
3 and 4, playing for day 2, hoping for the best, you know?
You're at 18?
Yeah.
So we're down to 5, but very much in the lead here. Needs to protect their life total.
Yep.
So let's get digging and see what they can find.
Just taking a look at top 6 cards, trying to find any action here. Now, you do have to definitely clean up the Harmonizer, but that's already ready to go. Looks like Ancestral Recall was the first pick and Monument number 2 for the second pick.
Just
That
assume
looks
you can
great.
bottom them for the rest of the match.
Let's accumulate wisdom. Still have the discount courtesy of our talents. And are you ready for triggers, friends? Because here we go.
Yep. And this is where Ray Zhang is just showing absolute mastery in their deck. You know, we have seen them pop off when it comes to this kind of state, and it's not a lot of hesitation. It's I know what to do from this spot, and all you got to do is execute. And well, this is why Zhang is one of the best players on the Pro Tour.
There it is.
There we go.
Very happy about
it's
that.
back.
I will now make my land drop.
Yeah. You know, the preparation that Team Sanctum put in, and, you know, the reps that they get through. Just do it, be clear about it, and, you know, off to the races you go.
I feel like most of the time when they get the reps with this kind of the stock good deck, they get reps by playing against their brew.
Yeah.
But someone's got to be the enemy playing, you know, the stock good decks against the brews. And looks like Ray Zhang was that enemy and just said, you know what? This deck's awesome. I'm just going to play this instead.
I mean enemy, more like final boss.
Yeah.
Sitting here undefeated.
So like
9 and 9, I get it.
Shortcutting it there, but basically dead.
Yep.
As Nathan concedes or scoops it up here. Ray Zhang picking up the first game in our decider as to who is going to be undefeated.
Yep. Said 9 and 9. I get it. That's enough to finish me off. And oh no, Nathan Stoyer with a mold to 5. And Ray Zhang's hand looks great. Very defensive, but very solid. So this is going to be really tough for our former world champ for sure.
You're okay.
But a great start here, being able to go into Earthbender Ascension. That's great.
Yeah, it not being, you know, red source firebending lesson.
Yeah.
Nathan able to fade that, so.
Or Nathan didn't go second Llanowar Elf and walk into this Iron demonstration or something like that.
That would have been rough. haven't seen a Badger Mole Cub yet.
Yeah, and Badger Mole Cub, to be fair, is not amazing.
Yeah.
In the landfall decks, it's just one of the good cards. Where the rhythm decks, it's the card.
Yeah, for sure.
You know.
For sure.
So big things there from Zhang, not playing presumably what we have as a red
Verge.
source in the hand. Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a Verge, so that is still a red mana. Decides to play Grand instead and just says, well, I hope you do not have a very strong turn.
What's your name? 7, 6.
And, well, good news for Zhang is Nathan's turn is not going to be that spectacular. We can Bushwalk for a land, play Saz's Chocobo, and then play a land, or just play Harmonizer, but no land drop to play afterwards. So nothing too exciting here.
Yep, just big dude on board, and let's see if Ray can answer that.
Yep.
River Pyre Verge hits the board here. It is just making the red mana currently.
Yep, and then we get the looting going. Has like 3 monuments there for Zhang, so probably getting rid of one of those. But of course, we'll leave it up to the master. They know much better than, well, most players, that's for sure. Another Verge off the top is excellent. It's being able to have second red source.
You know, Tannen talked about Roy's performance in the last, couple years. And they have such an excellent conversion record into day number 2. Just never managing to, push it all the way to the end just yet. So
yeah, I believe on that stat that we saw, it was 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
day 2s, which is incredible. Looks like 8 and 8 at Lorwyn, which a player of Ray Zhang's status, you're not happy about that.
Oh yeah,
that's a solid performance. But when you're a veteran like they are, you want to be doing better than 8 and 8 at Pro Tours.
For sure. And we've seen Zhang as well at a bunch of the Spotlight series that we worked on together. So it's great to see the players who are on the Pro Tour also still playing, the regional championships, playing the Spotlight series. So
yep, absolutely.
Plenty of Magic to be played.
Always playing Spice when we see them at the Spotlight too, which is always very fun to watch.
Saz's Chocobo hits the board. And we're going to crack that straight away, it seems.
And just a Bushwhack, so has the ability to fight Gran or get another land. Either way, it feels like, the one thing Nathan would really want is, well, 2 more cards to negate that mull to 5. So you really want both. You want 1 more land from Bushwhack and a fight, but of course, not the option.
Only 1.
And then, yeah, this game is really dedicated and really going to come down to, does Ray Zhang have the time?
Yeah.
Because the hand is stocked, Nathan's hellbent. But Ray's definitely behind on the battlefield right now.
Oh, yeah,
no
for
doubt.
sure. Island drawn off the top there. How do we navigate? Nathan
has the ability to just go Iroh's demonstration on this.
Yep.
Hold up another piece of interaction. I believe we have combustion technique. And interact with that if you want.
Monuments are just hanging out, not having the discount does slow Ray down. Combustion technique. Boom, boom.
Yep, still bounces the Llanowar. There's no way to get by without that extra landfall trigger going on Llanowar Elves.
Yep.
And now Monument with spells galore to pop off. And
oh, flash
but
freeze.
No way to discard or anything yet from Zhang, so it's definitely not all wrapped up by any means. I guess we do have the land. The land is eventually going to help take over.
Just help filter through.
Yep. The Ignicali. And now that's a big choice. Does Zhang want to deploy second monument or just start looting with the land? And looks like the plan is hold up flash freeze and then start looting next turn. Whenever you can draw 3 cards and discard 1 for the low price of 4 mana and just tapping one of your lands, that's pretty good.
Alrighty, Artist Talent. Picked up off the top there, flash freeze, ready to counter any green critter or any green spell that Nathan may cast.
Yep. But now, I mean, the one thing we're
wisdom,
definitely
there
looking
you
at,
go.
this Llanowar Elf is a
chunky.
5. I mean, a Fabled Passage is lethal. A Escape Tunnel is lethal.
Yeah.
A Bossing Say is lethal. An Earthbender Ascension is lethal. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah.
That Nathan could really sneak this one out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mull to 5. I scoff at thee.
Yeah. So we might definitely see like Artist Talent get discard, make 2 treasures.
Let's go draw 2.
Means your other ones are good.
Drawing 2.
Gotta find an answer for this elf.
Yep. And it's like you either make 2 treasures and then cast your 2-mana Ancestral Recall.
I did not play
or just draw 2.
Correct? Like,
I don't
last
believe.
time I played Tap Steam and I had decent play. Is that
Sure, I don't know.
I mean, I have no clue.
That's the class. I believe Zhang has not played a land yet, but I'm also not a billion% sure. There's so much other stuff to be focused on.
So you cast the mine last turn.
Just play your land. It's fine.
Nathan, you beaut.
Love it.
Okay, yeah, you are.
Just play your land.
And it's a steam bed that's for sure going to come in tap because you can't put yourself to 5 here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you are in a lot of trouble. So it looks like we might be seeing an Accumulate Wisdom to draw 3. Nathan's got so many outs. And that's it.
That's it. Escape tunnel, crack, go find another land. Look at his face.
Nathan looked like he had conceded that game basically on turn 4. So the fact that he gets to shuffle up and play the next game, he is thrilled about.
That's my favorite game of the day. I love that.
That was incredible.
Sorry, guys. I've been over there. We're good now. Sorry. All right.
What is that? Is that 6 in hand? Grand start here. 7.
Yep.
Oh, both 7.
7
Perfect.
from both.
Let's go.
Grand on the play. The ideal start from Zhang. And not the ideal start from Nathan.
Yeah, I would have loved a friendly Llanowar Elves who who you calling mana dork.
Yeah. But makes sense. After Nathan just mulled to 5, he's like, well, this hand is playable. I'm keeping it. Maybe he doesn't have a 1-drop yet, but that's okay.
Yeah, he's got action. That's what you want. 2 copies of Diadrene now. Super cool card from Edge of Eternities. Another banger set that we've had recently.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Yeah, space. Now, double discounts incoming here for Rui. Firebending Lesson and Boomerang Basics in hand.
None of that's really that exciting. I
No,
mean, the one
it's
thing
not.
Zhang really wants is like an Iroh's demonstration, so you can then attack with Grand. But yeah, that's a very much a consolation prize, just playing Unsummon there.
Yeah.
But does still allow you to attack.
Yep. Get the draw and discard here. Off of Grand. Consult the star charts. That's a decent pickup. Firebending Lesson ready to answer whatever comes down next from Nathan.
So big thinks on what to discard here. Huge moment, huge game for these players. No matter what, going in 7-1 at day 2, you feel great. But when you're 7-0 and you lose that last round, dinner does taste just a little bit worse. You know, that's just a fact.
This is Vegas. The food's good everywhere.
Yeah, but it's still just
sure.
slightly worse when you lose that last round of a Pro Tour. Whether it be you're at 5-3, you know,
Well,
7-1, losing that last round always stings a little bit.
Unless these players go to time and end up in a draw, unfortunately, someone does have to lose.
Yep. And we do have one other player, of course, that is technically undefeated. Jack Potter, fellow Canadian of yours, is 6-0-1.
Yeah, excellent stuff from our players at the top of the standings. It's going to be awesome to see which players, which decks come out unscathed, in inverted commas.
Now we're looking at the hands here, and it really feels like everything kind of flipped, you know?
Yeah.
Now if Nathan has the time, look at how much gas he has in the tank, so.
Diadrene number 2 hits the board.
Yep, just
three counters.
Recast in the same one, but yeah, now it cannot really be dealt with super easily. The Iroh's demonstration, the 4-mana spells can still clean it up.
It does get it out of range of the Firebending Lesson, though, which is good thing for Nathan's story at the moment. Combustion technique can kill it.
Yep,
Yeah.
can deal with it, so that is going to be excellent. And then the senior discount is online here, so if Zhang can find the best draw in their deck right now, which would be Ancestral Recall. But even It'll Quench You, something like that looks excellent as well.
For sure. Just slow down whatever Nathan's doing, because he's got a handful of cards.
Exactly.
The first artist talent trigger. Is that the discount from the first artist talent?
Yeah.
Yep, just making sure everything's working out great. Big thanks to all the judges for making sure everything is correct.
Yeah. Magna Kayla hits the board. Iris demonstration, firebending lesson in hand. Fabled Passage drawn off the top here for Nathan.
Yeah, and really not a great hand from
Yeah.
Zhang, that's for sure. But once again, you know, the Lessons deck, we've seen it just get completely carried away with just one top decked Ancestral Recall, the Accumulate Wisdom, and we're off to the races.
Badgermole Cub comes to party. Earthbends the Fabled Passage here for Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, and Zhang doesn't even really need to firebend the Badgermole Cub by any means, as this Fabled Passage is not all about generating mana. It is just about getting that extra land drop. But now, ooh, Nathan could fall into a bit of a trap here.
Yeah.
If he does go for the Bushwhack with the Cub onto Grand Grand, that will be a nice 2-for-1 for Zhang. So let's see if Nathan can kind of sniff that out. Or the other option is just sack Fabled Passage, go get the other planes, and then play Diadrin.
Looks like that is something Nathan is interested in. Really cool use of the fetch lands. Being able to use it again at a later stage.
Yep. And
that's why you see, you know, like Terramorphic Expanse, those kind of effects in decks. You're like, what the heck are you doing playing this? Well,
right.
That's it. Diadrine number 3, right? Yeah.
Yep. And Zhang pausing here, posturing, fully posturing, just saying, I have an It'll Quench You, but I don't want to use it right now. These players at this level, you know, they're going to jam kind of anyways, but you want to make sure you're posturing. Otherwise, they will pick up on that information for sure.
Yeah. Spire Bluff Canal, Iro's demonstration in hand. So Rue's been doing a great job of keeping this board under control. Nathan has been having trouble keeping anything in play.
2 draws at finding an Accumulate Wisdom. Maybe a Monument, that would be great too.
Bossing Say is going to put in some work here if we can't find anything meaningful for Nathan.
Yep, and that lesson really looks different when there's no Monument or Accumulate Wisdom on the top 20 cards of your deck, that's for sure.
Alrighty, let's ascend, shall we?
Nathan seems like he's in the zone.
Thinking about how I want to tap. Oh, sorry.
Just making sure he's using the lands that he wants to.
Yep.
Earthbending the ones that he needs.
Leaving the green open there. Leaving the white open would not allow him to bushwhack the Fabled Passage onto Grand Grand here, which I'm sure he's going to do.
Yeah, especially when, you know, the door's open, mana's tapped, Grand Grand is defenseless.
Flip side, though, Zhang not drawing what they need off the top, but Nathan's hand is not very good either. So this is going to be a bit of the battle of the top decks here down the stretch to see who our 8-0 player is.
Magic is funny.
Oh, I
and
love
how many games can you say you've been whacking grannies? Oh boy. So Bushwhack takes care of one of the discounts. Rui does still have the Artist Talent, which is pretty much impossible to deal with.
Yep, plus 1 card in hand. Didn't get a good look at it. I think it was Firebending Lesson, so.
Yeah, I don't think Nathan had any enchantment removal in his deck.
Looks like Judge is stepping in here to make sure something was resolved correctly. Maybe a puzzled look from both players. I can't, you know, don't want to speculate on what they're considering.
Yeah. Just wait to see or hear what the judges say.
Yep. But you'd much rather have this kind of opportunity where the judges step in, make sure everything's correct, rather than a mistake that we have to rewind.
Yeah,
it might dictate a final match at such an important moment. So
sometimes judges make judge calls too, you know?
Exactly. So big appreciation to all the judges out there making these tournaments run smooth and correctly.
Wouldn't be a pro tour without them, that's for sure. All right, here comes a judge. Let's listen.
Okay, looks good.
All good and gravy. Let's keep going.
That's what I meant.
Yep, triggers up on that.
Yeah. So you go to 18. Go ahead.
Okay, big draw step. Can Zhang find one of the powerful cards, Monument or Accumulate Wisdom?
Look at this graveyard. Look how many things have happened, and that is the first life that Rui's lost.
Yeah. So leveled up the artist talent. Now, I mean, that does mean Firebending Lesson is a deal for.
Yeah.
Not great, but, you know, not horrendous. And looks like Nathan Stoyer with just another brick off the top. So it's just going to be time to, you know, keep the walls safe of Bossing Say over and over.
Doing some quick math here. Temple Garden in hand. What's he looking at?
Yeah, it's just all land. So it's just how to distribute these counters from Bossing Say and how aggressive Nathan wants to get. Do we want to sack lands to just thin your deck more to try to find your good spells, or just, hey, attack for 4?
Yeah. No, it seemed to work pretty well from last time,
Yeah.
so if not, why not?
So I like this. It's an attack for 4 regardless because of Earthbender Ascension. So now you get to thin and deal the same amount of damage. Looks like that forest should be untapped.
Yeah.
But not that Nathan is going to...
I'm just looking how many basics I have in my deck. That Fable Passage got cracked and I got a forest from it. That's all.
Why is this tapped?
There.
It's untapped, thank you. Trigger.
Good on
That's all I missed.
And looks like, another Bossing Say in hand from Nathan. So able to double activate next turn, attack for 4 or 5 every single turn.
Man, these hands have been heckin' clunky, but, you know, on board, Nathan at least has mana sinks. He's got something to do at this point, whereas Ray's got Agna Kayla?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a mana sink as well. I'm curious what Zhang drew because it was an immediate pass. Could definitely be something like 3 steps ahead.
It'll quench you.
Hey, yeah.
Freeze, yeah.
Not great.
Especially not with, you know, the inability to counter activated abilities. So.
This is just what makes competitive Magic so great. Sometimes your deck's firing on all cylinders and it's up against your opponent's deck that's firing all cylinders. Sometimes you're both getting your B- or C draws.
Yep.
And it makes for a very interesting game.
Yeah, and you know, like your deck is never going to perform optimally every single time.
Exactly.
So you have to know how to navigate it when it's having a bad day.
Yeah, right. So there's 6 coming in from Bossing Say, and now Zhang gets to do some looting.
Dig.
What we kind of saw in game number 2, Zhang drew just a ton of cards, but at the end could not find the key removal spells to not just die. And if Zhang's deck takes their time and you find this card draw eventually, well, these lands are going to put that pressure on you that you need to deal with, and it might just be too late.
Yep. Shoo-wee. That is not looking good here for Rui Zhang. Nathan Stoyer has the power on board.
That was
to wrap.
huge.
Whoa, rest in peace. Hello.
That might have been the best possible draw. Something that doesn't get countered by Flash Freeze, and that is going to like really slow down the power. Ancestral Recall, no longer an Ancestral Recall.
Shoo-wee. What a draw there from Nathan.
That was incredible.
Any possible outs that Zhang could have had was reliant on that graveyard beat.
Yeah, its Monument looks great still, but you need it paired with other spells. So if you just top deck Monument next turn, it's not really going to do anything. You get to discard the Flash Freeze and then hope you draw into something, but that's a lot of ifs.
Passing say activation.
Looks like Nathan is not necessarily worrying about Rest in Peace yet. We'll see if it's a priority at all or if just Stoyer just bossing says twice again.
Yeah. It's got 10.
6, 7, 8, 9,
12
10, 11. Yeah, so it is. Nathan's just not even worried about Rest in Peace right now. It's just saying, you know what, you're not going to be able to beat this wide of a battlefield. And I will tend to agree. I don't know what kind of outs Zhang has.
You got it.
Yep, that's it. Nathan Stoyer, undefeated. Gives the old fist pump. Congratulations to Nathan, 8-0. Monty called it. Nathan's back.
I mean, I think if we could have all looked at that moment in game 2 where, you know, he looked pretty dejected. It's like, well, my opponent has a bunch of cards. I'm doing nothing but attacking with a Llanowar Elf that's getting one bigger per turn. That game looked basically over, but Nathan was able to keep a cool head and take that one down.
Absolutely. Great celebration there with teammates and friends. Commiserations to Rui Zhang, but still an excellent record to end the day on. 7-1.
Yeah.
It's going to be a super good day for both players tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rui Zhang got really unlucky in game 2 there. That definitely should have been their game. But yeah, 7-1, you really got to be happy about that.
Absolutely.
Definitely going to be in pod 1 with Nathan in the morning, which is going to be awesome.
Ooh, more draft. Friends, we're not there yet, though. We need to get through the rest of round number 8 here. Look at those pretty lights. We got some more magic for you, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. It is a wonderful, wonderful MagicCon here thus far. We're having an excellent time here at the Pro Tour. Someone is going home with that extremely beautiful trophy that I do not want to touch because it looks like it's about to break, but you know what, Corey?
Yeah. Were they doing Quandrix math there, like via a group session when on that shot? I need to check that out. That was.
I'm not sure, but we could maybe go and get some tips from.
We got to go do
that was
some
a family
advanced
area,
math.
right?
Yeah.
There were some kids there who could teach us a thing or two, I'm sure. Welcome back, friends. We are jumping straight back into the action here. We're going to see the deciding matchup here between Jack Potter and Robin Courtier. Both think that Jack thinks he's in Quandrix. Thinks he's in Lorehold, but we're playing mono green landfall for Jack, and is it prowess in the hands of Robin? So Let's see which of these players is going to come out on top, and if maybe we can have one more technically undefeated player.
Absolutely, yep. Jack has the opportunity to be going into day 2 of the Pro Tour in second place for sure. And people might remember the name of Jack Potter as, well, a green player across all formats in Modern. House of Mana playing Amulet, an absolute master there. So definitely a green player through and through.
Good luck. Thank you.
Hailing from Windsor, Ontario.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see him constantly playing Amulet, an absolute master of that format and doing quite well.
That is not an easy deck to play.
No, that Quandrix makes a lot of sense. That's
Yeah,
for
that
sure.
does, yeah.
Advanced math problems. Mulligan to 5 here from Robin. Not the way you want to be starting with Prowess. Prowess, usually a pretty good matchup against green because, well, there's not a lot of interaction for your slick shot show-offs. So outside of Melstrider Resolve, something like that, you're able to just kind of go off with your slick shot show-offs.
2 pieces of interaction in hand here for Robin to deal with this Chocobo if he so chooses, but looks like we're going to foretell. We're going to plot this friend here.
Yep.
Slick shot show off, and yeah, let's see if we can get some fireworks going off with it next turn.
Yeah, it makes sense to plot that because the nightmare scenario of Sausage Chocobo getting up to 2 power and then you Melstrider's Resolve to fight the bird. You're pretty much done when it comes to that, especially on a mulligan to 5 where maybe now you can draw, have something like Secret Identity to back it up, and maybe you got yourself a game.
Yes.
Little Chocobo getting in for 2. Robin's bird hits the board here.
Target. Roll treatment.
Okay.
Royal treatment in response to the target. So now we have
I'm at
Prince
17,
Chocobo.
you're at 18? Yeah.
Able to protect that. No land drop from Robin, so if Jack does have the way to deal with Slick Shot, or hey, even Earthbender Ascension, get 2 triggers onto Saza's attack for 5, you got to think Jack is winning the race here too.
Attack for 3. Yeah.
Little birdie that could in for 3.
That means no land.
Yeah. Is there a follow-up play here, or we just pass the turn? Okay, Keen-Eyed Curator, all right.
But definitely both players not getting the draws they necessarily want by any means.
A little clunky, but land number 3 here for Robin. Excellent choice of basics.
Yep. So it looks like Robin has the choice of searing the Saza's Chocobo, paying the 1, or searing the Keen-Eyed Curator and holding up a null in case, let's say, Jack goes land 3, Earthbender Ascension, something like that.
Null, great answer to Pesky Enchantments.
I'm at 14, Robin is at 15.
Yep. Two times
Do we
3.
find land 3?
And then 2 plus 3.
I'm just misreading your handwriting. Sorry.
Yep, that'll happen.
So long as I can read it.
Melstrider's Resolve, we do have the answers for that.
Nice, okay.
Yep, that is a big deal. But is there a second one?
Oh,
my
birdie down,
goodness.
birdie down.
Now this Saza's Chocobo is basically unkillable, as it does have 6 toughness plus ward 1. Not hitting that hard right now, but still, Robin has lost his pressure.
Yep. Can't be blocked by more than 1 creature either, so this is a problem.
Yep, and here's the card that is just okay against landfall. The Otter's amazing in the format.
Yeah.
Arguably the best card here in the format, but against mono green, it is a little lackluster. You basically never have time to level 2 it, and the Otter itself is whatever.
Is whatever. You've heard it here, folks. The Otter is whatever.
All right, the Otter itself is just okay. It's just okay.
Keen-Eyed Curator hits the board once again here. Able to destroy that graveyard as needs be, but the spare mana is not exactly a thing high on.
Yeah, this might be Robin's only opportunity to buy a card from the graveyard, but it comes with a cost. 2 damage.
Ouch.
And it very well could be Robin's last action that he takes on today because, well, I mean, there is 6 damage coming across. A land represents lethal if we can clear out the Otter.
The Melstrider's Resolve, number 3. There's a land. There's the trigger.
House of Mana doing exactly what he does best, getting some more mana into play.
Attack for 7.
Block.
Yes. Take 3.
Block the big
Got a
bird.
4.
Take 3.
Go ahead.
Passes the turn. No follow-up here, and probably not even needed, honestly.
Yeah, I don't really know what can happen to get you out of this Saz's Chocobo. Something like a boomerang basic there, pay the 1 and sear the keen-eyed. But that's not there.
It's not indeed, and Jack Potter might be about to become our second undefeated player.
Yeah, and I think Robin has to act now with this sear, because otherwise I bet Jack just untaps, and then this keen-eyed will be able to be cleaned up. But if this is a royal treatment...
It's fine.
Okay, that resolves.
On top. Yeah.
Didn't even pay the 1 to eat another card in hand, so this gotta lead me to believe that there is a royal treatment, but you only need 1 threat. Would you like to pay the 1?
And that is going to do it. The Chocobo gets it done here for Jack Potter. Advances to 7-0-1. So undefeated, second place behind Nathan Stoyer.
Yep.
Excellent stuff there for him.
He's definitely cast a lot more 1-drops in his green decks, like Amulet of Vigor over Saz's Chocobo, but he has been doing quite well with Saz's Chocobo just the same. Congratulations to Host Mana.
Absolutely, friends. Thank you so much for joining myself and Corey. We're going to say goodbye and head you straight back over to the news desk.
Hi, thank you so much, Ailey and Corey, as we close out day 1 of competition. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Davuti, and Tan and Grace here with you, and the beautiful trophy that our winner will take home on the TV screen behind us. I just have to give it its moment. It is so very beautiful. Well, that is day 1 in the books. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where things stand here after 8 rounds of competition at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. 1 perfect record remains in the building. Nathan Stoyer, your 2022 world champion, leading the field at 8-0. But I got to give props to Jack Potter, technically undefeated as well here, 7-0-1 with a draw to his name. Then we have 10 players behind them at 7-1, and lots of huge names here. I gotta call out Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion, sitting at 7-1 after day 1 of competition. And then a lot of people on the rise here. Anthony Lee, the captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play at 7-1. Matt Nass, hello, sitting at 7-1. Hall of Famer Shitian Lee sitting at 6-2. There's a look at the top of the standings for you here after day 1 of competition. A little bit more 6-2s here. Check it out. We've got a lot of players currently battling. Stefan Schutz currently sitting at 6-2. Daniel Getchell of Canada at 6-2. Shota Yasoka, another Hall of Famer, sitting at 6-2. Luis Salado, Pro Tour champion, 6-2. And hey, it's not a Pro Tour of Jean-Emmanuel Duprat isn't playing and doing well, currently sitting at 6-2.
All right, well, we are going to take a look at, of course, our deck of the day, which is going to be Selesnya Landfall in the hands of Nathan Stoyer. This build of Landfall, the Team Cosmos Heavy Play, a faction of them, led by actually the Spanish faction, came up with, turns out to be a fantastic metagame call for this event. The White Splash giving them an extra edge against the Izzet Prowess and Mono Green Landfall decks when they ended up being the 2 most played decks. Absolutely paid off, and for Nathan Stoyer, he made it look good. 2 other decks that we are going to be keeping our eyes on going later into the weekend is going to be Simic Omniscience in the hands of Shitian Lee. Don't be fooled by the Wooburg. This is Lee's draft deck, but we will get his constructed deck for you at a different point. And finally, is it Maestro from Tony Portland? This is a deck that maybe wasn't quite the right call. This is a variation of Is It Lessons that some portion of Team Sanctum of All ended up coming up with. It has a bit more of a combo finish to it. And you can take a look at the Is It Maestro deck. It is trying to take advantage of Molten Core Maestro. A lot of it does play like Is It Lessons, but then you do have an eventual infinite win combo. The deck looks super cool in theory, but unfortunately wasn't quite the right call for this weekend, and it has severely underperformed.
All right, there's a look at 3 decks that we are watching here.
Just want to get up Simic Omniscience, of course, for the viewers at home. So this Simic Omniscience deck from Shitian Li looks absolutely fantastic. It's a lot of fun to play. The whole game plan, getting Kona out and then using it with one of the planet lands to get Omniscience on the battlefield and then start looping spells and essentially going infinite out of your sideboard has just been an absolute blast to watch on and off camera. And it's one I'm going to have my eyes on when Shitian Li is participating in day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a very, very cool deck. Nice draft deck, too, I must say. How about our players to watch? Who have you picked out, Tannen?
Well, you couldn't start without Nathan Stoyer, right? Story of the day, he's the 8-0 player here. And I want to bring up a quote that I heard from Nathan a few years ago. This was right after Nathan had his really historic run on the Pro Tour, and then he was starting to kind of fall on a little bit of hard times, losing a little bit more than you'd expect, maybe even threatening to fall off the train as he did. And I heard him talking about it. Someone's like, your winning percentage is going way down. And he said, some of the best players in the world only win about 60-something% of their matches. Wouldn't you rather they all be in a row? And as we see, Nathan did that yet again here today. You've heard me talk about how streaky of a player is. When he's playing this good and his deck is this good, he is a threat to win the tournament at all times. So watch out for Nathan. It's going to be a great day 2 for him. Coming up next, we have Matthew Wright at 6-2. He was the top TCG player finisher at the last PT. He started out 4-4 in that one, but he went 7-1 on day 2, and that's what I want to highlight. The kid has what it takes to play and win on day 2. A lot better of a start at this one at 6-2. I would not be surprised if we saw him in the top 8. He's playing the blue-white Momo deck this weekend as well. Really cool deck. Super well positioned, it looks like, possibly very well positioned into day 2. So I'm looking for some big stuff from him. And then Kai Nelson. I got to interview this guy yesterday. This is his first Pro Tour. He finished at 5-3. Very respectful, great finish for your first Pro Tour. He went 3-0 at the beginning of the day in that draft. Standard let him down a little bit. He's playing Golgari mid-range. Hopefully we have a little bit better record with that tomorrow. But again, we're starting with limited tomorrow. He's one draft away from being 8-3, close to locking up another Pro Tour. And then, hey, who knows, possibly more.
All right, those players to keep our eye on for day number 2. What was our match of the day, Monty?
Okay, so for match of the day, I believe we have to go back to round 6, I want to say. And it was a match between Zevin Faust. So taking a look, this match was super close, back and forth. Zevin was on this Azorius tempo deck. And Zevin said in his post-game interview, when he won an extremely tight game 3, that he said, I feel like I got away with one. If I played that match 10 times, I think I win maybe once, and this was the one. So really cool match between Azorius Tempo and Mono Green Landfall, and great for Zevin to get the job done there with his pet deck.
Absolutely. What a cool match that was. Check it out if you missed it. Everybody, make sure you come back here tomorrow because the action is not done. Yes, day 2 of the tournament. We continue tomorrow because we're going to battle our way towards our top 8 through rounds 9 through 16, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. And then come on back for Sunday for the top 8. You want to see who wins the whole thing? That's going to start an hour earlier. So remember that, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time on Sunday. Be there or be square. Well, it was back to school for Magic players this weekend in Las Vegas at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. More than 300 of the best players in the world showed up for a chance at being named valedictorian. Plus 25,000 Magic fans here as well. Well, no matter what college you personally align with, there was something for everyone on day 1 of the tournament. From proof, that's a math joke for you, that you can trophy with everything from streamlined aggro decks to 5-color soup in Strixhaven Draft to a lesson in Standard Constructed as Celestia Landfall surprised the field by looking very impressive indeed. At the end of the day, one player was at the head of the class. That is Nathan Stoyer, a World and Pro Tour champion who was down but definitely not out. The lone perfect record to close out competition on day 1. See you back here tomorrow, everyone.